you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
For the first time after the shooting, he was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jonathan from San Francisco. I called RNS to help with a misaligned beam for our electric parking gate. Salvador tightened all the worn hardware and made sure the gate functioned properly. He was patient with our questions and a pleasure to work with.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Sunny in San Jose today with a high temperature of 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Right, it's first and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up, breaks the tackle, touchdown Jacksonville. Right, it's first and goal.
Oh my goodness. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call. The Jags, after being down by as many as 14 points, come back at home on Monday Night Football to win 31-28. And Trevor Lawrence, will probably the throw of the year to Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, oh my God. 58 seconds left? And he puts it in that place after doing the boneheaded things he was doing for a lot of that game. They're 4-1 on the season. They're undefeated at home. And they are a force to be reckoned with early on in the AFC. And no, the Chiefs aren't dead yet. They're 2-3. And I'll say it right now, as I say good morning to you, Shasky. Good morning to Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. Whatever you're doing, we appreciate you listening. We got a stack show here. Tuesdays, it's all football. We got Baldy, we got Bonte. We're going to get to all of it. Everyone's riding off the Kansas City Chiefs right now. Every single person. Yeah, you do that at your own risk. On October 7th, 2025, if I had money to put down on it, I would put it on the Chiefs to still win this division. I would still bet on the Kansas City Chiefs to win this. Raiders are cooked. Chargers are in shambles with all these injuries. They've had 2 back-to-back bad losses. Broncos, we'll see. Big win for them against the Eagles. But I'll believe it when I see it, when Bo Nix beats out Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid for the AFC divisional crown. I'm not putting cold water on them yet. I think yesterday was more about the Jags and Trevor Lawrence and that drive than it was the Kansas City Chiefs.
When Trevor fell on that play, the way he did, it's so different. It's a regular season game, so it doesn't have the same stakes as the other one. And he fell all the way to the ground and then got up. But it immediately jarred my memory of the 1998 wildcard game where Steve Young trips coming out of the hike, out of the snap, if you will, and throws an absolute dart to T.O. to finally beat the Green Bay Packers. Owens. Like, that is initially what I thought. Whenever I see any quarterback kind of trip coming out of the hike, if you will, that's the first thing I think of. For him to do that was incredible. Steve's talked about that play for 30 years. And one of the things that he says is, me initially tripping, if you watch, a lot of the defenders, both on the defensive line and in the secondary, kind of do a hezzy. And ever so because I think that he fell. And he believes that had he not tripped ever so slightly, that the whole coverage is different, and he maybe doesn't hit that honey hole pot shot that he did to T.O. So on the play where Trevor fell, I was thinking about what Steve Young would say, which is, I think the defense kind of because the fall is so random and so accidental, they almost stop what they're doing to adjust. And by the time Trevor gets up, and it's too little too late.
What if I told you, Joe, and you can join the participation, all you lovely listeners, all you roasters out there, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Again, 888-957-9570. What if I told you the NFC is the deeper conference right now than the AFC?
I would listen to it. I feel like with Baltimore sliding the way that they have, that takes one of the big players out of the game. And, look, Lamar's record versus the NFC is like unbelievable.
Oh, it's insane.
He only has like 2 or 3 losses in his entire career against the NFC. I think that right now you can make the case, and as we were talking about with tiers and whatnot, you've got Detroit, Philly, and I would put Tampa Bay in kind of tier 1 of the NFC. Tier 2 is incredible. Think about, what do you make of Green Bay? I don't know. Like, what do you make of them? What do you make of the Niners? I don't even know. Like, they're so injured. I don't know what to make of them.
With Mac Jones, anything is possible. That much I do know.
Now, you might laugh at this. What do you make of the Dallas Cowboys? Well,
they got an offense. I'll say that. They have an offense.
And they're doing it without CeeDee Lamb. Okay.
Yes.
What do you make of the Rams?
I think the Rams will be fine.
I don't know. I'm just throwing out these scenarios. Does anyone know what to make of the Commanders this year? I'm talking about this year. I don't. I don't know what to make of the Atlanta Falcons. So your point on Seattle Seahawks, which were in a back and forth battle with Tampa Bay over the weekend. I think that there are a variety of teams in that tier 2, tier 3 category. They could be elevated in tier 1, they could stay in tier 2, or they could completely fall off. I don't know. It feels like to me there's a clear couple of teams at the top, and then it's anybody else's ball game.
I mean, that's why the more and more I watch the NFL, and this is why it's just so good. It's, again, week-to-week league. It's a cliche. But there's so much stuff that happens in a given week that changes your perception on how you feel about a certain team going forward, whether we want to do that or not. That's why today I'm actually taking a step back, and I've had so much PTSD watching the Kansas City Chiefs for so long. I refuse to ever bury them. Kind of like with the Patriots and Belichick for all those years, Joe. Me and you were in lockstep every time.
Setting.
I am never going to throw water. Hell, even when Tom Brady, we all saw that was over in Tampa when he was like 46 years old. I was like, yeah, but you never know. It's Tom, right? And they have Mike Evans and they have all this other, you never know. That's what I'm saying with the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's all take a step back. They're 2-3. And I think everyone thought after that week 1 win for the the Los Angeles Chargers are going to run away with it. They look really good. They started 3-0 in the division. Oh my God. Well, they don't have their starting left and right tackles. Yeah. I don't care who you are. You're not going to succeed if you're going to lose them. And they just lost their rookie running back who put on IR, Omarion Hampton.
Yeah.
So take a step back. The 49ers, just like the Rams, I'm not putting cold water on them yet. And the Niners, they're hot right now. Let's see what it looks like against Tampa Bay. And I think this is going to be the best offense they will have faced this year. The way that Baker's playing, hell, it's week 5, so it's kind of silly to talk about the MVP discussion. But if there was an MVP right now, if I had a vote, which I don't, probably go to Baker Mayfield. He's been incredible.
Look, we're a third of the way, give or take, through the season. And there's just a lot we don't know. Like right now, Minnesota, I think they look a lot better with Carson Wentz. I know everyone wants to laugh at Carson Wentz. Look around the league. Redemption stories galore. So every time you want to throw dirt on somebody, they like the Undertaker come bounding out of the casket, and the next thing you know, the guy throws for 4,000 yards. See Sam Darnold.
I mean, I think it was a great example last night, and that's kind of what I want to jump in here to this quarterback conversation and being too quick to write off quarterbacks as we're witnessing Mac Jones' resurgence here at the San Francisco 49ers. I think a great litmus test for all this is Trevor Lawrence. Now, you might still think he might not live up to being the number 1 overall pick, and some saying he's one of the greatest prospects of all time and all of that. That's fine. But you can't tell me that he is not the perfect example of why coaching in the NFL matters.
If he had Liam Cohen from day 1, I think he'd be way farther along.
Way farther. But who do you have year 1, Joe?
Was it Urban Meyer year 1?
Thank you.
Yeah.
One of the absolute dumpster fires of the century when it comes to coaching.
Jim Tomsula was a better NFL coach than Urban Meyer.
And
that's a real sentence.
I wouldn't debate you. The only company that
I still can't believe that.
The only company that Urban Meyer has when it comes to worst coaching jobs at the NFL level I've ever seen, Bobby Petrino with the neck brace, just leaving the note in the locker room for the Atlanta Falcons. Nathaniel Hackett, who I don't think was a bad person, just clearly in over his head when he was in Denver with Russell Wilson, that albatross of a contract. That was horrible. And that's it. And of this century, when I think of the worst coaching jobs I've ever seen, it's up there. And that's what Trevor Lawrence was handed. I don't care how generational you are as a talent. If you don't have good coaching, you will not succeed.
No.
It could have been Andrew Luck. It could have been John Elway. It could have been Dan Marino. It could have been Joe Montana. Whoever you think is the Tom Brady. You are handed an awful situation as a rookie. More often than not, you are going to be bad. That's just how it works. It's almost never you could rise above the ineptitude of an organization as a rookie. It's almost unfathomable. So what happens when Trevor Lawrence gets competent coaching with Doug Peterson? I know how it ended, but Doug Peterson, I think, is a legitimate, or at least was a legitimate head coach coming out of Philadelphia, winning a Super Bowl there, having success with Nick Foles, having success with Carson Wentz when he was an MVP candidate. He had success, and he brought legitimacy to that organization that desperately needed it. And then they went to the playoffs immediately and won a game from behind, being down against the Chargers and Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa and Justin Herbert and Brandon Staley and all of that. And then they put up a fight against the Chiefs and they lose. And then what happens? They regress. 2 years in a row, it's not good. And the offensive coaching, it looks like Trevor regressed. It was all bad. And they clean house, get rid of Trent Baalke. And now you're seeing the third iteration of Trevor Lawrence in a new offense. Again, a new offense for this guy. And he's succeeding right now. And he's still making mistakes and he's still learning. But that's also what I'm seeing from Mac Jones, and it's so refreshing. It's Mac Jones 3.0, right? You saw him in New England. You saw some success. Saw him take a step back. And it was awful because the situation was awful. Then he goes to be a backup in Jacksonville. As I just mentioned, the last couple of years of Jacksonville, bad. And he wasn't good because of that. Now you got competent coaching around him in a competent infrastructure. And this looks like a perfect marriage right now. And when I say marriage, relax, all right? They can take a step back and insert Brock Purdy whenever he's healthy. We'll get into that conversation, I promise, with Baldy at 7:30 and Bonte at 8 o'clock today.
I actually have a thought on that.
Yeah, what is your thought?
Let me ask you guys a question, Niner fans. What's the longest win streak during the Kyle Shanahan era? Anybody?
Oh, was it that 8-0? 8 games in a row? Yes, that's my
To start yes. The 2019 season, they went off. They were undefeated at one point. But the longest one since then has been a 6-game win streak.
Okay.
From weeks 8 through 13, all right, in the 2019 season. And where I'm going at with this is that I'm looking at the quarterback play, and I'm saying to myself, right now, teams win and lose, right? But there's something to be had with the momentum that they've got going on right now. The season, we want to say, oh, it's super long. It's week to week. And you got to ride the momentum, and you got to ride the wave. And I look at this team right now, and for whatever reason, they're humming, both offensively in terms of the pass game with a bunch of nobodies, and then the team feels very connected camaraderie-wise. I think you need to bottle this up and ride it out as long as you can. And where I'm going is this. Mac Jones is my quarterback until he loses a game. Forget even talking about Purdy. This means nothing about Purdy. This is all about Mac Jones. This has nothing to do with the contract. This has nothing to do with big picture. I don't want to talk about next year or later on down this year. I'm just riding the Mac Jones wave until he loses a game. And then when he loses a game, all right, we'll pivot right back over to Purdy, or we'll see where he's at in terms of his health-wise and all that. Like right now, Mac Jones is the quarterback until he loses. I think, and I know it's teams win and lose. I'm not trying to pin it all on him. He's not the main reason why they're winning and losing games, but he's a reason, okay? Teams win and lose. And for right now, whatever reason, this team has got some positive momentum going. And it feels like the most momentum they've had in multiple years. I think you need to ride the wave as long as you can. And I know people are going to disagree with me, and they're going to, get all in their emotions and their feelings about Brock Purdy. Brock is the big picture quarterback, but for right now, devoid of how you feel about Brock Purdy long term or later on in the season, I'm riding the wave with Mac Jones. I'm just going to keep going with Mac until he loses a game. How can you not? How can you not? What are you going to put this guy on the bench? To me, this is very equivalent of, hey, it's the 5th inning or the 4th inning of a baseball game, and this guy's humming right now, my pitcher, and I'm not taking the ball out of his hands. The other dugout wants to see someone different, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ride it out until a couple of runners get on base and we give up some runs. And so I think that you got to just stick with Mac Jones for the time being. And if he beats Tampa Bay, like, even if Brock is 100% healthy, how can you go back for the right now? Like, if this guy beats Tampa Bay and this team goes out there and executes and they look good on offense and they knock off Tampa Bay, who right now is one of the better teams in the league, I don't see how you could stop the momentum. I'm not saying that you don't go back to Purdy at some point. What I'm saying is I'm riding the Mac Jones wave. This is all about Mac and the offense and everything that's going on right now, and I'm just trying to keep the positive momentum. And I know that's going to trigger a lot of people, and they're going to get all up in their feelings, and that's totally fine. I've seen this before with the Niners, all right? With Kaepernick and Alex Smith, you ride the wave, and it works in season. I'll worry about later on down the year. Now, if Mac gets injured, things take care of itself, right? If Mac loses a game, we go back. Right? If he has a 3 or 4 turnover game and the team still wins, all right, now we make a move. But right now, like, look what he's doing with nobody else out there. For whatever reason, it's working. All right? It's working. So I don't care about the money invested. I don't care about, his status within the team. I'm riding it week to week. And as long as Mac Jones keeps winning, I'm sticking with Mac Jones.
888-957-9570. You heard Shasky right there. He's riding the hot hand. Niner fans, are you riding the hot hand with Mac Jones? Are you sticking with Mac as long as he is winning? And at that first loss,
and they're looking good.
Because
you win a game.
Okay, so that's the stipulation. Okay,
because look, I want to be fair here. Like, there's context with everything, right? You win a game and you're throwing 2-3 picks and you're fumbling the ball in the pocket, or you're hurt and you can't suit up. Like, that's a different conversation. But I think we've got to ride the hot hand here. Like, the season's not long. I know we think it's really long. It's week to week, and every week that he goes out there and wins a game, A, it buys you more time for Brock's eventual return, and B, like, you're just trying to stack wins. On a good year, what do you win, 12, 13 games?
Yeah.
Guys won 3 games this year. Let's say he wins 4 or 5 over the, what I'm saying, overall.
That'll be huge.
Dude, you take that to the bank and you cash it.
Absolutely.
You cash it.
Buccaneers, Falcons, Texans in the month of October. That's a tough stretch. Like, those are all like legitimate teams right there that have had some solid wins this season. Obviously, the Bucs being the best of the bunch. Don't know quite yet what to make of the Atlanta Falcons. The Texans have been a playoff team the last couple seasons. They've been kind of up and down with C.J. Stroud, who, by the way, said he's feeling older already. He doesn't even feel like he's in his prime anymore, even though he's 23 years old. Might have been the weirdest quote I saw over the weekend. But you're riding the hot hand with Mac Jones. Niner fans, are you riding the hot hand with him? Listen, if Brock Purdy is healthy, and that's the big question for me, Joe, is he ever going to be healthy this season? I don't know. I have no idea if this turf toe variant is ever going to go away. I have no way of knowing that. That being said, it's a great problem to have, leaning on Mac Jones. If I can get Brock closer, an inch closer every single week to getting to that 100% mark, which I don't think he'll reach, but can he be 90%? Can he be 90% of Brock Purdy? Because what we saw against the Jags, Joe, was not 90%.
No.
That was like 75%, 70%. I don't know what percentage you want to say. It wasn't good enough. And it was clear he was compromised. It was clear he was unsure of himself. He didn't have that confidence. He didn't have the decisiveness. And it cost them that win. By the way, that loss I'm not feeling as bad about after watching the Jags do what they did last night. I think that's a good team. I think Jags are going to the playoffs. Now, that being said, it doesn't take away the sting of it because you were in that game and had a chance to steal it late And I think that was due to Jacksonville being boneheaded. A lot of those, and Trevor Lawrence in particular, still doing some crazy things. Also picking his nose on the sideline. But are you with Joe Shasky here, Niner fans? Are you riding the hot hand with Mac Jones? If Mac keeps winning, you keep starting him. It's that simple.
As a starting quarterback, he's got the longest win streak since 2023 when they won 6 in a row. They won 11 in a row in 2022. Like, think about that. So he's got 3-0 right now. Last year, you didn't win back-to-back games. Now, I'm not saying it's all on the quarterback,
that's crazy.
but you have to ride the hot hand here in this situation. I know it's crazy they didn't win back-to-back games last year.
That's insane, actually.
It's been multiple years. Like, guys, we're overthinking this. You just, week to week, you ride the hot hand, and when the hand cools down and doesn't play well, or you lose a game or whatever, like, all right, then we'll have the conversation. I'm sticking with Mac for the time being. And if you disagree, I want to hear with you. Like, I want to have let's have a legitimate intellectual debate regarding this.
People are fired up on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. We'll get some calls in here, and also hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming. You can see these lovely, lovely faces. Also the likes of Brian Baldinger at 7:30. Every single Tuesday at 7:30, Baldy Breakdowns, courtesy of River Islands, and also Bonte Hill in studio from 8 to 10. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Moderna. Damon in the dump truck, all your calls, all of your texts coming up on the other side. Are we riding the hot hand of Mac Jones? If the 49ers keep winning and Mac Jones keeps looking good, you can't bench this guy, right? On 95.7 The Game.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in the San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. Need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. The Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and so much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
already tax relief.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
This is a certified hood classic.
Dude, Jimmy Butler knows my name. It's pretty cool. Jimmy Butler III, by the way.
Hell no.
Dubs back in action mañana preseason against the Portland Trailblazers. Niners back in action Sunday. Tampa Bay, not Scampa Bay, as previously called here on these airwaves by me. They are not a scam. They are good, very good. That rookie receiver, Egbuka, he's rookie of the year right now, right? If Baker's the MVP, this guy's the offensive rookie of the year.
Oh, who cares?
All due respect to Ashton Genty and co. This guy's been incredible. He makes a one-handed catch, it seems, every other week. Baker is playing with his hair on fire. He's got swag. The only thing that makes this matchup against the Niners this Sunday, Joe, not as compelling as I wish Nick Bosa was out there, because we know Nick loves to go at Baker ever since that Monday Night Football game once upon a time. Planting the flag, Baker, you good? I'm going to miss that. But the fact that Mac Jones is playing this well and seeing Baker on the other side and his redemption arc coming full circle, the way he's been playing, he was written off in his career. And, you know, I'm not saying quite yet that Mac Jones is on that level. He's not. He like Baker has won, taking his team to the playoffs. Like, Mac Jones is a backup currently. So I do want to have some perspective here. But you posed it to the audience before we hit the break at 888-957-9570 that you're riding the hot hand with Mac Jones as starting quarterback of the 49ers. If they keep winning, you stick with Mac. Now, you were a little nuanced with it. He's like, listen, if he throws a couple pick sixes and looks god-awful, maybe you have some conversations. But the fact that he's playing so well affords you some time letting your actual guy that you have $200+ million attributed to, Brock Purdy, allows him to rest a little bit more and get more healthy as the weeks go on. So it's a good problem to have. And people are fired up about it on the text line. I want to read one to you, can I? On the Boxing Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 925. This is to you. Shasky, what other starting quarterback in the NFL would you use this tactic on? If you were going to do that, they shouldn't have paid Brock Purdy to a long-term contract. Sports, man.
I think that the injury has thrown a monkey wrench into the season. I'm talking about the injury for Brock Purdy. So, like, who would I do this with? Like Lamar Jackson, I would do. If his hamstring was so bad that I was worried about him re-aggravating it and potentially messing himself up for years to come, yeah, I would be more prudent. Like, look right now, Baltimore's 1-4, I believe. They're going to play the LA Rams this upcoming weekend. I mean, they're not rushing back Lamar Jackson just to win some games. Like, they're being very prudent because this is their long-term investment.
Yep.
Similarly with Brock Purdy, like he needs to get fully healthy. So now obviously the circumstances are different. One guy is probably going straight to the Hall of Fame. Brock Purdy doesn't have the resume that Lamar Jackson has. But I just know that win streaks and a team within a season having a little run, they're very rare. Like, they're very, very rare. And so 3 or 4 game win streaks get you into the playoffs.
You know, now I'm thinking about it, you mentioned it. The Minnesota comp isn't bad, like with what's going on. J.J. McCarthy is a legitimate investment within that organization. He is like...
Yeah, Carson Wentz has played better than him.
Yeah, no, he has.
Yeah, and he's probably going to keep the job.
Well, that's...
But they don't have, like there's a difference between a draft pick and a couple $100 million. That I acknowledge.
No, for sure. For sure. It's not like, let me be clear. It's not like for like the same, but if you're trying to find something that comes close to that comparison around the NFL to the 925's point, I do think the Minnesota one's interesting because we have an example from last season where it worked to their benefit. Now, the difference was McCarthy had surgery, tore his meniscus in the preseason. He was out the entire season. But I'm pretty sure McCarthy just has an ankle sprain that he can probably come back from. Maybe he's not healthy enough. Maybe they're keeping him under wraps, I should say, longer than he needs to be. But he's clearly an investment within that organization that they need to see on the field. Because what you don't want is a Trey Lance situation, which that might become if he can't get on the field and his body betrays him. So that's the only other example I could kind of think of riding the hot hand and maybe not going back if you keep winning. But that's only because, you know, McCarthy, and as you've mentioned, he doesn't have $200 million, and he doesn't have the body of work that Brock clearly had.
So, like, I think we get jaded because we're so used to having this unbelievably talented team that can dominate for months on end. 2019, they open up, they go 8 in a row, okay? Then 4 in a row to end the year in 2019. In 2022, they won 12 in a row. Now, Brock was a part of that.
Yeah.
Right? And Brock was part of why they stuck with Brock was riding the hot hand.
Yep.
Right? You know, you weren't going to bring someone in from the outside. The guy was playing lights out. 2023, for as great as they were, they won 5 in a row and they won 6 in a row. And I'm including the postseason in there. 3 in a row is nothing to scoff at. So, you know, you win this weekend, that's 4 in a row for Mac and the team. I don't think you can go backwards for the time being. And also the caveat of Brock Purdy having to deal with the toe injury, and now it's a tolerance thing, and it's going to depreciate every time he goes out there. Why not stick with the hot hand if you can keep this other guy getting healthier and healthier and healthier on the sidelines? I think it accomplishes 2 things simultaneously.
Damon is in the dump truck, 888-957-9570.
People are way too emotional regarding Purdy overall and his status with the team. His status is cemented. They've invested in him. This is for the right now.
We're emotional about quarterbacks in the NFL, Joe? No, especially in San Francisco. That can't be. Damon.
I just want to win this weekend.
You riding the hot hand with Mac Jones as your starter?
And I'm definitely playing a hot hand, and I feel like you're absolutely right. People are emotional. Like, and one thing that you said the other day, Shasky, like me, I'm a Niner fan.
Exactly.
I'm a Niner fan first and foremost. Not a Purdy fan, not a Mac fan. I was a fan before these guys showed up. You know, so I want the best guy out there that's going to give my team the best chance to win. And right now, unquestionably, that is Mac Jones. He's playing hot ball. The team, I feel, has like molded around him, and you know they're riding with him. They're riding with him, and so you definitely got to ride that wave. I feel like right now, Mac Jones is playing better ball than Purdy played even all of last year. Really, I mean, there's 2 Purdys. You have prime Purdy, which was 22, 23 seasons. And then you had third Purdy, which is last year, and really the beginning of this year. And so right now, Mac coming in, playing hot ball, man, you run that. You run that until the other defenses figure him out. And then, then maybe you bring in Purdy and you see what he has.
Exactly.
Thanks, Damon.
I think people are so emotionally invested into one player that it jades their feelings on these things. Like, look, the reality is that you're going to go back to him at some point. No one's saying it's Mac's job forever. We're saying for right now, as this guy nurses an injury in Brock Purdy, I think that the Mac Jones, and again, it's not like I'm some Mac Jones truther. Joe, you've been working with me long enough.
I know. I had to talk you into it week 2 when he thought the season might have been over with the turf toe.
I'm not some Mac Jones truther that wants to see the demise of Brock Purdy. Dude, when Brock Purdy balled out, I gave him love. They didn't win back-to-back games last year.
You loved Brock.
I still love Brock.
Yeah.
But right now, he's not healthy, right? And so teams win and lose. Right now, the team, for whatever reason, is responding to Mac Jones in a positive way, and he's playing really well. I'm just going to ride that wave. I don't understand why it has to be, all this pent up, that means you shouldn't have paid Brock. That means you don't like Brock. That means you think Mac Jones is worth this. No. I'm just riding the hot hand, and I'm seeing how far it could take me.
888-957-9570. We got Jacob. We got Jeff. We got a lot of people that want to join the conversation. Are you riding the hot hand with Mac Jones as your starting quarterback? As long as they keep winning, you're staying with Mac.
Well, and he has to play well. If they win a game and the defense holds Tampa Bay to 3 points and he turns the ball over in the red zone.
If he throws a pick six.
Exactly. We're going to have a different conversation. But he's playing really well right now, and I think it buys the team more time. And for the time being, as Purdy is nursing the injury, I'm in no rush to go to him. I'm just going to ride the hot hand, and when we hit a wave and we fall off the surfboard, I got Purdy waiting in the wings.
By the way, did you catch the Manning cast last night? Fred Warner on it in the fourth quarter.
I missed that. I was so tired last night with the little guy.
Yeah.
He fell asleep in my arm, and I had the game on mute, and I was doing my own commentary in my head till I passed out.
You were Troy Aikman.
I survived the zombie apocalypse. Michelle returned home late last night, early this morning. So, yeah.
And I'm afraid it's going to have to be Joe Shasky to get it done. Devin Lloyd had a 99-yard pick six on Patrick Mahomes. Might have been one of the worst decisions I've seen Patrick Mahomes make.
He's got 4 interceptions this year.
He's been unreal. He's like,
Niners have 0. The Niners have 0. He has 4.
But Fred Warner was asked about that yesterday. He's like, that's his dream as a defensive player, is to have a 99-yard pick six. That's what he wants to accomplish. Not the MVP, not the defensive player of the year. No, I want a 99-yard touchdown.
You guys are all too young. If I say Lee Woodall, do you know what
I know the name.
He looked like Evander Holyfield. That's number one. Number 2, there was I think it was Monte's going to come raging in.
Was it the fumble that popped up and they got it and they returned?
And he ran 99 yards. And it was against, I believe, the Denver Broncos, either on Monday Night Football and it was, right at the goal line, kind of like the Trevor Lawrence play last night. But 2 guys met each other, and Lee Woodall, it's one of the plays of all plays. It's very reminiscent of the Bowman play, pick at the stick.
You just look up Lee Woodall on Google, and there's just a picture of him on the sideline with a bandage on his schnoz.
He was badass, dude.
And a bandage on his forehead. Guy was just bloodied up.
He wore 54 before Fred Warner, and I'm telling you, it's one of the great plays all time in 49er history.
So we got some calls we're going to get to. We'll talk about Mac Jones. I also want to ask you, Joe, what compels you the most to want to ride the hot hand with Mac Jones? Is it the play? Is it Purdy and the injury? I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side, plus the callers.
I have
and the
something
text.
specific I want to answer with that.
And also, Brian Baldinger, 7:30 in studio. Tuesdays here on The Roast. Best show in the Bay Area, bar none. All football. We'll get into some Warriors as well with Bonte, who's going to be in studio from 8 to 10. And it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Tying up at least two of the right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Has multiple lanes closed.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers, where now's a great time to trade for the best on new Honda. Get more for your trade and into an affordable HRV at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to the Joes on the morning roast. Hey, Joe, I totally think you're winning the debates today.
We're not really debating too hard today, Mark, but appreciate you.
Where you stand on this? I say that the Niners should just stick with Mac until he loses a game where he has a poor performance. And I think you got to ride it out. What do you think?
I think if Brock Purdy is healthy and the Niners tell us he's healthy and he's no longer limited in practice, that he will come back and that would be the right move.
So you're, no matter what, Purdy, as long as he's healthy, you're going straight to him.
Yeah, I think he's earned that right. And Brock, I think, has learned now that he needs to go through the entire process and push himself a little harder just to make sure that he is not compromised on Sunday, because clearly he rushed himself back. The organization rushed him back against the Jags, and it wasn't good. And it's good that Mac Jones has been playing well, but I've seen this story before where the guy comes in and he looks good and looks hot. He has the hot hand. It's almost like the Ryan Fitzpatrick effect, because Ryan Fitzpatrick did this a lot in his career, where it would be Fitzmagic, and then what happened? It would be Fitztragic. That's what happened. That could easily happen with Mac Jones, and then thankfully he's won you 3 games. So this is where I'm at, Joe. If he does anything else after this, it's gravy for Mac Jones.
It's already gravy.
As a backup, no, seriously, that's what I'm saying. As a backup, he's won 3. He's 3-0. If he loses the next 3 and that's how long it takes, I can't be mad at him. He's a backup, right? Right?
I mean, look, right now he's just playing really well. I understand the whole big picture and go to Brock, and he's not going to be healthy this year.
I guess I just don't buy that a healthy Mac Jones and a healthy Brock Purdy, Mac Jones is better than him. I guess I'm just not buying that. But the flip side of that would be, is Brock ever going to be healthy
I think that's kind of where I come down on it.
And I understand that, but I can only go with what the doctors tell me. If the doctors and Shanny and Brock, although they said this before, they all write off on him and then say he's good and he's good to go, I have to just go with that. Now,
how can you look at those guys? And I'm asking, let's say they win this weekend. They beat Tampa Bay this weekend. All right. And you've now, won 4 in a row with this guy. You're feeling great. And I'm looking at the schedule here. You got the Atlanta Falcons and the Houston Texans. Hypothetically, okay? Let's say Brock misses this weekend and next weekend.
Okay.
So you will have now 5 in a row with Mac Jones at starting quarterback. You're facing the Houston Texans on the road. You're just going right to Purdy? You're going to look everybody in the eye. Hey, I know we're on a 5-game win streak with this guy. We're going to go back in that direction. I think it's easier said than done.
Why would that be hard? Brock Purdy's taken this team to a Super Bowl. That's what has Mac Jones done that even equals to Brock Purdy what he's accomplished as a 49ers quarterback? I'm just going off
form right now. He's playing really good.
Okay, but at their form peak, Brock Purdy was an MVP.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo took this team to a Super Bowl.
He did.
And,
but we all
you had no
that
problem turning the page to Brock Purdy, obviously in season because Jimmy wasn't going to return, but also in that following offseason, we went straight to Brock Purdy. And so, I don't know, man. I think you got to ride the hot hand week to week.
Well, I guess I disagree with the notion that the locker room's going to have a problem going back to Brock Purdy. As Adam Schefter said yesterday on ESPN on Pat McAfee show, this is still Brock Purdy's team.
Personally, he's been unbelievable. And I think people were surprised at how well he's played, but the environment has elevated his performance. And there aren't a lot of people who would have thought on Thursday Night Football in front of Big Wit and Fitzy there that Mac Jones would have led that team to the victory that he did. But they've rebuilt him, they've reprogrammed him, and he's playing the way that they thought he would when he left Alabama, and they considered taking him. They initially traded up with the idea that they were going to pick him, and fell in love with Trey Lance along the process. Now Mac is back there playing exceptionally well. No, I still think it is absolutely Brock Purdy's job. I don't even think it's a question. Mac Jones did say the right things because I think that's the real situation right now where he's going to be in a situation where he's called upon when Brock's not playing and he'll step in and play the way he did. It was fantastic. And he's got a 2-year contract. So he's going to be there for a couple of years unless all of a sudden he's got value. But Brock Purdy, they just paid, and he's going to be the guy.
You referenced the Super Bowl. There's only 2 guys on defense that were on that Super Bowl team.
Okay.
Fred Warner and Deommodore Lenoir. So I think it's a locker room filled of...
And Nick Bosa.
But Bosa's not coming back.
I know.
Bosa's not coming back.
That's a big presence.
2 years ago in the NFL might as well have been like a lifetime ago. I don't know. I think you got to ride the hot hand. Then look, when they because they're going to lose a game. We all know that. And he'll have a poor performance at some point. When that happens... You go right back to Brock Purdy.
Why did you just bring the defense? Only 2 players on the defense remain. What about the offense?
Well, the offense has a ton of new players as well. Trent Williams and Jake Brendel and Colt McKivitz. Those are returning guys from the Super Bowl. McCaffrey. But
George Kittle.
Yeah, okay, sure.
And if Brandon Ayuk comes back this season, it's another guy.
Okay. But Joe.
Juwan Jennings.
The more starters than not.
There was a lot of people that were still on this 49ers team that were in the Super Bowl.
I've lived long enough to see everyone swear by Jimmy Garoppolo and then write him off as soon as Brock Purdy showed up. I've seen a lot of people like Vernon Davis swear on Alex Smith and then immediately write him off for Colin Kaepernick. Guys go with who gets them paid and who helps them win.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the fact that Brock has won so many big games in the playoffs, I think is where a lot of fans are like, yeah, Brock did it when it really...
No one's saying that his status big term, long term. I think you're getting too long term with this. No one's saying long term, big picture, he's not the guy. I'm saying against Atlanta and Houston. If you're on a win streak... Yeah, I'm just going to stick with Mac.
Yeah, I'm just disagreeing with the notion that the locker room is going to have a problem going back to Brock Purdy. I don't foresee that being an issue. We could ask Baldy about it. He's been in locker rooms in about 35 minutes.
We can disagree on that.
Jacob in Alabama, I wonder if he's a Mac Jones fan from Roll Tide University. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, how's it going? I'm actually from Modesto. I just moved out here. Love the show, fellas. So I agree with Shasky. I do want to stick with the hot hand because, we've seen it in history. Just you can have your investment. We all watched the Cowboy doc. Everybody knew Troy was better, but they rode the hot hand. We've seen it with Bledsoe and Brady. Brady was a hot hand. Who knows? What if Mac Jones goes on a Nick Foles run? We don't know, but they stuck with the hot hand. So I'm with Shasky. I want to stick with the hot hand because I'm a Niner fan first.
Okay, that's Jacob in Alabama. So he's a Niner fan. No one's saying you're not a Niner fan if you like Brock Purdy and you want Brock to start when he comes back, or if you like Mac Jones, you want to stick with, no one's attacking your fandom here. I want to get that clear. There is no wrong answers in this. The fact that Mac is playing so well and you want to ride the hot hand, that makes sense. And the quarterback he's referring to in that doc, obviously, Steve Berline taking over for Troy Aikman in the 90s and then going all the way to the playoffs, and they stuck with him and then they lost and the fall. And then obviously the Cowboys go on one of the greatest runs we've seen in the 90s. So, it's funny that we talk about, Mac Jones and Brock and if the locker room's going to care, if they're going to be upset. And this is where I'm at.
I didn't say the locker room was going to be upset. I'm just saying I know
they're going to look at it differently, right?
Because, Joe, I've been on teams where we're like, why are you going with that guy? We're humming right now. Don't mess with this.
You think the best version of this Niners team
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying right now we're on a win streak. We haven't been on a win streak in multiple years. Okay? We're taking it week to week. And as long as we're winning, we don't want to change anything. Then once we stop winning, all right, we can go in a different direction. That's the way I'm viewing it.
I see. Once they stop winning, it's going to be interesting. What if the win streak is I don't know, all the way through November? Then it gets a little
Okay, so you're.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
That's fine.
Well, no, I'm just saying. You're saying as long as there's a win streak happening, but if it gets to a point where you 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row, and then automatically just go back to Purdy, I don't that's where it starts to get.
Okay, so you're kind of with me then, I guess. To a degree.
Yes and no. I understand. I'm being Steiny here.
Yeah, I don't know where you're at.
Well, I'm enjoying them winning football. I can enjoy Mac Jones while also say, yeah, when Brock's back, you go back to him. I don't think that's a hot take. Is what I'm saying. When Brock's healthy, you go back to the guy. Even if Mac Jones has won 4 or 5 in a row, great. But if he's still not healthy and you go on like 8, 9, 10, then that's clear.
So I guess I would ask you to define healthy.
That's clear that Brock isn't healthy enough if they're allowing Mac to win all those games is what I'm saying.
So just define healthy, because it sounds like from people who are in the know, I don't know where his foot's at. It sounds like he's going to be dealing with this all year.
Week to week. So like, yes, it sounds like
so if he's week to week, why wouldn't I be week to week with Mac Jones's performances, knowing that if he is compromised, he hasn't played well, right? When Brock has been compromised, he hasn't played well. And I don't think it's not a knock. Like, his foot is messed up. It sucks. Like, it really does suck. Like, it does. I actually really feel for him. Like, it does suck. You think he wants to be hurt right now? No. He has unbelievable pride. You know that a guy wants to work his butt off and get out onto the field. Now, if Mac gets hurt, now we have a different conversation, because Mac has been dealing with a knee injury. Now, if Mac underperforms, yeah, we go right back to him. I'm just saying I'm keeping it as simple as possible. I'm riding the hot hand until a poor performance or until we lose.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're riding the Mac Jones hot hand conversation because, you know what? It's not a quarterback controversy. It's just nice to watch a redemption arc, Joe. And I don't know where this redemption arc leads, but we were talking about on the call today, and yesterday, I should say, about why we love redemption stories in America. And I do think, as Baker Mayfield's going to be the opposition this week, we love Baker getting humbled in a sense, right? He got humbled when he went to Carolina and he flamed out with the Cleveland Browns.
We almost but I'm saying America, it felt like, was rooting against him because he got so many commercials so quick, so early on. It was like, no, we are not. Remember, he had more commercials than Mahomes and Brady and all these guys. He had been in the league for 5 seconds.
Yeah, he was the progressive guy. He had more commercials than Win, Sammy. He did at one point. It was him living in the Cleveland Browns stadium. Remember those ads?
And they were funny, but I think a lot of people thought he was given too much too soon.
We thought it was another Johnny Manziel. I think that's what we thought. Like, Baker,
he was just so much better in the NFL than Johnny.
No. I understand that. But early on in his Browns tenure, attitude, he had all the commercials. Yeah. It's like, okay. There's a video of him getting running away from the cops, Joe. Like, there was a notion about Baker being like, this guy's a knucklehead and he doesn't get it. And he's talking smack and he's planting flags. He's doing the dances. People don't like that. And then he got humbled. And then we're all like, see, this is what we were expecting. And then, he was out of sight, out of mind. And then he revitalized his career. Going to, who was it? The Rams, taking over there for a little bit, winning a game on short notice on Thursday Night Football.
I still can't believe he did that.
It was insane. Well, I can, because he's going up against the Raiders. It's a different conversation. And it was Josh McDaniels. So just don't. I'm going to go to a dark place here.
I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do
this
that.
to me. I don't want to go there.
That throw, I'll never forget that throw. I mean, if he doesn't make that throw, he might not be in the league. I
remember Baldy was in studio at the old building the day after, and I was like distraught for that whole pregame show. I just couldn't gather my thoughts. I still can't right now, but that's what we love in America, the redemption story. And maybe we'll see that again. We saw it with Sam Darnold last year. Maybe we'll see that with Mac Jones if he truly does go on a little bit of a run here with the Niners. I don't know where it'll go, where it leads, but let's just ride that hot hand. And where are Niner fans at riding with Mac Jones and kind of being the feel-good story this year? I think him and Daniel Jones right now are the two best stories in the NFL. I mean, how could you not be rooting for this? How could you not
I think Daniel Jones is probably the best story in the NFL at the quarterback position in terms of redemption, but Mac Jones ain't far behind him.
He's not.
I think a lot of people are taking victory laps on their initial opinions of Mac Jones, whether it be coming out in the draft, which they should, right? Coming out in the draft, or the whole Shanahan and Mac would have made sweet love. Not that he was necessarily, the lock pick or whatever, but just that they would be good together. Like, they are good together. It's humming. I think one thing that's pretty evident to me, the passing game, because of the offensive line being what it is right now, you got to get rid of the ball quickly.
Right.
And the thing I just didn't know that Mac could do, because I knew Brock has done it before in the past, and I think Mac's doing it better than Brock right now, getting rid of the ball quickly and identifying where the pressures are coming from and not running into sacks. Obviously, this offensive line stinks in terms of pass protection, and you can give me all the PFF grades you want, but I'm just not buying it. But I'll give Mac this. Like, he has evaded the big mistakes over and over and over again. He's kept them on schedule a lot right now. And because you don't have a running game, if he's taking a sack here and there, think of how more difficult the passing game would be right now. And it just feels Like the passing game's kind of humming right now.
That was the big knock against Mac leading into this season when we talked to all those people, whether it was Jermaine Wiggins that covered him in Boston, whether it was Rick Ballou who covered him over in Jacksonville for their flagship station, whether it was all these people that we had on in week 2 when we thought Brock was going to be out for a little bit. They all said, yes, mistakes. He just makes boneheaded mistakes. This is from September 11th, a month ago. Rick Ballou, who covers the Jags for their flagship station, I know they're loving life this morning. That's what he had to say about Mac Jones's mistakes.
His mistakes are plentiful. Let's be honest about that. He's very inconsistent, doesn't take care of the ball. He's got accuracy issues. But there are times he'll surprise you. He can throw the ball. He can make a play. It's just not consistent. And, he really got an opportunity here a year ago. He played basically the second half of the season when Trevor Lawrence went down. You look at his numbers, they're okay percentage-wise, but here's a way that I would define Mac Jones. He may be the best passer in the world if it's 3rd and 11, and he throws the football 4 yards.
And that has, again, been like the polar opposite of the Mac Jones we have seen. And I think that has a lot to do with coaching. That has a lot to do with him getting reps with some of these guys in the preseason and not getting thrust in there, halfway through the season and getting yanked and pulled and in and out and just being a part of a dumpster fire organization what the Jags were last year. You can just see already after that win last night how much more polished and cleaned up they look with Liam Cohen as their head coach as opposed to Doug Peterson and company. So it matters. And I will agree with you on this, Joe. The fact that they can't run the ball right now, there is a conversation of whether or not Brock Purdy can succeed without a running game at this as a just a pure pocket passer going forward. I don't think that's a hot take. So
say that again. So that I can comprehend this fully.
I don't believe. Let me take a step back. I want to be careful here.
Okay, yeah.
I want to be careful.
What are you careful of? What are you afraid of?
I'm the Twitter fingers and everyone going down my road and the damn mosquitoes.
I just think everyone's way oversensitive on everything. We're all we're overthinking this. I want the team to win. Right now, Mac's on a heater. I'm rolling with Mac. When he has a dud or the team loses, all right, I'm going right back to Purdy.
I have question marks about whether or not Brock Purdy can succeed if you take away the running game and he has to be a pure passer going forward.
Well,
I have question marks about that.
So he's only
His only success, his legitimate success, has been tied to an individual named Christian McCaffrey in the running game. That's a big component. Now, the Greg Coselles of the world will tell me, hey, you take away the running game from any quarterback, they're going to struggle.
Sure.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to struggle the way that I've seen Brock Purdy struggle. And I think a lot of those other quarterbacks might have better arm talent to overcome that. Has Mac Jones had a good running attack the last 3 games that he started?
I mean, no.
Has he been able to overcome that with his arm?
Yeah, the team has overcome it. Yeah, absolutely.
I think there is a question there in regards to if this is a pass-first offense going forward, which of those quarterbacks is more accustomed to do that? And who
so let's say you lose a shootout to Tampa Bay this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. And Purdy goes, I'm healthy, and you can't run the ball at all. You get another, 22 carries for 55 yards for CMC. You go right back to Purdy?
Well, I think you have to if he's healthy. Yes. Because he's earned the right to lose the job from, being a starter. And I don't think he's going to lose the job within this season. I don't think outside of him having a season-ending injury, which I don't want to happen, I don't think he loses the job to Mac Jones this year. Let me be very clear. But I have question marks about his ability to overcome the lack of a running game from within the pocket. Is that fair?
Yeah. I just, I think you're talking about style of play, and I think this is actually an interesting comp. We look at Draymond Green today, and it's like, Hall of Famer, day one, amazing.
Oh, that wasn't the case. Yeah.
David Lee was one of the best Warriors we had in a decade.
He was an all-star.
He was the first all-star in 2 decades for the Warriors. He hurt himself at the end of a year with Mark Jackson, and Draymond got to kind of fill in down the stretch. And Draymond was solid off the bench, but no one knew what he would become. He was such a tweener, and at the time, tweeners were kind of like a no-go in the NBA, especially at the power forward position. And at the beginning of the following year, Steve Kerr's first year, David Lee had the hamstring injury or whatever it was, and they ended up going with Draymond Green. They couldn't go back. Now, that's it. That's an extreme example, right? And in basketball, you can sub guys in and out or whatever, but they ended up basically just going with Draymond Green, and they've never looked back, right? And they've never looked back. Their style of play during the Curry era has been defined also by the way Draymond plays, is it not?
Yeah.
David Lee, though a good player and probably could adjust, I don't think Curry would have evolved the same way had he played alongside of him. Would you agree with that?
Fair enough. So stylistically, how Curry's
David liked to have the ball in his hands.
Yeah, he was more
and he was a good
dominant
player. He could pass and do a lot, but Draymond's so much different, and the flow of their offense is so much different.
And the IQ and all of it, yeah.
I think where you're going is a similar kind of style of play conversation regarding Mac and Purdy. Purdy wants that play action, deep shots down the field, get outside around the sides of the tackles to be able to change platforms.
Defense ain't biting. They ain't biting on those play actions, yep.
Right now, they are not a run-first team. Right now, they're a short-controlled passing game team.
They're trying to be a run-first team, and it fails, and they have to become a passing team within every game.
I mean, and this is why
40 pass attempts almost every game, Joe.
Like we were talking about yesterday, this is why I would double down and go try to get my, I know we want a defensive lineman. I want a defensive lineman. I want a pass rusher. But I also want Alvin Kamara because I want someone else in that short controlled passing game area who can run the ball a little, catch passes out of the backfield, and be a red zone threat on those motions and things like that. I think they really missed that with no Debo.
We're going to have Baldy here in about 20 minutes, Baldy's breakdowns. We had emergency Baldy on Friday because usually and always he's on Tuesdays at 7:30 at this time. But we had him last week because of Thursday Night Football, and this is what he had to say in regards to Brock Purdy, Mac Jones conversation.
Brock's the starter, but, I mean, does anybody have a better backup quarterback in this league than what Mac Jones is doing? I mean, he's won 2 out of the 3 games he's won at the very end. That performance yesterday might have been the best of his entire career. And so he's going to, he'll be in a free agent carousel next year, whatever. But, I mean, if I was the 49ers, I'd just lock him up right now. Like, he can start, he can win games, he can win division games, overtime games. Like that performance yesterday, there might be a quarterback controversy as good as he was.
That was Baldy on Friday. He's had a couple days to digest, watch all the film, break it all down. He's going to be joining us in 20 minutes, 7:30, courtesy of River Islands. And then after Baldy, we got Bonte Hill in studio from 8 to 10. Mac Jones season is upon us. And there is an aspect of Mac Jones's game that we are underrating, and we're going to get into it on the other side because it's important, and a lot of quarterbacks, even star quarterbacks, lack what Mac Jones has. We'll get into it on the other side. Spadoni, Shasky, it's all brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
That's 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Prime Big Deal Days is here, so you can get a great deal on a new foot spa. Transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
What's up, Nicholas?
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
We're not emotional. This is the rational roast.
I hate when you do that, Carter.
This isn't the emotional roast. This is the rational roast.
That was Spadoni.
That was me. I have the access to the board over here. I think you do too. 12 minutes. We got Brian Baldinger joining us. Baldy's breakdowns every single Tuesday at 7:30. He did say on Friday, Joe, if Mac Mac Jones keeps playing like this, there might be a quarterback controversy.
Well, look,
I don't think I'm
there's
there
really
yet.
not a lot of great analogies to like point to, but like similar to like Buddy Hield. When Buddy Hield's on fire, you just kind of ride Buddy Hield out, right? Like, all right, and then once he misses a couple, all right, let's sub him out. You get a pitcher out there like Chris Weston had a no-hitter one time, right?
Chris Heston,
excuse me, not Weston. Chris Heston had a no-hitter one time. You ride that out. I know that Chris Heston isn't the long-term ace of the San Francisco Giants.
No.
And again, these aren't perfect analogies, but it's just, I think in sports, sometimes we way overthink things, all right? And no one is saying that Mac's the guy no matter what, and I'm ditching the contract, and I'm taking a dump on Purdy. And guys, I'm just saying I'm riding the hot hand for the time being. And let's just see where it goes. And while Purdy's hurt, which is pretty obvious.
Brock Purdy.
You know, like, who knows what ends up happening with the toe. I hope it heals over time. Maybe it stays injured. Maybe he goes back out there and re-injures it again, and this all becomes a moot point. I don't know. I don't want that to happen. I love watching Purdy play. And also, what if Mac gets hurt? Because if Mac is the knee is that bad,
Adrian Martinez,
and he can't even finish the game on Sunday, well, then that all becomes a moot point. So I don't want to give these like declaratives and long term. It's just, guys, I'm riding the hot hand until I'm not, and that's it.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Are you riding the hot hand with I almost said with Brock Purdy, but with Mac Jones over Brock? And what does Mac do, Joe, that Brock can't? Well, I'm not going to say Brock can't do this because he has been a proven leader, but there is something about the swag and how players, his own teammates, gravitate towards him.
No, I think on the field there's something.
It's undeniable.
Well, like, are you talking about skill set wise?
Well, first I want to before I get to the skill set wise, I'm just going to go with what his teammates love about him and how they speak about him. This is what Christian McCaffrey had to say after that Thursday Night Football win. They love Mac Jones. Let me just tell you this first and foremost, Niner fans. That locker room has rallied behind that quarterback.
I don't have enough good things to say about Mac. He's an absolute warrior. He's a leader. He's somebody that we all can get behind for sure. And, I think it's a testament to him and his attitude and the way he plays football. It's a testament to Brock and the way that he's been helping him and getting him ready to go. Testament to the coaches. And going back to the injury thing, when you have guys go down, it's not one guy that has to step up. It's a whole team and a whole unit that has to step up. So that was a fun one to be a part of.
I want to make it clear. Like, when you hear Christian say all that, I don't think, for some reason, fans do this. Well, that means he doesn't love Brock that way. No. They could love both guys.
I'm sure we have a soundbite of Christian waxing poetically about Brock multiple times.
I know we do, but I just think that we do this thing like, well, if he compliments you, that means he's dissing him.
Right.
No, they're independent. And in fact, I have enough bandwidth in my life to be able to love multiple teammates simultaneously for different reasons. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that the team loves Mac. I think they love both guys. I think I really genuinely do. I think they truly love both guys. And I think both guys bring kind of some different stuff to the table. I think that when you look at Brock, I don't know what he's like in the locker room, but he's very serious.
Yeah.
And you want that maturity and that seriousness.
It's fun on the field, though, when he plays. We have some GIFs of him slide in, doing finger pointing and stuff. Yeah.
But he's a very laser-focused individual.
Yes.
And I think a lot of the elite competitors have that kind of crazy focus level. Mac does have some goofiness that you just don't see outwardly expressed by Brock.
He definitely does. I mean, we have the laugh of him just,
I think he's a goofball.
No, he is. I mean, the guy's
and I say that in an endearing way.
You see the suits he's wearing? How could you not laugh at it? Sorry. It's ridiculous that he wears a Two-Face Harvey Dent black and red suit, but it works. He's not an aw shucks guy like Brock Purdy is. He's not. He's definitely got some more red ass in him. He's definitely more, I'm going to get in your face. I'm going to talk smack.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my little shoulder rub right there. I'm going to do my little, whatever this thing's called that I'm doing on air right now on the YouTube chat. He's going to do that, smile at you, talk some smack. And you know what? I love that. And that's okay that he's different from Brock. There's different ways to lead. That's a lot more like what Tom Brady would do, by the way. We act like Tom Brady was the Patriot way. You guys remember how Tom Brady would play on the field? How much smack talk he would do?
Oh, he was
getting
insane.
in the face in the Super Bowl with the Honey Badger.
He was insane.
And the Honey Badger tried to say Tom Brady said a bad word, and then oh, by the way, you guys are all mic'd up, Honey Badger, and you were wrong. Remember that? Remember that in the Super Bowl once upon a time? So there's this notion that you have to be this oh shucks guy. No, you don't. You could talk some smack. It's okay.
There's a variety of ways to lead. Not everyone, Steph Curry leads in a very unique way.
Yes.
He's not let me scream and yell at the guys and the troops. Draymond Green, complete opposite.
Oh, but Steph will shimmy on you. Oh, he'll showboat with the best of them.
Now, on the field, there is a lot of differences, actually, between the two players. I think they both have a really good quick release. I think they both identify pre-snap certain matchups that they want to go to. In terms of physical traits, obviously Mac's just taller. So with that, I think that he does have a slight advantage at times in the pocket. When there's a quick rush, he's able to get it. Both guys get balls batted down at the line, though.
Yes.
And I think that that's more a byproduct of the Shanahan system as a whole, because the majority of passes, if you're not going to get to the quarterback quickly, and if it's a 3-step drop, these D linemen are so sophisticated now, they jump up in the air. So I don't think it cares if you're 6'8", or 5'9", you're going to get balls batted down because these linemen are humongous, and they jump the routes. But Mac does one thing that Purdy can't do, and Purdy does a few things that Mac can't do. The one thing that Mac does really well, the deep curls and the deep comebacks beyond the numbers on the far side of the field, he's ripped a couple beautiful balls in that direction. I've seen both guys hit the back shoulder throw. I've seen both guys hit the deep ball. I think Brock throws a better over-the-top deep ball. Just over the top, like I call it the cherry pop, the lollipop throw. Brock's is a little better, even though I think Mac's arm strength is better. I think Mac throws a better seam ball thus far. And he's been really accurate on the underneath stuff. He's been really accurate. I think they're both equally accurate. But where Brock just is thoroughly excels is the broken play outside the box, spinning out of control, pointing, hitting a guy in stride and letting him go upfield. I mean, he's a monster on those plays. He's unbelievable on those.
What Trevor Lawrence did last night, stumbling and bumbling and falling, I could see Brock Purdy doing that and getting up and running for a touchdown. I don't know if Mac Jones is getting up from that and scrambling for a touchdown. That type of a play. When everything is, there's chaos everywhere. Let me put my head down. I'm going to be decisive. All right, I'm going to run for it. Or I can scramble with my feet and then throw.
The other thing he does really well is when the guy comes collapsing in on him, Russell used to do this, the little flip over the top, kind of like almost a baseball flip to second base to shortstop. He's really creative with getting rid of the ball before the defender comes in. And whereas Mac has to give you that traditional, throw. He doesn't have kind of the freelance throws that you see Purdy do. So I think both guys have strengths and weaknesses. And I think the play style has been a little different under Mac, and I don't think that's a bad or a great thing. I think it is what it is. Whoa. I think Shanahan adjusting to each guy is the part that's really blown me away.
I don't think we've talked enough about Kyle Shanahan and the coaching job he's been able to do. This was a guy that everyone was blaming, wanted to get out of here a couple weeks ago. Even when they were winning, it was all the injuries mounting up, and there was frustration, and it was like, wow, is this season already over? Yeah, we're 2-0, we're 3-0, but we have all these injuries. What kind of version of this team are we going to be come December? I know you were very cautious. You were cautiously optimistic and that this is fun, but is the glass slipper going to break here? I mean, you can only have so many injuries, which is understandable. And you know what? The glass slipper might break this week with Mac Jones. He might look horrible.
Did you see the video that was caught by the Rams sideline reporter?
No. What?
So there was a video of Jed York, Al Guido, and I don't know who the other guy is in the suit. So I apologize. Because I literally don't know who it was.
Is that SoFi Stadium?
Yes. After the game was over, Jed and Al Guido and the whole crew were running onto the field and high-fiving and hugging Shanahan and the players. And it felt so old school. I mean, it felt like something out of the 80s.
Right.
Where clearly that game meant so much to so many. They were riding so high after that win. And I think it really embodied how the fan base has felt, which is damn, that's one of the best wins in such a long time. Obviously, it's not a playoff game.
No.
Obviously, it's not for the division. So I'm not trying to jump it over some of the other wins. It's just, what a feel-good win.
We know nothing about the NFL, by the way. We like to think we know, but we really don't. I mean, who through 5 weeks would have the Indianapolis Colts as the first seed in the AFC? The Bills are right there. That makes sense, right? Oh, the Bills, okay. Then you got teams the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have one playoff moment in the last decade, it feels outside of the Blake Bortles run.
I'm happy for them. I'm legitimately rooting for the Jags.
The Jags, okay.
And also Danny Dimes in Indianapolis. I think they could win a playoff game, which is crazy.
right now, if the season ended, was it 7 teams, correct? Because they have the extra wild card. The New England Patriots with Drake May and Mike Vrabel, who we all left for dead after 1 week when the Raiders beat them.
Not me.
Not you. You always believe.
Not me. Drake May, my fantasy quarterback in a 16-man league.
They're 3-2. They're right there, right? Kansas City Chiefs, who everyone's throwing dirt. Oh, they're done. They're cooked. They lost yesterday. They're 2-3. Let's relax here. It's still the Kansas City Chiefs. I still fear that defense. Are they as good as they once were? Maybe not. But you're telling me they could sneak into the playoffs? Do you want to play that team? If you're in the AFC, do you want to play the Kansas City Chiefs if they make the playoffs?
No.
If you're the Indianapolis Colts? If they play the Colts in the first round, who are you taking?
Yeah, I'm probably taking the Chiefs.
There you go.
But I like Indianapolis' roster. Jonathan Taylor's such a beast.
Oh, he's sick.
And Tyler Warren falling to them was like, wow. Woo.
And then you go to the NFC. I think it's a lot of the teams that before the season, I'm not shocked by this. I'm not shocked that the Philadelphia Eagles are 4-1. I'm not shocked that the Detroit Lions are 4-1. I think a lot of people thought the Lions would take a step back, but we still talk. They have a lot of talent on that team.
God, their personnel is...
I know. They're still loaded.
And whatever is going on with Philadelphia's offensive line is not necessarily happening to Detroit's. Philly's offensive line's had some injuries, and they're not as good as they were the last couple of years. I still think they're elite, but they're just not the same. Was it Landon Dickerson got hurt, and then there's some underperformance across that line. Detroit's offensive line is just incredible.
Well, and I thought the drop-off would be worse for Detroit, losing Ben Johnson. Like, he was the guy for them.
And Ragnow.
And Frank Ragnow, who retired. Like, they haven't skipped a beat. Now, I think everyone overreacted that week 1 is a divisional game against the Packers. Packers just have a really good defense. Like, that could be the case, too. But to your point, it does look like Philadelphia misses Kellen Moore as their OC. It's kind of looking like they're losing some juice there.
Everybody laughs at New Orleans. Their offense is good.
I mean, they have 1 win, but they've been in almost all of their games except for the blowout against the Seahawks. They've been in most of those. So you got the Eagles there, you got Detroit. The Buccaneers were a playoff team last year. They're 4-1. They look really good. We'll see with the Packers. They're 2-1. They had a bye week. Seahawks are right there, 3-2. The Vikings, Kevin O'Connell doing his thing.
See, I don't know what to make of them just yet. I'm not ready to, give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm also not ready to write their season off. Carson Wentz looks good.
And then
got him in 2 back-to-back weeks. I've seen him.
And I didn't mention, and obviously the 49ers at 4-1. I'm not shocked by this. I thought they were going to be a playoff team heading into the season. Did I think it would look like this?
No one could have predicted this.
If you were telling me they're 4-1, would I be shocked? No. And then you told me like how they got there, then I would kind of be shocked.
Dropping back 3 separate games with 49 attempts with Mac Jones and no Kittle and no Pearsall and no Jennings. And
Bosa,
by the way,
you lose Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and CMC wouldn't have a 100-yard rushing game.
You would have a rushing touchdown.
I mean,
you wouldn't have a rushing touchdown.
This is why watching sports is just the best. He's here, Baldy. Let's just get right to him.
Shark Week, baby. This is why it's the best too. Let's go. And he's presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Baldy joining us here on the Morning Roast, as he does each and every Tuesday at this time. We had an emergency, Baldy, on Friday after the Niners win on Thursday. So we've had a couple days to marinate on week 5. And Baldy, we were just talking about it, and we'll bring you into the conversation right now. I know the talk of the league right now is what the Danny Dimes, the Indiana Jones, Shane Steichen, and the Colts are doing, and rightfully so. But I think right there, what the Niners have been able to do, overcoming these injuries, and what Mac Jones has been able to do, being 3-0 as a backup, it is one of the best stories early on here in the National Football League.
Oh, for sure. To be 4-1 right now, with the injuries and the laundry list and how big it is to have a rookie left guard in there and that nobody talks about, and the rookies on defense that, made unbelievable plays, like Alfred Collins, basically securing a victory on Thursday night. Yeah, I mean, it's player development. It's because it's never just the next guy up, because there's always a drop-off when you go from an all-pro. You go from George Kittle to Jake Tong. There's a drop-off, all right? But when you don't notice it, when you still are able to drive the ball and still be able to move the ball, like it's great coaching. And, you're going to see a team in Tampa that is a result of good coaching. They finally are getting a little healthier in the offensive line right now. But, the Dallas Cowboys won a game the other day. They've got 4 backups on the offensive line. The running back had his best day in 2 years. The quarterback can be the MVP of the league. I mean, coaching is the difference in this whole business.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I feel like Kyle's been excellent as well for himself this year. And I'm looking at the quarterback spot. And, Baldy, I'll just take you right into it. So, I'm watching all these games, and I started doing a deep dive on win streaks. The Niners didn't even win consecutive games last year. And they've got a 3-game win streak with Mac under center. Teams win and lose. Yeah. I understand that. But he's playing good football right now. And I know that Purdy's dealing with this injury, all right? And so the way I'm viewing it is I'm just riding the hot hand until a poor performance or the team loses. That's kind of my setting. I'm not worried about long-term. I'm not going crazy. I'm not running Brock out of town. I'm not benching him. It's just I'm going to ride the hot hand as long as we can and as long as it's going. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't disagree with that at all. I really don't. And that's not a knock on Brock. But if he's 95%, why put him out there? Like, why not until you're absolutely certain that he's 100%? And if Mac wins a 4th game, against a very good Tampa team, then I would definitely leave him in at this point. You said, so I believe in riding the hot hand. It just happens. It's not, you're not trying to usurp somebody, but your job is to win as many games as you possibly can, however you do it. And you cannot be worried about any player egos or anything else. I mean, Mac's playing great football right now. And so, I don't know, I wouldn't be in a hurry to make that change.
See, I'm with you, and I think people, they get so emotional regarding Purdy, and it's like, guys, you're overthinking it. I'm not burying the guy. He's not healthy right now, and I'm riding the hot hand as long as I can. Now, we'll see how Mac is feeling with that lower knee injury. What are you seeing stylistically from the Niners with Mac under center? Because I saw some throws on some deep curls. Guys have strengths and weaknesses. I mean, he's hit some really nice passes, and it feels like the offense has kind of changed a little. What have you seen on film, Brock, from Mac versus Brock?
Well, Kendrick Bourne got hot the other day, and they fed Kendrick Bourne. Nobody could have predicted that, but somebody had to step up. But, 3rd and 1, you're deep in your own territory. You're at the 10-yard line, whatever it is, and you throw that, that bang 8 to Kendrick Bourne. That's a dangerous throw in the middle of the field, and he put it right on him, and Bourne made the catch. The only miss that he had was the drop by Bourne, but otherwise, he found somebody that he really trusted, and he went to it. And so that's, let's just say, would Brock have gotten the balls to Kendrick Bourne? Like, every player sees things different. It's not a knock on Brock or anything, but would Kendrick Bourne catch 10 balls and have a career game if Brock was at quarterback? I don't know. Nobody knows. Maybe, but they needed somebody to step up on Thursday night, and I don't think it's a great secondary for the Rams. I think it's a weakness, but he delivered, and how Brock saw the field, that's what he did. So I thought, they continually find ways to get the ball to McCaffrey in the passing game, which is creative by Kyle, because he's so good at it. He could, one of those running backs that could play slot receiver in this business and be really good at it.
Talking with Baldy here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL Insider, Best Football Show podcast, as well as he is each and every Tuesday at this time. And Baldy, let's leave it right there with the running game. Is this just what we should expect if I'm a Niner fan going forward, that the running game's just going to be, a couple yards here and there? Maybe we break one loose occasionally. But, is there a remedy that this thing could, get fixed at any point this season? Because I would like to have some complimentary football at one point if I'm a Niner fan.
I wouldn't just say this is what we are. I'd always look to be getting better. Everybody can run the outside zone better than what they're doing right now. Everybody can run wind back better than what they're running it right now. So I would always be looking to improve it any way that you can. It can be a simple tweak. It could be steps. It could be, placement. I know Kyle coaches it hard. That's just Alex Gibbs brought this system, to Denver with Kyle's dad. And I've been around Alex Gibbs when he was coaching. Nobody coached harder than that guy. So, you just got to keep coaching hard, and you got a rookie left guard in there. Every year is a little bit different. Colton kind of had a rough night the other day against the Rams. But you got to keep working at it. You don't know when some of these splits are going to happen and when the daylight is going to hit. So I wouldn't just throw my arms up and go, well, that's what we are right now by any stretch.
If you were going to add to the offensive side of the ball, I was suggesting, no one's going to trade you an offensive lineman during the regular season. It's very, very rare. But would a guy like Alvin Kamara be a fit for what the 49ers want to do? Be able to replicate some of that Debo motion action with him and CMC in the red zone, be a pass-catching option, out of the backfield. If you were going to add on the offensive side of the ball, what would you be looking at, and what do you think would be available for this team?
Well, what are you saying, Joe? Are you playing general manager here? Do you know something about Kamara?
No,
he had a great game.
I know.
Against the Giants.
I'd love to get him. I think he'd be a perfect fit, and I've been very underwhelmed with Brian Robinson, and I'm trying to get some juice somewhere on the field, and I'm wondering how they can kind of, ramp up their red zone. And I don't know. I always see these running backs as targets that could be moved. He's got 2 years left on his deal. I'd love to see him in a Niner uniform.
I don't know. The cap, I don't know. He makes a good salary. Kamara's a rare player. Rare. I used to say that he's like a cat on a marble table. You can't get him off his feet. His balance is remarkable. But, if you had a way to get AK-41 into that lineup, you find a way to get both him and McCaffrey on the field together. And because both of them can play in the slot, both of them are excellent route runners. Sean Payton ran a two-man game to the weak side with Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara. He'd go right down the field feeding those two guys. Kyle knows that. Would he be a good fit? He'd be an awesome fit. He's playing good football right now.
Talking about Baldy here on the Morning Roast, and big one this week, Baldy, against Tampa, obviously. And the guy on that other sideline, Baker Mayfield, has been unbelievable, right? Like one of the great stories these last few years. Left for dead out in Carolina, gets his mind right with Sean McVay and the Rams, coming back now and taking over for Tom Brady, of all people, in Tampa Bay. Just one of the great stories. And I look at Mac Jones right now, and I'm not saying he's on the level because Baker's been doing it as a starter, and we're just riding the hot hand that is Mac Jones. What does Mac do, though, on this offense, Baldy? And I'm not trying to, degrade Brock, and I'm not telling you to do that, but, are there things that Mac is able to do within this offense that Brock just might not be able to do with his skill set?
Well, I think both of them see the field really well and get the ball out of their hands. None of them can do what Baker does because Baker is just so electric. It's just extending plays. Nobody really plays the game quite like Baker. And then he's always had unbelievable touch on a deep ball, but he's got a rookie receiver that could easily be the rookie of the year in Ibuka, right? Nobody runs routes like him. He reminds me a lot of Ayuk, when he had a great year, just his route running. It's even smoother and more. It's even smoother than Ayuk at his best. But Mac Jones, he gets the ball out of his hands. They don't take a lot of negative plays with him. He sees it quickly and he strikes quickly. And he's been very, very accurate with the ball and more than just enough arm to be able to make the throws that you got to be able to make. So he's been impressive. Baker last year was one of only 10 quarterbacks in the history of this whole game in 105 years to throw for over 40 touchdowns and over 4,500 yards. And he's probably he could be on a similar path this year with no Mike Evans, with the injuries they've had at the receiver position, Jalen McMillan. But he'll throw to Cade Otton. He'll throw to Ibuka. He'll throw to Tez. Tez last week, Tez Johnson had an unbelievable game. Whoever's out there, he's going to throw it to him. He's a dynamic player right now.
How do the Niners heat him up right now? Stafford had all day, and it felt like they were cooking Stout on the inside, and they had to go to Lucas. And I guess Stout hurt his ankle. I'm not really sure. But, I mean, how does this secondary stay with these wide receivers if we can't get any pass rush generated here? I'm very worried about this matchup, and I guess we're lucky that Bucky Irvin looks like he's not going to be able to suit up in this one. I think this is a tough matchup for the defense.
It's tough. I mean, they had 4 starters on their offensive line out for the first two of the first 3 games. The left tackle's back, Tristan Wirfs. He's the best. He's the best in the business right now. The playbook just opens up with him. You look at the game-winning touchdown. It's toss crack. There goes Tristan pulling and leading away. So now you got an elite center, okay, in Graham Barton. You got an elite left tackle, solid left guard. I mean, you got some weakness on the right side, backups at Charlie Heck and the young right guard right now. I mean. But Charlie Heck played really good. But, if I'm going to get to Baker, I don't think I'm going to beat Tristan Wirfs. Nobody came close in Seattle beating them last week. They took care of Leonard Williams inside. But I would say that if you're going to make some money, if you're going to win some one-on-ones, I'd go over the right guard, right tackle right now and put, Bryce Huff over there, put Michael, put your best over there and let them go to work.
How are the young guys for the Niners defense in the back end? D. Winters, it looked like he had a rough night. It looked like Marquise Siegel, although in position, couldn't really locate the ball. I referenced Upton Stout, Renardo Green. How are those young guys looking right now in open space?
Well, I thought Green played well. I mean, I can't go back and recall like every single, pass defense or, route that he covered. But I thought Renardo has played really well. Siegel obviously on the down the goal line made the stuff, helped make the stuff along with Alfred and Fred. But I those young guys are going to make some mistakes. They're going to have some rough moments. They just are. Everybody does. You just got to fight through it, and hopefully, you play the game with your eyes and your feet and not so much with your hands, in trying to read these routes and go up against these, I don't know. I mean, Godwin is back. I don't know how healthy he is right now, but they got 3 guys that can flat out win down the field. And Agbuka is as good a route runner as I've seen in this business right now already. And what he did the other day in Seattle is unreal. But he's special. He's a special player. You're going to give up some routes to that guy. You just hope that you can limit the number of explosive plays because that's what Seattle had a hard time doing the other day.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. And Baldy, we were talking about earlier in the show the fact that the players have been gravitating so much here in the 49ers locker room and even on the field to Mac and what he's been able to do and the swagger he plays with. And they just really seem to gravitate. He was out there with the boombox with Kendrick Bourne, Trent Williams. He's a great part of the team and he's a character and he's fun. I just wonder, when you have a guy like that and he's so hot, and I know you said you'd ride the hot hand to keep going with him, what is the locker room thinking right now with a backup that's in here? They're going to keep winning, and if they keep winning and they win this week, then it's like, oh my God, 4-0. You beat the Rams and you beat the Bucs, 2 playoff contenders. And then you make a switch back to Brock. Is it like, hey, you know what? Brock's taken us to a Super Bowl. He's been an MVP candidate in the past. It's all good. Or are there players in that locker room being like, I don't know. Should we stick with the hot hand? I'm just trying to get the feel for what they're thinking, Yeah,
I don't know. I was around. I was in Jacksonville last year. For training camp. So Doug Peterson was a coach and Mac was a backup to Trevor Lawrence. So, they let me stand behind the center for all of practice. So, Mac's a backup. So I'm just shooting a breeze with Mac Jones. He's got the script in his hand, whatever. He's like, hey, watch Brian Thomas and this. He's just a fun guy to be around. A lot of fun to be around. He's very loose. But, I think, when he can't stand up the other day. His pants are falling down. And, guys just gritty as hell. I'm sure guys are making fun of him. I'm sure they're imitating him in the locker room. It's just, when you're winning, everything is fun. Your guys are probably imitating him right now. But they've done the same thing with Brock, though, too. When he came out of nowhere and played at the level that he did. I would say that, and there's such a young team. It's especially on defense right now with all the youth that they're playing. I would say that they got to be very encouraged by the overall quarterback play of the position regardless of who's in there right now.
I mean, I'm looking at Sunday, and as a Niner fan, I'm like, wow, this day couldn't have gotten any better for us. We're not playing. The Eagles lose. There's just kind of like chaos galore as Seattle loses late to the Bucs in a great game. You already beat the Rams on Thursday. The Cardinals lose. Like, it felt like a great day for the 49ers. Then we look ahead to this weekend. How big of a matchup is this? I mean, obviously, we're only 5 weeks in. This will be week 6. How big is this matchup, though, for the 49ers? Is this one of those litmus test type of games?
Yeah, I think so, because, obviously Tampa's 4-1, and they've overcome their share of injuries. They still have a bunch, but they've basically overcome a bunch of early injuries, especially when you've got the best left tackle in football, out through all of training camp, but he's back. But anyways, they overcame all that, like the 49ers. But you're going across the country. Here's the thing. If you go across the country and you find a way to beat Tampa in that heat, on that field, against that team, that plane ride home is the victory is just completely different. Like the bonding that takes place for 5 hours, 6 hours on that flight home after that game. I mean, all of a sudden the rookies feel like they're a real big part of this thing. That's always huge when you get a lift like what Alfred gave you guys on Thursday night, and what Michael has shown the last couple of weeks since Nick went down. Like that's all of a sudden they kind of grow up quicker. Fred got the defense together and they're having a nice card game for 5 hours. I mean, it's just a great bond. And you're 5-1 and you're on top of the NFC, regardless of what Detroit does this weekend or Philly, on Thursday night. I mean, you're on top of the NFC with another conference win, which does matter sometimes when you get to the postseason. But you get to 5 wins in the first 6 weeks. You're halfway to 10 wins. Regardless of what happens, you're halfway to 10. And you've done that with a backup quarterback and the receivers on the shelf and no Kittle. I mean, it's impressive, and it'd be a feel good ride home. I know that.
Baker's having a monster year, right? And he's had a monster kind of run for Tampa, but he was written off by a variety of people and teams in the league. Jared Goff was written off at one point. Geno Smith, I know he's struggling now, but he was written off at one point. Wentz, who's now playing for the Vikings, was written off. Sam Darnold was written off. And Daniel Jones was written off, and it feels like he's having comeback player of the year type of a year. When you look at the quarterback position around the league and you see these guys having success at different stops throughout their career, what does that tell you about quarterback development and just how organizations are run throughout the league?
Yeah, well, I mean, we have a lot of lousy organizations, and they're on display right now. And so what it tells me two things. One, like I talked to Dan Jeremiah, who's our evaluator, and we went back and we read the evaluation of Baker, the evaluation of Sam, some of these guys. The evaluations were right. They got the right guy. The organization stunk, and their ability to build around it with the right coaches, what Jason Light is doing in Tampa, there's a reason why Tom Brady went to Tampa and not to some of these other places that people were rumored to when he left New England. He was going to a place where the GM knew how to discover talent. And that's what's kind of going on right now in Jacksonville too. I mean, this new GM there, they've got 3 rookies on the field on the final drive of the game. You wouldn't know it, but regardless, it just says how important these quarterbacks can't be evaluated in a vacuum. They can't be evaluated when they're in lousy organizations like Cleveland, like the Jets, like the Giants are. And so you get caught up in that, Carolina. You get caught up in that cycle, and all of a sudden you get a year in San Francisco. You get a year with the Rams. You get a year in Minnesota, like some of these guys that have traveled around. Even Baker, gets picked up on a Tuesday, starts on a Thursday, wins a game. He's like, oh, that's how you're supposed to, build an offense, call a game, game plan for an opponent. They're seeing things that they never saw before. And Sam Darnold's going to continue to play well. They scored 5 straight touchdowns the other day, 5 straight possessions, 5 straight touchdowns, one big play after another. Jackson Smith and Jigba, I didn't know he could play outside and inside. I thought he was a slot receiver. But when your quarterback is right, the offensive line is good, and the play caller is proven, all of a sudden these guys can flourish.
What's the team right now, Baldy, you're looking at that's saying, hey, everyone's throwing dirt on this team right now that's going to come out of this thing and still make the playoffs? Like, I'm looking at the team last night, and I get it. They're only 2-3, but it feels like everyone is so down on the Kansas City Chiefs. And listen, they're getting older. I'm not saying they're not. Travis Kelce's getting older, right? All these guys on defense, they're getting older. Andy Reid himself is getting older. This whole team is. They still got Patrick Mahomes. They still got Steve Spagnuolo, though. They still got Andy Reid. They're going to figure it out, right, Baldy? Right?
Steve Spagnuolo is the best coach in the NFL. Like, nobody can do what that guy does. Like, that guy is an amazing coordinator. That offense they had 500 yards of offense last night. If you don't throw a pick six that goes 99 yards, I mean, now look, albeit, I think actually Jacksonville blew the coverage, and Juju Smith, like, it just so happened they were mugging the A-gap with Devin Lloyd. He jumped in front of the ball and went the distance. But that offense right now with Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, and Tyquan Thornton has more speed than any offensive football. And Mahomes is Mahomes. Like, they're going to be – I think they're still going to win the division, all right? I think they're still going to be, they're still going to probably be in the Final Four before it's all over.
They just can't die, Joe. I told you. I said the same thing. I opened the show, Baldy. I was like, I'm still betting on the Chiefs to win that division. All those injuries with the Chargers. Not quite sure about the Broncos, although that was a big win for them against the Eagles. They're not going to die. They're never going to die, that team. Not as long as they have Mahomes and Reed. It's similar, Baldy, to like Brady and Belichick. I'm never betting against those guys. I'm just not.
No, don't do that. Don't bet against them. No, watch Detroit. Detroit's on fire right now. There's some teams right now that are playing really good football. It's, early October. There's a long way to go. But, you're going to go as far as great quarterback play. And in some of these places, Mahomes, you can talk about the pick six. He's still playing great quarterback.
Baldy, in honor of Amazon Prime Day, we're up against it. Who is the best bang for the buck in the NFL this year? Ooh. Any position?
Let's see. I would say, I don't know. Tristan Wirfs looks like he's unbeatable at this point. He looks like the best player in the league to me.
Wow, and that's who we're going up against.
He
this
doesn't have
week.
to go through the offseason and preseason. Like, his legs are fresh. Like, that guy is just a beast right now. He's as good as anybody at any position. But I don't know. Like, there's so many great players. Puka Nacua is unguardable right now, like what he can do. You could go receiver, running backs. Like, Jonathan Taylor is as good as there is in this business right now. And I don't know. Like, Shane Steichen, what he's doing with Indianapolis, they should be 5-0.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing a fantastic job right now.
God, they just absolutely destroyed the Raiders last week. Baldy, where are you at this week?
Yeah, where are you at this week, bud?
I'm actually because I have to do Texas OU on Saturday. The only game I could get to was the Raider game after that. So I'm going to see the Raiders in Tennessee on Sunday and see if they can actually win a game. But Texas OU on Saturday, I got to see Archie myself, my own eyes. See what's going on.
Cam Ward, hey, big win for him last week. Okay. Shasky's he's cringing over here with that matchup.
I'll give Cam Ward this credit. Like, that guy never stops. He's a gunslinger. Like, he plays with zero fear. If they build this thing properly, and I don't know if they are, but he might have a chance to come out of this thing.
He reminds me of the modern day Flutie, but Baldy, you're the best. Have a good one, man.
Hey, Baldy, good stuff.
All right, guys. You got me. I'll talk to you next week. That's going to be a great game, Sonny. Enjoy it, fellas.
Oh, yeah. We're going to enjoy it. Can't wait. And I also can't wait, Carter, for the injury report. I can't wait for it. Niners getting healthier. They open the practice window for safety Malik Mustafa, or as Baldy likes to call him, Mustafa. He will be back at practice this week, and the 49ers now have 21 days to activate him or put him on season-ending IR. Mustafa tore his ACL in the season finale last season against the Arizona Cardinals. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You know him, you love him, or you hate him. Either way, you're going to be listening. Bonte Hill in studio next for the rest of the show.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Dude, what's with that voice? Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio. Bro, people say you have a great face for radio. Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up
It's Morning Roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Oh, we're back, baby. Halfway home here.
Mr. Bonte?
How you feeling, Mr. Bonte? Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands, as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Just had Baldy. And again, Tuesdays here on the Morning Roast. It's the best show in the Bay Area. Maybe in the world, quite frankly. I don't know what they're doing in Abu Dhabi, but I'm sure this beats whatever they're doing over there in their radio programs.
Let the people say it, Spinoni. Let the people say it.
Well, that's fine. Well, I'm going to say it for them. How about that? And Bonte, it's good to talk to you. Shasky, of course. It's a beautiful day. You love to do the pump fake. Just play the whole thing if you're going to play the whole thing, the King's Tale. All right. As you're wearing a very beautiful Adidas, what is that? A Miami Hurricanes track jacket. Look at you looking good. Looking fresh. Why are you wearing that?
For all the kids out there, this is how you pay your bets.
What are you looking at me at for?
What happened? Please explain. Roxy Bernstein.
Yeah, Florida State got their asses kicked.
Oh, no. You're a big Florida State fan, right?
Yeah.
Who'd they lose to?
I mean, hey, that team in South Florida.
That team in South Florida. Not USF.
There's a lot of teams in South Florida. You got to be specific.
Florida International.
Oh, got it. Okay.
FAU. Boca Raton.
Oh, my God.
It's hard to hate them, man, because they got so much swagger. Like Michael Irvin.
Maybe the best freshman in all of college.
Dude, he looks like Tyreek Hill reincarnated. He's got I know. They're yelling state champs. Mario Cristobal's talking about state champs.
Back-to-back state champ.
Michael Irvin is doing the belt to ass on the bricks in Tallahassee. Oh,
as much as you want to go down that rabbit hole.
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I made him. Sorry.
Let me ask you. I'll start here. We came in Friday. We were all floating. You were at the game.
Wow.
That's as good of a win. I don't want to it's the best win of all time. It's as good of a win as I can remember in a long, long time. And it's as happy as I felt because it came out of nowhere. And the way it went down, it was thrilling. You were there. What did it feel like being on the field?
So I remember Tuesday. I thought Spinoni was being a little hyperbolic, said this will be the greatest regular season for Shanahan. One of. It's very, you want to throw it in the boat. Because there's a lot of wins that Shanahan's had. I think
of course.
He's been here for 9 years. What is it, 9 years now? And he's had a lot of great wins. In Seattle, when they didn't win in Seattle for 8 years, and Jerry Greenlaw makes the tackle at the half-inch line, and you win a division and get a bye week. Rallying in that same stadium, 17-0 against the LA Rams to get into the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo in overtime. Mm-hmm. But boy, can I just set this out? I'm going to be a little long-winded here. I drop Chestnut off. I go to the cleaners, pick up an outfit, pick up my stuff.
What day is this?
This is Thursday.
Okay.
This is Thursday.
Okay.
I got you guys on basically the whole time.
Okay.
And I'm like, damn, are the Niners 0-4? You guys started talking Devontae. No, hear me out, though. And I'm thinking, damn, why am I even going to L.A.? I kind of feel like these guys. They were 3-1. The season wasn't going to be over if they lost, but I was like, do they really have a shot to win this game? You get to the airport. There's a lot of Niner fans at the airport. Yeah, we're going to get our butts kicked, but you know what? Let's just have fun. Let's see what it is. I get the SoFi. Go to the hotel, quick shower, get the SoFi. Who do I run into looking for the media entrance? Grant Cohn. Bonte, this is going to be a rough one, huh? And I said, let's just at least watch the youngsters play. And then you get on the field, and you get around some of the personnel, and this weird feeling through SoFi Stadium, at least talking to some, they're like, I think we're going to shock some people. I think we're going to be in this game. And then I started, well, maybe division games are different. I always love to, and we see that over the weekend.
Clearly they are.
You see New England go to Buffalo, right, and win. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe they don't win because I'm absolutely stunned that they won, but maybe they keep it close. And then they go a 14-0, and the rest is history. I mean, that's as good of a regular season NFL game I've ever been to in my life.
The way they started that game with the ball control and like going down the field and scoring right away, they could have had an opportunity to go up 17 or 21-0, and the Kendrick Bourne drop on 3rd and 5. Yeah. I think we were all thinking the same thing. Oh, God, here it comes. And then the Rams score right away.
Yep, the momentum flipped. But I was buzzing, and I was up till 2 in the morning. I got back to the hotel. I didn't leave SoFi till 11. I go on IG Live and just start talking to people because I was floating.
Got to get those takes off.
Got to get those takes off. My boy Hawk Hader was in there.
Oh, yeah.
We had a lot of people in there. It was great guys, right? I go back to the hotel room. I start watching the game over. I'll fall asleep on it in overtime. Wake up in the morning at LAX or go to LAX, and I'm watching it again. I was like, I can't believe they won that game. There were so many things that happened. We're going to get to Mac. But I thought Kyle Shanahan, one thing that's not being talked about enough, because there were so many great plays in that game and so many turning points, the decision to allow Eddie Pinheiro to kick a 59-yard field goal.
We talked about it the next day.
People don't realize that.
Mac almost took a sack
on
third down, and he got rid of the ball.
Barely.
I don't think that he hits that field goal if it's 5 yards back because it hit the inside of the bar and went in. I think it hooks left and either hits the outside of the bar and comes out and doinks or misses altogether.
I don't think he kicks the field goal.
Well, that might be.
If he gets sacked.
You might be right.
64-yarder. They said Eddie Pinheiro's range was 53 to 55.
Right.
So when he drops him out, I'm thinking to myself, they only have one timeout. It's about, 2:40? I got to get the exact time there.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, they're going to lose the game. They're not going to touch the ball again because the Rams are going to get in field goal range, although they're a mess when it comes to their field goal units.
Well, their special teams
their special teams is a mess.
Yeah.
But he makes that field goal, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, Shanahan's in his bag right now.
Right.
He can do no wrong.
Did it cross your mind? Because it did mine. There's like a minute and 10. I had it written down on my sheet. Like a minute 10 or whatever. And I'm thinking, do you let him score here so that you have enough time? Because you only had the one timeout. And all I kept thinking was, can Mac even run up and down the field to execute a 1-minute drive here and spike the ball? Like, can he physically run up and down the field? The last time we saw him, he's pulling his pants up. Yeah. It looked like he got knocked out. I mean, so I don't know. All the scenarios were playing off in my head about maybe you let him score here. I don't know. Should you let him score? Like, I don't know.
I was thinking just try to get a stop any way possible. Because even if you let them score, I don't think they had to.
Do you have the
firepower? They would have been deflated.
I know.
They would have been so deflated that it would have been a moral victory. Like, well, they kept it close.
Right.
They covered the spread. You're 3-2. The season's not over. But you're staring a 3-game losing streak in the face. At that point, I'm just thinking, can you get a stop? Or, sure, they score, but I don't know if you're going to have enough time to score. You would have had to score a touchdown.
Yes, exactly.
So Alfred Collins, who's gotten better, like this is the great part about this is why we got to enjoy the journeys, folks. Enjoy the journey. Alfred Collins, the first week of training camp was stiff. He was playing high. He was raw. And for him to be at this point in the season and make a play like that, maybe we look back at that play saying that was a turning point for the 49ers this year. Even though they were 3-1, to make that play for that young man and the glow on his face after the game.
You know what it made me think of? Eagle game.
The Eagle game with Justin Smith?
Yes, with Harbaugh. That's
Jeremy
those kinds of plays will stick in your head forever.
As much as we're talking about Kyle Shanahan and the offense, and rightfully so, I don't think we've given enough love to what Robert Saleh was able to do. Let's be honest. He got trashed in the media because of the Liam Cohen going back and forth after a bad look. No,
it was terrible.
Right, no, it was a bad look. And I thought that defense rallied around that guy, and they balled out. They had all the excuses in the world, Bonte, to lose that game. They were all built in. You don't have Brock Purdy. You don't have Nick Bosa. You don't have George Kittle. It's a short week. You just lost a bad game to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They had all the excuses built in to lose that game. But it was a total team win. And again, we're not talking about Robert Saleh. The special teams, I'm not going to gloss over that. When is the last time the special teams was the difference between winning the game for the 49ers? It's been the difference in losing
probably
a
since
lot.
Tate Jr.
That's what we were talking about.
Against the Seahawks.
It's been that long.
Well, they won the playoff game against Green Bay.
Right, they did with that.
The Hufanga play was great.
Maybe the greatest.
Jordan Willis and Hufanga. Yeah, no doubt.
They didn't score an offensive touchdown in Lambeau.
But that just tells you. It's been a while. It's been a while since that's been the difference.
Well, you know what? And that's probably why we shouldn't have been so doom and gloom. And that's why Vegas, there's just bettors I know, obviously. We were so doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Look, this is why the Rams are frauds. Like, they may end up being in the playoffs, but you know what? We kept talking about how the Niners could be 1-3. You know what? The league is so wide open this year. It's absolutely chaotic. The Rams were down in half to the Tennessee Titans. All right? They eked out one against the Texans, who have a really good defense. I'm really worried about that defense. DeMeco has some boys flying around. Don't count out the Texans. They're coming.
Game after the Falcons.
Okay. So, I mean, who else did they buried? Oh, the Eagles game, they blew it because of special teams. They couldn't take advantage of it in the first half by having red zone opportunity after red zone opportunity, and they should have lost to the damn Indianapolis Colts. So I don't know what's up with the Rams. Their special teams is a mess. I don't think their defense is all that. And offensively, they got to figure out what they want to be.
I don't know.
Do you want to be a balanced
Jared
player?
Verse is pretty sick.
That's one player doesn't make a
but I'm just saying, like, that guy terrifies
he's
me.
a great player,
Oh,
Florida
my
State.
God.
But one player doesn't make
No
a defense.
doubt, no doubt.
Can you name a member of their secondary?
No, well,
No,
Baldy was
not
just
their
trashing
secondary.
it with us. Baldy was just telling us that they don't. There's no secondary.
So when Niners went down the field on that first drive, and it was a great script by Shanahan, and then Mac
And the
Jones,
Kendrick Bourne
the
play.
Kendrick Bourne play
I still
was
can't believe
unbelievable.
it.
But also, Christian McCaffrey had 40 yards on that opening drive. Shanahan was like, okay, he's in his back, and then they go up 14-0. I'm looking at that defense saying, I got my card over here. I'm thinking, this defense ain't that good. Why are we clowning the Rams so much? So I think that's baked into how we feel. But there's no doubt that's one of the most feel-good wins probably since 2022, because 2023 was a down year.
I think individually, though, and I know the defense as a whole, one player doesn't make it. Jared Verse is ridiculous.
He's great.
He's freaking amazing.
He is.
I mean, he reminds me of Khalil Mack in terms of the power.
Byron Young is underrated, and he smacked the hell out of Mac Jones on one play when Mac Jones delivered a dime to Kendrick Bourne.
That guy Landman, I've never heard of. He was making plays.
But
Landman?
that defense, you can move the ball on that defense. The Rams, they got some things to clean up.
Yeah, but they're a very no doubt. Their offense terrifies you because Stafford can buy time. He's got an unbelievable arm, and they've got so many receivers. You're so worried about Devontae and Puka, and then Tutu hits you with the chunk plays. Yeah. I mean, if he didn't spin out on that play and hit Tutu on that crosser, and he catches him 5 yards more inbounds, Tutu maybe goes upfield and scores a touchdown.
No doubt. You talked about the defense, though. Yep. This league is all about bending but not breaking. Yep. You're going to give up yards in this league.
No doubt.
You are. Jacksonville gave up yards yesterday. So you know what? Can you keep this team out the end zone
the
at important
99-yard
times?
interception was incredible.
It was incredible. That team, Duval County, man. Devin Lloyd is sick. That's a big win for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And maybe Niner fans will put some respect on their name. It's a good football team in Jacksonville. I really believe that. That division, all of a sudden, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and Houston, it's going to be a dogfight in the AFC South. All of a sudden, they're not a laughingstock anymore. But you're going to give up yards in this league. I thought it was important for Alfred Collins, Marquis Siegel, who's getting torched over and over and over, but having short-term memory to come up with a game-winning tackle. I mean,
what did you think of the decision from McVay to go for it?
That was terrible. Well, I don't mind
the ball.
No, it wasn't terrible to go for it. Put the ball in Matt Stafford's hand.
You were running that little mesh play at the goal line. That's an unguardable play where like Devontae picks and then Puka kind of comes underneath. That play's unguardable. Why would you go back to Kyron in a short yardage situation?
Yeah,
I didn't like that play call at all.
The play call
no,
was
I
terrible.
loved it, but I hated it for the Rams.
The Rams are going to look back at the game saying, damn, we blew it because Kyron had a fumble. Blake Corum had a fumble.
Started off slow.
Remember, Kyron Williams dropped a crucial
wide
third down
open on
play.
third down.
And Fred Warner was going crazy. He was ticked off. He was like, what the hell is going on around here?
In the flat.
So this defense for the 49ers, you can't really blitz because you have young members in the secondary with Upton Stout and Marquis Siegel. I don't know if Malik Mustafa's going to play this Sunday. Sounds like he's going to try to make an effort for it. But you can't blitz. But you can't generate a pass rush to front four. Right. So you're going to have to outscore some teams right now.
I didn't get clarity on this. Did Upton Stout hurt himself or get yanked because of performance for Chase Lucas?
They said an ankle because I thought he was playing okay.
He wasn't bad, but he's small. He was playing okay. It's a tough matchup against Devontae.
But it was an ankle. Devontae was really cooking.
I mean, he's amazing.
They were finding their matchups, but Marquis Siegel's the guy in pass covers he's a liability right now. He's really good against the run, and I like him. It says a lot about Tig Brown, the fact that he can't crack the starting lineup. But Marquis Siegel, he's struggling back there.
He ran past the ball. The ball was coming over. He overran the play. Yep. He's got to identify the ball.
No, his ball skills right now is subpar.
So what'd you make of the quarterback, Mac Jones? You were there in person, Bonte.
Mac Jones was incredible.
Like, that was one of the best wins, if not the best win of his NFL career. Baldy was saying it too. Like, it was incredible what he was able to do.
He hasn't had many, right?
No.
I think
this is the first year with the Patriots. That's probably
the game against the Bills where they threw 3 times.
Yeah.
No, that was like Bill's moment, not necessarily Mac's moment.
Yeah, McDaniel's moment, really.
Yeah.
He had a game against the Chargers at SoFi where he was letting it fly. Again, Mac Jones, I was listening to Baldy, and he's so right about coaching. Coaching matters so much in this league. At the highest levels in any sport, coaching matters. We see it in baseball. Aaron Boone making terrible decisions with the New York Yankees. They're fortunate to get past the Red Sox. Coaching matters. And when you have a good coach like Shanahan who knows how to scheme things up and will put you in the right spot, it's no surprise maybe it's a surprise that he's throwing over 40 times because the run game's not rolling.
To Kendrick Bourne, too.
But Mac Jones, here's the difference with Mac Jones and Brock Purdy right now. and I was watching, and I got something for you guys in a second. But one, he's taking the check down.
Yes.
Brock Purdy's problem right now, you just look at the Jacksonville game.
Layups.
Christian McCaffrey, you throw it across the field. There's 4 guys around him. You got a check down right in front of you with Jake Tonjes. Take the check down.
Staring him in the face mask.
Mac Jones is taking the check down. And then one thing that a lot of people tried to dunk on me for last year when I said this, throwing outside the numbers.
The deep comeback twice to Demarcus Robinson was gorgeous.
Throwing outside the numbers. Brock Purdy to Ricky Pearsall, Seattle, think week 1. The ball's late. The ball floated. Getting it out there outside the numbers. That's the 2 biggest differences right now between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy does things that Mac Jones can't do. Scramble out of the pocket, mobility, extending plays. They're going to need that at some point because his offensive line is struggling. But right now, hopefully Brock Purdy's watching saying, let me just take the check down. It's okay to hit single after single after single after single and stay ahead of the sticks right now. And that's what Mac Jones is doing. He's not trying to hit the home run and throw the no throw.
Look, the thing with Mac Jones, and people take, if you start cheering on a guy because he's playing well, they're like, oh, now you're ripping the other guy. No, we're just assessing what we're seeing. Have I been the biggest Mac Jones fan? How long have we been doing shows?
Yeah, our first, play the soundbite. If you don't watch the film, Shasky, that was a Mac Jones argument because a lot of people, I get it. I didn't want Mac Jones at number 3 either. I didn't, but it wasn't because he was bad. I was like, he ain't that bad, actually. But I think what was baked into the Mac Jones draft pick was we saw an upgrade over Jimmy, but basically the same quarterback.
Exactly.
A pocket quarterback. And when Shanahan went on the podium after they lost to Buffalo and Glendale, Arizona during the pandemic season on Monday Night Football, and he saw Josh Allen, and Shanahan said, the league is evolving. And he fell in love with that type of quarterback, movement, a dual threat.
Yes,
Then you think about Mike Shanahan. He coached Elway twice. Elway was a dual threat. People don't realize that.
Even Jake Plummer, who he drafted, could move.
Jake Plummer was a dual threat.
Yeah.
Steve Young, dual threat. Jay Cutler kind of could move early on in his career, was a dual threat. So they love those quarterbacks. RG3, they drafted him, whether you like it or not.
It's funny that you go back to the Jimmy thing. You're right in that we thought he was an upgraded version of Jimmy. Here's the part I underrated with him. His arm talent is better than Jimmy's.
No
Talk
doubt.
about Mac. And his size is better than Jimmy's. And I think there is something to be said. Like, there is a reality that fundamentally the offense, when it comes to those checkdowns, being able to see those in the pocket, there is something to being 6'2", 6'3". There is. And I know people see that. I'm not knocking Brock. Brock just does different things. They both have skill sets that are unique from each other. They both do things that the other guy can do, comparably. Right. But I think one area I underrated, like the size it's a part of what has helped Mac, I think, with this porous offensive line, being able to just kind of 1, 2, 3, bang, get rid of it.
I mean, you just watch his Alabama games. We all watch Alabama football. I was betting on every Alabama game because they were so good and felt like free money. So I was locked in a different way. You got those type of wide receivers, sure, it helps you out. But he was putting things on the money. Devontae was beating double teams, and Mac Jones was putting it right over the shoulder.
Well, that's the thing on right now, his run with the Niners, the ball placement in tight windows.
Ball placement is great.
I mean, he's throwing it perfectly.
Ball placement is great. I keep
the back
telling you
shoulder
guys.
throw to DeMarcus?
First ever throw I seen him make was that Citrus Bowl against Michigan. And I was like, who is this? So, and that's why when the draft was happening, I wanted Trey Lance because I wanted a dual threat quarterback. I wanted something different.
I think a lot of people did.
But Matt, that first year with New England, and then they hired Joe Judge and Matt Patricia, coaching matters. Coaching matters. So is he a great quarterback? No. But can he run this offense? And here's the other thing I want to throw at you guys, and I was thinking about this watching the game. This personnel that the Niners have with Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne.
It's a pass-happy team.
Well, not only that, but he's got the rapport with Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
He had a lot of reps with Demarcus Robinson in training camp. Jake Tonjes. He had a lot of reps with Jake Tonjes in training camp. The personnel the Niners have right now may be better suited for Mac Jones as opposed to Brock Purdy. And I'm not saying that Mac is better than Brock or should Brock lose his job. But right now, Brock doesn't have the reps with Kendrick Bourne. He doesn't have a lot of reps with Demarcus Robinson. Obviously, without Jake Tonjes because he was throwing to George Kittle. So the personnel may be better suited for Mac Jones right now.
Did Pearsall run with the ones, with the twos? Was it back and forth? Because Jennings,
he was the one.
I got the sense that Jennings and Brock both were kind of going through preseason in game one and in the
Jennings didn't practice in training camp.
No, I know, but I'm saying Brock not playing a lot in the preseason.
Yeah.
It felt like it's hard for me to hold him so accountable for game one. It's like, he didn't really play in the preseason in terms of games. Like, to me, that was kind of like a preseason game in itself. So I'm not like holding that against him. And then in the Jacksonville game, he just looked compromised to me.
Yeah, no, he did.
I'm not crushing him. I'm just riding the hot hand for right now with Mac.
You guys understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. It's interesting when these guys do come back, Bonte, if it's going to look different, if it's going to look better, because there is something to do, like practice makes perfect, and it's an old cliche. Right. But it matters when it comes to the timing with these guys. I mean, there's a reason Tom Brady in the offseason was hanging out with Julian Edelman in Montana.
Stafford and Cooper
all these
Kupp.
guys. Yep.
We threw every day, every morning for an hour.
So he has the rapport with Ricky Pearsall. He worked a lot with Brock Purdy.
So Ricky was working with Mac.
Yeah. No, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy,
But he worked with both. He would go in with the twos as well.
Okay.
But Demarcus Robinson, he would be split up ones, sometimes twos. But Mac has those reps.
The Tonjes one's interesting.
Tonjes, he has reps with Tonjes.
I actually like Tonjes.
He has reps.
too.
He obviously has reps with Kendrick Bourne from New England.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy had one practice with Kendrick Bourne. You know what I mean? One practice. So right now the personnel just seems better suited for Mac Jones because Brock Purdy doesn't have enough reps right now with these guys. So that's what I'm watching the game thinking, okay, he knows these guys. He knows the timing. And even Kendrick Bourne mentioned this too. He just doesn't know where the ball's going when it comes from Brock Purdy because he hasn't worked with him yet. He knows Mac. He knows Mac.
Trust factor there for sure.
When he dropped that ball on third down, I thought, oh, here we go again. And then he flipped the switch and made play after play after play. Kendrick Bourne was outstanding.
The field goal before halftime was huge, by the way.
Oh, my God, it was monster.
Underrated, and we talked about this. I don't know if you noticed it on the field when they were there, Bonte. I'm sure you saw it after. But we, in real time, Joe and I were talking, like, you know what's important about that drop? The fact that
this was great.
He dropped that ball, and it could have been a huge momentum swing. You know what Mac Jones did right after that drop? Obviously critical. He ran up to Kendrick Bourne.
Put his arm around him.
I got you. Bat him on the head.
I thought that was great.
That's just leadership right there.
Well, you had to. I mean, it's not like Brock doesn't do that.
No one's saying that.
But we're giving Mac his love.
No doubt. And look, Mac knew that. Kind of need you, Kendrick. We don't have enough bodies out here.
You loved when Mac was stunting on whoever that was on the Rams when he was doing the little. Come on,
that's fine.
Come on,
that's fine.
He's fun.
In-game, that stuff can come back to you. Like I'm not a fan of kickers celebrating.
I'm not either.
Jones
I'm
doing that. It's like
that.
second quarter, and I get it. You want to show some swagger. It's Thursday night football.
Love it.
It's
when
fine.
Jared Verse did like the belly flop on Mac, and he's lying there, and I didn't know what the injury was. In my head, I'm saying to myself, dear God, we ran the ball with juice on third down, and then like the whole thing was almost going.
I know the juice haters. They were like going crazy.
Well, that was a terrible play call. That's an individual one.
Still need a rushing touchdown, Bonte. Still haven't gotten one.
Juice has been.
No, he's been good in the pass game.
Juice has been. He's had a good year. He's had a good year.
He has, but he's also lined up at tight end a lot.
Right.
The other thing is like I'm watching this. I'm going, Shanahan, if you don't draft 2 offensive linemen in the first 4 rounds next year, what are you doing? Like, my head was going crazy, and I thought Adrian Martinez was going into the game. The way the commercial cut, it was like Adrian Martinez patting him on the shoulder.
Sometimes it's fun, so binocular Bonte.
So
I grabbed the binoculars. He never even went to the blue tent. He went straight to the bench, grabbed the Microsoft Surface, and then he started throwing, and Adrian Martinez still had his baseball cap on.
See, everybody on the broadcast made it out like Adrian Martinez was coming into the game.
No, in fairness, Mac was laying there like he was dead. No, he was literally laying there.
I had
on the ground.
I had the binoculars like looking like, what's going on?
So Adrian Martinez never put his helmet on.
Well, he may have put his helmet on, but by the time they were getting ready for the next possession,
he ran off the field, Mac.
Martinez had the hat on. But when Mac ran off the field, he went straight to the bench, grabbed the Microsoft Surface. It was now the trainers are around him talking to him, and he's like, got the Microsoft Surface.
Well, they said it was a cramp. And I was like, a cramp? It looked like he tore his knee up.
Was it hot there, Bonte? Like, because I know it's not technically.
Gets hot.
It gets warm? Okay, because he was sweating. He was sweating a lot on the broadcast.
SoFi's built, they had to build it because of the airport. You got the airport, LAX is right there. So when you walk into SoFi, you're like on a 3rd level.
I've only gone to a concert there, but it was at night, so I didn't really get a good feel for it.
Oh, it gets warm. It was warm out there.
And it bounces off that glass.
Yep, that glass right back down. Yeah, no doubt. It was hot down there.
God, what a game.
I know it was.
SoFi's so sick.
Let's get more into it.
It's such a great stadium.
It was so, everything about that game, the post-game, Shanahan, can we get into Shanahan and Mac?
Please.
Like, Shanahan, he's refreshed, man. I'm telling you. There's some things coming.
I've got something I want to say about Shanahan on the other side.
And we'll get to that. It's Bonte Hill in studio, as he is each and every Tuesday at this time for the rest of the show, courtesy of River Islands. And it's also brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
The Reds are frauds to me. Even though they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year. Damn it.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Rolling, baby. We got Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands, for the rest of the show, as he is each and every Tuesday. We're talking Niners. Niners are 4-1 right now. Best in the conference. You got 4 teams at 4-1 in the NFC, Bonte and Joe.
This beat is hard.
Did you guys know that?
This beat is hard.
What a 4.
Shanahan.
It's Shanahan.
We've been arguing about Shanahan since day one, you and me. And I've probably been more of a Shanahan, not lover, but like
you're
apologist.
You're a Shanistan. That's what they call him.
But there are things that drive me crazy about him, right? It's like, I was using the analogy of family members. Like, you might love that individual, but there are certain things that are their character flaws and that drive you nuts, right? There are certain things about Shanahan that drive me nuts, but then he always sucks me back in with some of the creativity. And his understanding, no matter who the personnel is out there, of misdirection, of coverage concepts, of where pressure might come from, of how to create spacing and windows and throws and teardrops for his quarterback based on what his skill set might be. The guy is he's such a son of a gun. You know what I mean? And then there are certain possessions where you're like, what are you doing? And then the very next possession, they go through like a hot knife through butter. I will defend him on this. End of the game. The Rams have 3 timeouts. They get the ball at the, 1.5?
1.5 yard line.
Okay. In my mind, I go, the worst possible thing that could happen is a turnover. The second worst possible thing that could happen is a hold or some sort of a penalty in the end zone like you had 2 weeks prior, okay, where you got the safety, and then you're kicking the ball back to them, right? I had no problem with them running all 3 plays in that scenario, given the personnel, where they were on the field, and like risk reward. And I had buddies texting me like, you got to throw the ball here. You got okay, maybe if you had your full arsenal, maybe if George Kittle's out there, maybe. But making them burn the 3 timeouts to me was the prerequisite of the checklist that I was looking for. I loved that they did that. What were you guys thinking in real time? Because I know a lot of people were like, you got to go for the first down here. And I just wasn't thinking that way. I wasn't thinking aggressive.
I'll jump in here before you answer, Bonte. But I do think it's funny, the fact that you had a backup quarterback in that situation, backed up inside your own 2, and all your buddies were saying, you got to throw it. It just speaks to the game Mac Jones is having, which is funny.
With no Kittle, no Pearsall.
I think maybe Mac, but more so just going for the kill shot.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if you get a first down, the game's over. That's what people are thinking about.
Sure.
It has something to do with Mac, but also it's just a kill shot. I don't care what quarterback you have. I can end the game right here. Game's over.
For sure. And this crossed my mind, not saying they were going to do it, but it did cross my mind, and Steiny was in agreement with me. I was like, is there a point here where maybe you talk about, and I know everyone's going to yell at me, take a safety, milk some time.
Because then you're going to the ball. Yeah, exactly.
Can I hold on? Then you punt it. They're going to have to go the length of a field as opposed to being at the half field, midfield yard line.
You get to the 35-yard line. Never has it been easier to hit 50-yard plus field goals than right now.
I hear you.
Okay.
It crossed my mind, not saying they were going to do that.
10 times as many 50-yard field goals made through the first 5 weeks than there were 8 years ago. 10 times more. Okay. So it's never been more easy to kick a longer field goal. You on the safety scenario, you are giving them the ball on short yardage. They only have to go like 25 yards.
Well, they had 1st and 10 at the 50 with 42 seconds left. I would say if you got the 1st and 10 at like the 30.
Yeah, but a field goal ties the game,
I understand.
Whereas a field goal wins the game.
I understand. If you had a 1st and 10 at the 30 and you had, I don't know, let's say you milk some clock there in the safety situation, 35, 34 seconds left.
Well,
it's a little, I'm just saying.
Here's what you're thinking. All right, because I don't think that's...
They weren't going to do that. They weren't going to do that.
That never crossed my mind because you'll lose a game like that. Number one, you take the safety. You're up 23-22. You kick from your own 20-yard line.
Exactly.
Punt it. They're still going to get the ball around the 40-yard line. Maybe.
We have one of the worst coverage units in the game.
And Morstead, I don't know how strong his leg is
that I don't
in that
even
situation.
know.
So then they still have, they could go out there and win the game with the field goal. So he nailed the field goal to go to overtime, whatever the kicker's name is here on, what's my board? What's his name?
Josh Carney?
Cardi.
Yeah.
After missing one earlier.
You give up the safety, you're up 1 point, and then you're giving them the ball at the 40-yard line.
Now you're giving them a chance to win.
That was
40.
That was.
Okay. No, just going through my mind.
No, that never went through my mind. But on your point about Shanahan, and I've had my ups and downs with Shanahan.
We all have.
To the point where some people thought I had a personal vendetta against Shanahan,
Well,
right?
they're going to drop. It's Shanahan. I don't know where it's at. We need to find it.
It's just we're arguing about Jimmy.
Right. It's Shanahan, not Jimmy. But he won me over. The moment he won me over had nothing to do with the game. It's the way he handled the Trey Lance situation. And the transparency he gave on the situation, on why he made the decision and why he moved on from him. And I said, you know what? He was pretty honest right there. He looked everybody in the eye, told them what was up. And even Thursday night, the transparency to talk about his decision on not to throw the football. Mm-hmm. Hey, if I throw the football, they've got a one timeout, we don't complete it. I believe they win the game in that situation. So at the worst, we play for overtime. Exactly. I love that transparency from Shanahan. I asked him about the 59-yard field goal. Did you think about punting? He goes, yeah. You know what? Right on that line. Right on that line. But you know what? I just went for it. And he's been a little more aggressive this season. And I told Shasky during training camp, we would talk all the time after practice, Shanahan looks refreshed.
He looks so much better.
And the trick play we saw that gained 8 yards. Remember the little trick play they had McCaffrey to Bourne, back to Mack, and only went for 8 yards?
Down.
But he's been doing some stuff in practice, man. All training camp. I'm thinking to myself, think New Orleans, 48-46 down to the Superdome, a win that made everybody feel good back in 2019. Shanahan is in his bag right now. He is cooking something. And once he gets these reinforcements back, I think we're going to see the best of Shanahan. He's having a hell of a season right now. So I think I think for the first time in a long time, Niner fans are saying, you know what? Well, maybe next game he makes a decision and we're all questioning and you know how we all flip-flop around here. But Shanahan, we've got one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Hands down.
Hands down. He's one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Well, no defensive end in Nick Bosa. Whether you love him or hate him, you know he's great. No Jawan Jennings, no Ricky Pearsall, no Hall of Fame tight end in George Kittle.
No Brandon Ayuk.
You don't have your $250 million quarterback. You have no Brandon Ayuk. You're doing this with a bunch of rookies on defense or first-year starters. And then on offense, you're doing it with Jake Tonjes for crying out loud. And he looks good.
Looks good.
Not a great run blocker, but he's a nice little pass catcher.
You know, Connor Colby at left guard.
Yeah.
Nobody even heard of this guy.
I didn't even know who he was.
He's playing high level. Think about the opening drive. He false start Connor Colby, Colton McKivitz holding. Yeah. So you're behind the sticks on 2 plays, and they still were able to recover.
I actually thought McKivitz's first half was good.
Wasn't bad.
No, I thought it was good.
Bad.
The second half was not good.
And you saw multiple, in the second half too. Like the
third quarter was awful.
Multiple times, lining up in front of receivers, and it was, they just couldn't get on the same page multiple times, and that is to be expected, right? You have a bunch of backups in there. It's a short week. You didn't know what was going on, but I thought how they handled all those adverse situations, Bonte, the more unbuttoned team that day to me was the Rams. They just fell apart with just miscues. Did you think they slept on the Niners that week?
No, you never sleep on the Niners.
I feel like they kind of
this is a divisional game. McVay versus Shanahan, LA versus SF. This is a monster game for that Rams organization. These teams do not like each other. And it's superseded now. For the longest time, I was like, the Seahawks are their number one rival.
No.
But since, and it really changed in 2021. When the Niners beat them down in SoFi to get into the playoffs, and then the Rams beat them in the NFC Championship game. That took this rivalry to another level, and now it's the number one rivalry in the NFC West. The Rams, they're never sleeping on the Niners. I'm going to just say that. They never sleep on the Niners. They know what time it is. They had an opportunity to go to 4-1, take control of the division. But you know what, Spadoni? They've not been buttoned up this year. No. They have not been buttoned up this season. They got some issues down. But maybe that loss to the Niners, I'm afraid, it may be their wake-up call moving forward.
Well, I'm just
Sean
looking
McVay's 1,000-yard stare. Oh, my gosh.
I thought there was a variety of miscues from McVay that he can point to that I didn't agree with. The unstoppable play for that team in any short yardage situation is not running the ball. It's running Devontae, this pick mesh play, whatever you want to call it. Right. It's kind of legal, but it's kind of not, where Puka goes underneath. It's unguardable. You lay off them. Okay, and it's a simple little completion. You come in and they get you on Devontae coming on the outside. It's open on every single. It's almost impossible to defend.
The Chiefs did it last night with Travis Kelce.
Exactly, like that play. I would run that play till I'm blue in the face. But that being said, obviously the NFC feels wide open, and I know that the Niners, like all these teams ahead of them in different divisions and whatnot, have flaws. The Niners have flaws. The number one thing that we're all asking about is how are you going to generate a pass rush? Who's out there? How do you do it? Forget looking external. Just looking internal at the team that they have right now. I want to suit up Nick Martin. I want to get him on the field. I want to get either D. Winters, Fred Warner, Nick Martin attacking the quarterback. Maybe you drop the other two. They've got to find a way to generate some pressure here. And I just don't know what the answer is. This is a huge test this weekend.
Well, no doubt. Tampa's resilient, just like the 49ers. To go up to Seattle and win that game without Bucky, without Mike Evans. I mean, wow, Baker Mayfield just put
Ohio State receivers.
Dude, the Raiders were so bad on Sunday, it made me buy the ticket this year. I was going to try to not buy the ticket because, you know, my schedule's a little crazy, right? Basketball one Sunday, you go to the games. What do I need the ticket for? The Raiders were so bad on Sunday. Sunday NFL ticket.
Oh, the NFL ticket.
The ticket.
I thought you were going to the game.
No, Sunday, my bad. Let me clarify that. Sunday NFL ticket. So the Raiders were so bad, made me buy the NFL ticket this week. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go quad box afternoon.
Because you don't want to watch
And then Chesney was out, and the afternoon games were just all points. So Baker just throwing dimes. But the Niners, who's going to play D-line this week? C.J. West has a cast on his hand. Kalia Davis is out at least 2 games. Peter Gross-Matos, I thought he tore something. He's out for a few weeks.
You know what Sam calls him?
What?
He's the Gerard Encarnacion of the 49ers. He's always hurt.
Injury report, Boxing Gerson.
It's not good.
There you go.
Kalia Davis out a couple games. Alfred Collins has a knee sprain. We don't know whether he extended that
I didn't even know that.
They announced that yesterday, or excuse me, over the weekend. So he's day-to-day. We don't know if he's – so right now you got 5 healthy defensive linemen? So I don't know what your options are right now.
I think this whole trading for Trey Hendrickson feels like a Hail Mary. I just don't see Cincinnati. They just don't trade anyone.
Mike Brown doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Look at the Carson Palmer deal.
Yeah.
He's gonna and then the price is gonna go up. You get closer and closer to the deadline. Mike Brown, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, knows everybody's looking for a pass rusher.
Sure.
Philadelphia. Green Bay's now probably out of the market, but Detroit may want to look for one.
Detroit has been linked to Kayvon Thibodeau for a 3rd, 4th, 5th rounder, depending on where they finish the season. So it would be a conditional pick. Again, these are all speculations. Kayvon Thibodeau, is an interesting player. I don't know if he's a scheme fit for Saleh, but,
he's under control for another year.
That's what I'm saying. He has the 5th-year option exercise, so you'd have to make a decision on him. I don't know. I'd be interested on him.
I'd be interested in Thibodeau. I'd take Cam Jordan in New Orleans. I'd take it. What's going on in Miami? They got a couple dudes.
Oh, what's going on in Miami is they're cooked.
Yeah, they're cooked. Exactly. They're cooked. So maybe Phillips is available. Maybe Chubb is available.
Hey, do it now while Mike McDaniel's the head coach.
Right.
I actually like Chubb because Chubb's good against the run. I actually would like Chubb.
You have to look at these teams.
It's
even
a good
Tennessee,
call on that, actually.
Even Tennessee, they have Arden Key and Jeffrey Simmons. So look at these teams that are bottoming out and looking to sell and stack picks. You have to look at those teams because I think John Lynch is going to have to use a phone line because Stafford had all day. And that's back-to-back weeks. You had 1 quarterback hit basically in 2 straight games. And that was on the sack early in the game, the great blitz by Robert Saleh in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Well, other than that, they didn't touch Matthew
Bryce Huff
Stafford.
was exhausted.
He was.
3rd, 4th quarter.
I told you, they kept panning in. That's why I was asking about the Heat, because Mac Jones was sweating profusely. Obviously, he was cramping.
He's eating bananas.
Jared Verse was like, all these guys, I was like, is it that hot down there? But it must be.
It's that pit. It's like the big house. So you guys ever go to the big house in Michigan? You walk in the
I
stadium.
have not. It's
when
on
you
the bucket
walk
list.
in, you're at the top of the stadium. So it's basically you're just walking down into this pit.
I
into
went
the
to
ground.
SoFi with you. I remember.
Yeah. I'm just explaining. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I think Sacramento's basketball arena is actually similar, where you enter at like halfway up, and it looks down, if you will.
I want to open up the phone lines. Let's do that right now. Ask Bonte anything. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. What could go wrong there? Ask Bonte, ABA. Ask Bonte anything here on the roast. By the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So we had Bonte, we had Baldy on last hour, and we were talking about, riding the hot hand. Mac Jones, he's 3-0. He's going to start this week probably, as Brock Purdy is day-to-day, week-to-week, I should say, going forward, according to Ian Rappaport. And I just want to ask you, what is your feel about this quarterback situation right now? Is that even something? Is this a quarterback situation that is on their hands? The word controversy, I'm not toss that to the side. But the fact that Mac is winning right now and sticking with the hot hand, Shasky said earlier that he would stick with Mac Jones. As long as they keep winning games, you stick with Mac Jones as your starter.
Knowing that Purdy is dealing with this foot thing.
Not 100%.
And it's probably going to last all year. You just ride the Mac thing out till we get a poor performance or a loss. And then we go back to Brock.
I think when Brock's cleared and ready to go and he says, I'm pain-free and I'm ready to play, he's going to play.
Do you think that will happen this year?
Absolutely.
You do?
I mean, yes. Now, I don't know the extent of his turf toe injury.
Because Low Neal, I'll stop you. I'll let you answer. But like Low Neal had me convinced this is going to be something he's probably going to be dealing with throughout the year.
No, probably. But talking to people down in SoFi, they said the toe is in better shape than it was leaving Seattle after week 1. It's a lot better.
Okay.
Some little swelling around, but they said the toe feels much, much better than it did after week 1. So I'm convinced we're going to see Brock Purdy again at some point. When we see Brock Purdy again, not sure. You're going to need him, right? I think he adds something to this offense that Mac doesn't give you. Now, I get it. We all love the backup quarterback right now. Is Mac going to stay healthy?
That's a big question.
He's a statuesque quarterback, which is why we were debating last week. He couldn't play in Jacksonville. He just couldn't walk that week. And that would have been a problem. Now,
yeah, but it was a mistake to play Brock on such short rest.
So then you would have had to play Adrian Martinez.
Which sucks, but you know what? It is what it is.
So and then you're not going to bring back Brock Purdy on that turf at SoFi Stadium with turf toe probably on a short week. So then maybe Brock Purdy comes back against Tampa Bay, and he's rusty playing against a red-hot Tampa Bay Buccaneers team. So the quarterback situation is what it is. Brock's hurt. When he's ready to roll, he'll be ready to roll, and they'll put him into the lineup. But I heard you ask Baldy about the locker room. What does the locker room feel? They like Mac Jones a lot. Mac Jones is loose. He's goofy. But they also love Brock Purdy, too. And when you've built equity in that locker room, and you've been in the trenches with guys like Trent, guys like George, guys like Fred Warner, and you've helped win monumental football games for this organization, that's not lost on these players. So they understand that Brock is the guy. Mac, hell, I know everybody thinks his answer was political. I was sitting there in that press room when he gave that answer. Mac wants to start. There's no doubt. Mac wants to play.
Yeah.
You're a competitor.
Yes.
Everybody wants to start. Spinoni, when you're behind the glass, I'm sure you wanted the A chair.
Yeah, but he's self-aware enough to not say it out loud.
But he's self-aware to not only say it out loud, but also understand that this thing is built for Brock Purdy, not me. I'm just here to help stack some wins. I know what it's like as a starter. I know what it's like as a backup. It's Brock's team, and the locker room still feels like that.
And he obviously went through it as the guy in New England being a first-round pick, and then who was it, Bailey Zappi taking over for him, and he's been on both sides of it. He backed up Trevor Lawrence last year. Trevor Lawrence was playing hurt, but he's the franchise there. He understands that, just like Brock is the franchise here. We got some calls, so I opened up the phone lines and asked Bonte anything. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy River Islands, for the next hour. 888-957-9570.
Let me guess who the first caller is.
It's not Robin San Bruno or Tony in Oakland. It's Tim in Danville, Bonte.
Tim in Danville.
Tim in Danville.
Hi, Tim.
No,
thanks for listening.
Not Brian in Palo Alto, but the bat signal is out for BPA if you want to go to him.
He could just stay at work.
Well, he'll hit you up on Twitter. We know that. Tim, what's up? You're on the roast. What do you want to ask Bonte?
Hey, thanks, guys. How you doing, Bonte? Haven't talked to you in a while. Hey, so, my quick opinion is, and I'm a big 49er guy, right? I went to the Super Bowl, and I'll tell you what. I just think that, why isn't everyone saying, hey, we probably made maybe a mistake on Brock. Look at his last year and a half. Look at his quarterback rating. Look how he's declined. His numbers are bad, okay? He looked bad when he came back. We have never had a quarterback, to me, and I've watched Brock. I'm waiting for that one game where I see him as a quarterback take over the game and win the game. I have not seen one game where he has done that. However,
in his career,
with Mac.
In his career, or just
no, with the Niners. I look, why do we get beat in the Super Bowl? Because Mahomes is a far better quarterback. But I've seen Mac Jones now compete with the best. I think he can win games on his own, and that's a separate thing that we haven't seen. I think the 49ers need to let Mac start the game, and I don't agree with Shaskis if he has a bad game, yank him, because that's not fair to Mac, right? He will have a bad game. But you got to make a decision here. We've already screwed up Trey Lance, Jimmy G. We all love those guys, right? We move off of them, right? Just like, New England moved off of, Drew Brees, right? And they brought in Brady. So I think it's time, and I hope that they look at the numbers and they really look at the capability of Mac Jones. And
Tim,
we
so
move
you're
forward
saying,
on that.
so you're not a Niner fan, right? You say you just started watching the Niners?
He's a huge Niner fan.
No, I've been a Niner fan for every year.
I misheard that. I misheard that. Okay, all right. I disagree on the point that we've never seen Brock Purdy just go out there and win a game.
Thanks, Tim.
First ever start against Tom Brady, 35-7 at the half.
He's got many moments where he was amazing.
And
the second half against Seattle in the playoffs.
He meant
The
Drew
second half
Bledsoe.
against Detroit.
Yeah.
His
he
legs
was
were the
phenomenal.
big difference. When you rewatch the NFC Championship game second half, Jared Goff's inability to move and Brock Purdy's ability to move, to me, was the separator in that game.
Fourth quarter against Dallas. In a grimy football game, a hard-hitting football game. That Dallas defense was no joke.
No.
Kittle
and he
catch.
helped make the throw. The kid made great play to Brandon Ayuk. When you had to have a play, he outplayed Jordan Love in the second half of the Green Bay game after having an atrocious first half against the Green Bay Packers in the rain. So, look, Brock Purdy was not good last season. He was not. But you also understand that you pay all these guys, and you're thinking that, okay, we're going to go into the season. We got Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey, Debo, and Ayuk never played a game together. Not one time. Now, again, Brock Purdy has a problem with trying to hit the home run. And I think he was overcompensating for not having a lot of those guys out there. You can't do that. You got to take what the defense gives you and play good, clean football. But to say he wasn't good all the time, he was fine. He was fine. Not enough to say that, he should just move on from him. Like, this ain't Madden, man, where you can just start cutting guys and trading guys after one bad
Unless
year.
you're Sean Payton.
Right. It's Sean. Well, he stuck with Drew Brees for a long time.
No, I'm talking about Russell Wilson.
Oh, yeah. He came in, that wasn't his guy, though.
I'm joking.
No,
Right.
for sure. But he had the understanding and he had the backing from the ownership, which is more
it wasn't
important.
his guy.
Exactly.
He came
It wasn't
in,
his guy. Yeah, it wasn't his guy.
He took a $75 million dead cap hit.
Right.
That being said, there are people, and I'm not one of these, but like you're referencing all the guys that weren't out there. They're like, this is where I think a lot of the Mac support comes from. Well, look what he's done with only a limited CMC out there.
How about this? I was thinking about this.
And it's probably not fair.
I was thinking about this. Think about week 3 last year in L.A.
No
Debo,
Debo, no Kittle.
Yep. We set that week up saying, okay, now we're going to see Brock Purdy without weapons. We're going to see Brock Purdy without weapons. Well, he goes 22 of 30 for 292. What happened to that football game? Ronnie Bell drops a pass. Jake Moody misses a kick, and you blow it on special teams. That was his moment to say, look at me. I just won a game with an out-of-shape Brandon Ayuk and Jawan Jennings, no Kittle, no McCaffrey, no Debo. And that opportunity gets snatched because other guys don't make plays.
Why are people so quick? Like, it's a small, but why do they want to turn the page so quickly on Brock? Why? Why do you think?
I have no idea. That's not because this is what we do in sports these days. Social media has had a bad influence on sports. It's had a terrible influence on sports.
Mac Jones hasn't done it. Like, I get it. He had the 1 year, and I've actually been high on Mac Jones than most. You and I probably when he came out of Bama. But like, it's not like he's won a playoff game or like taking a team to a Super Bowl. Like,
This is what we do in sports these days.
Yeah.
We don't have the patience. Look at Trevor Lawrence. I didn't realize that Trevor Lawrence just turned 26.
He's so young.
We act like he's 30 and has been done, but he's had a revolving door of coaches, offensive coordinators, head coaches. Now he finally got a dude in Liam Cohen who I like. I like Liam Cohen a lot, and he's getting better. Now, is he still making mistakes here and there? The end of the first half, clock management sequence was, I didn't get why you don't call a timeout, give him time. The fourth quarter there,
They take delay
game.
on every.
Trevor, what's going on? What's going on here? But he is getting better. Baker Mayfield, who we're going to see this Sunday. People were writing him off.
Yeah.
He was done. Now look at him. He's in the MVP running.
I don't think people are writing off Brock. I think the injury right now is the most pressing thing. And I think the injury has compromised the style of play. And I'm viewing it this way. Forget later on in the year and next year. Those are two separate conversations. For right now, get healthy, ride the Mac wave until it crashes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I think that's the appropriate tack that the team should take.
But people are like, man, this guy hasn't had really good games and this and that. I mean, he lit up a bad Bears team last year. He had a really good game against the Dallas Cowboys last year, heading into the bye week. They beat Tampa Bay where Brock throws for 353.
Right.
Now, we all remember that game because
Ricky
Jake
Pearsall
Moody
had a big touchdown.
Big catch and run. Brock Purdy put it on the money. Jake Moody was missing field goals in that football game.
The wind was
Debo was
crazy.
losing his mind. But he goes down there to Tampa Bay against Baker Mayfield. It goes 25 of 36 for 353.
Oh, no.
Our short-term memory on these things in sports just drives me crazy. The NFL This is just the ultimate reality show. But we just, 1 week, this guy's bad, bench him, get him out of here. Like the Philadelphia Eagles are all doom and gloom. You're 4-1.
I know.
They're 4-1 right now, and your offense is not even humming.
Well, their Phillies are cooked. That's what they're upset about right now. And 888-957-9570 is the number.
I don't know. I do believe that the conversation around someone does change when you pay them a lot of money, and I think people become way more critical overall. And fair or not, that's baked into these contracts. Right. Rafi Devers is on a $300 million deal. Adames is on a couple $100 million deal. And Chapman, we scrutinize them more than we would Casey Schmidt. No doubt. And I think that Brock is now in the zone where he's being scrutinized under the microscope. Probably too much. I just think the guy's compromised.
Well, he's a quarterback. He's a quarterback, and this is what we do around here. We do quarterback controversies
and money.
In the Bay Area. And so when he gets paid the big money now, Carlos Ramirez, one of the few ideas he had, shout out to Carlos, but one of the few good ideas he had was saying that, hey, make Brock hold out because Mac will get all the reps. And then maybe midway through training camp, you just say, hey, Brock, you're not here. What's going on? You play hardball with Brock Purdy. Now, they weren't going to do that.
You were saying prior to the contract?
Prior to the contract, basically, play hardball.
I thought you meant hold out with the injury.
No. I'm talking about playing hardball with the contract. You were talking about the money, right? The contract. So sticking on that point, you come into training camp, hey, I need to get paid. And the 49ers could have said, you know what? We're not ready to pay you.
Yeah.
We don't want to do that. But they weren't going to do that because Brock's a good guy. He's done a lot for this organization.
Well, he's deserved and earned a raise.
And they gave him that raise.
And also, they rewarded all the captains of the team and all like the franchise pillars. Obviously, George Kittle and Fred Warner have the skins on the wall, the All-Pros. And Brock Purdy, to his own right, has some skins on the wall as well. But they made it abundantly clear this offseason they didn't want to deal with drama at all. They just did not want to deal with drama that they've dealt with the last couple seasons. So they nipped those contracts in the bud. Did it, really quickly. And I think that was good. And I think, I said it yesterday, Bonte, and because of the lack of drama in the offseason, I get it. There's a lot of injuries right now. And this team, the expectations, where do they go? I'm not sure. But I already feel better about the vibes around this team this season than I ever did last season during the season. Coming off a Super Bowl loss, mind you.
It's a lot of young guys, though, and it's a lot of new, fresh faces. They're hungry.
Yeah.
They needed a little, roster turnover last year.
We were talking during training camp, right? And you guys asked me what the vibe is like down there. I said, they're refreshed. Yeah. It's a good vibe. It's a really good – now, vibes don't win you football games. You got to go out there and win games. But when you win the games in the fashion that you win the games in, Seattle – late drive, Bosa, sack, fumble, boom, you win the game against your division rival.
Thank God they ended up finding a way to win that game.
The Saints. The Saints could have. Spencer Rattler's not playing bad at quarterback position.
First win.
Actually, we were joking.
Lucky he didn't score a touchdown on the first drive.
Right. We were joking, Shasky.
I like Spencer.
We wanted Spencer. We were like, well, Shanahan wants Spencer Rattler. I wanted Spencer Rattler on the 49. I'm not going to lie to you.
I think he's actually played okay.
He's got some talent.
I agree.
He's got some talent. That deep ball throw the other day against the New York Giants was really good. But you get Bryce Huff with the sack fumble, you steal that game. Character building wins. Arizona, 16-15, a nasty game. You had no business leading at the half in that football game. Arizona had the ball for 21 minutes. Now we understand Arizona's Arizona. They're going to find a way to lose a football game.
And they lost their running back.
So you build those character wins so the vibes could be great. But you still got to go out there and execute and win football games on Sunday or Thursday or Monday. So, but all training camp, they had a good energy to them. There was good energy. Shanahan had a good energy. Robert Saleh being back, good energy. And just having a second to just take a deep breath and recover from last year. And I think the Debo cloud last year hovered. It was a negative cloud over this organization.
Debo?
Debo.
Yeah.
Now, Debo's playing really good football in Washington.
Why do you say that? I just want to pick your brain on that.
Well, just you see the Moody situation. You see the complaining on Twitter. You see his body language and everything. And look, he knew that they tried to trade him around the NFL draft. That wasn't lost on him. And so there was just
not talking after games and sticking some reporters.
It was a lot with Debo last year.
I think that's
not
fair.
to rip him, but shout out to Debo.
I think both parties needed a new setting.
They needed a new setting, and that's why they shook hands and he shouted out the Niners and Shanahan said, "Hey, we'll miss your Debo, but he's playing good football with the Commanders."
He is.
Bunch of people calling in. Harrison, the coach, Jonathan. We'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Ask Bonte anything. He's with us for the next hour as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're talking about the vibes of the Niners. I want to get your thoughts on the vibes around the Warriors at some point this hour, Bonte, because they played their first preseason game on Sunday against the Lakers. They'll play tomorrow, giving away those Steph Curry All-Star MVP bobbleheads. I'm sure people, first 10,000 fans, by the way, get there early.
They will get there early.
Get there early.
Nation comes out.
That's right. Oh, no, I was at the game on Sunday. It was a sellout. Like, there was barely any empty seats. I know it's the Lakers, but preseason, they want to see Steph, they want to see Jimmy, they want to see Draymond and JK, all these guys. Al Horford making his debut on Sunday. So get your thoughts on that. But before we do that, let's go to the phones. Harrison, Tiburon. What's up, Harrison? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, fellas? You're my soundtrack for school pickup, so appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, look, how can you not root for a guy like Brock Purdy? I mean, he's our guy. He's the underdog. But what we're dealing with, me personally also, what we're dealing with is the tangibles that made that Mac Jones and Brock such a difference when they were drafted. I mean, Brock is smaller. He doesn't have the arm strength. And what we're seeing with these Mac Jones starts is a guy who can gun it a little bit more, and also a guy who can play through injuries because he's just physically bigger. And I think that's kind of why we're seeing a split in the fan base right now when it comes to, who we want as our starter.
Harrison, thank you.
It's a great call. Again, I go back to Bill Parcells when he told Willard Dibs, when he said, the one thing to worry about with Jimmy Garoppolo is, can he stay healthy? Is he durable enough? And Jimmy, over time, his body broke down. Now, Brock Purdy quietly has had a lot of injuries. The rib injury his rookie season, the elbow, he comes back. He's got the heating pad. Last year, he misses a couple games with the elbow.
Also had a back
He's got
injury
the turf
last
toe.
year. Yeah.
He's a small dude. And he doesn't, and look, a lot of people got on me last year when I said, Brock Purdy doesn't zip it outside the number. Like, Brendan Allen had that game in Green Bay, and Brendan Allen stinks. All right? Don't get it twisted. Brendan Allen stinks. But the guy threw it out right. I was like, damn. Let's throw some zip on it. He heated that up, and Brock Purdy doesn't do that consistently enough. And that's the difference with Mac Jones and Brock Purdy throwing outside the numbers. Mac Jones can get it there. Brock Purdy can't do it consistently.
The thing I've been most impressed with Mac, and I've talked about the curl, and he had a deep curl comeback, a deep curl and a deep comeback outside the numbers on the other side of the field. But his ability to hit the back foot and just and rip it, he's way more rhythmic as a passer than I gave him credit for.
No, he
has good feel.
He is, but when Purdy's cooking, Purdy has a lot of data out there to where outside the numbers, I'll give it to Mac Jones all day long. Yeah. He's playing with zip. He can rip it. He can. But it's going to be those extra plays, those backyard. Like, the fact that they're in position to try to steal that Jacksonville game, the drive before he fumbled, right? Backyard football, where Brock Purdy's just making things happen. You're going to need that at some point this season.
Well, of course you're going to need that.
I made the comparison, Bonte, because they keep showing on TV right behind you. And it's, Trevor Lawrence, the way he stumbled, right, and still made an incredible play to get up and rush for that touchdown. That's a Brock Purdy type of a play. Like, Brock Purdy can do that stuff. I don't know if Mac Jones stumbles yesterday, gets up. Not saying it's the same thing, but it's things like that.
Peyton Manning, there's been a lot of great quarterbacks. Again, there's different ways to play the position.
Tom Brady is not, scrambler. He's the greatest
Peyton
of all time.
Manning and Tom Brady didn't. But what they made up for was their above the neck and the ability to climb in the pocket.
And they didn't take the punishment. They were able to fall down or throw the ball away quickly.
I just want to be clear, though.
Guys have different strengths.
As we're talking about this, Brock Purdy's a quarterback for this team.
Yes.
You don't. I mean, I don't know if Jed York is willing to take a hit. Like, I started to think about it. I was like, boy, what would it look like if they moved on from Brock Purdy? You're talking about a financial hit. The dead cap and everything, and they're already eating $99 million in dead cap, so that's not happening.
Right. One
and
of the highest hits in the league.
Right, and I'm not going to Brock Purdy's the guy. Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. Is he a great quarterback? Again, there's only a few great quarterbacks in this league, in my opinion. A few great ones. But Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. And when he's right, he's going to be the quarterback for this football team, and the offense is going to hum. Let's not act like they're scoring 30 points a game.
I don't think anybody's ready to replace him right now, but you hit the phrase, when he's right. And I think that's where it leaves a gray area. And I think while he's not right, you just ride the Mac wave out. I'm not ready to give Mac 3 games is nothing. I saw Jimmy Garoppolo win 5 at the end of the season. I watched Brock. I've watched a lot of guys.
That's my point, Shasky.
3 games is nothing.
We're getting a little crazy about Mac Jones here.
We're just riding the momentum.
I get it. Mac Jones looks different, and it's something. They're different quarterbacks. They have different styles. But, man, when Brock Purdy's in there and he's humming, this team is averaging 30 points a game.
But there is something.
Mac Jones, they've scored 16, 26, 23.
Well, they're doing it with there's nobody out there.
That's true.
There's nobody out there.
I just think fans keep going back to, and Shasky and I were talking about that yesterday in this. The fact that Kyle Shanahan was interested in him in the draft, I think a lot of fans go back to.
That's a good point.
No, they do. The fact that there was a prior, I don't know if love affair is too strong, but the fact that Shanahan was at one point enamored with this guy, Bonte.
We know he liked him.
That's where fans are falling back on.
Here's the thing, though. But we don't know what was going on in that war room, number one.
We were arguing about this the other day.
And number two, if Shanahan wanted Mac Jones, he would have selected him at 3.
Yes.
He would have taken Mac Jones.
Did
Shanahan strike you as a guy saying, hey, I really want this guy. Don't do this.
But Ron Cathard is telling me that I need to take Trey Lance.
Right. We had the North Dakota State coach on.
Yeah.
And we asked him, when did you know the Niners were interested? He goes, well, they just kept coming back around. They kept coming back around. And they started asking questions and asking questions. Shanahan wanted Trey Lance. He wanted Trey Lance. And they missed on him.
But I also, and I was explaining it to him, when you do any evaluations, right, whether it's youth level or at the high school, pros, college, etc., just because you go out on a field and you have, let's say, 100 guys to choose from, you don't just go, oh, that's the one and only guy I like. You might like 7, 8, 9 guys. And, hey, I like him the most, but I also like these other guys.
Right.
I think they always liked Mac Jones. And for whatever reason, they also liked Trey Lance.
Right.
And they picked the wrong guy.
And you know what? Again, I go back to that Buffalo game on Monday Night Football when Josh Allen lit up the Niners. And Shanahan went to the podium after the game and then later on in the week saying, sometimes you're stuck in your ways and you want this style of quarterback, but the league evolves and you evolve. And he saw Josh Allen saying, can I get one of those? Can I get a dual threat like that?
I wonder how patient Shanahan would have been with Josh Allen early in his career. That's another conversation.
There is a feel for me, just for Brock. I'm looking at it. I remember, I think it was the 95 season for Steve Young. It was just kind of a lost year. He just couldn't get healthy. Gerbach was, stringing together some wins. The team wasn't as good as we thought. But he had the big win against the Dallas Cowboys that everyone remembers. Yep. And he tried to gut it out in the playoff game, and it didn't work. And
flag jacket.
Yeah, and so I get the sense, and I hate putting this out there, but I feel like, unfortunately for Brock, it's feeling like a lost year health-wise because of the foot. I hope he can get right at some point. But for right now, I think you got to stay on the sideline as long as you can.
If that's the case, Bonte, then if it lingers all season,
sucks.
Well, if it lingers all season long, then obviously there's going to, I don't want to, I'm not a doctor here. There's probably going to be surgery at some point then. And should have they just done what the Bengals did with Joe Burrow?
Sometimes there isn't an answer. Sometimes you think you're right. You go back out there, you get hurt. It's sports. It's your body. It's an inexact science. Things just happen, and you try to gut it out because you feel like you owe it to the team, and you're making a lot of money, and you're a leader, and you want to play. I don't blame guys for wanting to play.
No.
Sometimes your body gives out on you.
I'm sure Joe Burrow wants to play, and they said, no, Joe, you're doing the surgery. You're going to be out for 3 months.
Well, his might be more severe.
His is more
Again,
severe.
I'm not saying I'm not a doctor here.
They
exactly.
have not revealed the extent of this injury with the toe. And again, down at SoFi, and you got to trust, down at SoFi, I'm asking questions. I'm saying, what the hell's going on with Brock? What's up? And straight to my face, look, the toe was in worse shape after week 1 in Seattle. The toe's a lot better now. So will he play against Tampa? Probably not. Could we see him in Houston? Maybe. But they're going to go back to – and this could be the 72 Dolphins. I'll use them as an example. Going way back when. Shout out to my OGs. Shout out to my OGs. History lesson, Spadoni. You should do it.
I got an A in history, Bonte, every single year.
There you go. Football history here. Brian
got
Griese.
an A+ in that one.
Do you know Brian Griese was hurt most of that year?
Yes. We actually had a phone call just the other day.
Really?
Where the guy we called him Grease.
Grease. He called him Grease.
I swear to God. Yeah,
I was laughing.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Ed Morrell was the quarterback, and they went back to Greasy when it was time to go back to Greasy.
Ed Morrell was a 49er at one point. Look it up.
No doubt. There you go. There's your history lesson.
Thank you. NFL Films, Bonte over here. That's where you stopped by. They're based down in Los Angeles too, right? Jeff in Scottsdale, the coach. Jonathan SF, Vince. Full phone lines almost.
Wow.
Ask Bonte anything. And I do, before we leave today, Bonte, got to ask you about the Dubs who are back in action. All that and more. It's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or
chops?
that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Viant, innovating digital advertising. Didn't think you could advertise on the largest sport platforms? Think again. Viant helps brands show up where it counts, on live sports, where audiences are the most engaged. It's simple, smart, and built for results you can actually measure. No wasted time, no wasted spend. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com and get your message in front of the right audience today.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, Steph did have a point. Steph knows my name. Look at that.
He knows.
Cool. Steph knows.
Steph knows.
Oh, he knows. Hey, that shot is looking pure.
Who snorted like that? What was that snort?
Do it again. Hit it. Come on. That was Shasky. That was Shasky laughing.
God.
We isolated it.
It's not fair because you know why? I have a deviated septum, and now you guys are, you're discriminating against my nose.
In fairness, that first was me in the mic.
He's the one talking about nose problems, Bonte. He's the one talking about nose problems.
Was it really?
Yeah.
There you go.
Sam, I could say some things, but I'm going to hold them back.
Miami's balling. You can't bring him down his high right now. Jeff, Coach, Jonathan, Vince, we'll get to you in a second. Ask Bonte anything. He joins us right now in studio, courtesy of River Islands, every single Tuesday from 8 to 10. Tuesdays are the best on the roast because we got Baldy and Bonte, the BB show, the BB gun, if you will. Do I have a read right here? No, I don't. We don't. We're going to get into the Warriors, though. I was doing a Bonte right there. I don't have a read right here, but there's so many right now. Because the Warriors are back in action. There's a lot of sponsors.
Sponsored by, nobody.
Yeah, exactly. We can't say that anymore, though. We get in trouble.
You get in trouble.
I guess, by the way, guys, at this time, LeBron was supposed to make some announcement in the decision part 2, and it's all just...
It was a Hennessy ad.
Oh, my...
I hate him. Also, I want him.
Are you... Oh, you stop.
I'm joking.
Only when Bonte comes in here, you say that. Every time.
No, he flip-flops on LeBron.
Oh, my
you know
God.
that. I mean, come on. We're going to miss him one
day.
day.
You got an easy Christmas gift to give Shasky. Just get him a flip-flop.
I was going to get him a Bronny James jersey because he does love
He says pivot, don't panic, but it's panic and pivot.
That guy. Let's hit the lines. I want to hear from the people.
You want to hear from Jeff in Scottsdale?
I want to hear from all the people.
I just survived a 5-day zombie apocalypse.
I heard.
And we're running out of rations.
It's called being a dad.
Sleep. Got 5,
it's called being a dad.
5 in a row with early morning wake-ups. Dude, this is too much. All by myself.
Proud of you.
I know.
Let's go to...
we had some good bonding time.
Let's go to Jeff in Scottsdale.
It's called being a father.
I'm like, here, take him.
Take time to be a father today. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
Jeff?
Doing well. Good. Hey, I just tell you right now, this whole quarterback situation, I'm loving listening to you guys talk about it. I wanted to bring up a couple of points. I think the best thing the Niners could do is put Brock on IR and let Mac play, because I got a buddy of mine in Scottsdale that's a foot doctor, and he's a Niner fan, and he's like, this is what I would do, because you guys know that turf toe can get very serious quickly, right?
Jeff, podiatrist. That's actually a good thing. He's a walk-off right there. I'll say this. I will say, had they put him on the IR initially, Bonte, I do think they could have saved themselves a lot of this other, they don't care what the fans are saying. That has no bearing on what Kyle Shanahan
the setback.
do. But had they just put him on IR and he's out 4 games, I think it's okay.
But here's where it gets tricky, right? So you're only allowed so many people to return from IR. Yep. So that's one element. The other element is just because he sat out 4 weeks. Okay, this is the trickiness with this. Hamstrings, calves are this way, shoulders. Just because you sit out X amount of weeks doesn't mean that when you return to play, you can't re-aggravate it, no matter what the injury is. So on some level, I don't blame them. On another level, I would have been extra cautious with this, but maybe it was unavoidable.
Have they specified the toe injury?
They said turf toe
They
variant.
never specify the real
exactly.
injuries.
They're very vague, so I don't know if it's a torn ligament in the toe. I don't know what the hell's going on.
But here's what I would say. I think there is a difference between standing still and drills and throwing at practice and rolling out and throwing, which he was not doing. But we didn't know where Mac was with the knee.
So we have a poll up right now on 95.7 The Game, at 95.7 The Game on X. If Mac Jones starts on Sunday and beats the Bucs and Purdy is healthy, who do you start against Atlanta in the following week?
Let me guess. Twitter wants Mac Jones to start.
No. Brock healthy, he starts at 59%.
Oh, wow.
Let Mac roll at 41%. And you could join in the conversation at 95.7 The Game. And also, you can follow me at Spadoni_Joe.
I'm shocked.
There you go.
The Twitter doctor.
I'm not plugging you guys, yeah.
The Twitter doctors on what Purdy has.
The podiatrist.
You know what I do, though? This is one thing I appreciate about Shanahan. When he gets on these conference calls, it's hilarious because he comes out with the injuries first.
Vontae Hill, he's got this. And
he just goes,
got that.
All right, Brock Purdy, left shoulder, toe, George Kittle, hamstring, out of month. Like, the way he just says it is just unbelievable. Shanahan's great, man. By the way, I was sitting next to that kid, the one who asked the question about the 49ers.
Which one?
Did you guys listen to Shanahan's presser after the game Thursday?
No, I was in my downstairs going crazy.
I have the cut sheet, so I listened to all the different cuts, so I didn't listen to actual questions of all of them.
This kid, I don't know who he works for.
We're up at 3:30 the next morning.
Yeah, I know. I don't miss.
Not all of us get to sleep in a hotel in L.A.
It was pretty nice. The Westin Hotel.
Oh, look at you.
Right next to LAX. Got the shuttle to the airport. Right next to SoFi.
There you go.
Got those points.
Wow.
Got those points, man. That SoFi Stadium was pretty cool.
SoFi is sick.
SoFi is just, it's man, the Levi's. I don't want to go there. But this kid asked him, hey, I think he was trying to ask him about the 49er fans being at SoFi. And Shanahan goes, what's the question? He goes, all the 49er fans, man, so here in SoFi. And Shanahan goes, yeah, 49er fans? You got a question? And the guy was done.
How old was he?
Was done.
Was he like
he was like 25 or something like that.
I thought it was like
Did you guys not hear that?
I've been dealing with Grant Cohn for the last decade. You think I'm scared by one of your questions?
It's like a Make-A-Wish situation where he's like 15. I was just like, no.
That poor kid was done the rest of the night, right? So I'm sitting there in the presser. JLC is like, hey, handle the presser. Jennifer Lee Chan. So Trent comes walking in. All the media members, for whatever reason, after Shanahan was done, they left for a second.
Okay.
So Trent comes walking in with like 5 chains. I'm like, damn, Trent's tripped out. Yeah. So it's me, the 49ers team reporter, Brianna, the kid who got owned by Shanahan, and somebody else. So Peter on the PR staff, Peter comes up and goes, well, Bonte, I think you're going to have to carry this interview. So it's basically Trent and I going back and forth for like 3.5, 4 minutes, and the poor kid to the left had nothing. No, I looked at him for a second.
Did you ask him a Big X the plug question?
I didn't. I should have asked him about NBA Youngboy before the interview. Did you give the nice little icebreaker?
Did you give the young buck any advice?
The largest. The biggest. The largest.
Did you give him the young reporter any advice, Bonte? Did you?
No, I didn't.
Did you wrap your arm around him?
I was locked in on something.
I feel bad for this guy.
I was locked in on it. I was just
he was like, nah, dude. ISO out. Bonte's got this.
I was trying to get my question in about Pinheiro and the decision because nobody's asking about it.
Right.
I thought that was one of the biggest decisions in the game.
Did you ask him that? Because I got that sound right here.
Well, yeah, it was close. We were pretty close on that line. Debated it for a little bit, but we said, screw it. Let's see what he's got. And he just showed us that we could have done it probably from the 45. It was a hell of a kick.
Do they do that, Jake Moody?
Everybody's trying to get in.
Jake Moody?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Robbie Gould.
Jake Moody?
Well, no, now that you said that with Shanahan, it goes, asking questions, I always go back to the Duke reporter. You guys remember when Coach K was like, what's your major? What's your major? He's like, economics. He's like, yeah. Maybe you should go back. Like, he was trying to check the kid. Maybe you should go back to class.
They got to
something.
stop, dude. They let too many people in these pressers. They need to, you got to earn your credential, dude. You go in there just trying to clown and ask some dumb stuff, you're going to get checked. So, I mean, the poor kid, I think he worked for Yahoo, matter of fact. I don't know. I looked at his credentials, I was like, damn.
Jake Fisher's teammate over there.
Oh, boy, Jake Fisher.
The coach in Boulder, Colorado. What's up, Coach?
Oh, my goodness. It's so great to be on the show with you. And Bonte, we miss you, man. So it's nice to hear your voice.
Wait, is this coach in Los Altos Hills?
Yes, sir. I live part-time out here in Boulder, so I'm looking out at the mountains, and I'm listening on Odyssey app.
What's up, Coach?
It's pretty sweet.
Saw him last year at the Warriors game because by the gay house with his lovely wife.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we'll be there here in a week or so. We'll be back. I still will have those seats. Hey, My question for you is, and we've heard a lot about it, but and even the Butcher Boy and I have been going back and forth on Twitter on this one. So when I look at the defensive ends, like, I don't think we're going to continue winning if we don't fix the rush.
I agree.
We're just not. And I'm worried even about this Sunday. And, everybody's talked about this, and this is a long list. So it's like Saints, you got Granderson or Jordan. Bengals, you got Hendrickson. The Giants, Thibodeau. The Dolphins, Chubb and Phillips. You've got the Titans, Arden Key. The Jets, Michael Clemens. Mm-hmm. The Raiders, Tyree Wilson. And the Broncos, even Tillman, the young guy. What I wanted to hear from you is, first of all, appreciate that you agree. Who would you prioritize on that list, knowing, both sides? I think we have 2 more years on his contract. Who knows how he's going to be after this, 15th ACL. I would like to know, would you go and swing for the fences and go for Hendrickson, or would you try and go for maybe an Arden Key and maybe a Phillips from the Dolphins, try and get 2 guys? Like, what would be your strategy here? Because to me, I think this is on fire for Lynch to go do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thanks,
Coach. Great question. Obviously, pass rush first. Shasky and I were texting. He was asking about Kamara. I heard you ask Baldy about Kamara.
Pass rush is obvious.
Yeah, pass rush is top of the list, right? I do like getting 2 guys as opposed to 1.
They need it.
If you could get a package deal for Miami, if you get Thibodeau and Phillips or Thibodeau and Chubb, I do think you have to swing for the fences. But John Lynch mentioned this. Make a trade. And what he means by that is win some games. So where the Niners going to be out in 4 weeks? You have the Bucs, Falcons, Texans, Giants. 3 road games, 3 or 4 on the road. Where are you going to be at? Are you going to be 7-2? Are you going to be 6-3? What does it look like here? I wanted 5-4 after 9 games. Looks like they're ahead of schedule. Looks like they could get greedy here. Make John Lynch make a move. So you got to make some moves here. You got to win some games first and foremost. But coach is not lying. You got to adjust the pass rush. Hendrickson, it seems far-fetched because of the owner you're dealing with. And you're going to have him for half a year.
Right.
So do you want to give up a lot of draft capital for a half a season of Trey Hendrickson? Are you going to re-sign Trey Hendrickson? I have no idea. Does he want to be on the West Coast? I think he's an Ohio kid. He's been in Ohio his whole life. So I don't know if he want to be in the Bay Area. Can you get 2 guys? Thibodeau's a West Coast guy from L.A., went to Oregon, right down the road from L.A., obviously. So I like to get multiple guys.
You absolutely have to get someone who can spell Huff, because Huff is better used as a situational pass rusher. And you saw it in this game. Like, he wore down. He really wore down. And so they need, at minimum, 1. I'm with you.
I think you need 2 guys.
Yeah,
you need 2 guys on this team.
Arden Key is not. Like, I'm watching Charles Omenihu last night.
Right.
We've had so much success with that strong, tall, lean guy. Arden Key, I know it's not the sexiest name, but he was solid.
Arden Key's not bad, and he knows his scheme. He knows a Y9.
I would love to get Chubb and Arden Key.
That would be great.
I think that'd be a huge upgrade. I said to you, Alvin Kamara, I know that seems far-fetched for a lot of people. I just think that the Saints are going to be selling, and he's a guy that in the red zone specifically can give you so much out of the backfield as a runner and as a thrower. It keeps your 2 best guys on the field in terms of, Christian McCaffrey can now play slot. Kamara can play a little slot. You can do some stuff with the 2 of them. I would lean into the passing game.
I think Dolphins are going to be a team that sells a lot of players and I think they're going to blow it out. Mike McDaniel, I think he's gone. They'll revisit Tua. I think
Any interest in Minka?
Well, I was about to bring him up. Minka Fitzpatrick.
They need a safety.
And Darren Waller.
They need a safety. Simmons is also out there on the block too, but Minka would be nice.
He's a ball.
Minka would be nice.
Next year.
Minka would be nice, but Justin Simmons is out there on the block.
I would love him.
Yeah, because I think safety, it goes hand in hand. You need a good pass rush, but also if you don't have a good pass rush, now your DBs are out there covering wide receivers for 5 to 6 seconds, and that's not good.
He snapped the Dolphins. I don't think the Dolphins had a pick this season up until last week, and Minka Fitzpatrick got one, and obviously horrible loss.
Niners haven't had one in a century.
They haven't had one all
What is it, 13 games now or something like that?
High.
It's ridiculous. And Fred Warner was on the Manningcast yesterday, Ponte, and that was his dream, he said, is to do what Devin Lloyd did yesterday, 99-yard pick 6 for a linebacker. That would be something. Jonathan in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, Joe and Bonte? I just want to say, man, I think I've seen the absolute best of Brock Purdy. And if you ask me, it's kind of similar to Jimmy, right? Appearance in the NFC Championship game, followed by an appearance in the Super Bowl, followed by a lot of injuries, followed by a lot of turnovers. What I'm trying to say is I think Mac Jones, especially after winning the way he won last week, short week, all injured guys, right? I've never seen this in the Kyle Shanahan offense where you got a guy who could literally throw the ball anywhere in the field. I've never seen that under Kyle Shanahan. So, hey, the off schedule stuff is good. In the regular season, what do you think, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson hasn't won? Because you got to win from the pocket. Just ask Montana and Brady. You got to deliver that ball from the pocket. And you know who does that? It's Mac Jones. So I'm not saying he's the starter, but I want to see more of him because, like I said, I want to see him play. Imagine him with George and Slick Rick and the other guys.
Jonathan, I missed you. I missed you, Jonathan. I really do.
You missed quarterback controversies. I want you to admit it. No. I'm not letting you.
No,
I want you to admit a part of you loves the controversy.
No.
You're full of it.
My name is Bennett, and I did it.
Yeah, it's a lie.
My name is Bennett. I don't care who plays quarterback. You know me. You think
you want winners? That's
these
all
callers.
I want winners.
He's something special, man. You know it. Because I was a maestro.
He can't even say it with a straight face. He lives for quarterback controversies. And then what he does is he sets the whole building on fire, and then he goes, who lit this house on fire? You did. You're the arsonist.
Who did this, right? It's the Eric Andre meme. How could something like this happen?
No, the reason why I'm laughing, I'm listening to Jonathan.
You knew it was going to happen.
No, of course the Saints game happened. I called it. I said it. I hosted pre and post that day. I said, Ron goes, well, you think people, I say, what do you think? Of course there's going to be people chirping.
But he won over so many people.
He did.
Forget like.
He was gutsy on Thursday night.
That's what I'm saying.
When you win like that and you're hurt, you're cramping in your forearm, your knee brace, and I'm thinking,
and it was nationally
he won a lot of dudes, national television.
With no one healthy.
No one.
But I knew what time. Come on, man. I'm born in this market. We do quarterback controversies out here.
We love them.
We love them.
Going
even
back
though it's
to
not
Y.A.
right.
Tittle and John Brody.
Yes, exactly.
My grandfather said they would argue about Y.A. Tittle and John Brody. John Brody to the next guy. Steve Spurrier was drafted to replace him.
Right?
This has not been one under Kyle Shanahan. Like, it's every single one.
Shanahan doesn't mind it.
No, he loves it.
Now, they gave Brock Purdy all the money, so it complicates it. You know what I'm saying? But Shanahan just wants to win games. I've been yelling for years. Shanahan. What was my famous line? The line, well, Shanahan, go get your guy. Go get your guy. I don't care who it is.
You know what I've
learned?
Get your guy. Is that he just might be the Farhan of quarterbacks. He loves platooning them. Dude, he really does. I think there's a small no. I mean this in the there's a small part of him, like Don Nelson, that loves to prove everyone wrong on something. And I think that's what makes him great.
John Gruden was the same way, and he came from the John Gruden kind of coaching tree right there. Always, every quarterback he will find something to love about.
It's just fascinating, though.
You can't bench him if he beats Baker Mayfield.
He's beating the Tampa Bay defense. I hear you. If he wins this game,
if they get into a shootout,
if he throws for 400, he's not going anywhere. Exactly. He's not going anywhere. Dude, these games.
Mac Jones does the Sam Darnold.
Is Brady on the call this weekend?
No, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo.
Jim Nantz and Tony Romo.
I hate the CBS.
Oh, dude, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm a Fox guy. NFC. I don't like when NFC. If you're playing an AFC team and you're at home playing an AFC team, that's what we're accustomed to. But NFC teams playing on CBS, it's a little strange.
Yeah. Anyway, like Tony Romo,
but if Mac throws for 400, because you know what? My mom does this. She's a casual 49er fan. She don't watch the game. She don't know what the hell's going on. She told me when they lost to Jacksonville, I came to the house and she goes, they would have played that other guy, they would have won the game. She said, dude, so when they beat the Rams, she quit the face. I told you if they play that guy, they can win games. I said, Mom, you were on Brock Purdy when he started.
Yeah.
So things flip. And then when it comes to Mac Jones, I lived the conversations for that pre-draft process. I was living those conversations. Nobody wanted Mac. Nobody.
No one wanted Mac at 3 for 3 picks and an extra pick.
But the dialogue with Mac Jones was like, keep that guy away from us.
They were laughing at it.
At 12, it would have been different.
And when he
struggled, believe that.
When he struggled that second and third year in New England.
People were strutting.
Yeah, thank God we didn't go to back route. Thank God we got Purdy. Oh, my God. And now.
And well, then Orlovsky had the take on Get Up with Rex Ryan. He's like, Brock Purdy's success, yeah, well, if Mac Jones was right there and had drafted by him, he'd have the same exact success. And Rex Ryan was laughing. He's like, there's no chance. And now Dan Orlovsky, after 3 wins, trying to stunt on everyone and say, see, I was right.
Look, 3 games doesn't make a season.
But it's building.
These are huge.
It's building.
It's building, exactly.
It's building.
I know.
Shasky's like,
the flames are getting hot.
Shasky's show call. We got what we need. Back won a game. We're good.
Well, we don't even have show calls after the game.
I want you to know something. You know better than anyone out here. I'm not some Mac Jones truther, right? I'm not. Like, I'm a guy that give me the big, strong, run around, throw the ball through a brick wall. I love those guys.
We love dudes who
That's why
throw
I love
bombs.
Josh Allen.
Right.
Like, Josh Allen, I think, is maybe got more talent than anyone at the position ever. He's incredible. Now, is he that guy? Like, you got to put together the resume, all those things. Max won me over. Like the way he's went, and I'm not saying he's won me over and I want him to be the starter and I want to do away with Brock Purdy. This is a good problem to have. But for right now.
Carter's smiling, man.
Why?
Carter's smiling.
What?
He's smiling at
I'm
me.
not smiling. I think you've always liked Mac.
Me?
Yeah, you've always liked him. I'm not saying you liked him as a starter. You've always liked him, though.
I don't know about that.
I was the guy who said he was Mac.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. He did not like Mac.
Yeah. I had to talk
He's
Joe
won me
into
over.
it. Yeah.
Look, growth is being able to say one thing, see something play out, and go, you know what? You were right, and I was wrong. Like Max won me over. One thing you can't test is like, hey, from the neck up, pre-snap, what does a guy look like?
Right.
Like post-snap, what does he do? Decision-making, toughness, moxie, ball placement. I think the ball placement for me has been on point, and that was one of the hallmarks of Purdy.
I mean, that game Thursday. That game Thursday's
it was incredible.
We got calls. Let's take some calls,
Well,
man.
we got Vince. I do want to get your thoughts on some dubs here in a second. Vince in San Francisco, though, wants to talk about your boy, Mac Jones. What's up, Vince?
We got 9 months on the Warriors.
Hey, what's up, guys? To the point between Brock and Mac is, I've been saying it for the last couple of seasons, is I do not like Brock Purdy's arm strength. He can't hit the deep ball. How many times have we seen guys just blow right by their cornerback on a 9, and they got to stop and turn around and wait for the ball to get to them? I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, we had so many touchdowns in the last couple of seasons that should have been, but they had to stop and wait. Instead of going to, a touchdown, it turns into like a 50-yard pass reception, and then you got to kick a field goal.
I actually think there's a misnomer about Brock's the arm strength. Arm strength to me isn't about throwing it really hard and really far. It's like, do you throw a catchable ball downfield, and can you hit certain windows? The other day, for example, Ricky Pearsall had a little break. He had a 2-step break, and he underthrew the ball. And it ended up being a catch, and it ended up moving on. But maybe if you hit that guy over the shoulder, maybe he goes upfield or whatever. Brock throws a really good deep ball like Russell Wilson did, and I mean this in a complimentary way. There's like a lollipop throw where you have to put arc underneath it and let your guy run under and catch it. He is actually really good at that
Think
throw.
about the Brandon Ayuk deep ball against Tampa Bay a couple years ago.
Thank you.
Right on point.
The Kittle one against Jacksonville.
And then here's the other thing. How many 9 routes does Shanahan run in his
Not
offense?
a lot.
No. I can't recall one 9 route the other day against third. Now, I watched the game back a few times, and maybe I need to pay attention. It's not built in Shanahan's offense. He loves deep crosses, deep dig routes, outs, intermediate game, the screen game, seam routes. He's not throwing just, hey, go a 9 route, let's just let it fly 70 yards. It's not Shanahan's offense. So when people say, oh, man, he can throw the deep ball, how many deep balls has Mac Jones thrown since he's been a quarterback?
But there was an element that this is where you get nuanced here. And on 3rd and 13, when you hit DeMarcus Robinson on a comeback or a curl, that is something that they haven't really had in their repertoire over the last couple of years. Jimmy didn't do that either.
Now, also, do you trust the process of Shanahan and Lynch? Now, this could be a conversation moving forward. They had Darnold in this system.
Yeah.
They've got Mac Jones. They had Trey Lance. And we know how they are when it comes to paying quarterbacks. We saw the Jimmy saga play out. They made a decision to pay Brock. Obviously, they like Brock a lot to make that decision because Shanahan talked about it last year with Tim Kawakami on the podcast. Remember? He goes, well, there's a difference when you play a quarterback $4 million as opposed to $40 million. What does your roster look like? They settled on Brock Purdy for a reason. So Brock Purdy's still their guy. When do they go back to Brock Purdy? When he's healthy. I think when he's healthy. I don't think he's going to, like, if Brock Purdy's cleared and they say, all right, he's ready to go and he's healthy enough to play, I don't think they're going to sit Brock Purdy for Mac Jones in that situation. I'd be shocked if they did that.
No.
And if they're on a win streak, though?
I'd be shocked if they did that and just told Brock Purdy to sit. That's a terrible look.
I would be surprised, too. If he's ready to go and suit up as and he's a backup at that point, then it's a horrible.
Guys,
then it's
now it's
chatter.
like, this is Mac Jones' job.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're moving on. Now all of a sudden we're talking trades.
I want to play this out then. So you beat the Bucs, okay? And there's all hypotheticals. Right. And look, maybe he looks crummy and you're winning these games. So that can play out as well. Yep. You beat the Falcons, you beat Houston. It's Sunday, November 2nd. You have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're 8 games in. You're 7-1. And the guy's won 5, 6 in a row. Right. You're going to go right back to Brock Purdy?
How does it look? Okay,
so that's where the context
that's
of
another one.
Okay.
How does it look? And then I don't see them going back. I don't see them just saying, hey, Brock, you're going to sit on the bench.
Yeah,
I don't see that. Now, to your point, you're like, yo, the offense is humming. We're going to stick. It's not in Shanahan. It's in Shanahan's DNA to just say we're sticking with Mac.
We've seen things happen in sports. I'm never going to say never.
I'm not putting it past Kyle Shanahan to say we're going to stick with Mac Jones. But I have a hard time seeing that at this moment.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
There's no chance, guys, that he's going to be QB2, Brock Purdy. I don't think he suits up to be QB2 on a Sunday this year. If he is
I would never say
healthy
no
enough
chance.
to be QB2, he should be the starter if you're paying him that much money. Like that facts right there. He should be the guy.
There's one thing I know about Kyle Shanahan. When it comes to these quarterbacks, we know nothing.
Yeah, we don't know nothing.
Well, that's a problem.
It's the NFL.
It's not, though. They win a lot of games. It's not. I root for the Niners. And so whoever's under center, I'm going to root for him. Why do you rub your
You could
eyes?
have just had this guy if you wanted him 3 or 4 years
We could have, but we didn't, and now we're here.
He could have. He wanted him. You can never convince me.
No, I think he wanted Trey Lance more.
I think he is strutting in the
Why do you think that he only liked one guy and didn't like anyone else?
He traded up. The report was Adam Schefter, ESPN, very tight with the Shanahans, going back to their Denver days, Bonte, when he covered them, as you know, Joe, very tight with Kyle and all those guys, and Mike. He said and reported that the Niners initially traded up because he was afraid, Kyle Shanahan, that the Patriots were going to trade up to select Mac Jones ahead of where the Niners were at.
But like I said before, so if we just do just go first round picks. Was Solomon Thomas selected because that's who Shanahan wanted? Because they picked Solomon Thomas because he didn't like any of the quarterbacks. That's why they picked a non-quarterback spot in the first draft. Second draft, Mike McGlinchey.
He didn't trade up for that spot, though.
What?
You didn't trade up for that spot.
Joe, they could have had Deshaun Watson, they could have had Trubisky, or they could have had Mahomes.
Yeah, they didn't.
You think that Kyle Shanahan didn't have influence on that pick?
Yeah, absolutely he did.
Okay. All right. So he had influence on that pick. Sure. What about the next year with McGlinchey? You think they're taking a right tackle?
You think John Lynch had a lot of influence on the Solomon Thomas pick?
I don't think he's. I think.
Well, Shanahan mentioned that he likes to build his team from the defensive line.
In Madden,
they always take defensive linemen. He likes building it in from the trenches, and they love to run the game.
Okay, let's go. Was Bosa?
Was an obvious number 2 pick. You take the best player on the board.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, we need a pass rush. We can't get after the quarterback.
How about Debo in the second round? Was that a Kyle pick? Yeah, that's a Kyle pick.
Well, they also had Debo at the Senior Bowl.
Exactly.
So the entire
Every
team
pick is going to be a Kyle pick.
So then why is the Trey Lance pick not a Kyle pick?
Who said it's not a Kyle pick?
Well, you're saying that you believe that he only wanted Mac Jones.
I believe he wanted Mac, and then obviously became enamored with Trey Lance as he started studying the film, kept going to North Dakota, and they made the pick on Trey Lance.
So, yeah, he wanted Trey Lance.
That's what I'm saying.
If Shanahan wanted Mac Jones at 3, he would have taken him. Nobody's telling Shanahan in that building what to do. Shanahan runs his show.
Sure.
Shanahan runs the entire show.
Doesn't know anything. He's an idiot.
No, but Schefter gets things wrong all the time.
Sure. Yeah,
he's a PR mouthpiece.
So you think that the guy that he traded all these picks, he didn't hand select that guy?
He wanted initially Mac Jones, and within the process, fell in love with Trey Lance. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. So okay,
he initially traded up for Mac Jones.
I don't know.
And then he pivoted.
I don't know. All I know is by draft day, He didn't want Mac Jones. He wanted Trey Lance. Because if he wanted Mac Jones,
he would have took him.
He would have took Mac Jones. That's the whole point here.
I also think it's a big leap to say he traded up just for Mac Jones.
No,
I think he traded up for optionality.
Exactly. It was Zach Wilson on the board, Justin Fields on the board. A lot of people thought he was taking Justin Fields because Justin Fields was in his quarterback camps for so many years. And remember all the photos and steal shots and Shanahan loving Justin Fields? We had no idea what he wanted. He settled on Trey Lance for a reason. If he wanted Mac, trust me, he would have taken Mac. Shanahan runs the show. He runs the show.
I do, and I think when you do these evaluations, I think they like a lot of guys. I do think he liked Mac, but clearly he liked Trey either equally or more.
He liked all those guys. You don't just be. You're not hell-bent on just one guy, but they kept their eye on him, just like Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold kept their eye on him. You know what? He could be a good backup. Let's rehabilitate him. Now Darnold's got the big money, but Darnold, as you see, will make the big bonehead decision late in games. That's why they chose to go with Brock. Why are you smiling, Spadoni?
It's fine. I think Shanahan is feeling himself on the Mac Jones because I think he heard a lot of talking about him. How can you like from the fan base from the Niners? How could you like a guy like Mac Jones? How could you trade up for that guy?
But did he care? Wait, did he care about what we thought when it came to Ricky Pearsall? No one had Ricky Pearsall.
Because Ricky Pearsall's not a quarterback. Like it's just not the way we talk about quarterbacks is not the same way we talk about wide receivers.
Yeah, but he took Ricky Pearsall, and I said, "Who the f is that?"
A lot of people questioning the notion that Kyle Shanahan would draft Mac Jones. The amount of people that kept asking him about Mac Jones and that whole process. Are you trading up for this? And he even had to say, he's like, listen, I like Mac a lot as a quarterback. I like these guys a lot as a quarterback. He had to say, I can't guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday is how he had to pivot when he kept being asked about Mac Jones. So I think people were coming down his road that even the notion.
You think Shanahan cares about what the hell we're saying?
No.
Shanahan doesn't give a damn.
Jimmy thrown on a baby field after drafting Trey Lance. And he didn't care what anyone thought.
The media loved Jimmy out here. People love Jimmy Garoppolo.
Shanahan loving the fact that he is 3-0 with Mac Jones right now.
He's loving the fact that he's 4-1 with this football team.
That's what I think.
He's excited about this football team and the way it's growing on him. And he mentioned it in training camp where he's saying, I got young guys. What did he tell everybody? We're going to be better in November than we are in September. But the fact that they're stacking wins in the fashion that they're doing it, he was glowing after that press conference, after that game in that locker room because of the way they won that football game. Alfred Collins making a play, their draft pick. Siegel making a tackle, their draft pick. Diamond Lenore playing great at corner, their draft pick. Shanahan loves football. It's not just the quarterback, Spadoni.
You're hung up on this. That's why I want to know, Spadoni. You think that he was influenced by outside forces?
Yeah, I do. I think Kyle Shanahan always wanted Mac Jones.
Shanahan made the tough decision of going to Trey Lance.
Clearly, he should have gone with his gut because Trey Lance sucks.
Well, that's a different.
Come on.
He might have liked him at one point more. He ended up taking who he took.
If Trey Lance, if Kyle Shanahan was so worried about the damn noise outside, he wouldn't have had Jimmy on the baby field and like they'd go to Trey Lance. He wouldn't have done that.
He should have gone with Mac. He should have gone with his gut.
If he cared what other people thought, he wouldn't have stuck with Brock Purdy after tearing his UCL and saying goodbye to both Trey and Jimmy.
Someone in there influenced, you know what, Kyle, maybe we should look at Trey Lance more. He's like, oh, yeah, you did have a point, John Lynch. Maybe we should go. And there you go.
Who's making $20 million a year in the front office? I'm serious. It's Kyle. Kyle's making like $15 to $20 million a year. You think he's like, hey, Ron Cathern and Adam Peters, whatever, they like Trey Lance. That's who I'm taking. I'm the one working with him. Like, he's the top of the org chart. I don't understand.
Fast five, Carter. That's what we understand. I just don't even think it's a hot take that Kyle always wanted Mac Jones. A lot of people still feel that way. You guys don't have to feel that way. That's fine. Because he selected Trey Lance.
Don't think Kyle gives a damn what anybody thinks.
That's
what it is. Like we've watched Kyle for 9 years. We have 9 years of data on who Kyle Shanahan is. He don't care. He's going to do what he does.
You think Pierre Garçon's done? I think he's wide receiver 1. You think Jerick McKinnon stinks? I think I can build an entire offense around him. Yeah, like, that's what he thinks.
Because he wants to prove people wrong. So he must care then. What's your final thought today, Bonta?
Boy, we got quarterback controversies.
Oh, you said it.
I'm just playing into the role because Shasky said it. No, it's a good time to be a Bay Area sports fan.
It really is.
Giants, they're going to hire a new manager. We're going to be hyper-focused on that and see who it is, right? As these baseball players are on fire. The Niners are 4-1. 4-1 and giving everybody a lot to talk about. even though we're all stuck on the quarterback position. There's a lot of other things to talk about when it comes to the 49ers. And then you got J.K. back, taking shots at the social media fans, saying, oh, people just get their emotions, which I loved what he said about that. Get off the keyboard, folks. There's real Warrior fans out there. And the Warriors, they've got a quiet confidence to them. Media day was fun.
Quiet confidence.
They got a quiet
Can the
confidence.
Warriors do anything quiet?
The unction.
They're too popular.
They are too popular to do anything quiet. They are too popular.
I had people tweeting at me and DMing me, why is Horford coming off the bench? Why is Potts and Moody?
The thick pieces on JK. Some people saying, oh, he's sleepwalking out there. I'm watching the game thinking, he's got 6 rebounds and 5 assists. He looked good. Isn't this what you guys want from JK?
I thought he looked good.
He looked great. He looked great. Moses
pass.
Moody looked great.
Well, he's got a rebound.
So, if you're going to
play power forward, you got to have to rebound.
Well, he has 6 rebounds, Shasky. I don't know if you knew that.
Moody.
Oh, Moody, yeah. He's got a
That's my only little criticism.
No doubt. He's got a rebound.
It's a little criticism. It's not a big one.
The Bay Area sports scene is on fire. Like, everybody talks about New York and Chicago. I keep telling you guys out there, those markets are overrated. The Bay Area is the top 3 market in the sports world. We've had parades, championships, near championships. Screw everybody. Screw Philadelphia. Screw New York. Screw Chicago. The Bay is where it's at.
I thought you were going to say screw Miami, but you can't, I guess, when you're wearing that jacket. That's all right. What you got, Joe?
My final thought is to ask Bonte one more Warrior question. Bonte, 4 more preseason games.
Thank God.
Wednesday night against the Blazers.
Oh, the Blazers.
What should we be looking for as Warrior fans?
Point of attack defense. How are they improved there? The ball movement. You know, where's the ball movement at early in the season through training camp? Look at those 2 things. Don't look at the scoreboard. Point of attack defense. Can they stay in front of them? And rim protection. Are they better at the rim protection with Al Horford?
I liked him as a help defender. I thought he did some really nice things. He also collapsed on a couple of high pick and rolls. They need another 4. Bad.
Probably. It's early, but point of attack defense and the ball movement. Don't look at, whether they make shots or miss shots. That's irrelevant at this point. Point of attack defense. Where are they at collectively when it comes to team defense? Because they got blown by so many times last season it wasn't even funny.
My final thought today is, God, I love the NFL. We know nothing, but I'll say this, and I said it to Baldy, and I'll say it to you, Bonte. Everyone wants to bury the Kansas City Chiefs. Just go ahead right now. It's October 7th.
Nobody's burying the Kansas City Chiefs.
A lot of people are. They're winning the division still.
Who's burying the Kansas City Chiefs?
A lot of people.
Who?
I said a lot of people.
Who's people? Twitter user XJ900? Like, what are we doing?
On our airways, on a Pat McAfee show, everyone's bearing the Kansas City Chiefs.
They're dummies.
That's fine.
We're getting Rashee Rice in a couple of weeks.
It's fine. You're clearly not bearing them, nor am I. They're still going to win the division, and
I don't know about that.
I am. I don't think the Broncos will win it over the Chiefs. They might.
Broncos are pretty good, man.
We'll see. That's a big win for them. They're 3-2. And the Chargers, they got a bunch of injuries, and we'll see. So my final thought is that, and also, LeBron, just stop. Just if you want to retire and do the media game like Brady, just do it already, and save us from the Hennessy ads. The decision to stupidest thing I saw today was that. But there's a lot of hours left in the day for me to see something else stupid, so I might see that. 888-957-9570 is the number for Steiny and Goo. Is Goo or Evan? I guess we'll find out next. It's Goo. Goo's back. All right, sweet. Steiny and Goo coming up next. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. It's also guaranteed to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, Carter, and here for good.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
For what?
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru back in the house
Yes,
today.
sir.
And we got a lot to catch up on. What's going on, Goo?
Not Mark Willard.
Hey.
What about that text at 10 o'clock last night after the Chiefs win? As if the Chiefs are not going to make the playoffs. You know, we got the show bet with him and Dibs. But talk about squandering a game. That's what we saw last night with the Chiefs. But the Niners 4-1, Steiny.
I'm looking.
You didn't see it? You must have been asleep. You might have been asleep.
No, Casey. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, why would he text it? Chiefs are fine, Steiny. I have a little irritation. They're 2-3, but they got ashes. But Donnie said they're going to win the division. Baltimore's done.
Yeah, I just stayed up. Kelsey won the game for me against Spadoni.
I was watching for you.
So,
yeah,
that's
you let it
good news.
Yeah, I missed you, man. Thanks for you guys having my back.
Yeah, what do you make of the 49ers quarterback situation right now as they have a ball game
I got
in
two
Tampa
things.
Bay?
Put this in the cap, Evan. Brock Purdy will not play against Tampa. It will be Mac Jones. But once Brock is able to go, Steiny, I think we're making too much, and I've been a part of it. The Niners put a ring on the finger of Brock Purdy with the contract, which doesn't kick into next year. I watched that Rams game back over the weekend. I promise I did. Steiny, they scored 6 points in the second half. Obviously got the field goal to win it in OT. And I like Mac Jones. And I like Mac Jones as a backup quarterback. But I am surprised and shocked at the amount of calls on just this station and a lot of what I'm seeing on TV, if there's anything popping in regard to a possible change. And Brock Purdy's 1-1. Do I think his job's in jeopardy? Hell no, Steiny. But I will say this. You brought him back after 2 weeks the last time he was out, and he didn't have his best performance. And that's why I'm so gung-ho on we won't see him against Tampa, because this would be the second week, and maybe it's 3 or 4. But, Steiny, I just don't see I'm going Stephen A. There's nothing percolating with this quarterback situation.
Well, what happens I think it depends on what could happen. I think it depends on how hurt Purdy is. I think it depends on how long Purdy's out. I mean, I think if Mac Jones goes down to Tampa Bay and they win again and now they're 5-1, can you really bring Purdy back the next week against the Falcons when Mac Jones is 4-0?
But what, and I'm just, you might be right, but what happened to, this is our starting quarterback? Brock Purdy, that is, if Brock is ready to go. Or are you saying or looking at it through the prism of let's do what's best for the team? At some point, you got to let Brock knock the rust off and get his gig back.
I mean, if you don't think he's healthy, then I wouldn't put him out there. You know, I've heard a lot of, people say let Mac Jones quarterback till he loses a game.
What?
I mean, is that something that 49er fans would consider? I guess what I want to ask 49er fans is we're at the situation we're at 5 games in. Purdy's played 2 games. Mac Jones has played 3. They had a great win against the L.A. Rams.
Yeah.
And it looks as though we're headed toward Mac Jones quarterbacking Sunday.
That's how I would handle it.
So my question now is what becomes the best case scenario and what becomes the worst case scenario for the 49ers at the quarterback position? Is the best case scenario simply Mac Jones wins that game next week and Purdy comes back and finishes out the year? Is that the best case scenario? It might be for this year. What about down the road if Mac Jones is still under contract next year? So I'm kind of looking for what 49er fans think is the best case scenario and what would be the worst case scenario, taking it from where they are right now, which is 5 days before they play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Let me tell you this on the Guru computer. Is this wrong intel, Steiny?
I mean, are we being short-sighted when we think – because we don't know what Kyle and John are thinking, but the bottom line is they needed help, when it comes to the backup quarterback position. They got that. It really does seem like Mac Jones is changing the narrative on who he is and how it went bad in Jacksonville. But the bottom line is it unfair for me to go back and say, hey, people, and that's what I'm saying, Stein, hey, people, Brock took you to a Super Bowl. Brock also took you to 2 NFC championship games. Have you guys forgotten that? There's nothing happening here, but Mac Jones is undefeated, doing his job, and I'll be back when I'm healthy.
Maybe that may be the best scenario. It's funny, and Evan and I got into it a little bit yesterday. Why do you guys keep talking about 2 and 3 years ago? Why can't we talk about last year?
Because that's where the money's at. That's why you guys paid me.
Well, he didn't have a great year last year.
And we didn't.
Right, he didn't either.
But they still made I'm going LeBron, shout out to Hennessy. They still made a decision to give him the bag. And the bag ain't even kicked in yet. So,
right, hey, but I'm like, why when people say, don't forget about what he did 2 or 3 years ago, why aren't we putting in there what he did last year? Like, he's had 3 years, 2 pretty good, one so-so. And now he's hurt, and he's played 2 so-so games. So, like, I've heard this before. Like, I get it. He signed a contract extension this summer, but he hasn't played great for over a year now. So, that's the way I look at it. I'm not – I know he's played good football 2 or 3 years ago, but Mac Jones played great football as a rookie. Does that matter now? I don't know.
I love it, Stein. I'm not, again, I really believe, in sports, in the corporate world, there's politics to it all. And I don't think Brock needs politics for him to be the starter. But, Steiny, what happened to the old you don't lose your job, and I'm just throwing it out at you, to injury?
What happened to the old let's play the hot hand? What do you do, 49er fans? Couple things I want to throw around is what I want to know what 49er fans think about how close Mac Jones is to whatever comes next. Or is Mac Jones on the verge of maybe quarterbacking his last game of the year against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? What happens if he quarterbacks against the Bucs? They win. Brock Purdy comes back, and then they get beat, and Purdy doesn't play well. So, like, I understand quarterback controversy is probably pretty strong right now, but it's hard to deny what we've seen over 5 games and what may happen in week 6, which is Mac Jones is probably going to start again. And how long do you let it go? How careful do you want to be with Brock Purdy? How long do you want to shut him down? How long does Brock Purdy, think he has to go before he gets out on the field? These are all legitimate questions, and I'm wondering 2 things. What 49er fans think and how you would handle the situation. And then deep down inside, how do you think Kyle Shanahan feels about the situation?
It's interesting, man.
Do you think he's happy with the situation?
Well, they're winning, Steiny, 4-1. And shout out to our boy Jim Olay in the chat. He's saying to hell with the contracts, play the hot hand. I will say this, and it's up to Brock in this sense. It is a bad look if you keep coming back and then having to go back out. And then when you do come back, let's just say you're not at the best version of yourself. But if I'm Kyle, Steiny, I'm still feeling good because I'm getting competent quarterback play regardless who it is, and my team's 4-1.
I mean,
think about that second half Thursday, Steiny. And I'm not blaming it on Mac. They scored a total of 6 points. They got off to a hell of a start. But when you look at the 4 touchdowns and 4 picks from Brock, I can't defend that. But I'm just saying, you came at me and you kind of hit me with, well, Brock ain't been hot since 2023. I'm just saying, man, if you look at the resume, then Brock's not in jeopardy. But if you look at Mac Jones under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan, if that's the thing, I'll say this, Donnie, it is growing, and he is undefeated. So it looks like he's going to – there's no way Brock should play against Tampa Bay. There's just no way. So now, listening to you, Steiny, it sounds like this is another opportunity for Mac Jones to put another feather in his cap, and then it'll be up to the powers to be to see, how heavy that is or how much weight that carries if somehow he goes to Tampa and goes to 4-0 as a starter.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers head down to Tampa Bay this weekend, and they play the Buccaneers. Who's going to be the quarterback? It looks like it's leaning toward Mac Jones, but you guys are 49er fans. How do you want to see this quarterback situation handled from this point on? What do you do with Mac Jones, and what do you do with Brock Purdy? Mac Jones, as far as we know, not on an injury report right now, and so it would look like he is the front runner to start on Sunday. And then the question is, well, how long do you go with Mac Jones? We got a good show for you today. We got Ted Wen coming up at 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock, Ted Wen of The Athletic. And we're going to have Seth Curry today, the newest Warrior, Steph Curry's brother. He's going to join us between 1:30 and 2:30, so we may grab him during today's crossover. But Ted Wen of The Athletic, talking football, and Seth Curry between 1:30 and 2:30 today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mNEXSpike.com. That's mNEXSpike.com.
When I inherited my grandmother's house, it felt like too much to handle.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we helped Lisa sell her inherited house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I sold Grandma's house and finally felt free.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust MyOutDesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, MyOutDesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. MyOutDesk, where momentum meets results. Visit MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the the best in the business on your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Mason just stinks in the red zone.
The world would be my lab.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, 49ers at Tampa Bay on Sunday. And 49ers don't practice today. They'll practice tomorrow, and that's the next time Kyle Shanahan will speak. So we won't know more about the quarterback situation till then, at least from him. But it certainly seems like it's trending toward Mac Jones. And the question I have for 49er fans is, what do you do if you're Kyle Shanahan? You've got a guy on the mend in Brock Purdy. Are you super careful with him at this point because you're 4-1? Does that change if you lose a game or two with Mac Jones? I think the way I'm looking at this right now is the next 4 or 5 weeks is probably going to figure out where we're headed. Because if you look at it, Goo, Brock Purdy quarterbacked week 1, then he got hurt.
Okay.
Jones came in and played 2 games. Then Purdy came back, got hurt again, and missed game 5. So to my way of thinking, if Purdy sits this week and it's Mac Jones week 6, then if Brock Purdy's healthy week 7 against Atlanta, well, maybe Brock Purdy goes back into the starting lineup. But then there's 2 things that become an issue. One is, how does he play? And if he plays well, how does his toe come out after the game? Because the toe's already responded poorly to 2 times that Brock Purdy played. So I even feel like if he gets back against Atlanta, then we got to see what happens to the toe the next week, because, that's something that our very own Lorenzo Neal talked about, that if he starts playing, he may not be able to practice the week after. And then is that something Kyle Shanahan takes into consideration?
No, I'm not mad at it, but also, too, in that, Steiny, people are blaming the subpar performance from Brock because of the toe. So there's a lot going on here in regard to just the organic aspect of all this, on giving Brock as much time as possible. But then when he does come back, that the mystery or the $1 million question is, okay, was that the real Brock Purdy or was that the compromised version? So that's why if I'm Mac Jones, and he'll never go public with this, Steiny, I do feel like in a certain way he's sitting pretty in regard to, man, they got to be overly cautious with how many weeks it's going to take. But again, I keep going to Baldy, Low Neal. This thing, this injury may follow Brock for the rest or the duration of this season. And if my man is just stacking wins, Mac Jones in the real time, in the meantime, I mean, man, it does. I'm open to, that hot hand thing that you speak of, and the fact that if the Niners keep winning when Jones is under center, I mean, is there really, really some major decisions to be made here? Or is Brock Purdy's injury going to be so difficult for him to kind of maneuver and be the best version of himself? Is it kind of lightweight easy for Kyle to make the decision if he's going to be hampered?
Well, the other thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the other thing I want to ask 49er fans is there any, I feel like right now where the 49ers are and the quarterback situation, it's a day-to-day, week-to-week thing. I don't feel like Kyle Shanahan could solve the problem right now if he wanted to. Meaning, I don't think he can say, all right, Mac Jones is playing Sunday, and then Brock's going to be ready for the following week against Atlanta. I just don't think that's the way this is working right now with Purdy's toe injury, and combine a little bit with the way Mac Jones is playing. So maybe Mac Jones has a little more time than we think, especially if Kyle Shanahan wants to give Brock Purdy the benefit of the doubt in terms of getting that toe as healed as possible. Let's go to Devin. Devin's in an Uber. Hey, Devin, how you doing?
Gentlemen, how you doing this morning?
Hey,
doing
well.
What's the word, man? I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, right on, man.
Yeah, man, I wanted to talk a little quarterback stuff. So, I think first and foremost, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, right, I want to go with who's healthy. But if I'm Kyle, I don't know how Kyle operates, but I want to go with who's healthy. So that's number one, But number two, I need to go with the hot hand. I need to go with what the team is. I know how the locker rooms be, right? And a lot of professional sports, anything where people are really good at it, there's discipline, right? And within discipline, there's consistency, there's regimen. So people don't like switching things up constantly. It affects like the aura or the mojo, if you will. So for those reasons as well, I'm going with Mac. Nobody's talking about, not too many people that are like me. We're not saying Purdy shouldn't be QB1, and they pick and choose when to bring up the money, right? Because they'll say, well, the money hasn't kicked in yet, and then they'll say, well, he's the money guy. So it's like, which one? You gotta stay on one side with these arguments, right? If Mac's winning these games with less, he rocking with them. If anything, when the guys come back, I want to see what he do there. Then again, to conclude this, right, quarterbacks have lost their jobs to injuries. We've seen Drew Brees, right? We've seen Phil Simms. Hell, we could stick to the Niners organization and say we've seen Alex Smith. We've seen Jimmy Garoppolo. So losing the injury, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It doesn't mean Purdy's bad. Purdy's a good quarterback. What I don't like is everybody trying to put a magnifying glass on Purdy's weaknesses now. I get you want to compare. Purdy's a good quarterback, Mac's a good quarterback, but I think you just roll with the hot hand, man. I think he has some. He's a dog. He's been a dog, and he knows what he's doing. He's looking at it like, hey, I can get the bag at the end of the season. I could possibly, do the Sam Darnold thing. I can get something. So I love how he's leading these guys. I love how he's still bigging Purdy up. I love that he's just playing his role. I think you guys want a dog at quarterback. So those are just my points. How do you guys feel about it?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Devin.
Why do you think he sighed before he got into his thought?
Because everybody's thinking about what the best way to approach the situation is, and if you're honest with yourself, you know that there's no right answer here. It's just going to be a matter of feel. They're going to have to feel when Purdy thinks he's 100%. And if they don't think he's 100%, they probably won't put him out there. Problem is, if he says he's 100% and the doctors think he's 100%, and Mac Jones is working on a 4 or 5 game winning streak, or is working on a 4-0 season or a 5-0 season, the team hasn't lost with him at the helm, then I guess that's like, I want to measure kind of where 49er fans are here. And the two extremes would be there's nothing to see here. Mac Jones is a backup, and if Brock Purdy's healthy Sunday, he's going to play Sunday against Tampa Bay. Then the other one is, well, let's go with Mac Jones and let's let Brock Purdy sit, heal up if it takes 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever. But let's utilize Mac Jones in the meantime, and hopefully a month from now we'll have 2 quarterbacks that are completely healthy. The other thing that's interesting is we had a trade today, or a trade is being announced. The Cleveland Browns are trading Joe Flacco to the Bengals. The Bengals are giving up a 6th-round pick. I'm sorry, Bengals are giving up a 5th-round pick, and Flacco's going to the Bengals. Flacco and a 6th-round pick for a 5th-round pick. So that's the other thing. I mean, what if Mac Jones quarterbacks 3 games and Purdy comes back and he looks good? I mean, would it even be within the realm of possibility that the 49ers could move off of one of these guys? Most likely Mac Jones, if somebody gets hurt on another team.
Well,
would that even be possible?
Yeah, I'll say this about that, man. Joe is still collecting game checks. I'm not mad at him, but I'm excited about this trade. You didn't ask me, Steiny, just from a Shedeur Sanders standpoint. Now I feel like he's one player hit away. I don't want anything to happen to Gabriel, but I think, man, we're going to see him make his debut here soon. But with the way that this thing is going right now, Steiny, I'm holding on to Mac Jones, and that's predicated on when Purdy is healthy, if I still got the best Geico going. But I do want to ask you something, because you're asking the pulse of the Niner fans, and I'm just telling you, I'm sitting here looking at you, and, I didn't see you yesterday, but I saw the Warriors play Sunday, and if something were to happen to their, one of their most important players, Steph Curry, I can tell you this: whoever comes in and performs, it's not going to be as dynamic as the Steph experience. But Steiny, in a crazy world, I think what's going on with Mac Jones and what's going against Brock Purdy is how many Niner fans have called and said my pleasure has been interrupted in regard to watching the quarterback position from the Niners or the team dynamic. I mean, I can make an argument that the passing game is more explosive with Mac Jones under center. And from what we've seen, who's missing Brock Purdy? Now, I know Brock and his elusiveness, it's real, but the way Mac Jones has been getting rid of the ball, Steiny, I don't feel like the Niner passing game has taken a step back without Brock. And I think maybe that's why there's whispers and even noise of keep riding the hot hand, because Mac Jones under center, Steiny, under the tutelage of Kyle, one can make, and I will make an argument that the passing game's been more dynamic with the backup quarterback.
And it may be more dynamic because Brock Purdy's not healthy. Maybe Brock Purdy healthy, the passing game is more dynamic than Mac Jones. And that's what Kyle Shanahan is going to have to balance, because he can't, if that toe affected Purdy's accuracy against Jacksonville, well, then you've got to get that toe completely healed.
Or try to.
Well,
with
as
time.
As long as you have Mac Jones, you can maybe be more conservative if you keep winning games. I'm just wondering, are there people out there that think Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy?
What, Steiny, I can answer that right now. Under Kyle, I believe the answer is hell yes. How would you answer it? Under Kyle.
You think Mac Jones is better than Purdy under Kyle?
No, it's getting there, but coming out of college, Mac Jones was a better quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I mean, I don't believe it. I think, I have to go on Purdy over the last 3 years. He's had a lot of success. Last year wasn't so great, but Mac Jones had a very good rookie year, hasn't done much since, has been a backup. So I'm just assuming that Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Mac Jones. So
he is the starter.
I'm operating under that premise that when Brock Purdy's completely healthy, he'll come back and take over the starting job, right? That's the way it works.
Yeah. And again, I'm following the financials of it. I just believe, Steiny, there's no bone in me that thinks there's anything Mac can do, even if he got 2 more weeks, to keep Brock from getting this job when Brock deemed himself 100. Let's just forget re-aggravating it. If Brock is 100% healthy, I don't care if Mac wins 2 more games or 3. You really think there's a scenario to where Brock would be, you know what, Brock, we got this. We're just going to ride the hot hand. I think that is not on the bingo card.
See, I think it has to be on the bingo card, believe it or not. I mean, again, if we're operating under the assumption that, if we're operating under the assumption that Brock Purdy's coming back against the Falcons,
healthy,
then he'll probably play against the Falcons. The question is, if the 49ers decide to really be careful with Brock Purdy and he sits the next 3 or 4 weeks, well, what if Mac Jones runs a table? What if he runs a table and you're 7-1 or you're 8-1 and now Purdy's like, I'm healthy? What do you do?
But again, that's where I go back to the resume. Are you telling me that's too outdated?
I'm telling you that's not a simple decision. Do you think it's a simple decision if Mac Jones wins the next 3 games that Purdy says I'm ready and he goes right back in?
I think the decision is, the question would be, well, would Purdy have won us those games? If I'm Kyle,
Purdy
and
I don't think Purdy wins him the last game if he's playing with the toe that he played with against Jacksonville. Now, healthy, that's probably a different answer. But I mean, that's what I think. I do think there's a point where, if Mac Jones continues to have this kind of success for another week and another week, I mean, at some point it's got to matter. And then if we're talking about a hot hand now and he wins a couple more games, well, that means the hand's going to get hotter. So how do you sit a hand that's that hot, I guess, is what I would ask. And I do think that, Mac Jones wins even if he wins against Tampa, I think that's going to be when he goes back, if and when he goes back to Purdy, I think he's going to be scrutinized whenever that happens. Let's go to Will in Berkeley. Will wants to jump in here on the quarterback situation. Hey, Will.
What's up, Matt? What's up, my boys? I think we can all say that this has been a very wacky season so far. Looking at the league and all the divisions kind of losing, and so with that said, I think we should ride on the wackiness of Mac Jones Purdy decision. So if you do the eye test as well, Purdy, when he throws an interception or if he makes a mistake, he kind of has his head down. He's looking at the iPad. With Mac Jones, I feel like he's very resilient. When he got hurt in the last game, I felt like he got up, kept going, got up, kept going. So I think we should go with the wackiness. I think we should go with the folks who stay resilient and have that eye test. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
So in a crazy world, Steiny, are you saying, or do you think fans out there, because I don't think the coach is doing it, and I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm just on the financials of this and what Brock has done, even as some people are saying, hey, Goo, that stuff is old. This is what he's been since 2023, 2024. But the bottom line is, do you think there's any pressure on Brock to get back sooner than later if Mac Jones was to continue to look like he's holding it down, like he's been looking?
In a way, if I'm Shanahan, it doesn't matter. He's not getting back onto the field if he looks like he looked against Jacksonville. And that's where I guess I got to trust the doctors.
So it's not about Mac, it's about Brock.
Exactly. Brock Purdy can't take the field unless he's completely healthy. That would be obviously my first rule. And then if he's not healthy for a few weeks, then we got to watch Mac Jones play for another 2 or 3 weeks. And whether it's Atlanta or the week after Atlanta or the week after that, again, I'm just saying if Mac Jones continues to win for this football team, then whenever Brock Purdy comes back, I do think there's a decision to make.
Wow.
And I don't necessarily think it's going to be a unanimous decision. How can it be? If Mac Jones wins Sunday and we go back to Brock Purdy on against the Falcons,
and you're 5-1,
he better look good.
Now
he better look good, and he can't have any residual side effects from the toe. And then what if he goes out and they just He looks healthy, but he just doesn't play well. So, like, the one thing that I don't think we have a full-blown controversy, but we've got decisions to make this upcoming season if we're headed toward a nice year and Brock Purdy's on the mend over the course of the season. When do you decide to bring back Brock Purdy?
And what if it's one of those things to where Brock needs, I feel good, coach, but I need to go out there and prove it to myself and my mentals that I can hold up and not feel pain after the game. And now the way that this train is headed, I'm just telling you, you didn't ask, Steiny, if I'm Brock Purdy and I'm feeling some type of way about the noise, if I'm hearing it, and just the way on what I'm looking at, I'm going to tell you something. Let's just say I get through said game and I feel something Monday morning. Guess who I'm not telling? I'm not telling my coach that my toe is barking, but I think he's built up, Brock Purdy, enough equity to where I've earned the right to go out there, even if I'm telling you I'm healthy and I don't put my best foot forward, to keep getting that awarded that opportunity. Like Stein, he could say, I feel healthy and go through the game, but it's not tryouts, right? Like, it's not, hey, Brock, you better go out here and knock it out the park.
I actually think it could be the other way, is he's got his contract. He's got his money.
No doubt about it.
So if he's not 100%, take all the time you need.
Right.
So if they got to shut him down for a month, go ahead and shut him down for a month. And let Mac Jones quarterback and see what Mac Jones can do. Let's go to Alex in San Francisco. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Fellas, hi, I'm doing well. Just a couple things. We all know Brock's been with us for 3 years now. He's proven himself what kind of quarterback he is, that he's a starter in the league. I think that Mac, under Kyle, has also proven that he can be a starter in this league. Now, one thing that makes me, I love Brock, but one reason why I think that maybe Kyle will stick with Mac is because Mac seems to be that type of Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins, prototype kind of quarterback that Kyle's been waiting for ever since he got to San Francisco. And, the Rams game, that was huge, a huge win. But in the second half, he's moving for a lot of yards, but couldn't get any touchdowns. So, I think, that's one thing that kind of stuck out to me. We won the game largely because the game plan kept us in the game, and the Rams, in my opinion, kind of lost it. But, again, I think if Matt continues to play well, I think there is a very good chance that Kyle's going to stick with him. Thank you.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And I kind of mentioned that, Steiny. Again, I know it's not fantasy football. Hey, what did you do? What did you do? But the Niners, Mac Jones did well for himself. But the bottom line is a team game. And in the second half, Steiny, they mustered up after a great start in first half where they got 17 points. They got 6 points. So I'm not putting that all at the doorstep of Mac Jones. They went to overtime, got the win. But I really, Steiny, in my
Mac
core.
Jones has looked a lot better than Purdy.
No, you didn't ask me that. No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
So, and that's what you got to measure if that's who Brock Purdy is now.
But again, people, they're fighting me on the text line. Steiny, I got to just say, if I put my resume or Brock's resume as a Niner quarterback, that has to mean something.
The resume is what you've done in the past. Mac Jones is a better quarterback right now than Brock Purdy until Brock Purdy gets that toe figured out. That's the way I look at it. Of course, Brock Purdy's resume is better. Brock Purdy, say what you want, has a better resume than most quarterbacks.
But hasn't that most quarterbacks Brock some luxuries to take your time, look bad, go heel?
No, that's a good question. I don't know.
I think that's what this is all about.
I think we got to be careful with how we talk about this money. Oh, well, they just paid Brock. You know what? Yeah, they did. So what? Now who's the better quarterback?
Now, if they're thinking that, then it's on and popping then. If they're thinking behind, if that's what it is, and it could be, then there is something happening here. But shout out Buffalo Springfield.
They have 2 quarterbacks under contract right now.
One's making $3.5 million.
One long term and one for the next 29 games. They have Mac Jones this year and next. So the way I look at it, and I think, and this is kind of the way I think Kyle Shanahan's going to look at it, I got 2 quarterbacks for the next year. I get
Which
it.
is a good problem.
We're paying Purdy. I get it. We're going to have to pay Purdy whether he plays 17 games or whether he plays 8 games. So, because we have 2 quarterbacks and we got Purdy under contract long term, let's just sit on Purdy until we know he's 100%. Then guess what? When Purdy's 100%, you bring him back and you see how he looks. And maybe after 2 games, you start thinking Mac might be better for this team. That's just the way competition goes. I'm not saying we're there, but I don't believe this is the end of the world, but I don't believe it's nothing either. Like
it's seen, a good problem to have 2 quarterbacks that you think that can win you a game.
I mean, we've seen this with the Niners. They've done this before. Kyle's done this before. He's come off Garoppolo. He was set on Trey Lance before he ever saw him play. He moved off Trey Lance. He settled on Brock Purdy. It's not inconceivable that things could happen to the degree where maybe Kyle Shanahan starts changing his mind about the quarterback position, whatever that means. Hey, the kickoff, 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of moving parts to this quarterback situation. How would you like to see Kyle Shanahan handle it moving forward? The kickoff show this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings starts at 11 a.m. If you're looking for somewhere to watch the games this weekend, head to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. The Gold Rush girls are going to be there for a meet and greet, taking photos and signing autographs. The next home game is Sunday night, October 19th, and Lo and Evan will be live from Laughing Monk at 3 o'clock. You can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. That's for October 19th. First come, first serve. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt?
Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
What you mean you not done? You are done.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Ted Wen, senior writer at The Athletic. He also hosts the Just Win podcast. We've had him on in the past. He's a great X&O guy, and I'm looking forward to talking to him about what he sees differently between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. And then Seth Curry. Seth Curry's going to join us between 1:30 and 2:30.
I'm happy for him, man.
Seth Curry.
Hey, speaking of Saturday, I don't know if Evan told you, but we had a great time. We were hoping you pulled up at the pier.
Yeah, I didn't. I never thought about showing up.
Wow.
I never considered showing up.
Anyway, we had a good time. And Tim Roy, I got a message to give to you. He goes, tell your partner, just lay off, man. I said, I'll relay that, so I'm giving that to you. That was from Tim Roy, yours truly. Can I give you you and Evan a factoid about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this season? And I said it will knock you off your rocker.
Sure.
So they're 4-1. Do you know in their 4 victories, Evan and Steiny and the listeners, they have not led in any of those games at the 1-minute mark in the fourth quarter. So we're talking about the Niners Houdini. Just think about that. They have not led. Evan looking like goo. Okay.
So they're 4-1?
Yeah.
In
and
all
have
5
not,
games or 4 games? 4 out of 5?
Yeah, the 4 wins. They have not led at the 1-minute mark in the fourth. I'm just saying.
They've had a similar season to the Niners.
No doubt about it. Well, except the quarterback.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Kyle Shanahan's got decisions to make as these games approach, and it's who's he going to use at quarterback. Brock Purdy's been hurt for 3 of the 5 games. It looks like it's trending toward Mac Jones on Sunday. And, the one thing I've thought about, too, is if –
because I want to know what you would do. I'm interrupting, Steiny, but say it and tell me what you would do.
Well, the one point I wanted to make was that one of the reasons the 49ers came off Garoppolo, at least according to them, was not only performance-based, but was durability and health-based.
I believe that.
So the longer that Brock Purdy is out with this toe injury, maybe the more it plays into Purdy's durability narrative, if you will.
But he hadn't really had one yet, Steiny.
Well, he got knocked out of the Eagles game. He didn't miss any games because of that.
There we go then.
But he's a small quarterback, and we've heard a lot of people worry about it, whether he can withstand the rigors of an NFL season year after year after year.
What would you do right now? Because I'm going to tell you what I would do, but I want to hear from you. What would you honestly do, Steiny?
I'd play Mac Jones on Sunday.
Okay. Can you ask me what I would do?
What would you do?
I'm being real. I'm telling Brock Purdy, I don't care how you feel. We're giving you 4 weeks off. We have to do what we didn't do the first go-round. You'll be out Tampa. You'll be out against the Falcons. You'll be out against the Texans. And you'll also be out against the Giants, Steiny. And I believe he comes back November 9th against the Rams at home. And the reason I say that, and some could say it's drastic, it's really only 2 more weeks than what you did the first time around, and that wasn't enough. Let's give this guy a month to get this toe right, so when he does come back, and if there is any regression or re-aggravation, we know as a team together with him, we gave you, then we know something really serious is going on. But you can't play this 1 week in, 2 weeks off, 2 weeks. I don't think it's fair to anybody, including Brock. But he's got to be secure enough, Brock Purdy, to know I can't lose my job no matter how good this dude looks.
If that's the way they want to play it, and that's a very conservative way to play it, and that's the way they want to go.
There's a buy-in there.
They can do that. He's already missed the Rams week. He played against Jacksonville, so the Buccaneers would be 2 full weeks. 4 full weeks would be after the Texans game.
All right, so it'd be the Giants.
If they gave him four games off, 2 more than now.
Okay.
But if they gave him 4 weeks off, obviously it goes beyond that. Let's go to Robert in San Francisco.
Wait, 1 sec. So, you would just put him on IR?
And that's what I was just going to say. You know what, Evan? I would do that. Okay. I was just thinking that. But obviously, I was going to say, what do I know? Because if they were thinking that way, that would have already been done. But just real quick, Evan, I didn't hear you guys yesterday. What would you do? What with this? What would you do with Brock?
I would start Mac Jones until he loses a game.
Wow.
But I think you could also ask, too, if they should have just put him on IR in the first place.
Well, yeah, you can't put him on now.
Well, you could.
You could, but...
Why do you say it like that?
Because if Mac Jones gets hurt in the first quarter of the Tampa Bay game, now you're in big trouble because you don't have a quarterback for the next 4 weeks. So,
wow, man, this is interesting.
Even something like that, I'll bet you they don't want to do that if for no other reason than to give them protection for Mac Jones getting hurt. So we'll figure it out. But so you're going to give Purdy a good chunk of time off. I can only go a week at a time with what's going on. So I'm just starting Mac Jones on Sunday, and Evan Giddings says I'm starting Mac Jones till he loses a game.
I got to tell you,
where are you guys at?
Okay, Steiny, I am a bit fan irritated or football fan irritated on. Okay, if this is the game they choose to play, and Brock didn't say this, he didn't blame the toe. He said he didn't know, but then when he does come back, and let's say he's subpar, are we supposed to just say, "Oh, here goes the card"? Well, what card is that? The get out of jail free card, because, that wasn't really me. It was my toe. That's part of it. We got to judge you when you're out there, right?
Yeah, we'll be able to tell. Well, I think we'll be able to tell.
Well, I don't think against Jacksonville, you believe, just from your eyes,
his accuracy was terrible.
But we've seen his accuracy at times.
Not like that. I don't think so.
So you're all in on that was the toe.
Yeah, he was
high.
How many balls did he throw high? I don't think he scrambled like he normally scrambles. Like I think the toe probably was an issue.
All right, I'm just asking.
Let's go to Robert in San Francisco. Hey, Robert, how's it going, man?
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm born and raised in San Francisco, and right now I live in the Tenderloin. And the Tenderloin is excited about this team. Everybody's wearing their jerseys, and we need both quarterbacks. And I got to tell you, it's exciting being in first place, And I love your show, and thanks for letting me call in.
All right, thanks. Robert. Appreciate it. That may be the bottom line. They need two quarterbacks right now. It's really that simple. So what do? Nothing. You don't do anything except you play Mac Jones on Sunday, and then you reevaluate Monday. Oh. Maybe that's how you do it, week to week.
So if you can, I'm going to double back. We saw Mac Jones look like he needed his own wing at Kaiser Thursday against the Rams. Steiny, are you telling me all that was, and I'm not mad, Niner fans are happy and the team, but all that was for nothing? Like that was just, hey, I was just getting hit in the wrong place, I'm good?
I mean, he's not on the injury report.
That is wow. That's a wow to me.
At least not that we know of. So yeah. I'm assuming that he's healthy enough to play. Let's go to Raul in Concord. Hey, Raul, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Good morning.
Hey.
Morning.
So, I just wanted to call and say, look, Brock Purdy's our quarterback. Whenever he gets back and healthy, he needs to get back in the game. Mac Jones has played well. I'm very impressed with how Mac Jones has played, especially against the Rams. He played well. He got hurt. He came back in the game. But he's not a starting quarterback. He's a backup. He proved that in New England. He never won anything. He went to the playoffs, I think, once and lost. He had a good defense in New England. Never was able to do anything. He's not a starting quarterback. He's been playing good. Look at the second half. We didn't do anything hardly in the second half. Luckily, our defense showed up, and our defense won us the game against the Rams.
Thanks, Raul. I'm essentially with you. I mean, as of right now, Brock Purdy's still the number one quarterback, and when he gets healthy, he'll probably go back in there. I probably I'm not going to play him this weekend just because the signs seem to indicate that he may not be ready. But, I mean, that's a logical that's probably the most logical. Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback. When he's healthy, he goes back in the lineup.
That's what I told. That's what hill I'm on right now.
Problem is what if
I got you.
Mac Jones keeps winning? Then what do you do? Does Mac Jones winning, should that impact when Brock Purdy comes back?
If somebody, should
Purdy just come back when he's healthy, regardless?
And I know it's a business study, but if and when Kyle does talk, and he may already have. But how do you think he would answer that question right now? The company answer, right? He would say just what you said. Nothing to see here. When Brock's healthy, he's our guy. There's that,
I mean, I guess. I don't know how he would answer it. I'm sure he would. Yeah, I'm sure he'd play the diplomatic answer.
Yeah, because if you can't give any inkling that, like something's going on here, then all hell would break loose.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Good. A belated happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Very belated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I haven't called for a while. I had to get that in.
All right.
So, but regarding the quarterback situation, it seems like Shanahan, he's been great at getting these backup quarterbacks. I mean, he drafted Purdy as a backup quarterback. We had Darnold last year who played great for us. Now we got Jones who's playing great for us. And I was always an advocate of not overpaying for Purdy. I always thought, he's, really good, steady quarterback. He deserves a good salary, but, not what he got. And then the argument back then was, that's what starting quarterbacks make. But, if you apply that to the NBA, Steph Curry is making close to $60 million a year, and there are starting point guards that are making 25% of that.
Right.
At the same position and leading their team. So I don't really buy the argument every starter at every position has to make the same or close to it. So I think it was kind of a mistake. to kind of overpay there. What about the strategy going forward? Maybe Shanahan's system lends itself well to players, obviously, like Purdy and like Darnold and like Jones are kind of similar kind of players. Maybe we should just get 2 quality, quote unquote, backups and have 2 of those guys at $5 million apiece. That's $10 million for a quarterback position instead of $60 million, and then use that money for some other players. I mean, and I'm kind of saying it somewhat facetiously, but going forward, is it even crazy to think about? We got Purdy signed long term, but is there a team that would be interested in maybe trading for him if we could get another really solid backup, not just some, third stringer, but another Matt Jones or another Darnold to back up Jones? Maybe that would free up some money and beef us up in some other positions. So, but I do think we overpaid. That's my take on it. But it's not a knock. What I'm saying is not a knock on Purdy. It may sound like that. I don't mean it that way. I mean it more as praise to Jones and Darnold for what they've done.
No,
so that's my take on it.
I got you, Pat. Appreciate the call. When I think of the 49ers and the success they've had, I mean, like, there is something strategically, if you can somehow get a great quarterback on a rookie deal or on a low salary, then, I mean, that gives you a huge advantage. Yeah. There's just no doubt about it.
And they had that chance.
And the 49ers tried to take advantage of that when Brock Purdy was on his rookie deal.
Got to the Super Bowl.
So, yeah, I mean, in a perfect world or in, an alternate universe, Mac Jones could be the quarterback making whatever he's making, and now you got money to put around him. But that's not the way it's going to be because they paid Brock Purdy, and they think he's going to be the quarterback of the future.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? Hey, Dennis, what's going on, man? No, Dennis.
Can't do it.
Let's go to Paul. Paul's in Tracy. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to say, Guru, I'm a big fan. Love you. You are the MVP of the station.
Oh, wow.
Some would say you are the people's champ.
Wow. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah. So, hey, absolutely. I love listening to you and Steiny.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you keep saying that Brock has a clear Carfax. I can show you like 5 different accidents on that Carfax. Going back to his first season, the game he played against Seattle, he had a broken ribs. He played, I'll give him that. Then we all know what happened against the Eagles. The season they went to the Super Bowl, yeah, he played all the games. Last season, he missed a game against the Green Bay Packers due to some injuries. He got hurt again against the Lions. If it's the last game of the season, the reports were out there that he's going to miss more games if they made it to the playoffs. And now this season, he got hurt twice. So his Carfax is not clean, as you would say, you know what I mean? So I'm really concerned about his injury history and his weak arm strength. So that's my 2 concerns about Brock.
I appreciate it, Paul. Arm strength is
he's putting injuries in there, though. And again, this is one, do I dare call it, he said Carfax, collision. It's still ongoing, but are you really ready to look at me and say that Brock has injury history? I'm just not there, and I know this is going to sound crazy. The one time his elbow got wrecked, you didn't miss any games except that one going into the next season. So are we jumping the gun on him having an injury history? Now, Steiny, is he the biggest dude back there? Is he Cam Newton? Hell no.
See, to me, it stands to reason. Like when Brock Purdy was starting to emerge as a quarterback, we talked a lot about his size and the concern about whether he can stay healthy. Like that's a very real thing with smaller quarterbacks. And so do I think he's injury prone?
Right.
Not right now. I don't. But I think you have to take into account his size and that he may get hurt, but I don't know that that's any more strong than any coach worried about his starter getting hurt. I mean, I don't know how much you worry about a starter getting hurt, or you just put him out there and play him, and when it happens, it happens.
You know what? Just hearing you talk, I just had this thought. Do you think Mac Jones' success, although it's a small sample size, Steiny, has Niner fans thinking of buyer's remorse? No, I'm like.
No, Evan. Oh, he's not.
Why'd you go to him?
No, because that's a term he used yesterday.
No way.
Yeah. He said he
I just
used
said,
the term buyer's remorse
tell him,
yesterday.
Steiny, set it up. He's listening.
No, he said, Evan said, do you think 49er fans are having buyer's remorse?
And I just used that thinking of the success, although it's a small sample size.
Well, great minds think alike.
And we were together Saturday, bud.
But it was also because yesterday Steiny was talking about needing to preserve Mac Jones. And it sounded weird to me because he was talking like...
He's the starter.
Yeah. like we got to keep Mac Jones upright. Like, we got to keep him healthy. And I don't really know how you try and preserve two guys.
I haven't shifted, but I sense a shift among Niner fans. Am I wrong? That's why the remorse came to me.
Shifting how?
Like, not Brock is less important. That people are now trying to say that Mac can, in Mac we trust. We're all good. I don't know. I'm not there. I know Kyle's not there, man. And Steiny, again, I would honestly give him 3 to 4 weeks to come back. But how unfair is it to say, and Lori Matthews in the chat, she says, Goo, you're holding Jacksonville against Brock Purdy. She understands that, but it doesn't sound like I'm giving them any credit for Seattle. I am. So, again, Steiny, they scored 6 points, and you came back at me a few minutes ago with, hey, Guru, they're 3-0. But they scored 6 points in the second half of that Ram game.
I know, but, like, who's been better this year? It's not even a question. Right. So, like that's the reality I'm looking at. Is I'm.
But is that unfair to your franchise quarterback?
He's hurt.
Yeah,
he's hurt.
But to then on top of him being hurt, say who's been better. But there is an answer.
Unfair. I mean, goodness gracious.
I guess
Mac
what
Jones
I'm saying
has been better than Brock Purdy this year.
I'm gonna use one of your isms. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, through 5 games this year, it does because...
In the grand scheme of things for Brock Purdy is what I guess I'm asking.
Maybe.
See, to me it doesn't, but we've seen crazier things.
Well, like, there's no decision that needs to be made now.
In fact, how long you give Brock? I think that's the only one.
And this is what... You know what? This is a 2-year thing. Like, that's the way I'm looking at it. You have Mac Jones under contract for another year. So, right now, like, honestly, I'm looking at Brock Purdy's hurt. How long is he going to be hurt? I don't know. Okay, we'll just use Mac Jones till he's ready. Okay, he's going to be ready week 9. Okay, let's bring him back week 9. He plays week 9. He comes out Monday or Tuesday, and he's like, oh, boy, the toe hurts again. Fine, Mac Jones, you're in. Brock, take the rest of the season off. Get right for next year. Like, that's to me, the huge silver lining that could come out of this thing is if they do need to shut down Brock Purdy for a little while, Mac Jones can just step right in and at least keep this team being competitive. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Nico's in Sacramento. Wants to jump in. Hey, Nico, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny Guru, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, man, I mean, so, usually if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. But if you have a hurt quarterback, and the other one's balling out, I feel like, that's something you kind of want. And every team needs to have a backup quarterback. But what I was wondering, though, since, like you just said, Steiny, this is a 2-year operation with Mac Jones. He has a 2-year contract. What's his value going forward? I mean, Joe Flacco just got traded for a 5th-round pick to the Bengals, who are desperate to have a quarterback. What's Mac Jones' value next year if he balls out for 7 or 8 games this year, or even the whole rest of the season?
I think yeah, I mean that would be a positive development, absolutely. No doubt about it. Especially if, like, Mac Jones quarterbacks half the season or more.
Yeah, last week I told you you all about just how special Kyle is with quarterbacks and what he's done and the heights that he's gotten to with Jimmy, Brock Purdy, and, Mac Jones now. And then now you got me thinking, although we didn't see Sam Darnold start a lot of games, he did leave here after getting the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan to go get the bag elsewhere and have a good year. But that's neither here nor there, Steiny. It will be, I'm going to use the F word, fascinating to see how this plays out and just how long this toe needs for Brock to be the best version of himself. Because if I'm Brock, I'm not going out there 60% when I'm watching the back. You know what I mean? It's almost like you got too much to lose, but that's only on the sports radio. I don't think Kyle's like, oh boy, you're losing some, this dude's, you know what I mean?
Because nobody's ever emerged from a backup to a starter in Kyle's system?
No, well.
I mean, that's the thing. The other thing that plays into this is Kyle's reputation.
Yeah. Brock only got there because of injury.
Here's the other thing. We're one bad Mac Jones game away from everybody saying, let's get back to Purdy.
And I think if they had lost that Ram game, which wink, Steiny, they really should have, what would this energy be as, what it is?
Depends
and he
how they
wasn't bad. I'm just
saying.
saying, the offense, they got, the Rams are good, but 6 points.
Second half. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see JJTC, Austin, and others. We'll get to your calls. Brock Purdy is hurt. Mac Jones appears to be less hurt. You playing Mac Jones on Sunday against the Buccaneers, and then how do you move forward with the quarterback situation? It's something Kyle Shanahan's absolutely going to have to deal with. Also, Ted Wynn coming up at 1 o'clock today, senior writer for The Athletic. And then between 1:30 and 2:30 today, we got Seth Curry, Golden State Warriors guard. Seth Curry between 1:30 and 2:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo, No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prime Big Deal Days is here with great kitchen deals. Greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru back in town, back in the house, and we're talking about the 49ers quarterback situation.
Ooh.
It's very interesting. What would you do? You starting Mac Jones Sunday? I think I am.
No doubt. 100%.
The 49ers play Sunday against the Bucs, and then they play the Atlanta Falcons. And we're discussing what's going to go through Kyle Shanahan's mind, and how do you make this determination about who does quarterback. Mac Jones has been good. He's 3-0. Brock Purdy's quarterback 2 games. He's 1-1, and he hasn't looked great, and he's got a toe injury. So how do you play it if you're Kyle Shanahan?
Simple. Again, there is Pops was in the Navy, Steiny, so I'm going rank. And right now, Brock Purdy is a quarterback that's taken us to 2 NFC championship games and the Super Bowl. I get the team's different, but he did that. You paid him, okay? And if he is hampered by this devastating injury that we call turf toe, let's slow play it. We already gave him 2 weeks off. He came back and he felt something. So we got a serviceable quarterback, backup quarterback that's won 3 games, again, let's forget TV and sports talk radio. The smart thing to do is give him more than 2 weeks. That's why I was lobbying for 4. Evan mentioned the IR. However you want to do it, but you got to give Brock more time than you gave him last. And Mac Jones would be my quarterback for the next few games, partner.
And I get that. And there's some people that aren't crazy about this conversation. But the reality is, if the more time you give Brock Purdy, the more the window opens for Mac Jones. Those are just facts. If Mac Jones continues to play well, he's going to put pressure on Kyle Shanahan to make that decision, or to make that decision when Purdy's healthy.
So you're not saying that would constitute Kyle saying Brock's better than Mac or vice versa. You're saying play the hot hand.
I'm saying
if they kept winning with Mac.
I'm saying Brock Purdy right now. I'm saying Kyle Shanahan probably is looking at Brock Purdy now saying Mac Jones is better because my guy can't run. My guy's not throwing the ball accurately. When Kyle deems that Purdy's healthy enough to be the quarterback that he's been, then I guess the decision is go back to Purdy. But if that decision doesn't come for 2 or 3 weeks and the 49ers are rolling, you can't sit here and tell me that's going to be an easy decision. I don't think it is. Let's go to TC. TC's in Sacramento. How you doing, TC?
Hey, Steiny and Guru, what's up?
Hey, you got it?
Hey, so look, I'm going with Mac Jones, but hey, I'm going to be honest, right? So I'm going to come with a respect level, and I'm going to come with So when I come with the respect level of Kyle Shanahan, I would have respected Kyle Shanahan more if he would have stood on business and got the guy in Mac Jones who he wanted, regardless of whatever everybody want to say. Oh, he wanted Mac, bro. And for some reason, he didn't pick him. So I would have respected him more as a man if he would have did that. He would have had his guy, and we probably already would have won a Super Bowl already, right? So he should have stood on that. Second of all, Niner fans and media, we can't overlook. Did we forget that this is the guy that he wanted? So we can't, just because it's Brock, we can't keep overlooking that situation. Bro, the only thing that's holding Kyle back from not saying Mac is our starter moving forward, which he might say, right? Because he might have to put his pen to paper. It's a $50 million, bro, that contract. That's the only thing saving Brock right now, bro. If it wasn't for that contract, he would have came out and said, Mac Jones is our starter. And I'm not even a Mac guy. I was one of the main guys calling y'all show talking about, he better not pick Mac Jones at 3. We traded up to pick Mac Jones. It got to be Justin Fields. It got to be Trey Lance, or it got to be a tackle, not Mac Jones. Well, I was wrong. Mac Jones is a cool quarterback, bro, and that's Kyle's guy. So Niners media and fans, please don't forget that or overlook that, bro. That's all I got, Guru Steiny.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call.
How much do you believe that was Kyle's guy? I thought I believed it, but if it was Steiny, why didn't he go get him?
I don't know. So, I don't.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if Kyle Shanahan's got say over the 53-man roster,
which he does.
If he wanted him, why didn't he take him? If he got talked out of it, he got talked out of it. And now here we are 4 or 5 years later, and Mac Jones is on the team. I will say this, that if Kyle Shanahan really did want Mac Jones at 3, or really liked Mac Jones and went in a different direction,
and what we're talking about has some legs.
Yeah.
Also say this. Kudos to Kyle again. Steiny, you don't go get Mac Jones. Where are you at in the 3 games that Mac quarterbacked with Brandon Allen? Like, no shade at him, but I got to believe you don't beat the car. You know what I mean? Like, just this season could be already lightweight ruined had he not had the foresight to go get Mac.
Yeah.
That's just a fact.
Let's go to Austin. Austin's in the Bay. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. What's up with you guys?
Hey. Austin.
Hey, I just want to say this, man. I like Shanahan last weekend against the Rams. He finally showed some type of excitement after offense doing good. I like that. But I caught about Mac Jones, man. Hey, Matt Jones is a good quarterback in Indiana. Like I said before, you know, he went to the playoffs, living under Tom Brady expectation as a legend. That's too much to take up. But now he on the Niners, and boy, if he ain't looking so sweet, when do that Brock Purdy contract kick in next year?
Yep.
If it kicks in next year, can we trade him? Can we trade him? Or can we trade Matt Jones? Either one of them, trade him to Cincinnati, go get number 91 on defense or something, because as of right now, Matt Jones is running the show. And I don't want to see Brock Purdy. We got to look at it at this, too. Like, one more thing. Got to look at this. Since Alex Smith went to the Super Bowl, injury happened. Kaepernick came, took his place. We got all these Super Bowl quarterbacks. Jimmy G, Super Bowl quarterback, who came and took his place. Brock Purdy, Super Bowl quarterback. Look at Matt Jones. All these injuries, giving people opportunities. What do we go do? We go roll with the hot hand, or we go back to Brock Purdy?
Well, that's the question, Austin. Appreciate the call. That's the question of the moment.
Yeah, that contract means something, doesn't it, Steiny? It's almost like you break up with somebody, you go get married, and then you go back. They put a ring on his finger, Steiny, and there was a reason they did that. They fell in love.
Well, they fell in love with Jimmy Garoppolo, too.
But then he, year after year, got hurt, and seasons were done when
Purdy's
he had high
hurt
ankle
now.
sprain.
I mean, here's the thing that I think, and I'm not saying you're saying it. The idea that there's that something crazy couldn't happen, to me, is ridiculous.
Well,
of course something crazy could happen.
All right.
We've seen quarterbacks come out of nowhere, and you know what? Maybe Mac Jones has another month of good football in him, and then the tape gets out, and he's not as effective.
But I got to say this, and I mean it. Had Brock played that Jacksonville game and threw, let's just say, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 279 yards, and they win the game going away, none of this is happening. But I guess because he was so bad in his mechanics, decision-making with the 2 interceptions, how symbolic was that Armstead knocked the ball out of his hands as they had a chance to win. Steiny, I do wonder, because it ended that way and it was that ugly, because that's what it was. He would tell you, Brock would, like, that's feeding this beast that I don't believe exists, but I've learned my lesson in sports. Anything's possible.
How good's Brock been the last year and 2 games?
Not as good as he was the first 2 years. How about that? And I know I said the other day, last time we were together Friday, you're cooking the books when you gave me a stat from 2024 Christmas. I believe that's when it was, and I get that. But it didn't stop them from offering him a contract. But, you know.
Just because you get a contract doesn't mean your position is safe. It shouldn't, right? I mean, if he's getting beat out, he's getting beat out. If he's hurt, we got to play Mac Jones. The other thing is, if Kyle Shanahan ever thinks that Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, then he's got to make the appropriate coaching moves in spite of the contract. Now, there is where I don't think we're even close, but at some point in the next week, 2, 3, or 4, Kyle Shanahan is going to have, I think, a difficult decision to make. Unless Mac Jones is really bad on Sunday. But again, and I've always said this, I don't think Kyle Shanahan puts his quarterbacks in position to look horrible.
Oh, man.
So I don't know how it's going to play out. Let's go to JJ. JJ's in San Jose. Hey, JJ, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Tuesday.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to take a victory lap because I believe I had Mac Jones coming through from my call back a few weeks back, and I said that Mac Jones was going to hold it down because he's just, as I'm sure he, as a backup, all he really has to do is just not make mistakes, which quite frankly has been Purdy's biggest issue.
Yeah,
he's just making more mistakes than Mac Jones. I don't think Mac Jones has performed so grandiose to where he's an automatically better quarterback. it just seems that way because he's not turning the ball over like as much as Purdy has, and it's making it seem like there's some kind of quarterback competition. But I mean, under Mac Jones, they're only averaging like 20 points a game or 20-some points a game. He's just not making the decisions to get you beat. If anything, as much as we want to give Mac Jones the credit, I think that Saleh and the defense has been the one that's coming through to allow this discussion to even grow. Because if Mac Jones has played the way he's been playing, but the defense doesn't hold it down, I don't think we're having this discussion as to is Mac Jones going to be the guy? Because 49er fans, as much as we've seen these past few years, they're, Guru's favorite word, they're fickle. So if Mac Jones gets his butt handed to him on Sunday, bet people are going to be like, oh, I don't know. So I think Mac Jones is he's doing good enough to not get you beat. And Purdy, on the other hand, has been trying to be Superman. If Purdy ever plays this if he comes up and has to play the next week or so, all he has to do is be check down Charlie, and I bet you that the Niners will still be on the roll that they'll be. Maybe a couple throws here and there, because that's really all that Mac Jones has been doing. So it's on Sunday. If Mac Jones comes through and he ends up balling, 3 touchdowns, 300 yards, then we got a conversation. But until then, he's the backup until Purdy comes. And let's say Purdy throws more interceptions, then the conversation is for real.
Got you. Thanks, JJ. Appreciate the call.
And go ahead.
Super chat from G on the YouTube chat. No excuses for Purdy when he gets back healthy because Mac is doing it with the backups now.
So what if Mac gets Kittle back, and the reason I just bring that up is those are reinforcements, he hadn't even, he's going to the lab right now without that weapon, 85. So imagine if that makes him look better and his job easier, then, he's going to look greater. Then what are we talking about? So.
Well, the other thing is when I look at Mac Jones is right now he's right in that backup sweet spot window. And the thing I always think about with backup quarterbacks is can they get you over the hump for 3 or 4 games? And Mac Jones has gotten the 49ers over the hump in the 3 games that he quarterbacked. And he's going to go up against Tampa Bay probably on Sunday. If he wins, he's going to be 4-0. If he loses, he's still 3-1. So he has done exactly what you want a backup quarterback to do with your starter out. And now the question just becomes, if Purdy's healthy after Sunday, he probably goes back in because Mac Jones is a backup and he did his job, and now Purdy's back and getting ready to be the starter again.
Then what does that make the first 90 minutes of our show? Like, I think that's the way it's going to go. But
then Purdy's got to play well.
Yeah, but first he's got to play.
Up. Yeah.
And if you're really truly blaming or putting that Jacksonville bad performance by Brock, if that's on the toe, you can't afford to do that for you and your team and Brock just because of what Mac's done. So now it's just about, hey, sit down. Your job's not in jeopardy. Take time. And if it doesn't get right, at least we can look ourselves in the mirror and say we gave you time to get healthy. It's just not working.
Let's go to DJ Gravy in Richmond. What's up, DJ?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to make just a quick point. So I'm just going to answer you guys' question. You said Mac or Purdy. I'm one of the fans that's going to pick Mac for just a couple simple reasons, but I'll just say one simple point. I like that Mac is taller and that his balls could go over the line and not get tipped as much as Purdy. I mean, I know Purdy is a good scrambler. There are some good qualities about Purdy, but being able to see over that line is a big reason why I feel Kyle Shanahan can coach the game a lot different. And from the positives that we've seen, the way that Mac was getting that ball out, that's just a big point of mine. So Thanks for taking my calls, guys. Have a good one.
All right, appreciate you, DJ.
Yeah.
So
and remember, I was
Mac
on
Jones.
Yeah, but I was on that train last year. Steiny, how many balls does Purdy get batted down? And then we come to find out he was in the middle of the pack. It felt different, you know. But I mean, man, they're 4-1. They're going to play another 4-1 team, Steiny, that just kind of had their, you know, good fortune in regard to pulling out games. But if somehow Mac Jones takes this thing to 4-0, because that's why I said the 2 scoreboards, and they're 5-1. You know, I'm sitting here yapping, thinking there's nothing to see here, but I do wonder, I mean, where this thing is going or where it could possibly go in regard to how Kyle's feeling about the job Mac's doing.
Hey, you can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 6 matchup between the 49ers and the Buccaneers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. What's the word you would use to describe what's going on with the 49ers quarterback situation? If it's not a controversy, is there another word for it?
Intrigue.
Yeah.
I am very intrigued, Steiny. And my last thing, and I'm playing this card because I want to know from you, and you kind of told me. If we went back to the draft, the day before that draft, who was the better quarterback? Brock Purdy, who you never heard of, or Mac Jones, Donnie?
I mean, it's got to be Mac Jones.
And there's nobody that would say any. So when you just go from that point and erase New England and all these Matt Patricia and all these bums that Mac Jones has had as an offensive coordinator, isn't Mac showing you, or is he on a tour right now of, yeah, this is what I can do when I got competent guys? I got a Jedi calling plays, and look how I look. This shouldn't be a surprise.
But pro quarterbacking is different than college. In other words, to me, just because you have a better college career doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a better pro quarterback.
Yeah, and I brought that up for gifts, though.
Well, Brock Purdy may be a better pro quarterback than Mac Jones because he's more durable and he throws an accurate ball underneath, and Mac Jones doesn't have a lot of mobility. So maybe over time we'd find out that, Brock Purdy is better than Mac Jones. But I'll tell you right now, and I think this is the part that Kyle Shanahan's got to figure out week to week, is if, Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy with turf toe. And so you got to get Brock Purdy right somehow. This is Brian Baldinger. He was on with the Morning Roast talking about what's going on with the quarterback situation in San Francisco.
Brock's the starter, but, I mean, does anybody have a better backup quarterback in this league than what Mac Jones is doing? I mean, he's won 2 out of the 3 games he's won at the very end. That performance yesterday might have been the best of his entire career. And so he's going to, he'll be in a free agent carousel next year, whatever. But, I mean, if I was the 49ers, I'd just lock him up right now. Like, he can start. He can win games. He can win division games, overtime games. Like that performance yesterday, there might be a quarterback controversy as good as he was.
Wow. That was Brian Baldinger. Listen to the first part.
All right.
Brock's the starter, but, I mean, does anybody have a better backup quarterback?
Brock's the starter, but.
Right.
Brock's the starter, but.
And that's why I guess I just went back to the origin of, I get what you're saying just because you were a college quarterback, but at the end of the day, he's a taller quarterback. He has a stronger arm. And right now he's taking Mac Jones, that is, every advantage of working with one of the best offensive minds in the game right now. And lo and behold, he's 3-0 on the cusp of going 4-0. And Baldy played the game. He studies the game. It's just, at this point, to me, Steiny, if we keep seeing continued success from Mac Jones, I don't want to say ego, but what about the part of Kyle and John that invested so much into Brock? How? Because we've seen it with, and it was
used
different.
To have an egg on their face.
Yeah, we've seen it.
They had it with Mooney.
Mooney. Yeah, how long did
they had it
how
with
many?
Trey Lance.
Yeah. Oh man.
So they've been in this situation before. It's just a matter of how they're going to handle it this time. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday, and it's a battle between 4-1 teams. And it looks like Mac Jones is going to be the starter. But the question becomes, how does this thing get handled the rest of the year? And I got two questions for you. If you were Kyle Shanahan, how would you handle the situation? And then secondly, if you put truth serum into Kyle Shanahan, what do you think he's thinking is going to determine who he uses moving forward? Is it just going to be whether Brock Purdy is healthy? Could there possibly be a scenario where Brock Purdy says he's healthy, but Mac Jones doesn't get supplanted? I mean, I think we're not in a controversy here, but we got to figure out how the rest of this year may or may not play out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Ted Nguyen. He's a senior writer for The Athletic, covers the NFL. Seth Curry will join us, Warrior Guard, sometime between 1:30 and 2:30. So that's Ted Nguyen, senior writer from The Atlantic, and then Seth Curry, the newest member of the Golden State Warriors. He will join us between 1:30 and 2:30, and if he pops on at 1:50, it means he'll join Guru and I with Dibley and Willard on the crossover, so don't go anywhere. And while you're listening, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru. All you got to do is search 957, and while you're there, download and subscribe for all your great content at 95.7 The Game.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig, but don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sunny skies for San Francisco today, going up to 75.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
We need Thundercats.
Wah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers, they're in first place in the NFC West. Every team in the division lost last week except them. So they benefited from a Cardinal meltdown and a Seahawks loss. And they're sitting pretty at 4-1 right now.
What a game, Seattle and Tampa Bay. Did you get a chance to see that at all?
I watched more of the Cardinals game than Seattle.
Speaking of which, what is going on with these guys and the ball, Steiny, by the goal line? Like, that was a touchdown.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot. Not a lot, but we see that 3 times a year.
How do you correct it? It cost them. They might not recover.
Do you really think, how do you correct it? Take another step before you drop the ball.
What are you thinking about? I mean, he was moving, too. Anyway, just a horrible way to lose.
Well, did you see the coach apologized?
Yeah, Evan showed you can do all that, but you're going to be a little lighter in the wallet. What if that was a hothead? That could have spilled into the lot. Keep your hands to yourself.
I mean, Evan and I have a little disagreement on that.
Oh, I missed it.
Look, if you're saying you just can't put a hand on a guy, then obviously
in the heat of the moment.
I'm not saying the guy was in the right. Oh. The coach was in the wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I mean,
he could have got a knuckle sandwich.
Can't get mad at a guy for being a bonehead.
No, you can, but don't touch me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've seen things happen. And I'm going to call an organization out in the NBA before we get out of here. Don't let me forget.
Go ahead now.
So you and I are in the same studio, and, Warrior fans have been having a dream of Giannis for years. And we look up, and, there's a new word out in the streets that young kids are using. They call it cap, Steiny, and that's when somebody's kind of telling a fib or saying something that they know is not true. and it says that the Bucs explored moving Giannis to the Knicks in August. I'm calling cap.
I know you are.
Miss me with that report. So you're going to send him to the East, huh? I would just start there. You're just going to send him to the East? Miss me. I'm calling cap. But I do think could he have been had? Like if they called though, Steiny.
Well, you're.
Yeah, my God. With 2 years left on the deal, you would have moved the Greek freak?
Well, I think what you're really upset about is, and I get it, Warrior fans, because you think you can get everybody. But what you're really upset about is that the Knicks were the only team that Giannis would have gone to in a trade.
Now, didn't look at that part of it.
Yeah, it figures because most people are still under this pipe dream that every superstar wants to play for the Warriors.
I hadn't looked at that or thought about it 1 second. You think the Knicks were, Steiny, stop. He would have came to the Bay.
Yeah.
Pier 39, baby, on that last Saturday, Steiny. Oh, man.
Let's go to Flea. Flea's in Oakland.
Our man.
What's going on, Flea? How you doing?
Yeah, cool. All right.
Flea!
That's what we used to call AC Transit back in the day, Steiny, the Flea. That's how we used to get to school in the U.
And that's what life's about.
This is Jason LaConfort is our Odyssey NFL insider. And he must have been on with one of the other shows, Willard and Dibs, yesterday. And he was asked about what's going on with the quarterback position.
I mean, crazier things have happened, right? Brock Purdy wasn't supposed to get this job in the first place. They moved heaven and earth to get Trey Lance. I'm old enough to remember that. I mean, look, could it play out that way? I guess. I just think you'd have a hell of a time moving that Purdy contract. Like, if Mac Jones were to beat him out, I don't know that they can financially let that happen. Like, with where that roster is and the long-term needs, like we're talking about maybe needing a new left tackle, like there's going to be a lot of things. They need pass rushers, probably plural. Like, can you really count on Bosa anymore? Like, are they going to be able to also try to move a crazy contract? I don't think it comes to that. I don't think Brock Purdy gets Wally pipped here, but I do think Mac Jones will continue to look highly functional in this offense.
Jason LaConfort, he's our NFL Odyssey insider.
Yeah, and I guess that's what all this is about, right? And I know Purdy's new money doesn't kick into next year, but, I mean, the Niners got needs, and they got a bunch of them, right? And he mentioned pass rushers with a S, but we're not there yet, Steiny. I'll go. We're not there yet.
888-957-9570 is the number. And how, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is full-on controversy, and 0 would be no controversy or no issue at all. Where would you put the 49ers quarterback situation right now?
Now, I'm going to go 6. I'm going to go Dr. J. Now, Steiny, you know, a lot of the callers, a lot of the texters, a lot of the stuff I'm seeing on TV, and you look at the yardage that Mac Jones in regard to the passing yards, you would have thought he was Dan Marino, but Steiny, his average pass was 7 yards. So there were a lot of dink and dunks, and long as you move the chains, I'm not saying anything is wrong with that, but and I keep going to the 6 points in the second half. But he's undefeated. I get that, but do you think a lot of people are putting too much on just the individual performance of Mac Jones? And that's why because if you break it down to this, you break it down, Steiny, he's not just Y.A. Tittle out there.
There's a texter who's responded to you on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Bring it up. Read it to him.
415 says, the Cardinals scored 0 in the second half of their game against the Titans. Eagles and Dolphins scored 7 in the second half and lost the game. Just be thankful the Niners won. Our defense will hold up even if we scored only 6 in the second half.
I'll say this to that. The Cardinals did not score 0. They scored 7.
Okay.
But they didn't get credit for
then
it.
It's in, what do you mean?
Dude dropped the ball before the end zone.
Oh, you're actually wrong.
I just tell you, they scored. Just didn't get credit for it. Nothing to see here, Steiny. I
yes,
get it, man.
Yes, there is.
Tell me what it is. You're a writer. What,
right now,
you got a few words to just What's going on here?
The backup's playing better than the starter. It's really that simple. And it's probably because the starter's hurt. So you got a starter hurt, you play the backup.
All right.
Guys, talking hoop. Did you see Wemby's block yet? No, I don't. Come on.
I watched the Warriors Sunday, though.
How'd you like that game?
I got to say
Let me guess, they're going to be great?
Think
they're going to win 75?
No, this is I got to say this. Al Horford's been around two alpha males that are offensively skilled, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And when both of those dudes were in their Dark Knight mode, I'm going Batman, Al never got in the way. He knew how to be a part of it. I know you're going to call me crazy and throw something at me. It was preseason, but I said, when Curry's having a Curry flurry, this dude's seen it before. And he just made these subtle passes, just give and go, just little tiny mature things. I was like, this is going to bode well when he's on the floor with the chef. But don't laugh at me. He didn't start.
No, he's gone small, like Draymond at center. I'm sure you like that.
I was looking forward to sound like a cartoon character. I was looking forward to the new starting lineup, but they ran out the old model. It's because he just got here.
Probably. Yeah. I think Horford will end up starting.
But I told Evan Saturday, Steiny, put me down for 52 wins.
For who?
Golden State.
I'll take the under.
All right, it's done.
We got a bet?
Put it in.
Okay.
52 and
Evan,
30.
can you make a note of this?
52 and 30.
Okay, 52.
And 30.
Vegas has them at 47 and a half.
How about Good gets the over, you get the under?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, but now they don't have to just win 52 games. They could win 48 games and you win.
Hey, there.
No, we're not doing that. He wants to give me 4.5 more than Vegas.
Well, you want the under anyways, so just give him the 4.5.
Did it. Thank you, Evan.
No,
what's the Vegas win total? We're going, 48, I win.
It's 47 and a half.
All right, 48.
Would you bet the under or the over?
We're not doing that.
Would you bet the under or the over, Steiny?
I told you yesterday it's a tricky number, 47 and a half.
But what was your answer?
I'd probably be under.
All right, so I'll take the over.
Yeah.
No. You ought to be ashamed.
Now, Evan, my brother.
You ought to be ashamed.
Me and my boys.
Why? Because he did it again with he let his mouth get ahead of his thoughts?
Getting excited. Evan was like,
now 52. No. You said 52.
He helped his OG out. 48.
Okay, see, I'm not betting you then.
I can't wait for Willard.
Why? Because you think they're going to hit?
No,
Are you scared?
But
I made a bet when he said 52. Then, of course, after a split second of thinking about it, he realizes he's gone way too high.
No, Evan helped me realize that. Right? Come on.
No bet.
Dude, you're dirty.
There's no bet.
Speaking of, real quick, Snotty, you got to veer off here. I talked to Willard last night on the text. He's winless in our fantasy league. He told me, but boy, I said, man, who would have thought? Your thoughts of Willard being 0-5? We all love you, but 0-5. Stop. Somebody got to help the Jets. Yeah.
All right, let's go back to Jason La Canfora.
Thank you, Evan.
Odyssey NFL Football Insider. This is about Kyle Shanahan's ability to find quarterbacks that function.
I think that's why some people are surprised that this played out the way it did and that they made this sort of bet with Purdy, because that's sort of always been their thinking, and to see these guys like Baker and Darnold, even like Geno for a while, like have this late prime renaissance that gets them real money contracts, but not $60 million a year. That sort of upper mid tier, right? Like Cousins. That's why so many people thought, hey, they might just mess around, wait for Cousins to get cut or trade for Cousins, especially now that he's on the cheap, and move off of Purdy there. A lot of personnel guys thought, hey, if they do that, that's going to give them more flexibility to keep another blue chip player or two. Obviously, I think they had some scars from the Lance thing and some scars from the Jimmy G thing. And so, look, if this is our guy, this is our guy. And we're going to pay what we have to pay and do what we have to do. But it doesn't mean that they won't regret that down the road.
All right. That's Jason La Canfora. Hey, do you get paid for that, Evan? Do you get paid for that?
Sorry, what?
Do you get paid for that?
Do I get paid for what?
For babysitting Goo? Do you get paid for that? Like most babysitters get paid like $9, $10 an hour?
You should be ashamed, though,
I get paid for babysitting both of you.
Okay.
Well,
I just want to
Lord.
make sure.
Because he don't change my diapers. He changes yours. And Locomotive on the YouTube chat. Guru, stay paying Steiny's daughter's tuition. Dude, maybe 1 or 2 over. Stop. But the fact that you won't make it tells us about your character. It's over 47.5. You said you like the under. So let's make the bet.
You put 52 out there.
Okay.
How many times must you let your words get ahead of your thoughts?
No, my heart got it. Okay. But there was an error.
I'm not making a bet on 47.5.
See, that's all. Wow.
Right, because I told Evan I didn't like that number. I said it's a tricky number. I'm not doing 47.5.
You scared?
But you were about to hustle me.
You're about to hustle yourself.
Yeah, and Evan prevented that.
Exactly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Where's the rest of it? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Warriors are not going to go 54-28. That I don't believe, according to the 707.
I mean, and we discussed it Saturday. If you're guaranteed, and I know it didn't work this way, but if you're telling me it's just about basketball and you're giving me health, I think this team's going to be a problem, man. I like it.
Let's go to Pete in San Ramon. Hey, Pete, how you doing?
Yeah, hi, guys. Good. It is afternoon. Good afternoon,
Pete.
Gents.
Hey, what's up, Pete?
About this bet. I got to talk about this bet. I know everybody else wants to talk about football over and over, but I got to talk about this bet.
Go ahead, Pete.
Steiny, go for what you know. Under 52. Guru, you must have some awfully short skis to be so far out over them. You guys have a great afternoon.
Wow,
Pete. My,
See y'all
Pete.
next time.
Thanks, Pete.
He was saying he don't see
appreciate it,
52.
Pete.
Dude, all right.
Wow.
Now
turning on you.
my chest is, I got the best compliment in the world about an hour and a half ago. It was about 10:19.
Yeah.
But anyways, Dottie, I'm down on you right now.
Why?
Because I want to do 47 and a half.
Too bad.
Yeah, all right.
Too bad. You know, maybe this will, get you, straighten you out a little bit.
Well, I won our Warrior bet the last 2 years.
Why don't you read the? No, you haven't. But go ahead. I don't.
Okay, what about the road? Okay, real quick.
I don't want to do
What
this.
about the Warriors road wins? 2 years ago, I didn't win that. You bought me a pop. So quit lying.
Right, you
2
lost
years ago, I said the Warriors were going to win a certain amount of games, and they won it, and I cashed out. Quit living in this fake facade world like you're winning all these bets.
You went 1
You're
and
not.
1. You went 1 and 1.
That's 500.
Right. That's good for you.
Why do you think I yelled right there?
Because
you act like you were undefeated.
We're coming to an end. It's that simple.
Well, that's different.
I mean, anybody
47 and a half.
Anybody can see it. Let's go back to Jason LaConfora
man.
Baldy talking about Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and where they go from here.
I honestly thought that the 49ers were going to draft him when they drafted Trey Lance. I thought they were taking Mac Jones. I thought he was the perfect fit. I don't know how many years ago 4 or 5 years ago. I remember talking to him after his rookie year at the Super Bowl in L.A., and I was like, when I see you on the sideline, Mac, do you actually meditate? I see you close your eyes. Everybody else is looking at video, and coaches are talking to him, and quarterbacks are talking to the receivers, except you go to the sideline, and you literally close your eyes. What do you do? And it's a meditative thing. He clears his head. He took the shot from Byron Young in the third quarter. I mean, it's a rib shot. I know all parts of his body is hurting today. He took a shot to the ribs. Most guys aren't surviving that shot. They're just not able to move. And he barely was, but he's still quarterback sneaking. He's still making these throws. Just a gutty performance. But they needed every bit of it in order to win that game.
That was Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast today, talking about Mac Jones' performance. And that's the other thing Evan and I were talking about a little bit yesterday, Goo, is that it's not just that Mac Jones quarterbacked him to a win. It's how he quarterbacked him to a win. It was an inspirational performance. He was hurt. He was limping all over the field, and his teammates clearly responded to it, and it resonated with him.
And my question to you, and I asked you an hour ago, Steiny, is this going to be the norm if he's not on the injury report? Like, how did we watch that movie and him dealing with my neck, my back, my knee, my arm, my elbow, and now you're telling me, partner, he's not on the injury report? Well, damn. And maybe this will just be how it is when he's under center. Like, damn.
I mean,
I thought his season was over at certain junctures of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking I might have taken him out of that game against the Rams because I felt like he was on the verge of getting hurt for the rest of that game and maybe even after that. Christian McCaffrey, we haven't talked much about the rest of the team other than Brock Purdy. And Christian McCaffrey on Thursday, another big receiving day, not a ton of rushing yards. They haven't run the ball well, and I don't know how 49er fans feel about that. Do you look at it as this is a problem running the football and we got to figure this out, or do you look at it as though we're going to figure it out and the fact that we're 4-1 without being able to run the football is a really good sign? How do you 49er fans and how do you look at that, Guru?
Well, it's twofold. And I'm being real, Steiny. You're 4-1, but you could be 1-4. Okay, you're not. And over the weekend, I watched the Chargers and Commander game, and I'm being real. I got Debo on my fantasy team, and Steiny, the Niners aren't reaching out to me to help them with their run game. But the only antidote I have left for this Niner run game before I really can tell you this is going to be who they are on the ground the rest of the season is when George Kittle comes back. And he's not an O lineman, shocker, but man, he's important as hell to the run game. But outside of him coming back, this is who you are. But with all that, Steiny, I'm wondering, and I wanted to run this guy out of town. Do you think the fact that Debo is not here has affected the running game and how defenses try to stop the Niners' run without all that window dressing that Debo was? Forget if the play was effective or ineffective. You had to account for Debo Samuel, and I'm wondering how much of that not, coming into play on opposing defensive minds has had them help the defense ability to stop the Niner run game. And I hadn't heard that.
I think it's a lot of different things. I think there's no Debo. I think there's always a ripple effect. There's a ripple effect because Trent Williams isn't playing like Trent Williams. There's a ripple effect because George Kittle's not playing. There's a ripple effect probably without Ayuk because he's a good blocker for a receiver. So I think it all plays into the reason why McCaffrey's catching the ball more effectively than he's running the ball. And I got to believe that has something to do with the fact that they're so depleted at wide receiver and McCaffrey's their best player / best athlete, and he can fill in catching the ball a little bit more.
And, I think just how lucky the Niners are on that front because I know they're not McCaffrey's not eating on the ground. But, Steiny, what if he were I'm thinking of an old Earl, some big back, Derrick Henry that couldn't catch the ball out of the backfield, then think where the Niners' offense is as a whole. So I say all that to say it is a damn blessing that he has the hands and the skill set to be this productive in the passing game, being the teams are having success shutting down the run game. Just think about if he didn't have that in his repertoire.
Well, then they'd go to the Super Bowl like they did with Raheem Mostert, who didn't catch the ball out of the backfield. Like, that's the one thing where I got to give Kyle Shanahan a ton of credit is he's gotten to the Super Bowl with McCaffrey, and he got to the Super Bowl with the running back who's not great at catching the ball out of the backfield. And when McCaffrey got here, it just seemed to open up a lot more different options for Kyle Shanahan, obviously. So 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us, we're talking about the quarterback situation, which is kind of taking on a life of its own here in San Francisco. Mac Jones is 3-0 as a starter. Brock Purdy is 1-1 as a starter, but Brock Purdy's hurt. He's got a turf toe right now. and it looks like Mac Jones is going to start on Sunday against the Buccaneers. But the question we're asking San Francisco 49er fans is, what's the strategy to proceed moving forward with these two quarterbacks? How long do you wait until you put Brock Purdy back in the game? The three of us, the long and short of it, Evan Giddings says I'd play Mac Jones until he loses a game. Guru thinks it might be a good idea to shut Brock Purdy down for 3 or 4 weeks. I'm looking at Mac Jones starting Sunday against the Buccaneers, and then if Purdy's healthy, I think he's going to start against Atlanta. But regardless of how it shakes out in the next week or two, it's not going to go away. Kyle Shanahan's going to have to figure out when he's going back to Brock Purdy, and then he's going to have to observe Brock Purdy, and then he's going to have to observe Brock Purdy at practice the following week to see if he can then go consecutive weeks, which, as we know, Lorenzo Neal, one of our Odyssey insiders, former fullback, said could be an issue all year. Yeah. So we're just batting around some ideas with 49er fans about how you get this thing figured out. And do you have is there even a hard, fast strategy you could have right now, or does it just have to be flexible? And that's another part of it. I think this thing's a week-to-week thing. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, we got Ted Nguyen coming up at 1 o'clock. That's in 50 minutes. He's a senior writer for The Athletic, and he covers the NFL. And then in the 1:30 hour, we're going to have Seth Curry, the newest Golden State Warrior, obviously Steph's brother. Seth Curry is joining us today in the 1:30 hour. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation and get this quarterback situation figured out. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful, because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, Guru back in the hot seat. By the way, how was Pier 39 on Saturday?
I mean, it was dynamic. The people showed up, showed out. We had a great time. Salza, Bonte, Fetzes, Kalina, Tim Roy, Evan, his parents, and just Alnetta showed up. San Jose Jazz fan. We had a great time, man. Took pictures.
Nice.
I didn't want to. Nahegan was there, his wife.
Nice.
Had a good time.
Sounds like Evan, did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a beautiful day. A lot of cool people. A lot of people also just coming by in Warriors gear that some of them weren't even there for the show, but they stopped by and listened.
And nice. I asked Tim Roy this. I don't know why I'm patting myself on the back. I like to conversate, right, Stan? He said, we know Evan's trying to be somebody's Tim Roy, regardless, baseball, football, basketball, whatnot. So I just asked him, Tim, not only how do you get ready for an upcoming season, but what advice would you give any young lady or man out there trying to be the next Tim Roy? You know what his answer was, Steiny?
What?
He said, read. Be well-versed. And Evan reads.
He didn't say write?
No, he said read.
Tim, you should have said read and write.
Evan showed me a book he had this morning. You're supposed to say the title, Goo?
Okay, what book?
Well, Evan's supposed to
Let me
say
guess,
the
a
title.
sports book.
No, it's Vonnegut.
Oh, look at you. Big Kurt Vonnegut. Slaughterhouse-Five?
Sound like
Cat's
salad
cradle.
dressing.
Okay. Ooh, look at Evan. Elevated. Kurt Vonnegut. Whoo.
You like him?
Yes, I do. You know, it's like, remember when I came in wearing those Converse that were really cool, and you said, those are cool. What are you doing wearing them? Like you were surprised that I was wearing them.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Well, but
that's because it didn't involve you.
I noticed you don't have your. I noticed you don't have your Birkenstocks on today.
They're not an everyday shoe.
Did you have Evan? He had them yesterday, I assume.
You'll
He
never see
did,
him
but
again.
he didn't have socks on.
You'll never see him
You
again.
didn't go full Spadoni on us.
No, because he wears flip-flops.
That's not-
And these aren't flip-flops.
But I saw your toenails. They saw your
Guru,
toenails.
they're closed-toe shoes, Birkenstocks.
Okay, but you're okay. Talk
They're
to me.
closed.
All right.
You saw no fungus.
All right. Thank you.
You
All
saw
right.
no broken toenails. Let's take a call about Brock and Mac, and then I want to play a couple of pieces of sound from the NFL over the weekend that are interesting. Let's go to Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you fellas doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so I do want to say, so when we signed McCorkle Jones, when you come to the Bay, you can't just get the name Mac. You have to earn it in the Bay Area. So now he has earned that. He can be called Mac Jones.
Wow.
Okay. Secondly, Jed York would never let Brock's contract sit on the bench. So I don't think there's any quarterback controversy. I do think Mac is earning a big payday. We do have the best backup in the league. And if we need him, we know he can win consecutive games, not just one. So it's a good thing. But again, he's earned the name Mac Jones. That's all I got, fellas.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call.
It's kind of where I'm the business part of it, Steiny. There's nothing to see here. But again, Brock, get healthy. Your job will be waiting for you. But, I mean, just imagine Mac Jones getting 2 or 3 more shots at it and going undefeated. What you looking at?
I was looking at the TV, and you know, I'm about ready to turn the TVs off in here.
Tell me why.
Because they don't really serve any purpose. You know, I look up and I see.
Tell me.
I see people I don't want to see with the headline that says Luka Doncic hosts team building event at Porsche racing facility. What are we doing? Seriously.
Well, who do you want to see?
That's not news.
Well,
not to
obviously
mention
they
his
think
teammate is the biggest jackass for doing this Hennessy thing. What's he doing?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, I said it yesterday, and I usually don't hear me be this hoarse. I said, if this thing is some kind of promotion, he's officially a tool.
Oh, you
LeBron
should have
James
knew that,
He's
Scotty.
officially a tool.
He turns 41 in December,
Steph
man.
would never do anything like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Let it all out.
That's all. I don't need a lot of time to let it out. All right, you want to play these 2 pieces of sound, E? One of them.
Which one you want first?
We'll do the one Guru likes. This is Mike McDaniel, coach of the Miami Dolphins, and
what's up, baby?
had a conversation after the game with Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins.
This is weird.
Then he was asked about it after the game.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
Oh, Evan, just one more time for your boy, please.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
That sounds like my old Cadillac trying to start in the morning, Steiny. What is going on, Mike McDaniel? Put the hippie lettuce down. Steiny, that is concerning.
What?
Did you hear the stuff? What are you doing?
Well, you gotta be careful of his words because it's the owner that he was talking to in private. And then
What word, Evan, besides one more time, please?
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and
please don't.
That puts me in a good. Whoa, yeah, man. He probably texts Kyle like, "He got anything for me next season, bud?" Because this is my last in Miami.
All right, so Mike McDaniel stuttered a little bit and had trouble answering the questions. You made fun of him. You want to? I'll give you a chance. You want to make fun of anybody? How about Al Michaels?
Yeah, you ripped him. We ripped. Yeah, that was bad. That was awful.
All right, the other one I want to play for you is from John Gannon. He's the head coach of the Cardinals. I feel a little more in a gray area about this one. Amari DiMarcado was on his way into the end zone after running 72 yards, and he dropped the ball a split second before reaching the end zone, and it was ruled a touchback, and the Cardinals ended up losing that game. And as the two were DiMarcado was on the sidelines, he was kind of being consoled by a couple players, and John Gannon went up, and it looked like he was chewing him out pretty good. And then, depending on your word choice, he either made contact with him or was it really a punch?
I saw
contact.
Hit him? Yeah.
There was contact. Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, the next day, this is what John Gannon said to reporters in Arizona.
Some contact and stuff like that. I was just wondering what you thought of that video, what happened. Like, it was kind of grainy. We didn't really see it.
I didn't see the video, David, but yeah, I actually I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team, and I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today. So it's a mistake by me, and it's just like everybody in there. Everybody made some type of mistake yesterday, which is, culminates to why we didn't win the game. And we can't let it happen moving forward.
Gosh, Steiny, I hadn't heard that. I give him an A+. And, I mean, hey, I was just looking at it from a be careful standpoint, man. You doing that to those dudes on the sideline after how embarrassed he's probably feeling, jobs on the line. So I get the coach being demonstrative and cussing them out. But, man, Steiny, when did this didn't happen in the Jerry Rice era. This didn't happen back when Walter Payton and those guys were playing. Get the ball in the end zone, and it was the start of one of the biggest debacles I've ever seen in regard to up 2 touchdowns at home in the fourth. That play, which was a touchdown, seals the deal. And man, I gotta give Jonathan credit right there, Steiny. He stepped up. I mean, he said what was real, man. Respect.
Yeah, I mean,
And he did make a mistake with the contact, but, I mean, you know how hard they work all week to get the ball in the end zone?
So what happens to DiMarcado?
Nothing. But talking to, but it looked like you already got the talking to.
I think you said it. Nothing.
Well, what would you call getting dressed down in front of everybody, which happened in real time?
I don't think he got dressed down publicly. Because when I saw the video, he was surrounded by 2 players who seemed to be consoling him. And I didn't even know the coach was kind of in the middle of it until he, pops his head up.
But he kind of pushed him, too, though, Steiny, when I say contact.
He did. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think it was that big a deal. But if you can't put, if a coach can't get mad at that, I don't know what he can get mad at. I mean, it's just an awful play by that guy. Yeah. And it ended up costing you a game. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the other thing. It might cost them a game.
Could
might
have finished
cost
the
them
Niners.
more than a game.
Yeah.
More than a game. All right. 49ers and the Buccaneers are playing Sunday. Coming up in a half hour, we got Ted Nguyen. He's a senior writer for The Athletic. He covers the NFL and the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to talk to him in a half hour and get his thoughts on one thing I'm interested to ask Ted is if he's noticed the game plan with Mac Jones and how much different it is, if at all, in his mind, to Brock Purdy. Does it look like the game plan's the same? Does it look like it's different? I mean, it does seem like Mac's getting rid of the ball pretty quickly. Has that been a change? Obviously, Mac Jones was throwing underneath a lot against the Rams, but interested in asking Ted about that. What do you got for Ted?
Mine is just Kyle Shanahan, Steiny, and now, I mean, you can sit here and think we're not employed by the San Francisco 49ers, but again, I know we had World War III a couple weeks back, but there's 5 games and a lot can happen. But you give me another coach outside of Campbell in Detroit last year, where it just followed that team, the injuries that is, and still make the playoffs is kind of a Super Bowl in itself. But what Kyle is doing and what he's responsible for, Steiny, is just this is impressive. And then the fact that you go back and reunite with Kendrick Bourne and have him put up 10 catches for 142 yards in front of everybody. And I'm giving Kendrick love for that, Steiny, because he did that. But, he was put in that position to be schemed open or whatnot and make the best of it. So, I mean, right now, how can any football fan, Niner fan or not, be impressed with the job Kyle's doing 4-1 with what they've had to endure?
How many 4-1 teams do you think there are right now?
I should know this. I'm going to say 4.
Well, I'm looking it up too. So
with the Niners together would be. I'm gonna say 5.
All right. You count. I'll list them. Bills,
Ching,
Colts,
boom,
Jaguars,
boom. Then I got
Eagles.
Oh no, I didn't. Okay.
And Eagles, Niners, Lions.
Oh, so 6.
And the team they play this weekend.
And the Tampa Bay
so
Buccaneers.
7. John Elway.
So that's 7.
Wow.
All right.
And again,
rank them.
All right, here we go.
Well, actually, let me write them down. Okay, you go ahead and rank them. I got to write them down. Bills, Lions. Go ahead.
And this is, I'm going Lions 1, Steiny.
Okay.
Okay, I believe they are who they are. And I saw their defense, so I'm going Lions. I told Bonte before he left here, Buffalo's bothering me, but I'm going to go Buffalo. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is if they were to play this weekend, okay?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to go damn it, Steiny. I'm going to go Tampa Bay.
Okay.
I'm going to go San Francisco.
Okay.
And then who do I got left?
You have the Colts, Bills, Lions, 49ers, Bucs, Eagles, Colts, Jags.
Oh, man.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Put Philly next. I just think something's off there, and I know we can fight, but something's off there, Steiny.
Okay.
And then that leaves me with who do I have left? Who is my last one?
Jaguars.
Put Jacksonville there.
Yeah. Okay, here's mine.
All right. I got my pen.
Bills are 1.
All right.
Number 2 is the Lions. They've been very impressive.
All right.
Number 3 is the Eagles. Number 4 is the Bucs. Number 5 is the Jags. 6 is the Colts. They've been impressive. And then 7th's the 49ers.
Oh, wow.
And here's why I'm putting them 7th, to be honest with you. Because I think they're 4-1. It's incredible. And Tampa Bay's a very similar 4-1, but I think the Bucs are just a little better than the Niners. But I just got to, like, I don't give the 49ers extra credit because they've won with guys being out.
Yeah.
But I got to take into account the schedule. But I'm looking at it as who's been really impressive through 5 weeks.
And that's why I went
with
Detroit.
Yeah, the Niners got wins, don't get me wrong. But I feel like
go ahead, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, I just feel like they've squeaked by some teams, and
so is everybody on this list. And Steiny, I don't know. I think you can give me love because I hated on Hurts and Sirianni. I double back. They won that Super Bowl. I shut my mouth. I was just like, I got it wrong. But he's lost some coordinators, Sirianni. And I'm watching the game this past Sunday, the Eagles, that is, to where a guy that was MVP last year gets the ball, 11 rushes on the ground. That can never happen. Barkley, so that's on Sirianni. So I feel like they got an issue there. Hey, you got time to work it out, but how the hell do you go 60 minutes and not know we got to run the ball, especially when we got a 2-touchdown lead? That's neither here nor there. But something's up with Buffalo to me, Steiny. And if you watch their games, I mean, they've been close. But the Niners are so impressive because I feel like out of all those teams, they're the ones to where we could really sit back and say they haven't been whole, and yet they're 4-1. So what would you give me for that? If I'm in line and I'm like, hey, we don't have Kittle. We don't have our starting quarterback, regardless of what you think the job Mac Jones is doing. We lost Bosa. That means something to me because you are going to get George Kittle back, Steiny, and Brock's coming back at some point. So I feel like, damn, y'all 4-1, okay, and you're learning how to win. So that's why I had them a little higher than you did.
I got the Bills 1 because,
you watched that Sunday night, and they had 4 turnovers, but
I mean, they're outscoring teams in a big way. They're one of the highest scoring teams in the league. Their average win is a 10-point win. I think they're really good. And I was telling Evan this yesterday. I know we like to talk about, every game's important in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it is. But 17 games, nobody's running the table.
All right.
In fact, I would bet right now that
shout out Mercury Morris
that no team that every team's going to lose at least, I'm almost ready to say 4 games, but I think certainly 3 games.
Okay.
I just think 14-3 is going to be the best record that any team has because it's impossible to get up for 17 weeks.
And stay healthy. All that stuff. Steiny, I want to run somebody, and you and Evan and the listeners, and I mean what I'm about to say. So I don't even know if words can describe how I felt watching Baker Mayfield, who I was so high on coming out of Oklahoma, out of college, Steiny, watching him basically become a laughingstock at the multiple places that he's been to. I even forgot he was in Carolina. And I'm watching that game against Sam Darnold, who's turned around his image. And then we're watching, it's the short sample size of Mac Jones in a Niner uniform. And one, it got me to the obvious. Coaching does matter. But, Steiny, do you think teams are giving up on these quarterbacks too soon? Or because how can you explain a guy like Baker Mayfield, now Sam Darnold, Geno Smith up until what's going on this season? I think he's getting too much of the blame, but he hadn't been playing well for the Raiders. And what Mac Jones is doing, man. And I say all that to say, if you're not in the right situation and you got some boneheads coaching you, then it might take a while for you to show who you truly are. Because how can you explain what Baker's doing and Sam Darnold, and now through 3 games, Mac Jones?
Yeah, I mean, how about what Nick Saban said?
I'm so happy for Mac, but I think Mac was one of those guys that was in bad situations in New England relative to coaching and all that type of stuff, and who was the offensive coordinator and how did he get developed when he came in the league. And he hasn't been in great circumstances. I think right now he is in a really good circumstance with Shanahan, their offense, the players he's got around him, because he is a guy that will execute. He's really, really smart, so he's going to do exactly what you tell him to do. And he wants to know exactly what you want him to do. And I'm not sure he always got told exactly what it was expected of him before going to the 49ers.
So that's your point, I think.
Man.
They, it's interesting because I thought Belichick was his guy. Kind of threw him under the bus, didn't he?
Yeah, and how bad is he looking, or do you think it even tarnishes his legacy, Steiny? I'm sorry. I'm feeling bad for dude North Carolina.
What?
And he's on the sideline with the same cutoff sleeves, and they look like, shout out to my alma mater, Chabot College.
You said he's winning at life because he's got a 23-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah, but now
so what does it matter?
Well, now I'm separating back to ball. Forget
he's a buffoon.
Dude, what
the
is
guy's a buffoon.
Why would you take that gig to look this bad? And it's one thing to lose. They're getting manhandled.
It's funny because
damn, Bill used to be the man back in high school, homie.
It's funny because I remember we were talking last week about can a guy play his way out of the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I don't mean that for Belichick, but I mean
that was my what's bugging you a couple weeks ago.
Bill Belichick he's a laughingstock. He's just turned into a laughingstock. Sorry, he just has. Got his girlfriend on the sidelines before games. It's just a bad look.
I can't defend that. Damn,
I can't defend any of it.
Well, he's happy at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was. I mean,
why is she there?
Because he's in love with her, I guess.
Damn, Bill. Like, Steiny, that is a bad look. But I think I'm on to something with this Debo and run game. We got Ted coming on.
No, and Kane on the YouTube chat, Belichick's a buffoon. He seems to be doing pretty well to me. No, he's rich. Oh, he's rich, and he's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but I'll be honest. I think it's gross.
Damn, Steiny, I don't think I've ever heard you use that word.
Gross. Hey, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 95.7 The Game. The kickoff show this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings starts at 11 a.m. And if you're looking for somewhere to watch the games this weekend, head to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. The Gold Rush girls are going to be there for a meet and greet, taking photos, signing autographs. And the next home game is Sunday night, October 19th, and Lo and Evan will be in the house from Laughing Monk starting at 3 p.m. You can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on the 957thegame.com website, and you can sign up now. So go to the Eventbrite page on 957thegame.com, and you can sign up for the free shuttle for October 19th.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Prime Big Deal Days is here with great kitchen deals. Greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Just like he's as.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you can.
That is great.
You can pick your own word for Bill Belichick. Unseemly, gross.
Oh, damn.
Improper.
Now, is this about him and his young
Unfitting,
girl? Or I'm talking about just the
indiscreet.
Because what he did in New England is, come on, he's a hoodie, man, a legend. It's like, leave her at home, Bill. Quit rubbing people the wrong way. Everybody's not comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean.
But win, and it's all good. But when you lose, yikes.
I think it looks bad no matter what.
I just got some disturbing news during the break.
What happened?
An informant let me know that Mark Willard on his show, Willard and Dibs, talked about we played each other last week. He said I had one of arguably the worst, if I'm correct from the informant.
You mean Grandy?
Well, my Steiny, I don't play that.
Well, you brought it up.
Why would you dive him out? I don't
It wasn't
play
on the air, Goo.
You oughta.
Anyway, here I am texting him like, oh, you're 0-5. I'm giving him a shoulder. I put hands on him. And then I find out he said I had arguably one of the worst teams ever, and I'm 3-2. Yeah, put some respect on my fantasy team, baby.
Hey, we used this word yesterday. You know what you know what Belichick is?
This dude.
He's crass. That's what he is. He's crass. God, I was just starting to come around to him.
Dude, man, it's bad.
Showing a lack of intelligence and sensitivity. You're not a man of God.
And his everything doesn't hit. Everything hits different now. His comedy, his personality, is just like, yeah, bud, but you're winning at home.
Let's go to Mr. Frisco. By the way, coming up in 10 minutes, Ted Nguyen, senior writer for The Athletic, covers the NFL and the Niners. And we've had him on before, and he's great. So that's coming up in 10 minutes. Hey, Mr. Frisco, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I love your guys' show. I'll keep it short, the whole Mac Jones, Brock Purdy thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think people have really short memories. I go back to when Garoppolo got here, and he won a bunch of games. He got a huge contract. People thought he was the next coming of the savior. And look what happened. So Purdy has a track record. I really love his game. I love his attitude. I love his work ethic. I hope Mac Jones does great. But we have our number one quarterback. And quickly, Goo.
Yes, sir.
You said 52, man. Should have kept it there, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, Mr. Frisco, real quick, the issue is when with Brock Purdy, I think, more than is he. When? How would you deal with when to bring him back?
Well, I mean, if he's honest, and who knows how honest he can be, because he wants to get back on the field, especially with Mac Jones playing so well. But when he's healthy, he comes back.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's been playing without his weapons. He was hurt a lot last year. But the guy, I mean, he's had some amazing games over a long period of time. And I like the fact that he played a lot of college ball and did well there.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Frisco. Appreciate the call. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think most fans are on the same page that you play Mac Jones until Purdy's healthy. And when Purdy's healthy, you play him. The problem is if Purdy's out a month, then what? If Purdy's out a month, then does Mac Jones get into some kind of rhythm where the team's doing extremely well and maybe you don't want to go back to Brock? I don't know. The longer this goes with Mac Jones, the more uncertain it gets, I think. And to me, the timetable that would be, let's say, the safest for a non-quarterback discussion would be if Brock Purdy is able to quarterback against Atlanta a week from Sunday. And ideally, he comes back. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ideally, he just comes back, plays well, they win the game, and that's our moving forward point.
Listen, and for Kyle, I think this is a good thing in a bad situation because you never want your starting quarterback to be injured. But the bottom line, Steiny, we're having a conversation, and nobody knows what the ultimate opinion matters, and that is to Kyle Shanahan. But what will you give me for this? You can tell me right now, and the topic is provocative, you can tell me right now, oh, Guru, you're going to old stuff. But if we're really being real, the fact that Brock has this track record of taking a different version of this team to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game, Steiny, that stuff means something to the point of it was a big part of why I believe they paid him. That just doesn't go away. And I forgot to ask Evan when he says, you let Mac play until he loses, but so are you ignoring what Brock has done as a Niner quarterback, or are you saying let Brock play until he loses so Brock can get healed, take more time to get healed? So I don't know. This is just me. I think what he's accumulated in his career as a Niner is untouchable for what Mac can do, even if Brock were to miss the next 3 to 4 games. But, Evan, I forgot to ask you that when you said until he loses, was that being part of it being safe with Brock?
Yeah, part of it is it buys Brock Purdy more time.
All right.
Another part is, too, if Brock Purdy comes back and he doesn't win, how do you sell that to the team? Because you purposefully went away from a guy you had not lost a game with, and it's not just about Brock and his contract, it's about the team, and you're trying to win together. So I do think you have to ride the hot hand until the hot hand essentially folds.
Now, to Evan and you and the listener, Steiny, let's just say the last time we had seen Brock and it was a win, Evan, would you feel that way about I'm asking because he got me thinking, Evan, had Brock won that last game he was in and he would be 2-0, would that change your last statement there? About, you know what, ride the hot hand, because Brock would have had 2 wins under his belt instead of 1 and a loss that people seem to not be able to shake.
Yeah, I mean, it would change things, but the reason why they lost the game is because of Brock Purdy. Yeah. So the context matters. It wasn't like he didn't lose the game because
I got you.
He played really well and the team let him down. Like, he lost that football game.
3 turnovers.
Yeah. I mean, and let's also be honest, he got re-injured in that game. So he might have won it, and he still wouldn't have quarterbacked the next week because he got hurt.
It's interesting.
We can talk about there's not a controversy, there's not an issue. Yeah, I agree. We're not there yet. So tell me when Brock starts next. I hope I'm saying this right. Is this Depeche in Danville? Depeche, what's going on, man?
Yes, gentlemen. It's Depeche from Danville.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love the show. I just want to chime in. For many years, we've not had a quarterback. Now we finally have a franchise quarterback, and the fans are a little fickle. Brock's hurt. He will play when I think he's healthy. Hopefully not this game, the next game. And when he's back, he is our quarterback, even if he loses a few games. So it takes a while to get into rhythm. So I don't think we have a quarterback controversy. We're very lucky to have a quarterback who has taken us to NFC championship games and the Super Bowl. I think Mac Jones is a very good quarterback, but Brock Purdy really is our quarterback. I just don't see there to be a quarterback controversy at all. It's a great position to be in, and I like to take a comments on the other side. I think we need to kill the conversation around quarterback controversy. And he plays when he comes back. He's healthy, whether next game or 2 games or 3 games out. And if he loses a few, he loses a few. Joe Montana also lost a few games. So let's just enjoy. And I'll take your comments on the other side, gentlemen. Have a fabulous day.
Thank you, Depeche. Appreciate it. I mean, here's the way I'm looking at it, and I don't need to call it a controversy. So. But I think what we've got to acknowledge, there's a lot of unknown here. So when do we play Purdy? All right, let's just keep it generic.
Okay.
When he's healthy, fair. Let's just say that's Atlanta, like Depeche said.
All right.
I could see that scenario. They play this weekend, and then Brock says he's ready to play, and he goes and plays versus Atlanta. Okay. Nothing ends there is all I'm saying.
Because it's performance-based, right? If Brock has another Jacksonville, then I think there's a real question to be had about, hey, our backup quarterback has been hot. We understand that. We've given the keys back to Brock. But, Steiny, if his second game back is stinky and boo-boo, then I think it's fair to say, then I'm like, okay, for the right now, we need to play the quarterback that's having the better performance.
Well, it's not over at the performance either. We've got it he has not been able to play more than 1 game without getting hurt. Right. So after the Atlanta game, they've got to figure out whether he can play the week after that. Because every time he's played a game, he can't play the following week. I get it. It's only been 2. But, that's what I mean about the decision is not, this doesn't end if Brock comes back against the Falcons, because then we've got to look at his performance. We've got to look at how mobile he was. Then we've got to see how the toe reacts. I mean, the scariest thing that Lorenzo Neal said was he might be unable to practice for a big chunk of this season.
Real talk.
That's kind of like, I'm not really taking it anywhere further than that.
Yeah. And I don't want to muddy the waters, but this is just me. If I was Brock Purdy and I'm watching my backup quarterback, a guy behind me, do his thing and the team's winning. But Steiny, the more time I get off to where I'm not playing and then my number is called and I'm not performing well, I'm going to be more inclined to hide how my toe is really feeling, because this guy, Goo, how's your toe feeling? Also, that wasn't the reason, even if I had a bad performance. Because then I think I'm getting into the territory of, okay, hey, we love you, Goo, but we got to sit you down because your toe is affecting your performance. I might lightweight lie. Hey, this is not the toe, just so I can go out there and keep my job for the meantime for this season.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Coming up momentarily, we're going to have Ted Nguyen. He is a senior writer for The Athletic. He covers the NFL inside and out. He's terrific with strategy and film, et cetera, and we've had him on in the past. And looking forward to talking to Ted. Discover the Islands. Okay, there we go. I just needed to write something out there. Do you believe that, I'll just wait on Ted right now. All right, let's welcome Ted Nguyen on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, senior writer at The Athletic. You can also hear him on the Just Win podcast. Ted, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us, as always.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Let me start out at the quarterback position and ask it to you this way. Have you noticed the play calling? Has it been different on the 49ers between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones? Do you see Kyle Shanahan, let's say, dialing things up differently? And if so, what?
I don't know if there's a huge difference between what they're dialing up. I think Mac Jones definitely executes it a little differently. Brock Purdy's going to try to create a little bit more. That's part of his game, scrambling. I think he's going to take some more chances as far as throwing the ball downfield too, whereas Mac Jones is just kind of robotic the way that he's executing it against the Rams defense, which gave them a ton of space. They kept on playing a lot of soft coverage, even though they were getting peppered underneath over and over again, which kind of played into Mac Jones and the Niners' hands. They just didn't trust their corners, so they were just playing off the whole time, which was really advantageous to the style Mac Jones plays with. But I don't know there's a huge difference. I mean, there's a ton of plays that we've seen the Niners run plenty of times as staples of their offense against the Rams on Thursday night. So, to answer your question, I don't think there's a huge difference. I just think it's the way that those two quarterbacks are executing.
Hey, Ted, nice to talk to you. I think I owe a big apology to one Deebo Samuel. I was a little vocal the last couple of years because I felt like, we didn't get, the Deebo of the past. But this year, so much talk has been about what's going on with the run game. And I just had a thought this past Sunday when the Niners didn't play, just watching him in Washington. And, Ted, I just want to run by you. Do you think all the window dressing that came with Deebo and what he was going to do when he was in motion and if he were going to get the ball, do you think that has had any impact on defenses looking at this Niner offense like with no Deebo, they're easier to defend? Anything there?
I think that's a small part of it. I mean, for a long time, Deebo was such a big part of the run game and such a big part of confusing defenses because of the versatile personnel packages they have and not knowing who's going to line up at running back, who's going to be the ball carrier. But he's kind of gotten phased out of that in the last couple of years as a Niner. So I think the bigger issue is just the run blocking and the inability to sustain blocks George Kittle is one of the best run blockers at tight end in the entire league. So missing him in an outside zone type of offense is huge as well. So, I would hesitate to say that losing Debo was a main factor in why the run game has been so bad. I think mainly blocking, especially blocking on the edge, is one of the bigger factors to me.
Ted Nguyen joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior writer at The Athletic. You can also hear him on the Just Win podcast. What do you make of the quarterback situation right now with the Niners? Purdy has played 2 games. He's got turf toe. Didn't respond well after Jacksonville. Team's 3-0 under Mac Jones. It kind of seems like they're leaning toward Mac Jones for Sunday's game against Tampa Bay. But how do you handle it moving forward if Mac Jones continues to play well and Purdy just continues to progress?
Yeah, I think, we've seen a bigger sample size of Brock Purdy playing at a very high level than Mac Jones. And I think Purdy definitely had some issues dealing with that injury against the Jaguars. And he's kind of not played up to his level in the past few games, so I can understand where the sentiment comes from. But to me, I think there's just a way larger sample size as far as Brock Purdy playing at a high level, taking you in playoff games, winning playoff games, getting to the Super Bowl. So I think with Mac Jones, you have a very good backup that can execute your offense at a high level. So I think don't rush Purdy back at all. I mean, take the time he needs to heal up that toe. The Niners are in a very good position at 4-1, and this is the reason why you brought Mac Jones in, because you felt like his skill set would fit well in this offense. So to me, I think there's no controversy, despite seeing all these tweets on Niner Twitter arguing that maybe Mac Jones should replace Brock Purdy. But I definitely think they have a luxury of just making sure that Brock Purdy is fully healthy before he gets put back into the lineup.
Ted, when I look at and talk about Big Trent Williams, last year he was hurt and he had some personal stuff off the field. What have you made from his performance, early on? Is he back to being dominant, Trent, or are you seeing some warning signs?
I think there's some warning signs. To me, he's still a very good left tackle. He's still good in the run game. I think pass blocking wise, he's not the Trent Williams of the past, but he's still playing at a reasonably high level to me. And I think, especially at 37 years old, at a position where athleticism is so important, we should have expected that there would be a little regression from Trent Williams, especially dealing with all the injuries that he's dealt with. I think it's still pretty amazing that he's playing at the level that he's playing at age 37. But to expect him to be, when he was at his best, he was by far the best left tackle in the league. It was everybody else, and Trent Williams is into his own tier. And it's just not quite that anymore. So I think he's still a very good left tackle, and if he misses time or get out there, the Niners' offensive line is going to suffer greatly. But he's not the Trent Williams of old, and I think it'd be unreasonable to expect that of him at his age.
Ted Nguyen joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior writer at The Athletic, covers the NFL for them. Let me ask you about Christian McCaffrey. They're utilizing him a little bit differently this year, it seems. But obviously he's catching the ball more than he has in the past. But he still touched the ball 130 times so far in 5 games. So he's still on a pace for over 400 touches, which seems unrealistic, but he keeps kind of logging 25 plus. Let me ask you why you think the 49ers are utilizing him a little differently, and then how sustainable is this? At what point are they going to have to pare back?
Yeah, it is pretty scary to have your best player touch the ball as much as he has. And part of that has to do with all the injuries they're dealing with, losing Kittle, Pearsall, and Jennings, you're going to have to feed somebody. And, they did a good job of dispersing the ball to Kendrick Bourne and Robinson in that Rams game. But McCaffrey is still by far your top playmaker, so I understand why they're going to him so much. And one of the reasons why they're utilizing him as a receiver is because they're struggling in the ground game. So you're not getting him in space in the ground game. You're only averaging, 3 yards per carry. So I think it's pretty smart to utilize his skills as a receiver, and it's very tough on defenses. I mean, you just watch the defenses; they're just scrambling, trying to avoid a mismatch, and then inevitably he gets matched up on a linebacker and he just kills him. So I would say at least a lot of these touches are more low impact touches because they're coming at receiver instead of just ramming into the line like you would as a running back. But I would imagine that once the Niners get healthier, they have to be more cognizant of lowering those touches because you want him to last the entire season because he's such an important part of your offense. But I do think I give Kyle Shanahan a lot of credit for being creative in getting his best playmaker the ball in space when the run game isn't working as well as you want it to.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ted. I was just telling my partner we were going over all the 4-1 teams, and the fact that Kyle has his team 4-1 with all the injuries they've had to endure, it's crazy. But with that said, Ted, if a ball bounces this way or that way, they could be 2-3, but they're not. But if I were to ask you how good are the 2025 Niners through 5 weeks, how would you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely agree with you. You don't want to live in a world where you're in all these one-score games because, as we know, once regression hits, that ball is going to bounce the other way, and you could lose those games. But at the same time, like, with all the injuries that they have, to be this competitive and be in position to win those games is very it's a credit to the coaching staff, credit to the guys on the team for fighting. But you hope that once they are able to get healthier, that they win some of these games a little bit more convincingly to kind of show that they are a team to be reckoned with once the playoffs come rolling around. So to answer your question, I think this is a very good Niners team. The biggest questions to me were defensively. How would all these young guys mesh up defensively? How would Robert Saleh perform? And honestly, they've exceeded my expectations. I think a lot of these young guys have played really well. Mykel Williams, you see some of the young defensive linemen stepping in. Those young defensive backs are doing a good job covering, and they're asking a lot of those defensive backs playing more aggressively than they have in the past as far as blitzing and asking them to play a little bit more man coverage and tight coverage. So I think, this defense is ahead of where I thought it was going to be, and they're missing Nick Bosa, so maybe they even add a pass rusher to the equation at some point. I think the offense is going to start playing like the offense we expect and are used to seeing from the Niners as they get healthier. So, if the defense keeps improving the way it is, and then you have that offense that we know can be elite once they're healthy, this could be a team that really competes in the NFC once the playoffs run around. So I think they're ahead of where I thought they were going to be, and I thought they were going to be a pretty good team.
How would you answer the same question about Tampa Bay? My partner Guru told me a stat where they've been down. They were down with a minute left in all 4 of their wins. So when you see stuff like that, and the 49ers obviously are hurt, but like you said, they've won a lot of tight games. How do you make a judgment on a team like that, and what do you think of the Bucs?
Yeah, I mean, the Bucs are actually a pretty similar team to the Niners right now because they're really beat up too. But the difference is a lot of the other guys aren't coming back. Like they have a lot of guys on IR, like Luke Gedeke, their right tackle, that is one of the best in the league. They had lost some linemen are going to be out for the season. Mike Evans will be back eventually, but they're a really beat up team right now. They didn't have Bucky Irvin last week. They have some young defensive backs that are playing really well on the defensive side of the ball. So, obviously, again, you don't want to be in all these one-score games, but I think they're coaching staff-wise, they're doing a good job of working around these injuries, and to put up 38 against that Seahawks defense, as we know is one of the best in the league, was pretty impressive to me. And we'll see where they go as their defense progresses. I think their offense will continue being high-scoring, but their defense definitely has to get better. They don't want to be in shootouts too often.
Hey, Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and should be a great game on Sunday.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Ted Wen, senior writer for The Athletic. Yeah, how come we're not talking about Tampa Bay's injuries? Decimated.
Nah, I got you.
Decimated.
Yeah, but I just feel like, and he said they're not coming back. I know Bosa's not coming back, but I don't know.
I guess my question is, why in Tampa Bay can they hear the crying from the Bay, but when we're in the Bay, we can't hear the crying from Tampa Bay?
But who's crying when you're 4-1?
The 49ers fans.
They're 4-1.
But they, the injuries.
They're 4-1. Now, if they were 1-4.
When they lose a game, wait till you hear about the injuries.
I'm gonna be honest. That that Jaguar game they lost, a lot of it was about bad play. I'm not saying, if we did the 80-20, 70-30, Steiny, I think a lot of that people were mad at the bad play. Run defense, giving up a 48-yard run, and Brock Purdy, he wasn't at his best.
Well, he was hurt.
Well, see, it's not even. What does Lowe say? Are you hurt or are you injured?
You know what? I don't know if he was hurt or he was injured, but he stunk. How about that? And now, because he stunk, you want to guard against putting him out there if he's not 100%.
Because this injury is bad for quarterbacks or anybody for that matter.
It sure seems to be.
Is there, go ahead. I know where I'm going. Is there any part of you that thinks 2 weeks we're going to be fine? He's going to be fine?
Who?
Or are you going to go with the former Low, Neal, and Baldy about just how debilitating this thing can be? I don't think 2 weeks is going to solve it, partner. That's all I'm saying.
I have no idea. Because
you don't have to get the needle.
Well,
remember Lowe mentioned that.
When's their bye week?
That's what I blew
Does anybody
past
know
earlier.
offhand? I mean, he's already missed a week and a half, right? He played Jacksonville, so he's already missed a week. He misses 2 more weeks.
Week
That's
14,
3.
Stoney's the bye.
Oh, so not for a while yet. Okay.
Thanks, E.
By the way, that is something we're going to have to figure out.
What?
McCaffrey.
I think we figured it out. Kyle don't give a damn.
Well,
if you can go, let me know when you need a blow, because I'm a run. I'm a drive a Ferrari like
he's going to drive. Let me tell you what's going to happen with McCaffrey. It's already setting up like this.
But go ahead.
He's going to ride him, but when they get healthy, he's got to back off.
Oh,
dude, he's on pace for 442 carries. That would be the 8th.
Back off.
That would be the 8th most in NFL history. Like,
damn.
This is not going to continue with McCaffrey, I don't think.
All right. So maybe we see more B-Rob here, B. Robinson, but we haven't. I'm kind of shocked that we haven't seen him more, but I'll tell you what, the more on the front end that I see McCaffrey, I just tell myself, why did you even question if this dude was healthy or not? That's the one thing through 5 weeks that I think is glaring from a positive standpoint, Steiny. Forget you saying, is he going to last? He's holding up because, boy, I mean, he's carrying a lot of the load, man. 443, he's on pace.
In 2019, he touched the ball 403 times. That, according to my number, hold on,
right,
that's the only time since 2014 that anybody touched it 400 times. So 43 times the guys carried for or touched the ball 400 times, but it's never happened in the last 11 years, other than McCaffrey.
Wow. And
he got hurt the following year.
But he only played 4 games last year. And, of course, he wanted to be out there more. But you think this is a byproduct of
I'm just saying,
Miles not being put on the body last year to where he's able to handle this load through 5 weeks. But, boy, I would be shocked, Steiny, if he got to that number.
I'd be shocked if he got to 400.
But what if you need that to win?
Then you use it to win, but then don't cry me a river when next year he's broken down again. Because I do think there might be a correlation there, obviously. Let's go to JC. JC's in Sacramento.
JC.
Hey, JC, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, this is how I feel about the situation, right? You have to have a timetable for Brock to come back because he's the starter, right? No matter how well Mac is playing, you have to have a timetable because we are on the shot clock here, right? In 3 weeks, the season will be over, right? So you don't want to just say, okay, we'll bring him back when Mac has a bad game. You don't know when that's going to happen. That could happen in week 15. Now, you're not going to bring Brock back in week 15 with no continuity and fluidity with the offense. That doesn't make any sense, right? So let's say in 3 weeks, you say, okay, based on what the doctors say and based on his health and the time period in the season, we'll bring you back that time, let you work through what you got to work through. Because if you pull Mac for performance, you can no longer go back to him based on Brock's performance because now you'll be in a total cluster, and now you have made your own quarterback controversy. Let Brock come back with a certain time period, let him work through it, and if he's not playing well based on performance and he is healthy, you always have the ace up your sleeve to say, Brock's toe is not right, we're going back to Mac, and then let Mac ride the season out, and then Brock can just come back next season. But you can't pull Mac based on performance because you don't know when that's going to happen. That's why I say just have a certain time frame for Brock to come back because like you're gonna mess up the offense and it's just not gonna be right. So have him come back at a certain time point and then just be, you know what I'm saying, ride with your decision and stand on business. But
I like that. But Steiny, I was gonna say to JC, you can do that and it sounds good in theory, but what about when you get there, he's not ready? Like that's what you can't, Janet Jackson.
Well, I think we're all assuming he's going to be ready by the Falcons game. And if not the Falcons game, the game after. I don't think.
Now, are we assuming he'll be ready because we won't see him until then?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm giving him that game off, Steiny.
I mean,
I just got to do it for us and the organization to give him as much. Hey, have you guys, what was the last time? 2 weeks he came back and, something was still. But again, I think, Steiny, over there in that building, Kyle is not saying behind closed doors he wants or doubts Brock Purdy's the best quarterback option. So with that said, I guess you might be right, or anybody that's saying the day Brock wakes up or sends that text to his coach that I'm ready to go, he's going back in. And I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't know how they determine injuries. I mean, Ross Tucker seemed to suggest, and I no reason not to believe him, that it's a coaching decision, it's a player decision, it's a front office decision, it's a doctor's decision. So I got to believe that when they played Brock Purdy against Jacksonville, everybody was more or less on the same page.
Yeah.
And they said, go give it a try. Well, he goes and gives it a try, and it doesn't work out well. And so now I think what could very well happen is now Kyle Shanahan makes it his decision. It's if Kyle Shanahan's saying, how's it feel? Not 100%, you're not playing. All right. I don't care if you think you're ready to go. You said you thought you were ready to go against Jacksonville. You weren't very good. And I need to know that you're healthy. And I need my doctors to know that you're completely healthy. And if my doctors say, you know what, put him through tests. I mean, there's got to be a way to figure out if he's feeling better the next time he quarterbacks than he did against Jacksonville.
Well, he said he didn't feel it. Brock Purdy, correct me if I'm wrong, Steiny, he said he felt something Monday morning. He didn't say he felt something during the game. But then you could just assume, okay, he felt something during. What I don't like about this from our standpoint, our vantage point is, okay, so when that day does come or that game does come, he comes back, and let's just say he's subpar, then it's the toe? It's like he can't just be healthy and have a bad game? We've seen that happen.
Why can't we watch and see if it's the toe?
Well, we did that with Jacksonville.
Right, it was the toe to my mind.
He says he don't know.
Well, I don't care what he says. That's because he's not going to blame it on injury. Right. No player does that. Like, no player's going to say, yeah, I was hurt. That's why I wasn't good. I mean, like, put 2 and 2 together. He throws off that foot. He was not accurate. He threw the ball high, turned it over 3 times total. I mean,
man. I'm manning because I don't know how long it's going to take for him to get past this. Like, what if this is your new reality? then we're going to see a whole hell of a lot of Mac Jones.
Well, that's why I think this thing's got a long, long way to go. There's no the way this is played out, it's going to invite skepticism, and it's going to invite a lot of people wanting answers to why you made whatever decision you make at this point. People are going to want to know why Mac Jones is starting versus Tampa Bay. Well, he's starting against Tampa Bay because Brock Purdy's not healthy, says Shanahan. Okay, what about the Falcons game? We're going with Mac Jones. Oh, well, now this would be week 3 that Brock Purdy's not healthy. Is this more serious? No, we're just being extra careful. Okay, who's after it? Atlanta. How is he now? You know what? He's really progressing. Is he ready to play? Not quite. I mean, no matter how this plays out, it may not be a controversy, but we're going to be talking about this for the next several weeks.
And Rappaport, I'm just bringing his name up, Steiny, because he was the first one on it, if he ends up being right or whatever. But the initial was 2 to 6 weeks possibly. So just think about that, 2 to 6 weeks. This thing, you're right, it has all the ingredients to linger.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I just think we're getting started because
shout out MC
we have
Hammer.
to figure out week in and week out who's gonna quarterback this football team. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Seven the game.
All righty, coming up in 20 minutes, Seth Curry's going to join us.
Seth?
He's going to join the crossover, actually. Man. How many years do you think Seth's been in the league?
I'm going to go 2012. I was about to say 13.
He's been 12. Dude, he's 35.
Do you know his career percentage from deep?
He's 35.
Yeah, that is.
Let me guess, 35.
43.
No, he can shoot it.
He can.
He can shoot it.
So what's this whole thing? He won't start with the big club. When can they go
Exhibit
get him?
9.
Is that
something
like
about Exhibit 9? You know, you got to ask about Exhibit 9. Marcy.
Oh, she knows. Well, you ran her off. People are mad.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah. I was going to ask you something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just.
What is that? My man's done. Hey, you ready for your victory lap, Steiny?
Sure.
Ted Wynn just said it. The days of Trent Williams being dominant are over. Just admit, you got a little smirk smile.
That's really hard, Goo. He's 37 years old, and I say he's on the downside.
But you were saying
that
when he was
still in your mouth.
My tongue?
No, you have some food in there. I can tell.
Dude, you be
but dude, I can't understand you. You got like marble mouth when you do that.
So you're saying I sounded like our guy in Miami? E?
Who's that? Oh, Mike McDaniel. Hey, I got an idea for the boss.
He was on it today.
So
go ahead.
This is for the summertime. You know, sometime in the summer, Summertime, we're looking for
you're going to be here.
Content. What do you mean?
You're going to still be here in the summertime. I didn't like what you said earlier.
Well,
but go ahead.
We should, I think there's some times where there are debates that can't be won.
I love, that should be the name of a podcast.
I don't know why this crossed my mind last night, because it's crossed my mind in the past, but I would, at some point, I would love to do an hour at least on, and this one hits home. This one hits home. Jason Kidd or Gary Payton?
It would be 2 hours. It would be 2 hours. And I know what Gary would say, because that's just the dog in him. But damn, Steiny, that meets the criteria of a debate that there's no loser, but damn.
But it would be so fun to hear people freak out when somebody would say, well, Jason didn't shoot it very well.
He wouldn't go to the lab.
Jason didn't do this, or Peyton couldn't do that. People would be getting so upset.
Damn, Steiny, that's a great one.
To me, that's such a 50-50 where I'd be like, yeah, you pick the guy, I'll take the other one. I don't care.
Or part 2 of that is one of the biggest fights we ever got in about 5 years ago. Who had the better career, Lonzo Ball or Ben Simmons?
Well, Ben Simmons has had the better career.
Well,
they've both been lousy, but Ben Simmons was like second-team All-NBA one year.
But
maybe
then
third.
But you're omitting the worst part.
But
where he played with a diaper on.
Mr. Resume, do you go on resume or just talk about that for Brock
on the
Purdy?
resume is nutting up in front of the world.
Okay, and on his resume is being in the Eastern Conference Finals. And, I mean,
it's not a landslide.
Lonzo Ball may come back and win that. Who knows? He's still got a shot at it.
Yeah.
So there you go. I didn't realize Seth Curry led the league in three-point percentage last year.
Okay.
Because I got to ask who he played for.
I was just going to say, can you name all the teams he's played for?
Okay.
Here we go, Evan.
Let me try. How many? Okay.
All right. Well,
Seth Curry has played for Philadelphia.
Cha-ching! You got it.
I'm going to wait for Evan because I like the bell.
Yeah, okay. He said Sixers. Give him Sixers.
Philadelphia. I'm going to say Dallas.
Look at my man.
I'm going to say Portland.
Look at my man.
I'm going to say
Seth Curry.
I'm going to say Golden State. That buys me time.
Well,
he hasn't played a game for him yet.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
I got to take the team that everybody's played for, Atlanta.
Nope. I'm shocked at a couple you're not getting.
Detroit, Cleveland, no. Who else is in that? Horse bleep. Oklahoma City, no. Denver,
Duke doesn't count.
Yeah.
Denver, no. Portland, no.
Come on,
Minnesota,
Steiner.
No. Toronto?
No. Come on,
I give up.
Steiner.
Just keep it going.
Phoenix. And Steiny, he played where his daddy calls the game, Charlotte.
Who did he play for last year?
Last year was Charlotte.
Oh.
Shot 46% from three.
Man,
I just
that
said he
boy
apparently led the league in 3-point.
And you remember him in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I do remember him in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So how many teams he plays up? Is he up near Chucky Hayes territory?
1, 2, 3.
I think the longest amount of time he's been in a place is 3 seasons with Dallas.
Wow.
You know why?
Why?
Malcontent.
Well, stop. He don't look 35.
No,
I'm disappointed, Stat. I thought you had more of his locale.
No, I didn't.
All right, real quick, back to Peyton and Kidd. Who you taking?
Whoever you don't. That's why it is
fascinating,
an unwinnable debate. Because I'll take either guy.
That is wow. There's no losers.
I mean, that's
real.
I think I've been asked this in the past, and I think I would take Peyton. because he's just a little more refined.
Some people have called, and I played against some Evan in high school twice, Jay Kidd. They called him the first LeBron without all the fanfare in the Bay. Think about that.
Well, so hold on a second.
I think if you saw me,
I don't understand. So LeBron hadn't come on the scene. Then Jason Kidd started playing high school.
But there was no internet. There was no internet during Kidd's high school. But that's what the premise is. Had there been Twitter and all this stuff, Jay Kidd would have, my God.
Because LeBron came after.
Yeah, but I'm saying Kidd, there was no internet when he was coming, when he was
So
LeBron.
what would they have called him?
The witness or LeBron, the GOAT, what is it, the chosen one. Jay Kidd was a phenom. They had to move his high school games from Alameda to Cal State Hayward. I was there, E. He was incredible. Could you imagine?
I just took you literally.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said they literally called him the first LeBron, and I was like, boy, that would be incredible foresight.
Stop!
It just
man.
So.
Oh.
All right. Well, we got through that.
And the one thing I'm mad at, that's how we should end every show. What are you mad at me for? Why did you buzz Grandy out when I said informant? Like, I don't move like that, Steiny.
Then keep it to yourself. And don't bring that stuff onto the air. You know what you get when you get me.
But yeah, we do.
I mean, you want to keep a secret? Keep it off the air.
Big mouth.
That's right. That's right. I'll do anything.
You got a big mouth. Houdini had that song. You got a big mouth.
I'll do anything to kill a couple minutes on here.
How was yesterday's crossover?
Wonderful.
I'm going to call it that today.
Dibley said something. Of course, he stuck it to Evan once. I can't. He said something about me. Willard did something. I can't remember.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm looking forward to
today.
Hey, you know
You're
what?
in a good mood.
Yeah, because Seth Curry's coming on the crossover. Instead of just Willard and Dibs.
What's your first question?
Do I even have to speak? There's 4 of us.
He remember you?
Oh, I've never met him.
You have to introduce him.
Yeah. You haven't met Seth?
Why can't Willard do that? He likes to.
So here we go.
He likes to run
bowing
things.
down the wheel, man. I don't get it. A dude that ain't won a fantasy game.
Because I want him to take stuff off my plate.
He cannot be that guy.
I don't need to introduce Seth Curry.
Real quick, what's really on your plate besides your own mind? You're in your own way. You're your biggest obstacle, and you don't even know it.
Yeah, we got to go. We got Seth Curry on the other side. Crossover time. Mm-hmm.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
I found out that one of my players was vaping, and I said, hey, right now's the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There's a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Here's Seth, calling for the screen. Seth wiggling around Looney. Seth Curry in for 2 more. 17 in the first half.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that courtesy of ESPN from 2021. Seth Curry had 17 in the first half while he was a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. So let's head out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Seth, welcome to the Bay Area.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Well, first of all, we got 4 guys here to talk to you today. Welcome. You don't need their names. You just need to know Steiny. That's me.
Yeah.
But you're catching us at a great time because 4 of us are here. And let me just start out by asking you, what was it about the Warriors that drew you here?
It's a great opportunity for me to hopefully get back to some winning ways. A veteran group here trying to win with their eyes on the ultimate prize, trying to get back to the finals and win a championship. So the last couple of years I've been in Charlotte, back playing at home, trying to kind of help with that rebuild situation. But like I said, it's good to be around a good group of veterans and some young guys as well who are moving in the right direction, trying to win games.
Seth, I don't want to ask you to pat yourself on the back, but your daddy can shoot it. We know about your brother, most threes ever made. But you've entered the league at 2013, and your percentage from deep is 43%. Do you think you get enough credit for just how good you are behind the arc?
I think people who watch me play give me plenty of credit. Obviously, I've been on some teams that have made some good runs in the finals, and like the last couple of years haven't really played too many meaningful games as far as getting into the playoffs and things like that. But I've been playing just as good as ever in my obviously limited minutes last year. I think I shot the ball pretty well from deep and honestly from all over the floor. So I'm trying to just carry that over and help in any way I can here with the Warriors. And like I said, just keep playing good basketball.
Seth, I think a lot of us would love to hear more about the story of how you got here. What kind of a role did your brother play in getting you here? And is this the first time in your careers where the idea has come up?
It's definitely not the first time. Been some other opportunities in the past, about these past 11, 12 years. I've been in the league, but Steph was always open to the opportunity of me playing with him and for the Warriors. But, he knew, and the front office here knew that I was kind of more trying to build make my own mark in the league, build my own path. And I've been able to do that over the years. I've been on some teams where I've started, played a ton of minutes and had some good roles off the bench on a lot of different teams. It just wasn't really that opportunity here with the Warriors with what they were doing. So, like I said, Steph was always open to it, but now it's made a little bit more sense this year, and hopefully I can come in and help in any way I can, like I said.
And what is it about the here and now that makes it make more sense? Is it that you are deeper in your career and you're, 35 years old and the rest of it? But what makes now make more sense for you to be with Steph?
I think obviously they need what I do. You saw last year on their team, they obviously need some depth on that bench, and they didn't have, outside of Steph and Buddy, honestly, they have a lot of guys who shoot that high percentage from three and kind of spread the floor. They got guys that can make plays off the floor, some good defenders, good slashes, but it was kind of a role in there on the bench for me to come in and knock down shots, and that's what I'm here to do. So I think that's why I made more sense on the floor.
Seth Curry joining us on 95.7 The Game, newest member of the Golden State Warriors. It's hard to believe you've been in the league 12 years, Seth. And the question I have for you is, when I think about you and your career, I always thought of you as a guy who scratched and clawed for all the playing time he could get and always, grinded. But you're 35, and this team has a lot of veterans and young players. Like, how do you balance scratching and clawing for every minute you can with helping out some of the young players at the same time?
When you're at the stage of your career, that's just what you do. You go on the practice floor, you get out there and compete, and when you get your opportunity to go out there and play well, but at the same time, you got to get back to the game the same way a lot of veterans and guys like when I was here with the Warriors, the same guys like Andre Iguodala, some of those guys did for me, trying to help me out in the league too. They were trying to compete with me in practice and in training camp to keep their minutes and play well, but they were also giving back to the game and teaching the young guys. So I think that's the right way to go about it, try to relay some of my knowledge to the young players, help them play well, and the ultimate goal is to win games. So for me in this stage of my career is try to come in here and help on the floor, off the floor, use my knowledge and my wisdom that I've accumulated over my career and help win games in the regular season, and then when we get to the playoffs, figure it out from there.
Seth, you came in 2013 as a rookie. What's the biggest change in how the game is played in the NBA from then to now?
Where do you start, man? It's completely different. Obviously, a lot of teams are younger from top to bottom. I feel like back then everybody was you had a lot more veterans on the team. No matter if you were a contender or not, you were starting the year trying to win and play well. But now it's a lot more less. I think from the half court sense, it's a lot less play calling, a lot more flowing and read and react basketball, which is good for high IQ players that we have on this team. And obviously, you shoot Steph in these Warriors teams brought in the shoot as many threes as you can into the league. So that also benefits what I do as well. And The Warriors are trying to play that same brand of basketball, play fast-paced, random read and react basketball, and obviously get up a lot of three-point jump shots.
He's one of the brand new Warriors, but obviously a name we know very, very well. Seth Curry is joining us here on 95.7 The Game in the midst of the crossover with both Steiny Guru and Willard and Dibs all together. Seth, you're 35 years old on this team. That makes you just one of those young bucks, just coming up, getting started. So can we have a real talk about age? What's your response to the idea? Because we hear it from a lot of fans. This group is good, but they're a little too old for this to be realistic. What's your response to that?
I mean, just look at how everybody played over the last few years. I think the age thing is kind of all throughout the league. The age thing is talked about a little bit too much because you see guys all throughout the league playing well into their 30s, and even now if you get to your high 20s, some people label you as old depending on how long you've been in the game. So I think the guys who are up in age on this team had some of their best years of their career last year, and Jimmy and Steph. Even Draymond is sharp when he needs to be. So, age is nobody here in this locker room talked about age since I've been here. It's been about being smart, playing well, and taking it one day at a time and being at your best towards the end of the year.
Yeah, and they'll need you with, 4 or 5 guys older than you on the team. Seth, I'm just wondering about the older brother, younger brother dynamic. I'm the youngest of 4, and I know how I feel about my older brothers and my older sister, who's kind of like a brother quietly. But what was it like growing up with Steph? What was the dynamic like between the two of you when you guys were young kids?
I mean, we were no different from that. We were competing in everything in the house when we were growing up. I think our relationship got a little bit better when we left the house and went to Davidson. I kind of missed him at the crib. You know what I'm saying? I kind of missed him at the crib and just kind of took for granted the years we were in the same household. But I think, like I said, our relationship kind of got better as we got older and I don't know, more cordial or whatever. But definitely looked up to him and tried to pick his brain as I've navigated my career. So it's good to be back in the locker room with him and stand across from him in training camp and practice and compete and try to get each other prepared for the season.
Do you go into a situation, we're talking to Seth Curry, newest Golden State Warrior, do you go into a situation like this looking for a role, or are you and you have a certain role in mind, or do you go in open-minded and see if you can create one from what you see when you get there?
I think, from watching the Warriors, and obviously the coaching staff knows what I've done and what I do over my career. I kind of know what my role is going to be when I'm out there. It's just a matter of how much I'm going to play. Obviously, I'm in a weird situation with my contract to where, I won't be able to get out there on the court until a couple weeks into the season or whatever that is. But, I think they know what I do, and they know, obviously the age is going to be nice where some guys are sitting down and they need that bench depth to come in and play well. And right. I think this year we have a deep roster of guys who can play on those nights and play a lot of minutes and produce. So, like I said, I've been in a situation in my career where I've played a lot one week, the next week played 5 to 15 minutes off the bench, and I kind of take pride in playing well in both situations, being ready and not making any excuses about playing time. Just when I get out there, I got to make the most of my opportunities.
Seth, it's so different than your brother who spent his whole career with one organization. I'd almost like to pick your brain on the idea that you've played for whatever it is, 10, 11, 12 different NBA teams. That means different styles, different coaches. I know you're just getting here, but so far with what you've seen, what makes the Warriors different and the way that the coaching staff and their veteran players run this shop?
Yeah, it's just that. It's a player-led locker room from what I could tell so far. Steve Kerr, he's great in meetings and huddles and trusting the guys to use their IQs and knowing what they need to do to be ready for the season. I haven't been here long, but you could tell it's a veteran group who knows who they are, confident in themselves, and they have a system. And that system is run by, like Coach was saying the other day, it was run by Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, and everybody else falls in line. So, like I said, it's not as much. You don't have to teach and basic things. The players are teaching it. Steph, Draymond are teaching it in training camp, and everybody's still into their roles pretty well to start the season. So I'm excited to be here.
You are 43% career from three. Steph is at 42. Your dad is at 40. When you guys get together for maybe 4th of July, cookout, shoot-a-thon, who wins the horse game?
We haven't done it in a long, long time, but my dad can still shoot it with the best of us in the backyard. He won't play us in one-on-one. He don't want to move as much, but when we get in a horse, it's anybody's game. You don't want to miss. I'll just say that.
I can imagine, right? Yep.
Hey, Seth, thank you so much for joining us. We know you got to run. Welcome to the Bay.
Good luck,
and
man.
Look forward to the upcoming season.
All right, looking forward to it. Good talking to y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thank
That's
you,
Seth
Seth.
Curry.
The Seth? Borrowed from Guru's the chef. Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Of course, Seth Curry won't be in action. Can he play in the preseason? Probably not.
And what did you call the rule?
Exhibit 9.
I thought
Come on. Anyway.
No.
Preseason, not the regular season.
What I wanted to get to was at a great crowd for that Lakers game on Sunday. And tomorrow they play the Portland Trailblazers. First 10,000 fans in attendance get a Steph Curry All-Star MVP bobblehead. So if you're going to the game tomorrow, they play Portland at Chase. You're going to get a Steph Curry All-Star MVP bobblehead. And if you want tickets, go to Warriors.com or you can call 1-800-GSW-HOOP. What's up, gents?
Yeah.
Hi, boys.
What's going on?
Tell them what we've been talking about all show.
Purdy or Mac Jones?
I don't think there's anything there, but you two go.
Well, there isn't yet. There isn't yet, but
not yet.
I know there's a lot of people trying because that's the way this all works.
How do you think Kyle feels, though?
I think Kyle feels like there's no controversy, and the way he's probably thrilled.
Well,
he's probably thrilled because what the 49ers have here is somebody who can prevent their season from falling apart when their quarterback gets hurt, which other teams can't say. Ask the Bengals and Ravens how it's going.
Joe Flacco.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's probably thrilled. This doesn't become a real question until Brock returns and looks poor.
Coming from you, that shocks me. Even when you said until.
No, in other words, these are all hypotheticals.
Yeah, got you, right.
That would be the scenario where we would actually have a conversation. I find what Brian Baldinger said on the morning show.
Now I missed it.
This is a reckless idea, in my opinion. What he said, which is, you ride Mac. If he plays well this week, you do it again. And I know that a lot of people are like, yeah, why would you not do that? And there's 1,000 answers as to why you don't do that. The last thing you want to do here is send mixed messages to your locker room. And normally when there's an actual quarterback controversy with someone who's established, they have to do a lot more bad before we get to this. So it's very, very prisoner of the moment. Mac's doing awesome, though. That's great. This is awesome. This is great. It's great that you still feel like you can win football games.
Real quick, I'm not blaming him, Dibs, but they got 6 points in the second half, 17 in the first, and Mac was the QB. So a lot of people are calling like he's just been Y.A. Tittle or Dan Fouts. And I ain't taking nothing from Mac. He's been great, but that offense was – in the second half, it was labor.
A little limited, yeah, and you also have to remember that he didn't have Ricky Pearsall, he didn't have Juwan Jennings, he didn't have George Kittle, and they still can't run the ball. So all the things that we want to pile on to the quarterback controversy, I don't think there's anything there yet. Like my daughter says, not yet. But if Brock can't go Sunday and they win, and then you come home and Brock can't go on that Sunday and they win, well, now you're starting to stack a lot of things in Mac's favor where, all right, Brock, not that you've been bad. He has not been bad, but let's just wait. And I do think the record has bought you time to be able to wait until he's totally ready to go. And, you're not going to put him on IR. And I think you guys had this conversation earlier because if you do the thing where it's 4 weeks and Mac gets hurt, well, now what? Now it's going to be Adrian Martinez because – when you're on that IR, you're gone for 4 guaranteed.
Okay.
So they do have to kind of play it week by week. I don't think that Brock will play or start on Sunday, and you hope that Mac can still be upright, and then you can make that choice again next week.
Mac is hurt. He is hurt, and I find it fascinating.
But he didn't even show up on the report, Steiny.
Well, but we have a new report this week that's not out yet. We don't have a report this week.
How can you come from that to not be on any report?
Brock Purdy won in Seattle and then showed up on the report and didn't play the next week. I don't know. I don't know how he's feeling. You ever go to bed and that thing swells up. He was out at the facility yesterday.
And that thing could be things. Yeah, it was like, oh my gosh.
He had a huge brace on under his pants at the facility yesterday. So I just think it's fascinating to me that no one seems to care about Mac's body.
Well, so they played Thursday, and I could have sworn Shanahan came out, talked about some of the injuries. Kalia Davis, was he?
Yeah.
And he mentioned Davis, and
I can't remember if he mentioned
Gross Matos might have been.
With the hammy.
But he didn't say anything, and he said Pierce. But he didn't say anything.
I don't think he addressed
it was like
Pearsall
informal.
or Jennings. Maybe it was just guys who were going to miss time. I really don't.
Yeah.
He didn't
Guys
say
who
anything
played.
He didn't say anything about Brock either.
Yeah.
So
that's why we were blown away.
I have no
thought
idea
he
where it stands.
avoided the report this week.
Wait, Brock or Mac?
Mac.
I don't know that the report on an official terms has not come out yet.
No, and when you
It'll
come out of a
tomorrow.
game, when you come out of that, you talk about who got hurt in the game.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I don't think that he's going to update Ricky or Juwan or Brock because they didn't play in the game. So when he comes out and stuff, and injury reports from the game and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Mac, I don't think got hurt. I think Mac.
They were sent Adrian Martinez into the game.
He had his helmet on.
They thought they were Kyle thought he was going in.
If you have a severe cramping episode, that's not an injury. He's over there drinking electrolytes and eating a banana.
Yeah.
But there was never any. He never went in the blue tent.
No, but the knee is an injury. He's hurt.
He was down when my man fell on him.
He was down the last time he played. He's got a brace on.
Right, and he got up and he limped to the line of scrimmage. And we don't know that the limp was from the knee or maybe it was the cramping because clearly he had some major cramping issue. And the man's day started by looking out the window and seeing a dead body. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen
and then putting on that outfit.
Like a dead human being. I don't know if you've ever seen one.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Either do
You
I.
didn't read this?
Mac Jones woke up in the morning in L.A., and I think Marina Del Rey looked out the window of his hotel, looked out into the water, and there was a dead body just floating. Dead body, human being.
You got to be kidding
The
me.
Athletic.
Dead.
Diana Rossini reported.
Right.
Yep.
So he starts his day.
They call the authorities and everybody. Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Oh, he reported it.
Yes.
Or somebody did.
I'm sure there were multiple reports.
I know, but
Mac was one of them.
All right.
Could you imagine? That's how your day
That's
I
how
think
the day
actually
started.
Kyle called 911. Yeah, my quarterback sees a dead body and stuff, and he's a little
Hopefully
shaken and
what
stuff.
Mike McDaniel.
Right. Wow. Oh, I'm so glad you played that earlier.
Get it out, Mike.
God.
Did he have a stroke? I think he had a stroke. I've done that on the air before where you're just
Brandon, you got to give us the McDaniel if you can.
I got no
it's
English
incredible.
words. Yeah, just.
What is that?
I mean, well, especially him. He's so good with words usually. He's hilarious in the press conferences, and then he just lost English. He just lost it.
Well, I mean, what are you going to say?
Do you have it? Because people are like, now people are going to want to hear it. Let's not act like, I know.
He knows what
just like he's as
wow.
What is going on in the world today?
That's a stroke. That's what that is.
Make him say,
exactly.
Steiny tried to grade him with a curve like, goo, maybe. Nah, that was just, I lost the language.
Yeah.
So, just real quick, getting back to the quarterback thing.
Yeah, sure.
Like, I don't think it's a controversy yet either, but there are things we need to know, or we'll find out. When will Purdy quarterback next? But, to me, that's only the half of it. Then it's, how does he play? How did the toe look?
Yep.
And then after that, how does it respond?
I think there's two reasons why the Niners will now play this really, really conservative. One, they sent him out already once, and it got re-injured.
All right.
So that's number one. But number two, and this goes to what you're just saying, and what I think is the worst case scenario, which is Matt continues to win games, and then the Niners put Brock back in, and he looks bad. They don't want that.
But who's the worst? The Niners don't.
Nobody wants that. That's not good. That's not good for the team. That's not good for the contract. That's not good. You don't want to have somebody rolling and then you put someone else back in.
Will, you're shocking me with you because I know you.
No,
but to even give that life, but you're winning.
I'm not predicting this. Oh. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. What I'm saying is the Niners don't want that to happen. So as long as Mac is winning, what you want to do is be ultra sure that Brock is healthy. I don't think they worry about his performance, but you don't want to put him back out there if he's not 100%. First of all, for his own protection. But second of all, yeah, nobody wants to go on a winning streak and then go back to your starting quarterback and have him lose.
I'll leave you with this, and I told Steiny, this Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, I even throw Dak in there with Schottenheimer and the play calling because I think that has a lot to do with it. I am now done throwing quarterbacks away early. And now Mac Jones, through 3 games, I'm going to sit back and say, who were you working with? Who was your OG?
Totally.
And because explain that, what Mac's doing now with heaven on earth with Kyle as opposed to the guy with the Patricia and all those clowns. Like, I mean, man, Geno Smith up until,
you can name them all. Geno.
It is interesting, man.
Yeah. Well, and even with the Raiders, like Pete Carroll is not a quarterback whisperer. He's a defensive coach, and he's been around forever. But, yeah, you look at Mac here. You look at Sam Darnold in Minnesota with a very good offensive coach. And, you know, what they're doing in Seattle so far, we'll see. But Baker Mayfield is the poster child for second chances because you get in the right situation. And this is what I said about Trevor Lawrence, too. Like, Trevor now has a really good offensive mind there. So let's just give him a chance to see if he can get better.
Yeah. I mean, 4 Tampa Bay wins. They haven't led in the fourth quarter at the 1-minute mark.
I heard
all
that.
of them.
So good.
Is that crazy?
The Niners and Bucs are both a breath away from being 0-5. Both of them. And they're both 4-1. By the way, this is, you ask what's going on with Mac, and it's the same thing that happened to Brock and Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what. Like, I love Brock Purdy as a quarterback. I think he's a better player than Mac Jones, but I'm not stupid enough to think that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a hand, obviously, in all of this.
But Mac's got to do his part, and all that right now is be healthy.
Of course. Well, he's got to keep playing well. He's got to keep playing well. But you're going to – if you're a QB and you're a certain style, the chances are you're going to be your best self with Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt about it.
That's all.
Yep.
That's all we're seeing.
All right, gents.
Good job, Steiny.
We got
great job on Seth Curry and
Cosell. No Cosell.
Wednesdays.
That's
tomorrow.
Okay.
John Feliciano.
All right.
And Ron Rivera.
Yep.
Oh, Ron.
And Ron Rivera.
He made our list yesterday, didn't he?
What list?
You're looking at me?
We're talking about classy coaches.
Oh, his name did come up.
I said Ron Rivera.
Yeah, you guys talk.
Well, and then I woke up this morning. I'm like, Lucas, let's find somebody classy.
Thank you.
Don Shula was classy,
and so then he got Ron Rivera. But then John Feliciano will be here too.
Ask Ron what happened against Duke. Oh man.
I mean, all we're going to do is we're going to try to pronounce the quarterback's name.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to pronounce it correctly on 95.7 The Game.
You want to give it a try before you leave?
No.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't know it.
Sagapola to Yeah. Anyway.
You know, just like he's as.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. That's a hell of a start. Seth Curry has already been on the crossover. That's a whole lot of fun. Ron Rivera in an hour. Mongo at 5.
Mongo.
Oh, Mongo say, give me a piece of Dibs.
Yeah, let's go, Mongo.
John Feliciano, offensive lineman with the Niners the last couple of years, with his Tuesday visit at 5 o'clock. Other than that, it's you, 888-957-9570. All right, so if anybody like mature brain here. I mean, I know on social media all things live, but mature brain here, I think most people will go, all right, there's not a quarterback controversy now. And as you sort of put, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. I'll accept that. There's a path where this could lead to that, at least in the near term. If Matt keeps winning games, Brock gets healthy, he comes back and starts losing games, well, yeah, you owe it to your locker room to win football games. So sure, there's that path, but that in this moment remains a hypothetical and something that has not occurred as of yet. So if the mature thinking brain can go, well, we don't have a quarterback controversy yet, then my question would be, why the hell would you purposefully try to have one? Why would you push for one? Why would you welcome controversy into your building, especially controversy that does not seem to fit? Now, I don't want to make a comp that's going to get everybody all, feathers ruffled here. But if you need any evidence on how football teams feel about controversy and how badly they don't want it, I don't know. Take a look at what happened to Colin Kaepernick's career or Shedeur Sanders' draft status. Were those things fair? Hell no. But that's the way football teams operate. They do not reach out and purposefully welcome things that feel dramatic into the room.
You could even go to Michael Sam and Antonio Brown.
Absolutely.
Like
there's a million examples.
There's a million of them, but like situations, and even like Miko Grimes, her husband.
Yeah, Brent Grimes.
Yeah, thank you. I knew it wasn't Quentin Grimes, but I couldn't remember which Grimes it was, but the Grimes thing, that became a thing. So yes, all these other things, and put aside the politicized aspect of some of the references you've made. Yes, these teams don't want that. They don't want to have to stand up in their locker and have questions be asked about stuff that is nonsensical.
Did the 49ers, after they lost to the Rams last year at home in the rain, did they just pull Devondre Campbell aside and say, look, don't do that? All right, we'll see you at practice on Wednesday. No, they said, get the hell out of here and don't ever come back.
Think about Jonathan Gannon yesterday, where he had to go up in front of the media and say, what I did to DeMercado was not me. It wasn't good. It wasn't me, and the whole thing. And that was controversy that, he actually kind of started because of the way he reacted toward his player, which was over the line, no doubt. But because it was over the line, now he has to come out. And so I don't know if his teammates have to answer those questions, but
I don't know.
It's at the very least a distraction.
Too bad the ball wasn't over the line. Then none of that would have happened. But anyway,
you're right.
I mean, it's not like, there's always a this and that. And so I understand it. The only thing that matters to a football team is winning games. So if Mac Jones keeps winning games, I get it. People are going to be like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, I think most of us, if not all of us, can at least acknowledge the difficulty of that kind of an opinion here in this particular case. No, it's not black and white, and it's not always what you push for. Oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it's a little different in a case like this. And I'm not just talking about money, and I'm not just talking about politics. But, for example, listen to this from Brian Baldinger. This is on with the Joes this morning on the Morning Roast. And I actually find the concept that he's talking about here, this is super dangerous for the 49ers if they take his advice.
I don't disagree with that at all. And that's not a knock on Brock. I mean, if he's 95%, why put him out there? Like, why not until you're absolutely certain that he's 100%? And if Mac wins a fourth game against a very good Tampa team, then I would definitely leave him in at this point. I believe in riding the hot hand. It just happens. It's not, you're not trying to usurp somebody, but your job is to win as many games as you possibly can, however you do it. And you cannot be worried about any player egos or anything else. I mean, Mac's playing great football right now. And so, I don't know, like I wouldn't be in a hurry to make that change.
Okay, so part of what he says I completely agree with, but then he switches. He says, look, if Brock's only 95% healthy, why would you rush it? Totally agree. Totally agree. But then he flips. And he says, like, if Mac wins the game against the Bucs, you absolutely start him again the next week.
You ride the hot hand.
What if Brock's 100%? What if Brock's 100%? You're going to make no mistake about it. This isn't about ego. This is about how you're running your business. This is what you want to tell supposedly the future face of your franchise, the current face of your franchise. the highest paid player in your entire organization, and you want to tell the rest of the league that this is how you handle him. Because remember, don't act like he's had some extended period of awful play. Don't buy into that. That's a bunch of junk.
Well, I've heard that here on this station.
Of course you have. And then that's why I love having you as a partner, and you bring up DVOA, and you're very good at
advanced metrics,
explaining to people that the 49ers sucked last year because they had one of the worst defenses in the NFL. But go ahead and keep telling me it was the offense.
Oh,
That's
they were
fine.
6-11. Actually, I'm sorry. Brock was 6-11. Although he didn't lose all the games.
He wasn't. But I think he was 6-9.
Sure.
Yeah. Look, I get the black and white thinking, but this is not a black and white scenario. So no, that's so dangerous and reckless to say flatly that if Mac Jones wins Sunday, and by the way, I don't even know that he's starting Sunday. I think so.
Yeah.
But we don't know that. But if Mac Jones wins Sunday, then he definitely gets, don't forget now, Sunday night football.
Against Atlanta. Yeah.
In your own building.
Yep.
You're going to show the world a healthy Brock with a headset.
Yeah.
Okay. Do it. Go ahead. Welcome controversy into the building. Yes, they're allowed to.
And Atlanta's
it would be reckless.
Atlanta, the team that they will face, is a team that has had a little bit of a controversy light, where they pulled Penix, they put in Cousins, and then back to Penix. But it's not completely beyond the norm. It's pretty out there, but it's not unprecedented that you would make a move like this. The thing that makes it so dramatic is the contract. And he's going to make $53 million a year starting next year. That's what makes all of this so much more amped up, because if you took out the contracts, and you always said this, like, what if we didn't know what these guys made? What if you didn't have any idea?
I would love that.
Well, then there would be no doubt you would play Mac Jones. Like, if Mac went one on Sunday, if Mac went to 4-0 as the quarterback, I don't think that there's any way you would take him out if people didn't know how much Brock made.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
If he wins his fourth in a row, if contracts are all put aside,
hold on,
and Mac is 4-0 as a starter,
so now basically we're making decisions about the people around us, coworkers, business, or whatever we run. We run families,
right?
So you're going to make decisions solely on what's happened the last month.
No, not solely, but
nothing about what has been built by the people around you. Nothing about that framework. Nothing about what they've achieved in the past. That has nothing to do with your decision at all.
It has a lot to do with it.
Okay,
but when you're rolling, when you've got something that is working, why not go with it? Why not? I mean,
because there's consequences.
Well, there's consequences based on the salary, and I don't think that there's consequences based on like Brock Purdy's fragile ego.
No, it's not ego. No, I don't worry about Brock and his emotions at all. What I worry about is mixed messages to your locker room. Don't act like that's not a thing. That is a thing. You do not want a quarterback controversy. I know those of you who live on Twitter want one. You don't want this. It breaks teams up, okay? Like, a lot of people are going to be too young to remember this, but do you remember Doug Flutie, Rob Johnson?
Of course.
Like, when you literally have two QBs and a locker room that is split down the middle on which one helps them win more, not good. It's not good. There's a reason that position carries the weight that it carries, because the whole team looks to that person to be their dog. And if you have two dogs and you don't know which one is your favorite, you have a problem. You can call it a good problem to have, but don't act like it's not a problem.
It's only a problem if you go out and you lose games. And it's only a problem if the locker room is not aligned. And I'm glad you brought up that example, because my old partner, my dear friend Lorenzo Neal, tells me the story about when they took on Buffalo in the playoffs. And Buffalo started Rob Johnson, and in the Titan locker room, they were like confetti and champagne in the pregame.
There you go.
Because Flutie Flakes was the real deal, and Rob Johnson was not so much. And so I think Tennessee went out and they beat Buffalo in that playoff game, and they couldn't have been happier to do that. But this is a little different. It's regular season.
Sure.
And if Mac Jones is again, we're assuming that both are healthy or the same level of healthy. We don't even know if either one of them is
exactly
at 80 or 90%.
I'm kind of actually assuming that neither one of them are healthy.
Right. I mean, anyway. I'm sure Brock Purdy is at, 70 whatever, and Mac Jones is probably at 70 whatever, and, Adrian is at 100%.
Yeah,
he's ready to go, but he's so ready.
I don't even know that actually either, but yeah.
And I don't even know about the locker room, and I would love to talk to a former Niner from the 2012 team when this actually happened.
Yeah.
Smith got concussed. Kaepernick came in. He went 5-2. Alex got healthy. Was there a divide in the locker room?
I can't speak to that, obviously.
I can't either.
I don't know. It feels like no. But here's two reasons why that was different. Number one, and you know these, both of those players were draft capital players. Alex Smith was the number 1 overall pick, but then a new regime comes in and Colin Kaepernick is a second-round draft pick. These are both supposed to be some level of dudes, right? And then here's the other thing. Colin came in, and it wasn't just that he was hot. I think most people with the eye test thought, and we could have a whole, and I'm sure this city did for months and months and months, have a whole conversation on who's better. And in that moment, especially with the skill set that he had, I think most people looked at that and went, I don't know yet because it's early, but I think Colin is better. Now, if that's your thought here, you're welcome to have that opinion, and then I would agree with you. But you got to tell me that you flatly think Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy if you want to just roll with Mac until he loses. Don't do the whole we won that game by 1 and we won that game by 2. So now we're just going to sit our franchise player. That I'm out on. If you flatly think you messed up and Mac is a better player who gives you a better chance to win for the rest of the year, then stand on that opinion, and I welcome having that debate. I do not. I personally am blown away by what he's achieved, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
But I do not believe that Mac Jones is a better player than Brock Purdy.
And I don't believe that Kaepernick was better than Alex Smith. In that moment, for what he did in that season when you were running an offense a certain way, yes, in those games, in those moments, I thought he was better.
I thought he was.
Well, he was better because of what Harbaugh wanted to do.
And when that matters.
Right. And
that matters.
What does Shanahan want to do?
Well,
Shanahan wants to do.
He clearly likes them both.
Right. And he likes what Mac Jones has done, I'm sure, because Mac Jones, while not as mobile, he's making a lot of big throws and you're winning games.
I'm so glad that you brought up Low Neal because the kickoff show this Sunday, Low Neal, Evan Giddings is at 11 a.m. If you're looking for somewhere to watch the games this weekend, head to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. The Gold Rush girls are going to be there for a meet and greet, taking photos, signing autographs. Next home game Sunday night, October 19th. Low and Evan will be live from Laughing Monk there as well, starting at 3. You can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium already right now. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on the website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. 888-957-9570. Anybody want to sign that in Sharpie? If Mac wins Sunday, he plays on Sunday Night Football at Levi's, no matter what. Anybody else want to Sharpie that? Let's talk it out. Ron Rivera at 315, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
MLB's postseason is heating up. Who finds the spotlight? Who owns it? It doesn't matter what happened in the regular season. It's about this moment right here.
Oh, my word, what a play. Can't do it any better than that.
When the lights are brightest, these performers come alive. October hits different. Postseason 2025. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
I want you to practice with me now, okay?
Of course. Anything for you, partner, on this special day.
Thank you for bringing that up. I'll explain to everybody in just a moment.
Yep.
Sagapolutele.
Sure.
Sagapolutele.
Sagapolutele.
Sagapola. You can do tele, whatever. I'm sure there's a correct way to do it, but I don't want to, Sagapolutele.
Sagapolutele.
No.
I said it.
Sagapolutele.
Sagapolutele.
Yeah, you got it. Now you're ready for Ron Rivera at 3:15.
Is he ready for Ron Rivera at 3:15? Because I'm going to ask him now.
To do what?
Because he's the general manager at Cal.
Correct.
Like, hey, Ron, thanks for joining us. Who's your quarterback?
Well, he might say JKS.
Right.
That's what everybody calls him.
Which is unacceptable.
I don't even know. I have to ask. I want to make sure, because I want to get it right. I want to get people's names right. And I don't like giving up. Like, my shoulders get uncomfortable when people go, oh, Sam O. Sam O got a sack. Let's get, you know what I mean? So it's Jaron, is it Kawhi? Sagapolatele. And if you say it enough times, it no longer becomes hard. Right? The first time we saw Tunga Vailoa, we're like, oh, what do we do with that? But then now you got it.
Nnamdi Asamoah.
The first time you saw Atentacumpo, you're like, I don't know, there's a lot of letters there. But now we got it. So we got to get there with Cal's young, left-handed, true freshman, exciting quarterback.
Hufunga?
Sagapolatele.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Riverboat Ron coming up.
Yep. Rivera.
Yep.
Let's say the full name.
Well, and it's interesting because pronunciations based on where you're from and where people are from, they vary from, culture to culture. So that's just the way that goes.
Wait, Lucas, what? It's Keave?
Yep. The W is actually pronounced like a V.
Good. I'm glad. I want to learn.
Jaron Keave
Sagapolatele.
Pulatele. There you go.
It's an O, but if you want to make it a U sound, you can. It's Saga.
It's not about you.
Polutele.
It's not about you. It's about him.
I don't trust that Lucas is doing it right. When have we ever trusted that Lucas is doing something right?
I'm good at pronunciations. Also, I think it's Pulu.
Well, that's not how it's spelled. I'm looking at it on the damn internet right now, Lucas. So anyway.
All right.
I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm just telling you how it's spelled. I don't know how to pronounce it. I want to get it right. That's all I want.
You're going to go full Mike McDaniel on this. I can already envision it.
This is Sam Okwanu.
Right.
It's not just Sam O.
Sam O.
Yeah. Okwanu.
Sure.
Okay. Anyway, Riverboat Ron at
Rivera.
Yeah. At 3:15. And Mongo at 5.
Mongo.
John Feliciano. So yeah. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I would like to go week to week. That's all I'm saying. There's no reason for us to get ahead of ourselves. We're terrible at it. We're awful at it. You were playing the schedule game with me again about an hour and a half ago.
Schedule Sam
came into the building. He's like, they play Tennessee in December. And I think that, I don't know who's playing. Let's do this week. I don't even know who's playing quarterback this week. I assume it's Big Mac. I assume.
Possibly.
But if he plays, if he wins, great. Let's assess next week. Then who's healthy? Is Brock healthy? Is Mac healthy? What's the right thing to do? Sunday Night Football coming to town. I'm not grabbing out a Sharpie. If Mac wins, he plays again the next week. Why? How does that help? That's what I don't understand. And what did Brock do to you all? That's another question I've got.
It has very little to do with Brock.
For you.
Well, I think
for a lot of people,
right. It has to
does.
do with 3-0. And if you look at every other backup in the league so far this year, they have a total of 4 wins, and Mac has 3.
Yeah.
So Mac versus the world, he's only down 4-3, and there have been a lot of these backups who've gone out there and actually started games.
Actually, that's an interesting thing you bring up. Is any quarterback other than Mac Jones in the NFL unbeaten? Is anybody? Because no one's unbeaten. But I'm trying to think of it like Josh Allen's got a loss.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts has a loss. Baker Mayfield's got a loss. Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson have a bunch of losses. Who else is 4-1? Daniel Jones has a loss.
Yep.
Let's see. Jared Goff's got a loss.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor Lawrence has a loss.
Joe Burrow, undefeated.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Are any other non-IR quarterbacks undefeated? Mac Jones the only one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
All right.
And,
no, this is all worth something. Don't get me wrong. This is worth something.
Right. And if he gets to 4-0 and for me, it comes down to one man's toe. And when Brock's toe is good to go, he plays. It just becomes a little bit more pressurized for the Niners, for Kyle, for Brock, if it is in 2 weeks and they beat Tampa and they beat Atlanta on prime time. And then you know what? Brock is ready. The toe is good to go. Mac is 5-0 and you are 6-1. Then it becomes much more scrutinized and pressurized in that moment.
Here's where I will completely agree with you. You've got to pick the right spot. And what I mean by that is, yes, he needs to be 100% healthy. The last thing you want to do is bring him in and then have him perform at less than ideal circumstances. And I'm not saying I would be like mindful of the opponent, but do think about when you're bringing him in. Like the scenario you just played out, Mac Jones, let's say he wins at Tampa. Then you get Sunday night freaking football. So you're on the highest rated television in the whole country, and you're playing a team that I don't think very much of.
No.
They're not awful, but
they're all right.
The Atlanta
Falcons. You're going to be favored by probably 6 or 6.5.
You're going to be a favorite, right?
Yep.
So you come in and let's say, boom, that's a good setup for a good performance. So you're at home. The weather should be great. Sunday night football, not a great defense. Okay, you cut through them for 300 yards and a couple of scores, and you win. And then Brock's healthy, and you're going to send him on the road to face what I think is maybe the most underrated defense in the entire NFL, which is Houston.
Yep.
Or even if it's Mac, like that's a much harder assignment. So I don't think you worry too much about opponent. You mainly focus on health. And I will agree, I'll meet everybody halfway on this, that, yeah, I'm going to stick with Mac until you feel as good as you can possibly feel that Brock is fully healthy and will not re-injure his toe. That I agree with. That I fully agree with. But the concept of Brock being 100% and we're sticking with Mac just because he's rolling, that to me, that's reckless. That's a reckless thing to sign up for.
I don't know if it's reckless let's just say that Brock is not 100%, as you say, for 4 more weeks, and Mac has won all 4 of those games.
Okay.
So now he's 7-0. And you are 8-1 as a team. And I know that this is a little bit of a wild hypothetical, but
not really.
I mean, it's in play.
You look at who they play.
Right. Your Dogs on Sunday, you're getting 3 at Tampa. And then I'm just looking at the look, the Nahigian look-ahead lines.
Yeah.
6.5-point favorites against Atlanta.
What about Houston?
1.5 at Houston.
What about the New York Giants?
3.5 at New York.
Okay.
And then you're favored by 1.5 against the Rams.
Against the Rams.
And that's the look ahead, and that's a home game, whatever.
We're almost to Thanksgiving by now.
Well, just looking ahead through the rest of the year, this Sunday is the last time that you are an underdog in a game. On the look-ahead lines.
On the look-ahead.
You're favored in all the rest. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
They're favored at Indy? Really?
Yep, by 3.
Really?
In the look-ahead lines that I'm looking at.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
I find that to be surprising, don't you?
A little bit.
Indy's good. Like, I'm a believer.
Yeah.
Indy's good.
For sure. I mean, they have the best running back in football.
They've passed all the tests, and they're blowing people out. And I know they lost to the Rams, and, okay, we got another guy throwing the ball out the back of the end zone before he crosses the goal line. They probably win that game. Instead, whatever. They lost the game. But
yeah, I think these lines are all set before week 1. I don't know if they are updated on the regular, but because I'm looking at Indy, and they are underdog in a lot of games, including next week where they're or maybe it's this week. Actually, no, it's next week. They're underdog against the Chargers by 6. And so
6?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
These probably haven't been updated, but the greater point for me is if the Niners do continue to play well and win, and Brock's not ready for 3 or 4 more weeks, then the more that this goes on, the bigger the question is about whether or not you should make the move.
No question. All I'm saying, I'm not even saying that like, you may get to a scenario, the hypotheticals get a little wild. Like, yeah, if Mac goes 8-0 in the next, yeah, okay, but then we'll have that conversation then. That feels a little far-fetched to me, but okay, sure. Then you have that conversation. My point is to wake up today and welcome this to your locker room like it's a good thing. I'm comfortable with the word reckless. And I know that most people will see it differently because you're like, it's just about you win. You win and that's it. Well, actually, I think there's more to it than that. Yes, that's the only thing that matters when you're playing the game is you go win. But I'm telling you, you do not welcome openly a quarterback controversy to your locker room. You especially don't do it literally months after you sign somebody to a 5-year, $265 million deal. That is not something that you openly want to kind of campaign for, which to me, thinking about beyond Tampa Bay is doing. You're campaigning for that if you're going to say things like, he wins this game, you definitely stick with him. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have any idea what it looked like. You don't have any idea what his health is. You don't have any idea. What if they win the game 3-2? What if? I mean, like, there's so many things in play there. And so, yeah, I find it to be a little bit loose with your stuff. To just be like, this is fun. Ride Mac, hot hand, woo! Like, oh, yeah. It's
only a problem if Brock is somebody who has a fragile ego.
I disagree.
Or if the locker room really doesn't believe in Mac Jones. That's the only way this becomes a problem.
No, it becomes a problem what you're welcoming is the locker room not believing in Brock Purdy. That's what I'm talking about. His ego is fine. Mac Jones and Brock Purdy are the two perfect people for this. Do you sense I don't think there's a hair on either of their body that is stood up about this. They're fine. They're grounded. They get it. They're trying to win football games. I'm not worried about either of their egos. I simply think you don't handle as it's sometimes called, the quarterback is the CEO of your franchise. You don't handle your CEO this way. You just don't do that because it provides and welcomes confusion and just locker room issues. It just welcomes it to the party if you're going to, essentially, what you guys are suggesting is that you'd bench him. That's what you're saying. If a 100% Brock Purdy doesn't play, you're benching him.
You're not benching him.
At least temporarily, yes, you are.
The word benching is, I think, inappropriate because what you're doing is you're playing the guy who's winning. It's not about Brock Purdy. So if Brock comes back and Mac is playing like he's played and Mark Grandy gave him an A+, and you gave him an A, and I gave him an A for the game against the Rams, 100%. And they didn't have anybody else around, and he won that game. And so you can actually risk the other part of it where, okay, so Brock is now ready, and Mac has never lost as your quarterback, and now you're going to go to Brock. And if Brock goes out there and you lose the game, now you're at risk of losing the locker room in the same sort of way.
Well, no, I don't see that as losing the locker room. That's a risk that to me, is it a risk? It's a risk that you have to take.
It's risky either way.
You have to, that's something that, to me, you have to stick your chest out and own where you are as an organization. Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback. Nobody has that twisted. Nobody has that twisted except for social media. So what I'm saying is I'm disagreeing with you on the idea of whether or not sitting a fully 100% Brock Purdy would qualify as a benching. I don't know how you could see it any other way. Of course it is. If a 100% healthy starter doesn't get the nod, then he got benched.
I don't even know if I would use that word. Like, benching to me has a negative overtone about, why you're making a move. And, there was a Keon Coleman for the Bills. He got benched for the first series in their game because of something that happened with the team. That was a benching. And Brandon Ayuk, he got benched because he wasn't blocking or he wasn't doing what the coach wanted. This would not be a benching. This would be a team playing the quarterback that they feel like is playing really well, and you're winning every game.
That's a benching.
Well, whatever. I don't want to get stuck on the term.
But you're taking it as always like a disciplinary thing. If you go with someone else because you think they're better, then the other person got benched. Like if you
Michael Penix Jr. got benched because he was terrible, so they went to Cousins and he got benched.
But the game was over. He got pulled.
Sure,
pulled. He got pulled because the game was over.
Whatever you want to put on it.
To me, benched would be if I started Kirk Cousins the following week. If Michael Penix is healthy and I start Kirk Cousins,
Russell Wilson got benched.
Absolutely, he got benched.
Yeah, that's Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And, it's because
we went with someone else because we think they're better.
Right. And so I don't think
it's a little different because you knew it was coming before the year even started.
And I do think that in this case, where if it's one more game or two more games, however many more games it is, if Mac continues to win, I don't know how you go in that locker room and say, hey, guys, I know that we're 7-0 with Mac Jones, or 6-0, whatever it is, but we're going back to Brock.
Our starting quarterback's healthy.
Sure. And then you go out and you lose, and what does that do?
Well, then now you have a conversation.
It's a controversy, is what it is.
Probably.
Yep.
Probably, although I bet even still they wouldn't see it that way because you don't look at and forget the contract. Everyone, I'm really not, quite frankly, trying to make it about the contract. I make it more in an emotional way. That's your starter. That's your guy. That's your guy. And there's no question about that.
I do think the contract is a big piece of it.
It is for a lot of people. But I don't think the Niners, like, in other words, if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm like in charge of this locker room, I'm in charge of this team, I'm not thinking about it in terms of like, $265 million. Like, we have to do this. I think that you're in charge of managing your people, and you manage your people a certain way. And when you have somebody that's your guy, like that is your guy, and there are no questions about that, then you handle that a certain way. And especially when that guy hasn't really done anything wrong. Like, okay, we can get into last year. You can get into the game against Jacksonville.
It's fine.
That's all on the table. But we're not like all the way down the road of people. Like, in other words, if Mac wasn't here, would people be like, gotta move on from this Brock Purdy guy? Like, we have a very small set of games here where people would be suggesting there's a problem at the quarterback position. He's the unquestioned guy. Therefore, when that guy's ready to go, you don't have any questions because it's unquestioned.
Well, you already don't have any questions about what the other guy is doing. And the other guy, all he's done is come in and play tough. You got to go out there and be tough. And he's won every game he started. So for me, it becomes more complicated than, okay, if Brock is healthy and we don't go back to Brock, then what does it mean for Brock and the future and all the rest of it? Brock's going to be here. And if right now you go with a guy who's hot, if Mac is winning games and he's playing well enough to win these games, I don't see any harm in not like going with Mac for a little bit longer.
I know you don't see any harm in it, and I'd argue none of us see any harm in it because we're out here. We're not living in their reality. Their reality is they have a company, a business, a dynamic. They have human beings, and you don't, in my opinion, handle your people this way. Like, you and I this is a debate going way back, almost to the beginning, which, oh, by the way, yes, today is the 4-year anniversary of the start of this show.
Oh, look at us.
4-year anniversary today.
All right.
Yeah. So thank you, Grandy.
Yeah.
So, go all the way back to the beginning. And one of our very first debates was the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo, after remember when he was on the kiddie field for a whole camp?
Yep.
Okay. Then they signed him all of a sudden. Remember, it was we're trading him, and then they signed him. And you and I got into a debate because you were like, hey, more quarterbacks the merrier. And my take was, ooh, this is a hedge. They don't like what they see from Trey. And I will forever feel that way. And the reason I feel that way is because when you've got your guy who's the unquestioned dude, which is what Trey Lance was supposed to be, you don't do that to him. You don't do that to him. You don't welcome sticking someone over his right shoulder so that the whole world can question him. You just don't do that to your people, which is why they wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo in the first place. Why else would they have wanted to trade him? But they kept him because I don't think they liked what they saw from Trey Lance in practice and in camp. So this was a hedge to me. And this is not the same situation, but it's the same dynamic I'm talking about. You don't welcome questions about your guy, especially when he's done nothing to deserve it. Trey Lance had not at that time, and Brock Purdy has not at this time. That's all. I just don't think you do your people like that.
Well, I think that if you are a good leader, and I believe that Kyle Shanahan is, and you're a good organization, and I do think that they have that, and you've got a good locker room intact, then these things become less of an issue when you realize that Brock Purdy's got 5 more years under contract, and he's going to have a good long run as your starting quarterback, and there's no controversy going forward. Right now, in this moment, you're in a spot where the guy you have is winning games.
Yep.
And winning games is the one thing that everybody in that room wants more than anything else, maybe outside of money. And so the guy you have is doing that. And so I think it's more risky to go out there and make the switch. If Mac is still undefeated and Brock is ready to go, now you go back to Brock and you lose. That to me becomes more risky than just going with Mac until he loses.
Yeah, but that's kind of what you all signed up for. You know what I mean? Like you have to be, to me, if you're a big time organization and you're a big time coach, and the Niners are both of those things, then you have to be willing to face that. You have to be willing to face what the people are saying out there. Because I know we're sitting in an echo chamber right now, but my goodness, if I read you our text line right now, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, those 5 years that you're talking about that Brock's got, they're going to suck. They're going to suck. Because our text line's done with him already.
Already, huh?
Done.
Yeah.
Done. D-U-N.
That's the text
done.
line.
He's been overpaid.
And that's how they do it.
He's been bad for 17 games. And this is the 15th pick over the last pick. This is a no-brainer. Piece of cake. All right. Boy, these 5 years are going to be long. Long. If the Niners listen to all of those of you who are saying that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Ron Rivera is going to join us in 20 minutes. We will pronounce the quarterback. We're ready for that. We think he's ready for that. So we'll find out. But your call's still welcome. Until then, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Bruce from Concord. Tony Lazzarini installed our new garage door system. He was professional, knowledgeable, and answered all my questions. The doors run perfectly and are nice and quiet. I definitely recommend Tony and RNS of Concord.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, we're getting ready for the interviews. Yep, Ron Rivera in 15 minutes. Okay. Mongo Feliciano's at 5. Just go to the Odyssey app or YouTube. Check out Seth Curry jumping in on the crossover today. That was all kinds of fun.
Yep.
I like that you dove into his family dynamic when they were kids with him.
Yeah.
And so that he could, it sounds like I'm sure he's been asked this a million times.
Yeah.
But he still had fun answering it.
And the story that was out there is that he never wanted to play on Steph's team because he wanted to have his own
He
thing.
said that.
Yes.
Yeah, he has said that publicly.
And it reminded me of being a kid, and my 3 older siblings all went to Drake High School, now Archie Williams High.
Yep.
And so when it was my turn to go to high school, I wanted to go to Marin Catholic, not because I was in search of Jesus, still looking, by the way, but I wanted to have my own path. And so I get that with Seth. And now that he's an adult, now you come back with your brother, and now it's different.
I wanted to go where my sister went to high school because she's a senior where I was a freshman. So
there you go.
I got to arrive, and I'm like, I know all the seniors.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of them dudes.
Pretty cool.
They're at my house last night.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I went to the high school as a freshman that my brother's basketball team beat by 41 in the section final. And I walked in on the first day, and I was like, yeah, I'm a Dibley. We'll put it on you. We put it on you last year. And your boy, no joke, back in the day when you used to get canned, they would put you in the trash can.
Put you in the trash can, yeah.
34 straight days.
Oh.
So finally, on day 30.
Are you serious?
Every day. Every day they would pick up your boy, who was I was 4'10", 93 pounds, bright orange hair.
I don't like this for you.
It's a great story. It's a great ending.
Okay, let me hear it.
Day 35, I see them coming, and I just jump right in the trash. I got you guys. I got you. And they're like, look at you. You're coming with us. And so from then on, I was like an honorary member of the senior class as a freshman.
Did you find a trash can that didn't have a lot in it?
It was the same trash can that they put me in every day.
Was there always a lot in it?
No, not usually. It was the morning.
Okay, good.
The morning.
Good. And there was like a janitor that would take it every night.
Yeah, presumably. Probably not every
I don't want you
night.
standing in like
Whatever,
eating
dude.
bananas and stuff like that.
That's a little bit foul, but yeah.
Oh.
And you know,
I could have thought of
you
some
did
worse
what
stuff.
you did.
Yeah.
1982. That's how it went.
All right, 888-957-9570. Ron Rivera, who has never been put in anybody's trash can. That's a big man right there.
Yep.
He's going to join us in about 12 minutes. We're talking this out. Brian Baldinger was on The Roast with the Joes this morning, and they were talking about yet another hypothetical, which is if Mac Jones were to win this Sunday, does that automatically buy him yet another start?
I don't disagree with that at all. And that's not a knock on Brock. I mean, if he's 95%, why put him out there? Like, why not until you're absolutely certain that he's 100%? And if Mac wins a fourth game against a very good Tampa team, then I would definitely leave him in at this point. I believe in riding the hot hand. It just happens. It's not, you're not trying to usurp somebody, but your job is to win as many games as you possibly can, however you do it. And you cannot be worried about any player egos or anything else. I mean, Mac's playing great football right now. And so, I don't know, like I wouldn't be in a hurry to make that change.
Yeah, I don't really believe in riding the hot hand. I don't. I just don't. I think that it's not to say that I wouldn't start someone automatically. It's just to say, like, that's not the deciding factor. Like, what you did last time out is not the clear and total deciding factor on what we're doing. If you sat Rafi Devers for a day off and his replacement went 4-4, you going to go to Rafi? Nah, you're out again. Your backup's hot, like, or are you going to go back to your guy when he's ready to go?
A little bit of a different
Of course it's
story,
a little bit different, but you get, like, I'm not just
I get what you're saying,
automatically
but this
keeping you
yeah.
in just because you did good last time out.
Well, for me, it's different because, you know, you're not necessarily just riding the hot hand, but what Mac Jones has done is win football games, and that's what you want to do. And so Brock comes back, and no matter when Brock plays again, there's going to be a little bit of rust, and I think we saw it in the last time he played.
Probably,
maybe it was the toe. You know, he had a lot of high throws. He didn't look sharp. Was it the rust? Was it the toe? Who really knows? But right now, with a 4-1 record, you don't have a lot of urgency to make sure you get Brock back in there because, oh my God.
No, that
like Cincinnati.
that I agree
Cincinnati
with.
traded for Joe Flacco today because what they've rolled out, Jake Browning, who I liked a couple weeks ago more than I like him now.
Yeah.
But and that's a take that I would rather have back. But
well, we all have them.
Whatever. And
Yeah.
so he was so bad that Cincinnati's thinking, oh my God, we're not ready to give up yet. We need to do something. Get me Flacco.
Real quick, that trade that you're referencing, for those of you who don't know, Joe Flacco today traded to the Bengals, I think knocks down a number of pegs the idea of the Niners getting Trey Hendrickson. Because it's not a big swing at the quarterback position, but you're right. It does suggest that the Bengals are still going to try to do something with this season. And the more they try to do that, the less likely they're going to trade Trey Hendrickson. And we've had a number of people already come on with us and say trading with that ownership group is super hard anyway. They're weird. They don't want to trade. They don't want to help other teams. Okay, there are a lot of pass rushers that could be on the market. The Niners have got to go get one, at least one, for sure. Maybe it's not Trey Hendrickson. And maybe that's a good thing because he's probably going to be the most expensive in terms of draft capital anyway.
And if you look at that division and you're Cincinnati, you're thinking, okay, Baltimore is in free fall mode with no quarterback. Cleveland is Cleveland. And Pittsburgh, we're going to go ahead and wait and see on Pittsburgh because they're coming off their bye. They're 3-1, but they're not phenomenal. So even Cincinnati at 2-3, you're thinking we're still pretty much in this.
They're absolutely still in it if they start playing good football.
Sure.
Thomas in central Iowa on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Thomas, thank you for the call. What's up?
Yeah, hey, Dibs. If you go on a holiday for a week and your stand-in does a pretty good job, and then, you know what, we're going to go with the hot hand. We're going to keep the stand-in for a little bit, and you don't think that's going to be an awkward conversation when the show is called Willard and Dibs, and they want to have the stand-in who's had a couple good takes and a couple good lines keep going for a few weeks after you get back from vacation. So I just think I agree with Willard to put to not put Brock in. I think would be not only it would just be irresponsible. I think it would be extreme, reckless. That's my take on that.
Yeah, Thomas, thanks.
It's somewhat flimsy, but Thomas, it's not called the San Francisco Brock-a-Niners.
No, that's true.
It's Willard Dibs,
I want to share with everyone, though, because it's radio, what was happening while Thomas...
you know what was happening.
Thomas, while you were riding that point, Dibs is just firing absolute daggers at Grandy. Like firing daggers at Grandy.
I never made eye contact.
Look at him. He's taking. Why are you taking your hoodie off?
Because we're wearing the same shirt again today.
For God's sakes. Shake it up, you two.
He's such a Dibs knockoff.
Do you guys need a gift card or something? Like, get a second shirt.
I like the shirt.
I do too.
He likes the shirt.
My God. Look at you.
And I've taken a week off, and
he's had some good takes.
Great.
What? He's good.
He's no Mac Jones. He's closer to Jake Browning than he is Mac Jones. Okay.
I like
Don't
Mark
compare me
Grandy.
to a husky.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I like
That's
Grandy.
Right.
And he's wearing the stupid shirt because it's Oregon Duck colors. Why are you wearing it?
Because it fits me well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like the fit.
Does it highlight your
It kind of tones down the moobage that may or may not be on display, a.k.a. the man boobs. But
no, they're not the San Francisco
The take from
Brock-Niners.
Iowa was decent.
But he's getting at what I'm getting at. That's your guy. Don't poke your guy when the guy doesn't deserve being poked. That's it.
Well, that's not it.
That is it.
No, it's really not, because when I'm not here, you poke the guy all the time, and I listen to your show, you and Grandy, the two marks.
That's
and
completely different.
I get poked.
We're in sports radio. The whole idea is poking fun at each other.
That's his comp, not when I'm not here.
Oh, no, but his comp
shot.
His comp is not about us making fun of one another. His comp is about the idea of when, like, you are a centerpiece of what a company is doing. Like, you have to do, you got to do a lot more negative to get thrown to the curb. And I would argue, and this is where people get all mad at me, you got to do a lot more positive than 3 football games that we won by a total of, what do we got, a 3, a 1,
Does it matter?
and a 5? Yes.
Like, you won.
Yes, it does matter.
Brock played and you lost. Mac plays and you won.
Okay, buddy.
Look,
Stop.
pal, is that not what happened?
Okay, so...
Do I need to pull up the game log?
So Mr. Stop making it all about the quarterback is now going to make it all... So the quarterback won and lost those games by himself.
Process versus results. I'm results, and I'm looking at the results.
Right, and that's very, very short-sighted thinking, Chief. By the way, how about those Chiefs?
That's a win for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Loss for me.
I know, that's okay.
Win for us.
Dude, you got room. You got room.
I totally forgot about our bet because I felt bad.
You were all ticked off. You fell to 17
Trevor
and 5.
Lawrence fell down twice.
That was the most fun play of the year.
Stupid.
What the hell was that? He fell down. He tried to get up. He fell down again. And then he got up. And then he was like, I'm going to break a tackle. And then he's like, ooh, I see the end zone.
Chris Jones pulled out his phone and captured the whole thing on video.
What was that?
I mean, I'm being told that happens a lot with Chiefs games where he just takes plays off. He was chilling.
That was out of control off, though.
Completely.
That wasn't like, oh, I'm just going to, take a breather.
Yeah.
That was like, I do not want to tackle Trevor Lawrence.
It's the baseball version of driving one off the wall and barely getting a single.
Woo. That was bad.
Really bad.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Has there ever been a better guest for the River Islands guest line than Riverboat Ron? That's pretty good.
Yep.
Nice job, Lucas. Riverboat Ron joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
And meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom with locations across the Bay Area. They can supply your plan to customize your home to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project. And while they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget. And the brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that others won't even attempt, like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and so much more. You can count on expert installation support and specialized delivery with trucks designed specifically for window and door transport as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency as well as fireproof options for your home and your business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine. and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this should be fun because not only is he joining us over audio, he will be joining us over video as well. Yeah, get over to YouTube right now so that you can take a look not only at your radio hosts, Willie and Dibby, but also at the general manager of Cal football and obviously someone who has a lengthy NFL career as a player and a coach. We're glad to have Ron Rivera join us right now on the River Islands guest line. Hey, I was going to say, hey, Coach, but now you're GM. Hey, GM, how you doing, Ron? What's going on?
I'll tell you what, I'd go ahead and stick with Coach. It's something I'm still trying to get used to, but it's doing well. We're just trying to figure some things out and try to be a little bit more of a consistent football team.
All right, so can we get the formalities out of the way?
A lot of pressure here.
Yeah, I know, and do the quarterback pronunciation because we've already had people telling us, how to do it, and I don't know who to listen to, so we want to go straight to you for exactly how. I'll do the last name. I'll give it a shot. Sangapolatele. I think I've got that pretty good, but can you just give us the whole name so we can move on with our lives?
I'll be honest with you on that. I love just calling them Jaron or JKS. That's the easy way out. But if you try to do it, and it's crazy because I'm looking at the phonetics here, the way they try to get you to say it. I mean, it's not a simple name. It's really not. And it's a very typical Hawaiian name. You've got to make sure you're pronouncing all the vowels. And, it's just, it's tough. It really is. But, he's a great kid, and it's Sagapulatelli.
Yeah, Sagapulatelli.
Okay? You try to make sure you get all the vowels in it.
And it's Jaron, and then is it Kieva? What's happening there with I don't want to just leave the first name out either, Ron.
It's Kieva.
Okay, Jaron Kieva Sagapulatelli.
There you go, JKS.
All right, perfect. All right, Coach. Great to have you on, and obviously, the whole Bay Area right now, speaking of quarterbacks, is just knee-deep in what to do about a highly paid starter who goes down and a backup who comes in and starts winning a bunch of football games. Our group here was looking at your history as a player and recalling the 1986 Bears where, I don't know, how many QBs came in and out throughout the year?
4 different ones.
So what was that like for the locker room? Yeah, what was it like for the locker room when you're dealing with what feels like a moving target in terms of who your quarterback is?
Well, I think the biggest thing, that we always try to fall back on was who was our starter? Who was the guy that when we got started, the guy that we could trust in and believe in? I mean, that's the hard part is that, Brock is a guy that's had a lot of tremendous success for the 49ers. He's gotten them to the NFC Championship game. He's a guy that's got some history with them, who's done some great things. And I think everybody's got to remember that. I know it's been real interesting as far as they're concerned because I think when you look at what Mac Jones has done, I mean, he is 3-0, but again, he really hasn't had as much test under fire that Brock has had for the last few years. So I really do. I just think that the one thing everybody's just got to be careful of is just remember who's started, who got them to where they are today.
So as a coach, is that where you would default? There's the ride the hot hand camp, and then there's the you're the starter camp. As the head coach, which one do you default to?
Well, if you go with the starter, your clear-cut starter, and something happens, you can fall back to the backup. If the backup falters, and everybody's going to sit there and say, well, why'd you? He's the backup. There's a reason why he was the backup. You know what I'm saying? You really can't win unless they win. Whoever you start has to win. And whoever you have the most confidence in, that's who you go with. I mean, Coach Shanahan's the one who's got to make that decision. Thank goodness it's not me. I don't have any pressure, so I can talk about it all I want.
Well, I wonder, in the way that you answered that, to what level do NFL coaches and executives worry about what people think and what people are going to say out in the world?
Honestly, I really don't think they care. I really don't. I mean, they're going to do what they feel is best. That's what I would do in this situation. I would more than likely go back to Mac until I really truly felt, though, that Brock was 100%. You know what I'm saying? If Kyle had any inkling that Mac was going to continue to play the way he would have, I don't think he would have put Brock out there a couple of weeks ago. I really don't. I know part of the reason they played him, was they had him at home. It was grass, and as soon as, I saw that they were playing on Thursday night and that they were playing indoors, I knew there was no way they were going to play him. You just can't, because you don't want to risk losing him for the rest of the year. So taking that approach, I would say I wouldn't play him until I knew he was 100%, or at least it was a true emergency.
And that might actually be when they go to New Jersey to play on that horrific surface in New York. So, Coach, how much of that plays into your head as a coach when you're making these choices about, road spot or weather or field surface?
Field surface is a big thing, especially with everything that's happened in New Jersey on that turf. I know that it's notorious. We used to play there every year, a couple times every year. It's just, you just don't want to have to bring back somebody with a leg injury, especially a foot injury, ankle injury, and put him on that kind of turf. You just don't.
Ron Rivera is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. And, Coach, these are not perfect comps. That's not what I mean by it. But I do want to ask you this question. You see what's happening in Baltimore and Cincinnati when they lose their quarterback, right, seemingly like they can't even function as a team. What does this say about someone you went up against many times? What does this say about Kyle Shanahan, that this boat keeps floating, even though they've had all of these injuries, quarterback and beyond?
And I said this, I did the Thursday wrap-up for Channel 2, and I said that really just showed you the depth and the ability of Kyle Shanahan as a play caller, as a coordinator. To be able to do the things that he's done and continue to do those things really shows just how well he prepares his team, how well his backups are prepared. It speaks very highly of the coaching staff, as far as I'm concerned, and I'll say the same thing for Robert Saleh. I mean, those guys are doing what they've done the last few weeks and have been pretty solid with their performances, but they've really had to do it with a smaller roster, and by that I mean not a full roster of their top guys.
Ron, what was your experience in preparing for a game when you were going to go against Kyle Shanahan?
I'll tell you what, it was longer nights. It really was. I think he's one of the really, truly good game planners in the league. You've got to try and figure out how he wants to attack you, what he wants to do, how does he want to use certain players. If you came out, we're going into a game and said, man, I really feel our weakness is off tackle, I wouldn't be surprised to see him run a lot of outside zone, trying to attack our edges, trying to get outside of us. If they felt really strongly about, we struggled against deep crossing routes, that we'd get a plethora of them. You have to anticipate what he's going to do. And then half the time he may not even do it, figuring that you might be, trying to fix that part of your defense.
Mac Jones has come in and looked great in the Kyle Shanahan scheme, and Sam Darnold was there, didn't play a lot, but he went on to do bigger and better and greater things. How much of not only Mac Jones' success, but also Brock Purdy, how much of that should we assign to just being around Kyle Shanahan?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of it. I think because it's the style of offense. It seems to suit both those guys. You have a quarterback that's not being forced to run an RPO style of offense where he's got to not only decide whether he wants to hand the ball off or he wants to keep it and then he wants to throw it, or does he want to run it? What Kyle basically has done is, look, he's going to call the plays and he's going to tell the guys, these are what your options are. He's going to limit the thinking the quarterback has to do. One of the things that he does, and I love that he does, is he runs the style of running plays that he runs has complementary play action. That makes it even tougher. If you really think about the things that they do and then the play action that comes off it, it is truly hard on a defense. Why? Because you're trying to stop the run, especially if they're having success, And now all of a sudden you've got the same action, but it's play action. Your linebackers are getting sucked up. They turn to get their depth. And if they get too much depth, they dump it underneath. If they don't get enough depth, they throw it right over the top of their heads. This is a very good offense. It's very conducive to quarterbacks making good decisions. It's not overly complicated as far as certain things, but at the same time, if it's functioning and running the way it needs to be, it's very difficult to stop.
We're talking with Ron Rivera, longtime NFL head coach, and now obviously the GM of Cal football with us here on 95.7 The Game. Ron, you coached Christian McCaffrey in Carolina, so I'm really interested to know why you think the 49ers haven't run the ball better. Shanahan calling plays, McCaffrey in the backfield. What's going on?
I think part of it right now is just the cohesiveness of their offense. They've had a lot of transition, a lot of changeover. One of the things that I don't disagree with, some people say not having the tight end healthy, not having Kittle in their blocking is a big detriment to who they are as a football team. He's a tight end that goes downfield, that does help block. And the best friend a running back has is a tight end that's willing to block and receivers that block downfield. Because 5-yard runs turn into 10-yard runs when guys are blocking safeties. They're picking them off. It creates more running lines for the running backs. I think that just not having the cohesiveness of having all your guys healthy, that makes it tough. It really does. And I think, again, because certain situations and thinking that, they can't throw the ball the way that they used to with Mac Brown, you saw them loading the box up on Thursday night. So now all of a sudden, Mac, if he continues to have the success while he's playing, you're going to see people having to start playing a few more lighter boxes, and you might be able to start seeing the run game start to grow.
You talked about the continuity of having a quarterback, and I'm thinking about your years in Washington where you were going between Alex Smith and Kyle Allen and other quarterbacks. How tough is that, not only on you as a head coach, but on the entire team to have that lack of continuity at quarterback?
Well, one of the things that has to happen is you have to have rapport with your receivers. You got to, as a quarterback, you got to understand, what they, where they like the ball to be put. You got to understand, that, hey, this guy's going to have a good feel for whether or not, throw a back shoulder fade. I understand how this guy runs his post route. He likes to run a little bit thinner, not as much towards the post, but trying to keep it a little bit more higher. So I throw the ball a certain way as a quarterback, knowing who these receivers are. And that's one of the things that, you want. Like when I saw Brock play initially when he came back off the foot, he was a little bit high early in the game. And then as the game settled in, he started to bring it back down. And then you saw him start to complete the passes. So I think, again, whether the guy's healthy or not 100%, but also working with your guys and working with them continuously creates that type of rapport you need as a quarterback-wide receiver combination.
Ron, Christian has 130 touches through 5 weeks of this season. How did you go about managing that when you were coaching him, and what kind of discussions did you have directly with him about it?
Well, we had him when he was young, so we were more than happy to give him the ball. His rookie year, I'm the one who kept him from being 1,000 because, once we got to a certain point in the game, we were already in the playoffs. We didn't want to risk it, so we pulled him. And he could have easily been 1,000. Next year, he goes 1,000. So we wanted to feed him because we knew how dynamic he was. We watched him at Stanford. We watched all of his tape. His senior year, his last year at Stanford, he ran between the tackles more than anybody else.
Yep.
I mean, this young man has some durability early on in his career, and we abused it a little bit. But he was a tremendous football player. He really is. And he's a guy that wants the ball. He wants to do everything he can to help the football team win.
So you mentioned you had him when he was young, and now in football terms, he's not. He turns 30 next year. So when you look at that number, is that a concern to you?
The only concern to me is, again, is this is something Kyle has to decide is, when do I want him in the game? When do I want him touching the ball? When is he most dynamic for us? Those are some things that he has to look at now, because as a player does age, you want to be able to give him an opportunity to catch his breath, take a little bit of a break. You don't want to, you want him fresh later in the year as well. So, that's something that the coach has to figure out.
When you watch him out there, especially in the pass game, are you seeing any loss of a step, or does he still have the same burst that you are used to seeing?
He has the same burst. He's still a great route runner as far as a running back coming out of the backfield or lining up as a slot. He's a tough cover. If you got a linebacker on him, I believe 9 times out of 10 the ball's going to him. Anytime I sit there and watch a motion, I see a linebacker widen with him, I'm thinking, oh, that's where they're going. And he still has it. He does. He's as I said, he's got great hands. He's a good route runner. He sees things. He understands where he needs to be in order to present a good target for the quarterback.
All right, Ron, I know you guys have a bye at Cal this week, but looking ahead to next Friday, October 17th, how do you take advantage of a young, brand new, inexperienced coach like Bill Belichick as you go against North Carolina?
I'll tell you what, you got to be prepared for anything. I mean, he's a very savvy. He really is a very savvy game planner. He does have input throughout the entire game plan as far as their offense, defense is concerned, in my opinion. So, we've just got to be on our game. We really do. We've got to play to our ability. The last 2 losses we just had played up, and that's one of the things that I'm a little disappointed in right now.
Back in your day of preparing for an NFL game, you said Kyle would keep you up at night a little bit. Where would you put Bill?
Yes.
Like, what about Belichick? Who keeps you up longer, Kyle or Bill?
Oh, Kyle does, because Bill, for the most part, is a defensive mastermind. But the guy that you always worried about when you were playing Belichick really was Tom Brady. I mean, even when I was at other teams, even when I was the coordinator in Chicago, the coordinator in San Diego, you had to really figure out Tom and try to figure out what he was trying to do and how he wanted to attack you. Granted, I know that he had an offensive coordinator calling plays, but again, Tom was the decision maker. He's the guy that pulled the trigger, and you had to really figure out where he was trying to go with the ball. And he was so savvy with it that it was tough. It really was.
Is there any other coach you ever coached against in terms of an offensive play caller that kind of rivals what you're saying about Shanahan?
Oh.
Was there anyone else that's on that plane, or was he the toughest?
Sean Payton is another one. He really is. He's another guy he's another guy that really gives you fits. I mean, you had to try and do as much as you can to offset the things that he does. And he had a really good play caller in Drew Brees as well. So you have guys like that. I mean, those are tough tandems. I mean, a great offensive-minded head coach with a good quarterback is a dangerous combination.
You mentioned Sean Payton and gutsy call this past weekend. He goes for 2 to take the lead. And, your Riverboat Ron is your nickname. Do you feel like you're kind of the godfather for all this new age NFL where these guys are just constantly going for it?
I got that from John Madden. He mentored me. He's the one that got me to realize and recognize the value of being selective in your 4th down situations. So I started to do that, and it really kind of paid off. But I'll tell you what, Sean Payton's got a mind of his own, and he does the things that he does for a reason. He went for 2 because I know that he really felt good about the play call he had, but he also knew it was going to be a hell of a message for his team that he believes in them. And I think that's one of the things that when you do 4th downs and you do it the right time and they're successful, you can really build off of it. And I think what he did was instill the confidence in his team. And you watch the way they finished that game out. It was pretty impressive. It really was.
Ron, it sounds like a whole lot of fun 10 days from now. Friday night, a 7:30 kickoff in Berkeley with Bill Belichick and North Carolina in town. So best of luck with that, and best of luck with what's already been a pretty interesting season for you guys.
It has, and it's been exciting, and I appreciate it. It's great to be back in the Bay Area. Hey, and don't ever forget this. Go Bears.
We won't.
Yep.
Ron, thanks so much.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Riverboat Ron. Ron Rivera joining us on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Jaron Kieva Sagapolatella.
Yep.
Sagapolatella.
Yeah, hang with that.
Yeah. No, we're going to get there.
Yeah, you bring that home.
I think we're there.
Yeah.
We just need,
we're close enough.
Yeah.
JKS is, what
I guess
the shorthand, but yeah, Riverboat Ron. It is, but nowadays everybody is riverboating it up, like 4th down. If it's 4th and anything less than 3 and you're even sniffing midfield, you got to go for it. And you were actually saying this last week, like if you don't go for it, then you're gonna get called a name.
That's right. Yeah, you're not a man.
There's gonna be name calling.
Yeah, you're not an adult.
Exactly. And so you go for it now, and the analytics, and he was one of the first guys to really understand it. And I never knew it was John Gruden who kind of nudged him in that direction.
Yeah,
John Madden who got him to, hey, go ahead and roll the dice, and there is definite benefit to doing it. And so, Riverboat Ron.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really fun to talk to him. We're going to have John Feliciano in a little bit over an hour. 888-957-9570. Your calls all welcome until then. And Ron makes a good point that's kind of like along the lines of the discussion we've been having, not something either one of us have said as of yet. If you want to look at it this way, you can, which is this. Let's say Mac Jones keeps being on a hot streak, and then you go with your starter because he's your starter. And then something doesn't go well. Well, you can go back to your backup because that's literally
what the backup does.
That's literally what he was hired to do.
Right.
Like, you just come on in now because we need you. You can go back to the backup. The other way around gets a little bit more complicated. And I know nobody wants to talk about feelings, and that's not what I'm getting at here. But I think we can all acknowledge that's more complicated. A fully healthy Brock Purdy is ready to go, and the Niners look at him square between the eyes and go, well, Mac's hot. He's hot. He's like Dibs on a Sunday night. He's hot. So we're gonna stick with him, and we're gonna keep you over here on the bench. And then Mac goes out and throws a couple picks and loses a football game. And now you're like, okay, now Brock. Now we believe in you again.
Tough, a little tougher.
We didn't last week, but now we do.
We re-believe in you now, Brock. And it's interesting because we talked briefly about the 1986 Bears and how 4 different guys started. And I'm just looking at the game log, and Jim McMahon, who had just won the Super Bowl the previous year, he comes out, game 1, they win, and he got hurt. Games 2 and 3, he didn't play. Games 4, 5, and 6, he was healthy enough to go. They won all 3 of those games. Well, then he didn't play game 7. Game 8 he plays. He misses game 9, game 10, game 11, but he's healthy for game 12. He starts. They win again. End of his season. But the point is that he was the starter. He was the Super Bowl champ. When he was healthy, he got to get back in there. Mike Ditka's like, you got to go out there and be tough. Yeah. And so just looking at the game log, he got hurt no fewer than 4 times in that year, and the last time was the final time. Doug Flutie actually gets the start as a rookie, and then he started the playoff game, didn't go well. 11 for 31, as I mentioned.
With a couple picks.
Yeah, and it was just kind of a wild year where, but I guess the bigger point for our conversation is when Jim McMahon was healthy, and nowadays he never would have come back because I do believe it was severe concussions, but back then we didn't care about that. And so when he was healthy, he got to go back out there and start.
And that Bears team was very, very much built on defense anyway. Like I was liking, and that was the 86 Bears. The 85 Bears was the Super Bowl shuffle team. But that Bears team I likened to kind of Ray Lewis's Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, not bad.
Right, with the year Trent Dilfer won the Super Bowl, and everybody's just kind of like, we always use Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson, maybe Joe Flacco. We use these as the examples of quarterbacks who just kind of like hopped on a bus and got driven to a Super Bowl championship.
Nick Foles,
Nick Foles to a degree, but that team, I mean, they scored a truckload of points in that game and gave up a truckload of points. So, we always kind of look at it that way. We never bring up McMahon. McMahon was one of those guys.
Right.
Like they were never a great offensive team. But anyway, we can continue the conversation.
That 86 Bears team, they gave up 11.7 points a game. The Super Bowl team gave up 12.4.
Yeah,
so
they were incredible.
Yeah, Jim, go ahead and be out there. Go out there and just don't give them the football, and we win.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Does anybody else agree with Brian Baldinger? If Mac Jones were to win Sunday, does he automatically remain the starter the next week? 888-957-9570, the number. I think that's a reckless idea. But let's talk it out on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And I'm loving this bank. I've been a part of it now for 7 years, and it changed my banking life because I'm a part now of a good local bank that supports local people and supports local causes. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, as I do, that money gets reinvested into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. They've been doing it now since 1964. That is 61 years in business as a bank, and that's not nothing. And it's a good local bank. They've got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. It's not a big box bank where you deposit your money and you don't know where that money actually is going to go. Right here, you know the money stays here. It stays local for all the activities and the other things that make our Bay Area so great. Go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself what I'm talking about. A local bank that cares about local people. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment. And your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's really not. I'm a terrible singer.
That's singing.
I mean, I can do that. I can talk. I don't know if you know that.
You? This is year 4, brother. We've been doing this for 4 years.
Oh, can I ask you?
I've known you for 20, and even though I've known you for 20, I never knew that it was going to be like this.
No, there's no way you can know what it's going to be like until you do it.
Right. Although, yeah, I mean, you are very much the person that I thought you were that when I met you 20-something years ago. But you never know, like 20 hours a week, how it's really going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be great, and it has been great. But you talk more than I thought you would have. There. I said it.
I have a private question for you.
A private question.
In a public forum.
This never goes wrong.
When I brought up that today is our 4-year anniversary, why did you and Grandy suddenly look at each other and share some sort of a smirk? As if, like, was there a bet as to when I was going to bring it up?
No.
Did people have squares?
No.
Was there a time pool? I just saw there was a thing there.
There was not a thing, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a misinterpretation sensation.
That's
is what
fine.
It is. Yeah.
I'm asking questions over here. That's why I'm not making an accusation sensation.
Right.
I'm trying to ascertain. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to ascertain some information.
Yeah, that's
what I'm asking.
Yeah, there was no anything behind the scenes. I feel kind of bad that I didn't know that this was our 4-year anniversary because, as you've mentioned before, I'm a big dates guy.
Yeah, no, I'll go ahead and tell the audience this right now. I'm completely offended that I had to be the one to tell everybody that this is happening today.
It's an upset.
It's not just an upset. I mean, this is not like a quarterback coming out and having a bad game. This is like a quarterback coming out and not showing up for the game. Like
you're talking about me?
Yeah. Like driving to the wrong stadium. Like if Sagapolatelli went to Stanford on October 17th.
Boy.
And he's down on the farm when Belichick gets over there to Berkeley. That's what this is what you do.
I know. Yeah.
You're over here on the daily telling Steiny and Guru how long they've been together.
We did 51 weeks together, the three of us.
51 weeks together.
1 week in person.
Right? You know things about people who aren't even here anymore.
Yeah.
The audience would not know this, but the way radio station clusters work, this is a cluster. And sometimes it's a cluster blank.
Right.
But we're in a building that has a lot of radio stations. Okay, we got what is it? Is it 7? We got 7 of them?
5.
5?
Yep.
You sure?
Well, there's 4, and then there's Channel Q, which is not a terrestrial radio station, but it's a radio station.
Whatever. There's a bunch of stations here.
Some content.
And there's people. So there's people who work here. And then there are people who used to work here. And then there are people who will someday work here. You know all of them and their mom's names.
Yeah. And their mom's maiden names.
I've been here for 4 years. I could walk out this door for 2 minutes and run into 6 people and be like, I have no idea who that is.
Who are you?
It's just like that's the way we're wired. So for us to get to today, 4-year anniversary of this show, and yes, 2 different time slots, but the 4-year anniversary of this show is today. And you were like, oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know.
Today's the day.
I didn't know.
October 7th.
I should have gotten you something.
2021.
Can I Venmo you?
The Giants were about to play the Dodgers.
I knew that.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Buster Posey was about to go into the right field night to beat the Dodgers in Game 1. Coming up, I think, a day or two later.
Yeah.
Which is why we started the show that day. They're like, no, we can't wait till next week. The Giants are about to play the Dodgers. You got to get on the air. So I think we started on like a Thursday. October 7th, 2021.
Yeah. I feel terrible.
I'm a little upset.
You should be.
I'm a little happy because we're here.
Right. Still here.
4 years is an accomplishment.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm also offended.
Reminds me of when I forgot my ex-wife's birthday.
That happened?
Oh, yeah. I just...
Wait, was she your ex when you forgot?
No, she was my wife. I have a wife. And, you get about halfway through the day, and she's like, oh, yeah, what'd you get me?
Oh,
and I was like,
oh, God, you didn't just forget to say it. You forgot it was even coming?
I knew it was coming, and then I just forgot to, the lettuce may have been involved, and you get to that day, and it's like, oh, my God.
Oh, that's really bad.
How do I survive the day without her knowing? There's no way that she's not going to know.
So you didn't just forget that day. You forgot for like 14 straight days leading up to it.
No, I knew it going up to it, but I forgot to actually do something about it. Yeah. And thus was born, and her name is Chandika. So
Chandika.
Going forward, she got birthday week.
Oh.
Because I messed up so bad that it turned into Chandika.
I'm supposed to
not anymore.
I'm supposed to not make this joke anymore.
You can make it.
No, I'm not supposed to anymore.
Then don't do it. I don't want you to get fired on our 4-year
anniversary. I'm not going to get fired. I'm not going to get fired. I might just go home to a hangry wife.
Oh.
Although I don't think she's listening right now.
The idea about birthday weeks.
She doesn't like the fact that I always say women have birthday month. Because you're like, well, this group of friends is going to take me to lunch. That group of friends is going to take me to dinner. Then this person over here is going to take me out for the night. And then we're going to the spa. Okay. You get a day. We all get a day.
A day.
Your day was 3 weeks ago. It's time to stop celebrating.
And you get your half birthday, of course. As you would know.
If you're Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
No, but I think I can still do the joke. And then just with the qualifier. Lovely Christy's not one of them ladies. She's not one of them ladies.
Okay.
She's been a single mom for so many years. She's probably lucky if she gets somebody to bring her muffin or coffee on her birthday. So anyway. I won't ever forget her birthday.
Chandika.
Yeah.
Which was about a good 12-year run for Chanda on Chandika. And then, not anymore.
Happy 4-year to us.
Right on, brother. Yeah. It's been great.
We celebrated with a Chiefs loss.
Huge.
Let's go. And Steiny Guru, wherever you are out in the world, you undersold that. Don't blow it off like it didn't happen. Guru texted me last night, and he's like, it's fine. This was a fluke. You're scared? And you know it. You're going down. Oh, no. You're facing the Lions next week. You're scared, and you know it. Because Washington is looming, and the Bills are looming, and Indy is looming, and Denver is looming. They're all on the schedule in the next month and a half.
For those who don't know, we have a bet. Our show against their show. Will the Chiefs make the playoffs?
That's right.
Simple bet.
And you've been telling us since we made the bet that we're suckers.
Yep.
And then you lost to Jacksonville. After leading by double digits.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes with a 99-yard pick six? You stink.
Oh, my guy Jason McIntyre with Fox Sports. You want to know what he tweeted? You want to know what he tweeted last night? Right after that pick six? He sent out a video of it. You know what he said? Ooh, what would you all say if Brock Purdy did that?
Totally.
What would you say?
Trade him!
And a little runt is going to be on his head.
Totally. Lions, Raiders, Commanders, Bills, Broncos, Colts. That's your next six for Kansas City.
Have a good time, Patty.
Yep.
Have a good time. Acting like they ain't scared. Ooh, that's going to taste good. It's going to taste good.
I'm going to get soup and salad
I'm gonna get
dinner.
Steak.
Dessert.
Steak, the big one.
Oh, yeah.
Medium rare.
We're going to stick it to them. Anyway, we're all Lions fans now.
Yeah.
Go Lions.
And happy for you.
This guy is such a D.
You're damn right. You're damn right. I'm not going to lose a bet. Not to you two. All right.
That'll be a good Sunday night game, though. Chiefs and Lions coming up.
Oh, is it Sunday night?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
Okay.
And then 2 weeks later, they got a Monday night against the Commanders. Sucks to be good, huh, Patty? You guys got all these primetime games.
Boy, what's it like to root for a team that has a first-place schedule?
Yeah.
I can't relate.
Kind of like being the Warriors where you've got 29 games on national TV.
Seriously.
Yep.
Amazon, 8:30 at night, whatever the hell's going on. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. There's two things that I want to kind of circle back to. Well, one of them is a circle back, and one of them is a little bit fresh. But you and I have been talking about this for 2 hours, and I still don't know if I can fully explain what your position is. Do you agree with Brian Baldinger when he says this?
I don't disagree with that at all. And that's not a knock on Brock. I mean, if he's 95%, why put him out there? Like, why not until you're absolutely certain that he's 100%? And if Mac wins a fourth game against a very good Tampa team, then I would definitely leave him in at this point. I believe in riding the hot hand. It just happens. It's not, you're not trying to usurp somebody, but your job is to win as many games as you possibly can, however you do it. And you cannot be worried about any player egos or anything else. I mean, Mac's playing great football right now. And so, I don't know, like I wouldn't be in a hurry to make that change.
Yeah, so pieces of what he says I fully agree with. I do think the 49ers have bought themselves the ability to just fully wait for Brock Purdy to be fully healthy. But he then sort of changes in the middle of that commentary. And because I have not, Brock Purdy's fully healthy moment might be Monday. It might be next Tuesday. He might be fully healthy. But the statement was, if Mac wins against Tampa, he gets the next game too. And I think that is so dangerous to play that game, to automatically, a week ahead of time, start promising things without context, without knowing what the situation is. What's Mac's health? What's Brock's health? But if Brock is fully healthy, and you then make the decision that the following week, when you host Sunday Night Football in your building, with the Atlanta Falcons coming to town, and you leave your franchise quarterback fully healthy on the bench, that is a hell of a statement. And it's not about Brock's feelings or emotions at all. That is a statement. That is a major neon sign with poster boards all over the stadium, kind of a statement if you do something like that. And I personally am not ready to do something like that. I'm with Ron Rivera. I know who my starting quarterback is, and when my starting quarterback's healthy, I go with my starting quarterback. And we can worry about poor performance after it happens and deal with it then. But what would you do? Are you with Baldy? If Mac wins at Tampa, does he keep it for another week?
Yeah, he keeps it for another week. And the idea of him being fully healthy, I don't think he's ever going to be quite that. And you've got house money. If you go to 5-1 and you're now 4-0 in the conference, you're 3-0 in the division, you've got a certain amount of cushion built up so you can have Brock Purdy be fully healthy. Another week can only make the toe feel better. Now, if you have Mac go out there and he doesn't play well and you lose and now you're 4-2, maybe a little bit of a different conversation. But for me, the fact that you have won so much and you've built up a little bit of a cushion, you can be more conservative like the Warriors were when they won the title last time in 2022. You had a nice cushion built up. Steph Curry was able to sit out a month. I don't know if he would have been rushed back if they needed to win games. Would he have come back and played? We'll never know, but they didn't have to.
Yeah, basketball and football, obviously a little bit different.
Much different.
As far as making the playoffs.
For me, where you are right now as a Niner team, if Mac goes out there and is able to play and win and Brock Purdy can benefit from another week, I don't think it's a neon sign about Brock or Mac.
Again, I want to keep going on this conversation because I think that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. I'm not talking about if Brock can benefit from another week. Quite frankly, I think the scenario completely exists where it's the other way around. Mac Jones is playing football games, and he's not 100%. So if he wins that game at Tampa, I could almost guarantee you he won't be 100% next Monday morning. So I don't know if 100% exists in a football season or whatever, but my point is if Brock is fully healthy, like it is fully recovered. If it is fully recovered, I am starting him. I don't care what's going on out there.
So if they could be 8-1 and Mac Jones could win 4 more games and Brock is finally fully healthy,
then Brock plays.
You can throw him back in there.
Absolutely.
Even though Mac would be 7-0 as a starter.
With zero hesitation.
Yeah, and I think that the longer this goes, the more that is a question and the more that there will be a hesitation. I don't know how Kyle Shanahan will see it, but you look at the history of these situations and teams have handled it in different ways. And I know this about football players. They like to win. And if you're winning with a guy and all of a sudden you take that guy out and you bring in, even though he is your future, and I'm not denying that, and I love Brock Purdy, you're going to do that. Well, you might have a little bit of a question in the locker room.
Okay, first off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Really looking forward to an hour from now. John Feliciano, who was a teammate of Brock Purdy's for the last 2 years, will be on the show. I can't wait to get his perspective on what we're talking about, because he's actually been a part of a locker room with Brock Purdy. He has been one of his offensive linemen. He has one of his Toyotas, that whole thing from the last 2 years. So his opinion on this, I think, is going to be really, really valuable. So I look forward to that. It's interesting to me that you're talking about having basically a little wiggle room. It's like, well, the Mac Jones victories, they've bought you space. So therefore, you don't have to rush Brock back. And yes, I don't want to rush Brock back. I don't want him to play until he's fully healthy. But in another hypothetical that you bring up is, let's say Mac wins 4 more games in a row, and he's like 7-0. He's like, oh my God, you can't break that. Well, why couldn't I just say right back to you, well, now you've got even more cushion. What's the big worry? Put Brock back out there. If you lose, then we have a new conversation. And what would you fall to in this hypothetical? You're already, you're 4-1.
You'd be 8-1 at that point.
So then you're 8-2. So?
Well, the big so is now if you want to go back to Mac, then, okay, now Brock, now you are getting benched.
Yes.
And that's not what you want to do to your $265 million quarterback.
Yeah, I already suggest to you that what you're suggesting and what Baldinger is suggesting is benching. That is benching.
You can call it whatever you want to call it.
It might be less embarrassing
I call it
benching.
Winning. If you go out with Mac and you win, then you're winning. Now, if you go out with Mac and Brock is 100% healthy or whatever the level of health is where he can go out there and play football, and you go with Mac and you lose, well, now it's an easy call. Now you go to the starter, your franchise guy, go out there, you're healthy. Now you're fully healthy because we gave you some extra time, and now go out there and earn your money, earn your $265 million, big guy. That's what we want now.
I think what you're saying is essentially doing the whole thing through the eyes of the fans and the media. In other words, you're suggesting, well, it's not a benching because nobody out here would know about it. Like, you can just keep playing Mac and keep telling people that Brock's toe hurts. The problem is the 49ers would know that that's not the case. And Brock Purdy would know that that's not the case. And his teammates would know that that's not the case. So just because we out here wouldn't see it as what we call a coach's decision, the 49ers would know it's a coach's decision. And I find that to be problematic. Not because of his feelings. He's a big boy and he can handle anything, as can Mac Jones. Mac Jones got drafted 15th overall by a franchise, and then 3 years later, they're like, get out of here.
Yeah,
we don't want you here anymore. So, I have no issue with their feelings. This is a larger issue for the entire team. And I don't think that the message should be sent to the team that we are sitting a healthy Brock Purdy 2 games into his contract. 2 games into his contract, one of which was a victory on the road at Seattle. I just have a very hard time with that. And I think that I think that he and a lot of his teammates, the whole structure of the whole thing, would have a hard time with that decision because it's kind of unfounded.
Depends on when it happens and what the situation is. Now, if it happens this Sunday, if Brock's toe is suddenly good, he's cleared to play. Brock Purdy, oh my goodness, the toe is good to go, and you go with Mac Jones again, that becomes to me a little bit more of a controversial move than if it happens in 3 or 4 games if Mac Jones continues to stack wins. Because right now, Mac is 3-0, and that win against the Rams, well, Mac played really well.
He played really well.
That was a team victory. Special teams was awesome. The defense was pretty good. and the offense did enough to win the football game, and it was complimentary football at its finest, and Kyle Shanahan called his ass off in that game.
Yep.
So you went to L.A. on a short week, down a bunch of guys, and you won. So, yeah, give Mac the credit, fine. You give all of them the credit. For me, if it happens this Sunday, if Brock is ready to go, well, then Brock plays. But if it's 3 or 4 weeks down the road and a lot more has happened in Mac's favor, it becomes a tougher choice.
I like this sarcastic text that we just got on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And it's a 559 number. Thank you for this. This is kind of interesting. This is how I feel. We need to pull the QB after each interception because that's where we're heading. Brock starts when he's cleared, no ifs, ands, or buts. I agree with that text 1,000%.
So Brock starts, and Brock throws his usual 2 picks.
Don't call it that. That's not fair.
Those are my words. This is my mouth.
Okay. That's not fair. Those are not
it was
his
mean-spirited.
usual. Yeah.
I mean, I can't do sarcasm.
Of course you can.
That's what that was.
Okay.
It was more cynicism than sarcasm.
Okay.
So Brock goes out, he throws 2 picks, and you lose. What then?
No, then we like
what then, 559?
Like every week, we have another conversation. But again, you just started to flirt with the idea, which is true. You're talking about Mac winning against the Rams, and he was really, really good. But you also pointed out a team victory, and if anybody really...
they're all team victories.
Well, they all are, but you know what that means. There's an insinuation there, and it's a very fair one. Did Mac go out and just like sling it and carve the Rams to a second half overtime victory? He did not. I take nothing away from what was a beautiful game plan, perfectly executed, and then they hung on for dear life. But how quick do our memories go? Go back to the Arizona game. Mac play great? Did he? Or did the Niners win by 1, 16-15, where he threw a terrible pick in the fourth quarter, also had a holding call as he ran around in the end zone and had a safety, and the Niners fell down by 2 with only minutes to go. I'm not here to discredit him. But the Niners have won football games, and they've done it in a multitude of ways so far this year.
And they've lost football games.
Right.
And they lost a football game where their quarterback was patently terrible.
Absolutely. But also you can go to all of their wins, and I don't think any of them, including Brock in Seattle. No, I would not call any of them, wow, that was a quarterback win. Like, wow, he went out there and carved somebody up.
Right.
There's
no game that is like, you cannot say that about any game.
Of course you can.
Like,
of course you can.
The quarterback won the game.
Okay, Baltimore-Buffalo, first game of the year. Josh Allen, oh my God.
They won the game because Derrick Henry fumbled.
Right, and they also won because Josh Allen carved them in the second half, and they scored touchdowns on every drive. Daniel Jones has had games this year carving people up, scoring 40-plus points.
Best running back in football and
absolutely.
A very underrated defense.
Everything is complimentary.
And nothing is in football like you can look at the quarterback and say, that was it. You won because of him.
But we're looking at their performance.
Right.
Their performance.
The worst performance by a Niner quarterback this year is Brock Purdy against Jacksonville.
That's fair. But if we're looking at each one's performance, there is a different level of dynamic every time we watch them play. And if you want to see, again, go back and watch the tape of the game against the Arizona Cardinals, and you want to parade around and be like, Mac Jones won the game, do it. It's absurd.
I don't assign wins to quarterbacks like that.
No,
we use the stat because we like to.
Not you.
Right.
But a lot of people, as we have this conversation, Baldinger included, like this, Mac's hot. Well, is he? Is Mac hot?
He is quarterbacking for a team that wins when he quarterbacks. Yeah. So if you want to ascribe that to being hot, as I do, yeah. Okay. He's quarterbacking and they're winning.
Okay.
You want to win. Then the quarterback is the most important position, and when he quarterbacks for the Niners, they win.
Guy deserves so much credit. He deserves so much credit.
So let's just yank him. Let's bench him.
Yank him. Stop. He's the backup, Dibs.
Not right now. He's not.
Yes, he is.
He's hot.
Ask him. He is the backup.
He's doing what he's supposed to
quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
Will he be the backup Sunday?
I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know. Which has nothing to do with status and has everything to do with injury. But I have no idea. I haven't seen an injury report for this week. He's hurt too. Kickoff show this Sunday with Lo Neal and Evan Giddings starts at 11 a.m. If you're looking for somewhere to watch the games this weekend, how about Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale? Fantastic place. And oh, by the way, the Gold Rush girls are going to be there. A meet and greet, photos, autographs, whatever you want. Next home game is obviously the following Sunday, Sunday Night Football, October 19th. Lo and Evan live from Laughing Monk starting at 3. You can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. It's first come, first serve, so I would do it now. Go to the Eventbrite page on the website, 957thegame.com, and sign up. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Your call's next, and right now, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Prime Big Deal Days is here with great kitchen deals. Greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop! Swiffer Power Mop!
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Partly cloudy and cool tonight in San Francisco with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pet Nelly Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pet Nelly Financial.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
John Feliciano at 5. You know what I'd love to throw out there?
Oh.
I heard this earlier on Steiny and Goose show.
Okay.
They were ranking the 4-1 teams, and the 4-1 party had a new member enter last night.
Okay.
They are known as the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I want to get some marketration, which is like arbitration, on something I heard from their show as well.
Oh, okay. You want to go first? What do you got?
Let me go first because you can probably rule on this quickly. They were talking about the Warriors this year, and Guru said 52-30. And Steiny says, I'll take the under. And then Evan jumps in and says, well, the over-under is actually 47.5. And so,
is that what they were yelling about?
And so they're yelling.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
Yeah, that's still my
I'm
favorite.
so proud of you, Goo. You can see,
52-30.
He got the right number.
So Steiny goes, I'll take the under. And then Evan's like, no, it's 47.5.
Yeah.
So Steiny gets mad at Evan, and he actually was funny. He's like, hey, Evan, how much do you get paid? And he said, what?
Yeah.
To babysit Guru.
Yeah, I heard this.
It's a pretty good line.
Wow.
So, where do you think? Like, Guru throws out 52. Steiny goes under. Should the bet be reset to the actual 47.5 Vegas over-under? Or
100%.
Or does Guru have to live with his bodacious claim?
Guru was not being asked to make a bet. He was being asked to make a prediction. That's two different things. You don't have to put money on your prediction. You can think they're going to go 52, which ... means you'd take the over on 47.5.
Okay.
Yep.
But no, you are not bound to that number in gambling just because somebody wants to throw a firecracker and jump on your statement and try to take advantage of you. Steiny.
Okay. So I went to the court of arbitration.
Team Goo. Yeah.
Okay.
This court rules in favor of Daryl Guru Johnson.
What would you guys take? Over under 47.5 wins?
Boy, that's a great question.
I thought you were going to say 52. Over under 47.5, I would take the over.
My gut would go to the under. I think that
under is like flirting with not making it.
Right. I think that when I think about these season-long bets, I think about best case, worst case.
Yeah, I
best
hear
case, old team stays healthy. Old team is good. Old team wins 52. Worst case, old team doesn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Old team relies on, this is Guy Santos and company, and that's not good enough.
Your Guy still sounds too much like a little rat, but anyway, I get it, and I think that the two shows actually sort of lean in the direction you're talking about, which is your brain, and even more so Steiny's brain.
Don't put my brain with his brain.
It's Steiny, like you're kind of Steiny light on this for sure. But the point is
it is funny.
Your brains automatically go to all of the things that could go wrong. And my brain and Guru's brain for sure go to all of the things that could still go right.
Sports, man.
Which is why he and I had a conversation last night about my 0-5 fantasy team still having a shot. Because why not?
Well, the math is there.
Yeah, there's 9 more games. I look at it and I go, I might win them all. I don't have any players. I don't have any wins.
Yeah.
But I could win them all.
You and me, week 14, by the way.
I'm going to win.
Season finale. It's Fan Appreciation Day.
I'm going to try to get my entire entry fee back in that game.
By
betting you $100 that I can beat you?
Yeah, I'm not taking that bet. Mongo coming up 5 o'clock. John Feliciano.
Mongo say radio things.
He will be agitated and animated as I've just slid into his DMs again. And tell me how much this is going to anger him on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, so by the way, if you go, I don't know if it's going to go the same way, but a lot of people I'm sure remember this. If you go under 47.5 wins last year, that puts you in the 9 seed.
Right. And they were the 7 or the 8 last year?
They were the 7.
Okay.
They were the 7. Yeah. So, but you're on the road for the play-in tournament to try to work your way into the playoffs if you cannot achieve 48 wins. At least if we go by last year's standing.
Right, and last year was a bit of an anomaly because
a little bit.
You don't often have teams who are the 8 seed who win 47 or 48, although interesting now in this load management era where the majority of NBA teams, they don't give a crap about all 82. Like, they probably care about 65 to 70 of them, and because by and large, winning in the regular season is less important than it's ever been. Just don't lose all the time.
I think
just be mediocre.
There's a whole strategy to it that I would pay money to sit down and watch. I don't know if they do it preseason. My sense is that they do. You've heard teams reference the plan for Kawhi or the plan for LeBron. I could only imagine that Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler count too. Do they sit down before the season and plan out what games are you sitting? And then obviously they will adjust on the fly if need. Injuries can happen. There was that game famously last year at home where Steve Kerr saw Steph Curry have a really, really rough night and he just walked over to his locker. Remember this? Post-game, he's like, you're out tomorrow. And I think Milwaukee was coming to town. He's like, you're out. I can tell you need it. So that wasn't the original plan. They changed up. They won the game. And it kind of launched them forward for a great homestand, if I remember correctly. But I do think that there's a whole way to plan it. And so, yeah, you're not wrong. I think that they probably sit down preseason and take a Sharpie and draw a line through at least 7 or 8 games where you're not playing.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they will lose all of those games.
No, and I do think that they have the biometrics that tell you how much exertion a player is going through on any given game. And so when you get to a certain level of relative exhaustion, then you go ahead and have that player sit out. But you do know they've got the usual number of back-to-backs. And when you get into those situations, you're not going to punt on all of them. But a lot of those games, I would imagine Steph will sit and Jimmy will sit some. And, Draymond Green gets iced up every time he comes off the floor. So it's a long way to say 47.5 is an interesting number. Last year, I think the number was 43.5, and they comfortably went over. 47.5 is a very, very good, close kind of look at what they'll be.
No, I mean, you got to be good. You got to be real good to win 48 games. But at the same time, I look at it as a deeper roster, and I look at it as a roster that is more equipped to handle injury than the roster I saw last year. Doesn't mean they'll handle it perfectly. I don't know what injuries are coming. Are they long-term ones? Are they to the big guys?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we watched the Warriors without Steph Curry last year, and checks notes, it didn't go well. But this year, I do see a team that has more stuff. They've got more things they can turn to when somebody goes out. And so in this moment, that especially coming off of 48 wins, knowing that their pace when Jimmy Butler was on the team was much higher than that pace, and now in theory he'll be there for the full year, yeah, I would lean over.
Yeah, and you've got the the wild card of Jonathan Kuminga. All roads lead to Kuminga. 50 games until the trade deadline. Will he still be a Warrior after that? Will he be dealt? And so many other things, and including DeAnthony Melton coming off a big-time knee injury, and the step-up ability of guys like Quentin Post and Guy Santos, and can Pods continue to get better? So there's a lot of unanswered questions, which makes sports so exciting.
Well, I look at the Warriors of last year and I go, man, you take one or two people off the floor, whether it's because of injury or just having a rough night or whatever, and they can immediately turn into a team that just can't shoot at the level you need to shoot in the NBA. I look at them this year and I go, oh, they are much more equipped for that. You know what I mean? The non-Steph minutes, if you will, or even just one guy over here is having a rough night. I know everybody's bullish suddenly on Moody's three-point shot because he was so good in the preseason game on Sunday, but that's someone who might be able to knock down threes somewhat consistently. You already know that Buddy Hield, that's a three-point shooter, but you're adding Al Horford and Seth Curry and DeAnthony Melton, and these are people who can knock down the three at a pretty consistent level, at least when things are going well. Certainly Seth, percentage-wise, one of the best three-point shooters in the entire league. 7th all-time. Yeah, so I like that. I like that because that's the NBA game now. They've needed more shooting for a while.
16th last year in three-point field goal percentage, which is very out of character for them, 36%. And if you take the Steph threes out of that number, all of a sudden you are bottom 8 in the association. Really bad.
So I think they got a chance to be a lot better this time around.
Potentially. Yeah, and I wonder about the Al Horford factor. Not that will he fit, he will fit, but last year his percentages plummeted in Boston, and he's able to play 60 or so games, and he plays about 20 minutes a night. Seth, I think, still has enough left where he should be able to shoot it. And Buddy Hield, streaky, but he's a guy who should be able to shoot. So I just wonder about the overall age and, the durability of this team getting all the way through April.
Well, sure. I mean, all you can do is wonder about that. But then again, the way I look at that is those things are coming, and actually your age is not the perfect indicator of it. Let's go to the 49ers. They're old. Well, who got hurt? Brock Purdy, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall,
George Kittle,
older
player.
Sure, but Brandon Ayuk was already hurt. The age has not been the indicator on getting hurt so far for the 49ers. They've just gotten hurt. And I get it, that's football, it's a little bit different. Right. But,
Nick Bosa's not young, but his injury is
in the middle.
Right, 28, 29 or so, and his injury was not really an older person's injury. I look at the George Kittle one, and that to me is a little troubling where it was a non-contact hamstring injury for a guy who's 31.
No, and who was it someone that came on our show yesterday? I think it might have been La Canfora, who stated a couple of positions on the field that when those players kind of hit a wall, it happens fast.
Yeah.
And he named tight ends. And you can look around the league, and sometimes there are these tight ends that you're like, ooh, they're elite. And then the next year it's and done.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens a lot. I don't think it's happened with Kelsey. It's not a great example, but you can definitely see the drop-off. I know Baltimore has now lost Lamar Jackson, but Mark Andrews had one great game this year, and outside of that, it's just what happened there. That guy was one of the dogs, and and George Kittle. George Kittle's only played one quarter of football so far this year, and sounds like he's not playing again this week too. So I don't know. Yeah, I hope that this is the only injury he suffers this year. The other thing the guys were talking about that we were definitely going to get to today as well, with Jacksonville joining the ranks of 4-1. There are 7 teams that are 4-1 in the NFL. You want to pull out a pen and rank them? Power rank the 4-1 teams?
Already done, yeah.
Okay, so the 4-1 teams are the Detroit Lions. This is the NFC teams. The Detroit Lions, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Tampa Bay Bucs, and the San Francisco 49ers. Then 3 teams in the AFC, Jacksonville, the Colts, and the Buffalo Bills. My first reaction is, if you had told me after week 5 that 2 teams in the AFC South would be 4-1, I'd punch you in the face. I'm going to punch you in the face.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you, I don't ever want you to watch a football game again because that's banana land.
You would have said, okay, it's Houston and who?
Exactly. And they're not even one of them.
Right.
In fact, they don't even have a winning record. They're 2-3. But yeah, here are the Jags and the Colts, both at 4-1. So I don't know. How would you stack these guys up?
Well, do you want me to go from 1 all the way down to 7 or 7 all the way up to 1?
Got to go 7-1.
Okay.
You can't unveil the big thing and then just kind of go to the small thing.
All
you
right.
got to go the other way around.
Well, then I start at the bottom and I'm here, and my 7th ranked 4-1 team is the San Francisco 49ers. I've got them at the 7th best of the 7 4-1 teams. Nothing's fluky in the NFL. When you win, you win. When you lose. But I don't know if what I've seen, and I've watched every game 3 times, I still don't know how they're 4-1. And so, yeah, I got them at number 7. Number 6 is only ahead of the Niners because they beat the Niners, and I give them credit for that. It's Jacksonville. I don't know how Jacksonville's 4-1, and I watched last night, and that thing was kind of a platter game. Yeah. Mahomes with a 99-yard pick 6 the other way. Jacksonville to me they're pretty good, but they're not this good. Number 5, I've got Tampa Bay, largely because of injury. And this game on Sunday is going to be a really interesting 4-1 matchup. Yep. Tampa's hurt. The Niners are hurt. It's in Tampa. Not a real tough place to play as far as road destinations go, but it's a long way away. So that one will be interesting. I've got Indy at 4, and they might be a little bit low on my list, but it's because I'm in love with my number 3 team, which is Detroit. They lost both coordinators, but my God, Mark, that offense is something else. That offense can score with anybody and on anybody. They're biting kneecaps, and I think that they're really, really legit. I got Philly at 2. Part of it's a hat tip to them being defending champs, and they've also been a little smoke and mirrors-y with the way they've won games, and then they got actually bit this last weekend in a kind of a similar fashion. And for me, it's not even close. Buffalo's the best 4-1 team in football.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's my 7.
Yeah, we got a lot of differences in the way we played this out. And again, another window into the fact that your brain and Steiny's brain do have some overlap, because he had the Niners at 7 as well. Won't shock you when I tell you that I don't. I have the Jacksonville Jaguars at the 7 position. Okay. I'm not going to make this like college football or tiebreakers. Just because the Jags won one football game against the Niners doesn't mean they automatically have to sit ahead of them. This is my eye test, and when I'm looking at a team that has been blessed with really, really good health. I know their tight end went on IR today, but they've been blessed with really, really good health. And just watching who they've beat and the way they've beaten them and the performance of their quarterback, which, as you put it, with Liam Cohn, he looks better. And I'm like, not that much. Like, he throws a lot of balls to the wrong place, the wrong space.
The wrong team.
Yeah, it's not. Anyway, I see them as number 7. Number 6, I am going to go with the Tampa Bay Bucs. And here's why. And this is one of the reasons why I'm optimistic about the 49ers' chances this weekend. You've got Kyle Shanahan, an elite play caller, going against the team that has given up the 3rd most points in the NFC. Did you all know that? The Tampa Bay Bucs have given up the 3rd most points in the entire NFC. They are 4-1, but the only teams who have given up more points than them are the New Orleans Saints and the Dallas Cowboys. That's the list. And the Saints have only given up 3 more points than the Bucs. You can move the ball on these guys. The problem is no one's been able to stop them, and Baker's amazing with the ball in his hands and less than 2 minutes to go. So the Niners would be smart to avoid that scenario. We'll see if they can, but I think Tampa is kind of a one-trick pony, really good trick, one-trick pony. I've got them at 6. Niners come in at number 5 for me because I look at it maybe differently than you do, which is they're 4-1. I don't know how they are 4-1, and I don't even know who they are yet. And for me, as opposed to knocking them down for that, I'm going to build them up for that. I know they're better than what we've seen already, simply by getting some of their people back. So to be 4-1 with this group tells me you're being coached at an elite level, and yes, you have a very competent backup, or 2 or 3 or 4 in certain spots around the field. Mac Jones, Kendrick Bourne, Demarcus Robinson, etc. I'm going to elevate you for that. You come in at number 5. For me, I wonder why you said I love Detroit so much, so I put him at 3. Just a little preview. I'm going to put him way higher than that.
Okay.
Philadelphia is at number 4 for me. they're obviously the champs, and they're very, very good. But I smell a problem with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh, this again.
Well,
you were right last time, a couple years ago.
Their receiving core is playing with fire. You win this many games in a row, and you complain, and then you get placated, and then you lose a football game because of it. I smell something that threatens to strip that team. It hasn't yet, but a 17-3 lead in the fourth quarter at home, and then you never score again and blow that game is step one. And don't forget, first place schedule, etc. They're very, very good, but I'm going to put them at number 4. I am a complete believer in the Indianapolis Colts. They are trucking people. They're playing well on both sides of the football. They have had good teams on their schedule. They've played the Rams. I know they lost, but they were toe-to-toe with them. They played the Broncos. They beat that team. So there are some tests in there that they've passed. I've got the Colts at 3. For me, I know you said they're definitely the best. I don't see it that way.
Oh, wow.
I've got Buffalo at number 2.
Look at you.
I think Buffalo's defense has not shown me anything that suggests they're a great defense at all. They've got Josh Allen. And they've got James Cook. And they are a very, very good football team. But you can move the ball on them. Drake May did it in their building on Sunday Night Football. Some of their games have been a little bit closer than I thought they should have. They're phenomenal. But to me, if you want to see dominance, you watch the Detroit Lions play football. I know they came out of the gate at Lambeau and laid an egg, but I don't think they've broken a sweat since then. And they've had some real teams on the schedule, including, at the time, Sunday night in Baltimore with a healthy Ravens team was a real deal. And so to me, that's the team that would scare me the most is the Detroit Lions. So they're my 1 seed right now.
Interesting. You and I have the same bottom 3 in different orders. And I have Philly at 2. You have them at 4. But otherwise, we are not too far off. And interesting about Detroit, because I think we're going to start to get a real test for them. You've got, as mentioned, the Chiefs in prime time at Kansas City. You've got Tampa at home. You have a bye. You go to Minnesota, home for Minnesota, at Washington, at Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a gauntlet.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and Detroit, they beat the Ravens, and then you beat the Browns at home, and then you went to the Bengals without Burrow, and you beat them too. You rocked the Bears 52-21. I love the offense. I'm still not sold on the defense. And so, interesting the way we both look at the top 7, especially with the 49ers.
Yep.
I mean, I give them full credit for being 4-1, but I also look at
everybody gets credit for being 4-1.
I mean, they're all 4-1.
Yep.
And I just, for me, if Jacksonville beats you, that's to me a head-to-head tiebreaker, and I put credence in that because they played football and Jacksonville won.
That's fine, absolutely. Jacksonville right now is living and dying by the turnover. You could look at that as a great thing. It is a great thing. Causing turnovers is wonderful. How sustainable is it? Are you going to turn the ball over at that rate for the entire year? My guess would be no. That's pretty hard to do. Pick 6 in Patrick Mahomes at the goal line. Great play. So I'm jealous of the turnovers they've been able to create. The Niners have created none. But that's
5.
Next to none. Like outside of Alfred Collins, can you even remember one this year?
Well, Fred Warner with a couple of peanut punches.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And that's, that's been the only thing they've really done. They have no interceptions still.
They had strip sacks to win games week 1 and week 2.
That's true. There you go. The Sam Darnold one. That was by Nick Bosa. That was good.
If I told you 5 weeks in, the 49ers would have no rushing touchdowns and no interceptions by their defense, you'd think that they were 1-4.
0-5.
Right? I mean, that's bananas.
Yeah. They can't sack the quarterback. They can't run the ball. They can't pick off a pass, and then they win their football games.
Right.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And then we're also here for this. John Feliciano, he is our Tuesday staple. Coming up at 5 o'clock, he was on the Niners the last 2 years. And now he's got his banging new podcast and a growing rivalry with Dan Dibley. So all of these things are coming up at 5 o'clock here on Willard and Dibs.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Well, this is a B&V hat. Giants-inspired B&V hat.
Okay.
B&V is for B&V Whiskey Bar and Grill. I'm a Giants fan. Yeah, on the Sonoma Square.
Earned media.
It's my spot.
Yep.
It's my spot. They're not paying me. That's my spot. Go out there, get some old fashions, hang out with my boy, the intoxicologist, and Michelle.
The intoxicologist.
That's his name on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, his name's Tim.
Right.
Yeah, Tim and Michelle, the best bartending tandem
on town.
In the Bay.
On town.
So that's my spot. But
this guy's a little runt.
I get mixed feelings about talking about it because I don't want the seats to get all full now.
You're always going to have a spot there. I want that seat
to be available when we call for it.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Sonoma, sneaky far away.
For some.
Sneaky far away.
It depends on where you live.
If you're living in Napa, not an issue.
Some of you might be listening to us in Sonoma right now. Like, it's not far. It's right outside.
Right. We went to Train Town a couple weekends ago, and oh, boy. No easy way to get to Train Town.
Look.
Chugga.
Look, here's the rules, dude. Here's the rules. Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
Because you go to Sonoma quite a bit. Don't be bringing the kids, man.
It was a birthday.
I understand
James was turning 3. He had a party at Train Town in Sonoma. You get the invite. You go to the party.
Yeah.
You get some crappy gift off the internet. You wrap it, and you show up.
Why don't you take her to Sonoma without Mila one night, and then you tell me if it still feels far?
What are you going to do with the toddler?
Get a babysitter.
Okay. When's the last time you hired a babysitter?
Well, my kids they've grown out of that, but I used to do it all the time.
Right. And when you used to do it all the time, it was not what it costs now.
Oh, yes, it was.
Dude, trust me.
This is not that long ago. Bro.
Homie, you've got an 18-year-old. You could pop him in front of the then 6-year-old.
Right. They work. They're gone. Like, yes, this was not that long ago. Let me guess. You're throwing out at least 20, 25 an hour.
Easy.
Yeah.
It depends on how qualified you want.
That's what it costs.
If you want to grab the teenager around the corner, then it's not going to be as much, but we're not doing that. We're getting college kids with credentials.
Yeah.
Getting qualified adults.
That's fine.
We're not getting Jenny from around the block.
You've got it. You get the money.
That's why we don't go out.
Okay.
6 hours in Sonoma. Drop 200 there, 200 on the way home.
It's pretty good.
What's the point?
It's pretty good.
For what? B&V. Intoxicologist. And I'm taking an Uber back. It's $90.
Got this thing out there called the Cody Burger.
Yeah.
Oof. My God. Come on, man. Get one of those and a couple of old fashions. It's a good night. It's a good night, Dibbers.
$140 on babysitting.
I didn't say it was a cheap night.
Yeah.
It's a good night, though. Yep. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I just saw this pop across, and it's actually, I don't know, a couple hours old now, I think. But I hadn't seen it until now, and I found it to be interesting. And at the risk of diving into a conversation about something that happened on the sideline that I'm thinking a lot of you bouncing around the Bay doing whatever you're doing today, you probably haven't seen it. We'll describe it to you the best we can. I find this to be very, very interesting. So there was already an apology at a press conference earlier today from Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. And he said he apologized to his team. And the reason he did that is because there's video of him on the sideline after that play that was a complete tree shaker as far as fantasy football is concerned. It cost me a game. It cost the Cardinals a game. Who cares about that? It cost me a game Emery DeMercado breaks free for a 71-yard touchdown.
Would have been 72.
Problem is, right before he crosses the goal line, he decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to huck a ball out the back of this end zone right here. And I'm going to turn what would have been, 71 plus 6, and then you probably get a little bonus action there. We're going to turn what would be like a 15-point fantasy play.
Or more.
And a 25-point lead in the actual football game. Well, huck that thing right out the back of the end zone, and let's turn that now into a 6-point, maybe 5-point play in fantasy football and open the door for the Titans to win the football game, which they then did. So the coach, when things like that happen in life, no surprise, is mad. Big mad. So DeMercado's
big mad.
Thank you. So the over on the sideline, DeMercado's getting kind of consoled by a teammate because he obviously feels horrible. And then Gannon kind of gets in his face, and he's giving him the and he's kind of like, there's a little contact there, a little contact to the chest. And then as he leaves, he gives him the mic drop. Don't know what he said, but there's kind of a damn skippity fudge. And as he walks by, there's a good arm bar to the chest. Okay?
Yep.
He got fined $100,000 by the team today. I don't know if I can remember a situation like this. Look, I get it. If you've been around the planet for a little while, you grew up at a time where this was much more normal, and a head coach putting a hand real quick on a player wouldn't have been a big deal. Now it is, and I support that. Like, don't put your hands on other people. I like that. To me, that's the golden rule. I know people want to say please. I'm more like keep your hands to yourself. So that's my golden rule. So I get this. It also, though, God, it shakes you. That's heavy-handed in a situation where, I mean, I'm not surprised that the coach is livid that happened.
Right. You can be livid, and you're a parent. You have 3. I've got 3, and as a parent, you can approach things in a number of different ways. I was never one to express my point to my children in a physical manner. Same. This is not that, because this is a grown man, and the head coach is also a grown man. And I just wonder what the reaction would be if, they're having this confrontation, and the player, I'm sure, is well aware of what has happened. He screwed up in the biggest possible way. He had a touchdown. It was a great touchdown. What a run. He was going to score. He dropped the ball too soon. He knows it. I'm sure he feels bad about it.
Of course.
And now the coach is going to come over and give him the business. That's fine. And then you're going to physically get involved with me. And I'm not going to say he hit him. He didn't. It was more than just a nudge. He gave him a little bit of a pop. And so what if the player decided in that moment to fire back with a right cross? Now what are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about that player being basically gone from the league.
So the player has to just take it, and he did. And so the coach was out of line. But the coach gets the punishment that he should get, and he's honestly kind of fortunate to still have his job.
I'm not saying that I disagree with the fact that he has to apologize and there's a fine, but I think that's kind of like, that's not a punishment fitting the crime type of a situation. Like, why would DeMercado have to give Coach Gannon a right cross? Like,
because the coach
did the exact same thing?
Hit him.
No, but he didn't hit him. You just said that. I'm not going to call it a hit.
What did the coach do? I mean, he contacted him during a conversation that was not a conversation. It was a one-sided rant, and he's going off on a player. Yeah. And then you physically contact the player.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Right. I'm like, when you say what's DeMercado to do, is he going to come back with a right cross? Like, what if he kind of comes back with the exact same thing that Gannon did? And what Gannon did is kind of let me describe it this way. You ever try to fire someone up? Let's say you're not mad at them. You fire them up, and you give them the speech, and you give them that little all right, and you give them like a little, like a little whack on the shoulder or something like that, or even the chest, and then you head out. Like you see, how about this? You ever watch George Kittle get fired up with his wife on the sideline there?
Yeah, it's consensual.
I know, right, but it kind of looked like that, but non-consensual. You know how they do the whack, whack, whoof, right in the chest? You know what I mean? Like, all I'm saying is, in a moment like that, what would you do? What would you do as a coach? What would you do as a parent? What would you do?
I would probably be very expressive and maybe emotional in trying to convey my point and my feelings, but I would not have gotten to the point where you make contact.
No, I agree with you on that.
Clearly, he lost his composure, and that's what he said yesterday. He's like, that's not me, and that's not who I want to be. And honestly, the best thing to do in that situation would be to address it later, because the player knows what he did. It's not like the player is completely clueless to what took place. He's the guy who just ran 72 yards, 71 of which he had the football, 71 and a half even. And I looked at the replay. I thought that he might have broken the plane.
I know. The first time I saw it, I'm like, wait a minute. He didn't fumble.
And then you see the down the line one, and the ball is kind of starting to – he's doing the little finger roll. And so whatever the call was, he knows what he did. He knows he screwed up. So at that point, like, how much are you going to go all the way doubly in on him? Reminds me of my son when he didn't crash. Well, he crashed the car later, but he parked over a concrete parking lot barrier, and as he backed out, the bumper got ripped off. And so he called me, and he was upset, and I went and saw the car, and it's like, dude, I was on the golf course. You kind of ruined my day. But he already felt so bad. Of course, he ruined the bumper on the Honda Accord. So at that point, DeMercado ruined the bumper on Dad's car. And so Dad sees it, and Dad blows up. Okay, that's not the way you should react as a coach.
Of course it isn't. But I'm fascinated by kind of the class system that sits over this. For example, take me back to Tabor Pepper and Deebo Samuel. Were their hands thrown? Was there any contact with one another?
There might have been. I think Tabor Pepper got in between Deebo and Jake Moody.
Okay.
There was not any.
Well, Tabor was the one who went, I think Deebo said something to Jake, and then Tabor went
got in
after
between
Deebo.
Right. I don't think that there was any contact that I recall, other than, and again, it's different because these are two players. They're on a level playing field. Even though one's the long snapper and one is one of the yak bros, this is a coach and a player.
No, I get it. I'm trying to figure out when is putting your hands on someone else okay, and when is it not?
I think when you're dealing with a employer-employee, absolutely never okay.
Yeah.
Like, players will fight, right? And who was it that said, NBA fights, they happen all the time.
A lot of people in the NBA have said that.
Right. And that's NBA player to NBA player. It doesn't mean that it's, quote, right, but at least it's a level playing field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to go out to the River Islands guest line, and he will be on YouTube with us again. It is the arbiter of the Not Our Fault podcast, John Feliciano, longtime offensive lineman in the league, last 2 years with the 49ers, joining us here on Willard and Dibs, as he does every single Tuesday. Hey, John, what's going on?
What's up, guys? I'm doing great. I love the conversation y'all were just having.
Why don't you weigh in? Like I'm sure that you've had a coach do something, whether it's hands on you, face to face, screaming. Like, where's the line for you?
I think it's. I think each coach gets a different pass. It depends on your relationship with the coach. If Bobby Johnson were to push me, I would probably push him back, and then we'll hug and freaking make up right after the game. But yeah, that was kind of. I think head coaches get put up they're the boss of everybody. So I don't think a head coach should be putting their hands on someone else unless he's okay with someone putting his hands on them. So
yeah, and I mean that's kind of the way I was saying to Mark. Like, what if that happened? Like, what if DeMercado would have either pushed back or fired back? Then we'd have a whole nother situation, wouldn't we?
He would be kicked out of the league for the rest of his career. I mean, he was a third string running back. So I mean, I think John Gannon knew there's people who who you can put your hands on and who's not. With a guy like him who is lucky to be playing right now. Obviously, he was a third string, not trying to take shots, but he has he's the bottom man on the totem pole. So they could do some more things to him that they couldn't do to like Connor.
John, you've been coming on this show way too many weeks for us to not have been introduced to your not vocally challenged children in the background.
I'm trying my best.
No, you're good. We love it. Yeah. Just you gotta introduce us. Well, don't put your hands on them, okay? But no,
no, John Gannon.
Introduce us, please.
We'll get there. That's my youngest one. She's 1.5. My 8-year-old daughter is and my 5-year-old son. They're both a chip off the old block. So I'm kind of getting some payback going right now. We're in the middle of like our house getting rebuilt, and we're in a rental right now. So I can't wait. In a couple of weeks, I'll have my man cave. It's gonna be awesome.
And you had a big sign on that door that says "No kids," right?
Oh yeah. No one's allowed in there unless I'm in there with them.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Are the little ones chips off the old block in terms of their use of 4-letter words, or is that still a developing skill?
No, my son definitely lets some rip on me, and then I get in trouble. So, life of a husband and father.
That's right, and it's the blame game.
We've been there for sure. John, you got to weigh in on what is totally making the Bay tick right now. And I don't even know if you're aware of this, but we don't have a quarterback controversy, but there's enough people out and about that right now think that this is at least eyebrow raising that Mac Jones has gone 3-0. So let me just start with that. What is your reaction to the way he has played and sort of what the 49ers should do with that going forward?
He's played great. Kudos to him. I hope he plays well this week. Brock won't be out there, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, don't know yet, but yeah, I mean, they're obviously both hurt, but it feels like another Mac Jones production.
Yeah, so I hope he does good this week. I hope he keeps winning for us, but there is no quarterback controversy. Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback. Get used to it. He'll be there for the next 10 years, and he'll win you a couple of Super Bowls. So it's all calm down. Well, hell yeah, Mac. Good for you, buddy.
What about in the immediate term, though? It was suggested to our station earlier today by Brian Baldinger, if Mac wins at Tampa, he gets another start, no matter what Brock's health is. What do you say to that?
That sounds good for everyone else except your franchise quarterback. You're not playing those games with that guy. I say when Brock is fully healthy, Brock goes out there and plays. And hopefully by that time we're whatever N1. And Matt keeps winning and keeps us going.
What's that like in the locker room when you do have an unsettled quarterback situation? I'm not saying that this is that, but does it get to a point where the linemen and the receivers and everyone else is kind of talking about what might happen or what should happen, or do you guys just kind of mind your own business?
No, everyone in there is excited for when Brock gets back. Mac's doing a hell of a job, but I'm sure everyone up front knows Brock's cadence like the back of their hand. They don't know Mac's like Brock's. There's just a comfort with Brock in that huddle. It's when you're out there, Tampa's going to be a wild environment. Brock's voice is like ingrained in my brain. Brock's, Josh, Daniel Jones, Derek. Like I could be in the other room and hear a game going on. Like, oh, that's so and so's cadence. Like It just baffles me that this is. I mean, I get it. I get what people got to do. It's a good story, but Brock's not going nowhere, and Mac's going to be a starting quarterback on a different team next year, just like Sam was.
You think so? Because, by the way, he's on a 2-year deal. Like, he's not going anywhere unless the Niners let him.
There's definitely going to be trade options. It's got to be. I mean, the Raiders would probably be a good choice. I don't know how New Orleans is going to be with what's his name, Rattler or whatever, Spencer Rattler. There's going to be opportunities on different tems, and that's a nice little trading piece.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. I mean, but then again, there's two things about that. A, with how many Brock injuries we've seen lately, would you do that if you're the Niners? And number two, with the perception of Kyle Shanahan gets the best out of quarterbacks, do other teams think Mac Jones would look like this if he were there?
The best thing that ever happened to Mac Jones in recent history is that Sam Darnold was with us, went to Minnesota, balled out, now is on Seattle, and he's playing very well. That all works in Mac's favor. I definitely see – I mean, it would be great to keep Mac for another year, but I could definitely see them trading and Kyle getting his hands on the next new quarterback that he's going to freaking fine tool.
Yeah, and it seems like that is what he does so very well, and so maybe you get a pick coming back for Mac Jones. I want to go back to the Thursday game, John, while we have you, and ask you the question that I'm afraid we're going to have to you every week, and that is, why can't they run the football?
Dude.
So the Rams, they have one of the best defenses in the league. Those guys on the outside, they make it really hard to run what we run. And I think that's why the Rams are built the way they are. They obviously got to play us twice a year, and there's a lot of teams going into the Shanahan tree and the outside zone stuff. Shut up!
John. Time out on the answer. We'll go back to it. You said 8-5-1.
She's almost 2.
Baby.
She's
Okay.
almost 2. She needs to shapen up.
What's her name?
Mercy.
Okay. And then
Merci.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what are the older two named?
Raphael, we call him RJ. That's my son. He's 5.
Okay.
And Sean, she's 8.
Sean, and she's 8. Okay. I just want, we're going to need these names. You know what I mean? We're going to need these.
Yeah.
If they're going to talk to us this much on the radio, we're going to need to be able to talk to them as well, John.
2 weeks. 2 more shows, and I'm fuck. Oh, and
Well,
I'm in my game.
At least it wasn't me that got you mad this week. It's your 2-year-old daughter. I feel better about that, Big John. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, as you were talking about. I don't know what the hell were we talking. Oh, the Rams.
And why the Niners
defense.
Can't run the blanking ball.
I think George Kittle is just his absence is really hindering our offense. He is bar none the best tight end in the league, blocking and receiving. He really helps make everything go. Obviously, I think the O-line needs to play better. I think Christian's been doing everything he can, playing great in the pass game, and hitting them runs when he can get something. I think hopefully Barch comes back soon. I think he'll be a big help. I think these are great reps for Kobe to get right now, and I think that'll help him down his career. But he's just not ready yet. It's not his fault at all. He's doing everything he can out there, and he's playing decent ball. And for a rookie, he's playing really good for a rookie. Obviously not like Pooney last year. Pooney is one of a kind. I think Pooney is starting to turn it around. I think he had a better game last week. So I think it's just a matter of time before we get it going.
John Feliciano is with us every Tuesday here on Willard and Dibs at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. John with the Niners the last couple of years. So great to have his insight here. And so stick with that run game a little further, John. And this is my question. Like, it feels like what Kyle Shanahan normally would do is not available. They love to run their defense through the pass rush. Nick Bosa's gone. They love to run the ball on offense. They're not running the ball. So he's totally out of his comfort zone, yet they're 4-1. What do you see him do right now? Like, is he having to kind of reinvent himself on a weekly basis? How's he functioning on offense without his best pitch?
How's he looking right now? I haven't seen him recently, but it's getting to the point in the season where he's going to be looking like he's starting to die.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy, he is just constantly watching film, and it's and it's crazy. So I can imagine the amount of film research and just like the things going around in his head right now. Like you said, I don't. It's obviously not what he wants to do all the time, but I get a sense that he's kind of excited with all these down pieces, and he gets to really game plan something up where he could get the most out of the players that I think he's been doing. I mean, we're 4-1. We're, got to be the most injured team in the league again. It's really a testament to Kyle and all the guys in that building that they're 4-1 right now.
Yeah, and Tampa's also 4-1, and they're doing it in kind of a similar way with a lot of games rescued from the jaws of defeat. What have you made of that offense, especially Baker Mayfield and what they've been able to do, also missing a bunch of pieces on offense?
Tampa has just climbed up my board of teams I like. Obviously, right now, 1A, 1B is Buffalo and San Francisco. And then, like, Tampa's right there, man. I mean, I hung out with Baker, their left guard, Ben Bredesen, and Tristan, their left tackle, at Ben's wedding this offseason. And, like, those guys get after it. Those are my kind of guys. I love Baker Mayfield is my kind of guy. And we were talking about this earlier on the pod, not our podcast on YouTube.
Yep,
check it out. What's the head coach's name again at Tampa?
Bowles.
There we go. Him, like, he's a defensive head coach. Baker is literally like has a mindset of a linebacker. So him and Baker like must be like jiving great, because you can just tell throughout the whole team is like they all believe that regardless of what's going to happen, they're going to end up winning the game. And it's been fun to watch, man.
So how do you see the matchup this weekend between the two, considering their current circumstances?
It's going to be a tough one. But I'll say this: we've had Tampa's number in the last few years. It's going to go down to the wire again, all Tampa's games do. But I think Kyle's gonna work that clock and make sure that we got the last possession, and we're gonna pull it out at the end. My boy Eddie's gonna kick another field goal. I was with Eddie when he was a rookie in Oakland. That's my guy.
That's your guy. They almost gave it away last year with not your guy, Jake Moody, missing a bunch of kicks against Tampa.
Yeah, I remember that. And by the way, Debo did not put his hands on that white man.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wait a minute.
That's what I said, John.
Were you on the field or were you hurt? What was the situation in the Tampa game?
I was on the sideline. I was there.
Okay.
I was still on IR.
All right, so but take us through it. Tabor Pepper, Jake Moody, Debo Samuel were missing kicks. Like what happened?
I mean, it's just each phase of the ball has like their own sayings. So like offense, like we would always say like tighten up or things like that. So like it's just like a common phrase for like the huddle. So Debo had said that to Moody, but Moody's special teamers are they're punter, kicker, snapper, like they're on the softer end of the spectrum of guys, So he kind of just took it the wrong way, and they, not knowing that like that's a common thing that we just tell each other on offense.
Yeah.
So wait, what was
interesting recollection, John? Because I'm looking at the video right now, and he didn't put hands on him, but he basically gave him the old choke push, where he thrust his hand into Tabor's neck and pushed him away. Huh.
Yeah, that there was nothing in the locker room.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Got it. Wait, what was the phrase again? So Debo says to Jake Moody, what?
I think he was just tighten up.
Tighten up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like we say lock in all the time.
And Tabor Pepper didn't like that.
Yeah, Tabor's trying to protect his guy.
Yeah, and now neither one of them is a 49er. So actually, none of the three. All three guys involved in this little thing.
We're 0 for 3.
Yeah, they're all gone. Hey, how often do little things like that happen? I mean, you're all alpha males, and it's a testosterone sport. Is there a lot more of this type of thing that goes on behind closed doors than we know about?
I mean, sometimes. I mean, like you were saying before, there's like tons of fights. But it's this thing where like there'll be a fight, but as soon as you get in the locker room, you're just like, hey, how about that fight? I got you with that hook, right? it's like we're big kids, like we're just big dumb football players. We just want to. Sometimes you can't use words, you use fists, and then you use words.
Hey, what'd you think of the Bills on Sunday night, John? I know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird thing where like. Obviously, I hate the Patriots. I don't like them at all. But Diggs is my guy. Like I love Diggs. So like every time he would make a play, I'd be like, "Oh, let's go!" And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like obviously, I was pulling for the Bills, but
yeah.
I mean, great for 10 catches, 146. I mean that's. And I always like when older guys ball out because I'm like, yeah, we still got it.
Yep. So did you play with Diggs in Buffalo?
Yeah, I was with him for 2 years.
Okay, so why have 4 teams been like, dude, you got to get off of our roster? Like, what's going on with him?
I don't know. I love Diggs. I think obviously in Minnesota he showed his ass a little bit. I think in Buffalo it was not the case. I think it was just a cap thing and. Like all stars, all big time receivers, they all want the ball, and I think it might have just been the case where quarterbacks love to make sure their guy is good, make sure the star is calm and relaxed. So I think just Bean and Sean, they were just like. With the money, especially with like the money they've had to spend, it was just kind of the thing where they're like, let's ease Josh with not having to give anyone the ball at any time. Because as you've seen, like they don't really have a number one guy. I mean, Khalil Shakur is really good. He's probably their number one. But in that offense is just like kind of like in Tampa where they just give the ball to everybody.
While we're on this subject, this is something we've been talking about this week. I don't know if you followed the Philly game against Denver, but that Eagles team, that offensive line, the way they run the ball, and a 14-point lead at home in the fourth quarter, but they only run the ball 11 times all game long. But they target the hell out of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and this is after a report comes out that both of them are really ticked off about how they're not getting the ball. So, like, I don't know. What's the right thing to do there?
Well, like, AJ's never been a high reception guy. But he would have, like, 3 catches for, like, 125. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's special. But, yeah, they got a new OC. I think they're just trying to figure out who they are this year. And I will say, I know Saquon well from our 1 year. I know Saquon is just like, I want to win kind of deal.
Yep.
But after last week, they just be like, Saquon needs to go, and they're like, give me the damn ball and let me run it 25 times.
All right, so Sean, Raphael, and Mercy. And what do you call Raphael? RJ. Okay. All right. I think we got it, John. And then how's the Not Our Fault podcast going?
It's going well. We just shot our next our newest episode. Will be out on Thursday. We're having a lot of fun. We went a little off the rails at the end of this podcast.
Good.
Which we'll definitely leave in. I'm not about taking off anything. So if you want to laugh, get to the end, and it'll be something.
I wonder what Off the Rails looks like, considering the majority of the stuff I've seen is already so far off the rails that you're really off the rails, I would imagine.
Yeah. My co-host is supposed to be keeping me in line, but sometimes she likes to add fuel to the fire. So it was actually about Mac Jones. So you'll see.
That's a tease right there. That's a tease.
Whoa. I need what about Mac Jones? What about it, John?
You'll have to see it Thursday.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
No, there you go.
Okay.
We can maybe repurpose it on Friday.
Yeah. All right, John. Great to have you. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. I appreciate it.
All right.
Peace, my man.
Yep.
All right, there it is.
Keep those kids in line.
John.
Mercy.
Count down to 3 until Grandy uses the shut up as a drop. Like, please.
I'm sure he's already cut it.
Tell me that is, like, we're going to have
I haven't cut it yet, but I will have it.
I mean, my God. Shut up! That was incredible.
I mean, a little bit of a different version of the Steve Kerr, hey, knock it off or cut it out.
Yeah,
with his dog.
Steve was talking to a dog. John was talking to his child.
Well,
who's not even 2 yet.
She was running hot. And as a guy who has a 3-year-old, I can appreciate, and it sounds like that Mercy is a lot like my daughter, where
sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
You wake up in the morning and it's all day. She is an all day. She's going to play all 60 minutes now.
Oh, my God.
She's not taking any plays off. And that's, you can hear her in the background, Mercy. And it's probably getting close to bedtime.
Yeah, it's
7:30.
Is he 2 hours ahead or 3 hours ahead? Is he in Tennessee?
Yeah,
where is he?
I think it's 2, but
I think
we're coming up on bedtime.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's the witching hour.
Totally.
Not the red zone one. It's the bad witching hour. They go crazy before they go to bed.
Oh yeah, that's right. When I get home every night,
absolutely nuts. And then they go to bed and they're gone.
The Tennessee is central, so 2 hours ahead.
Okay, I don't know that he's in Tennessee. I think, is he in Tennessee?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, one of those, yeah.
All right, whatever. All right, so he's 2 hours ahead. Perfect. Yeah, she needs to go to bed.
I love the witching hour because that hits right when it's time for my daughter's nap on Sunday. The witching hour.
Oh, you're talking about...
On Sunday.
You're talking about Scott Hansen's witching hour.
Correct.
12:15.
Just about.
Yeah.
And when the witching hour hits, I looked outside and I said, time to come in. The witching hour. When wins become losses and babies go to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was going to jump
when
in.
The houses go quiet.
To give you guys a little correction here. Feliciano's in Knoxville, which is a different part of the state, I guess.
It
Knoxville,
is.
Tennessee.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
not Nashville.
Eastern time zone.
Oh, so it's 3 hours ahead.
And he's also still listening, and he texted me that 3 hours ahead, LOL,
Okay.
Knoxville.
Hi, John. 8:25, and I think we've got the fix. She needs to go to bed.
No doubt.
That's too late. You can't have her up at 8:30 at night. She got to go to bed. So, just dab a little wine on her tongue. Just one little. Just that's it. No. It's okay.
It's not okay.
It is just
LeBron.
No.
LeBron James.
I'm kidding. I didn't do that to a 2-year-old.
Tennessee, 2 different time zones.
Tennessee.
You learn something every day.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
That's, are there any other states that rock that way?
I think so.
I know of 2 states that change depending on the time of year. Are they 2 hours
That
or
would be
3 hours?
Hawaii and Arizona.
Arizona, correct.
I think Ohio is a double time zone state. I'll look it up. These are the things I should know.
You should.
Because I love these things. I love them.
Kind of like when our show anniversary is.
Yeah.
You should know these things.
Kentucky, Indiana, and a tiny slice of Michigan.
Oh, is it the Yoopers? Is it the people up there on the Upper Peninsula?
It's the Yoopers and the Western folks.
The Yoopers are over in the Central.
But
okay.
at first glance, that is the those are the states who double up.
Shut up! Thank you, John. Oh, God, that's perfect.
A touch of Oregon is in the mountain time zone.
Really?
According to this map, yeah.
You want to hear something crazy?
Hi, Lucas.
Yes.
Hey, guys. There are times, and I believe all year, don't worry about that part, a portion of Oregon And a portion of Florida are only 1 hour different.
A portion of Oregon and a portion of Florida. So in other words, a portion of Oregon's in the mountain and a portion of Florida is in the central.
Not a babe.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way. Florida should be 8 hours ahead. By
Shut up!
Yeah. They need
That's
that,
really good.
They need that long to figure out what we're doing. Sorry. Now Cheryl Bose is going to be mad at us.
No.
Shut up!
One county in Oregon, Malheur County, is in the mountain time zone.
Is this us trying to show John, because he's still listening, what off the rails sounds like?
I guess.
Oh, yikes.
Not Harbaugh.
Shut up!
Oh, no, babe.
Don't do it.
Come on.
It's only Tuesday. Don't do this to me. We got a half hour.
Shut up!
John, we're fine.
No.
Don't.
We
Shut up!
We talked earlier about how Tuesday is the 7th ranked day, it's not even close.
Dude, it's not the 7th ranked day. It's the 9th ranked day.
Right?
Tuesday's awful.
Not Tuesday.
No, especially this time of year. Playoff baseball with a bunch of crappy teams I don't care about. Tuesday is the worst day of the week because there's nothing to go home and watch after the show. And I can't even say, well, at least there is tomorrow. Nope, not that either. Nope, just nope. Nothing to do. We have to go home, eat, and then that's it. We have to look at each other and talk. All right. Speaking of talking, what we're talking about here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 6 matchup between the San Francisco 49ers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You know, earlier we were talking about kind of where you would put all the 4-1 teams. Here's how I'd say it about the 49ers. They're not the best 4-1 team, but they've got the best 4-1. That's how I'd say it.
Interesting. Like the most impressive 4-1
well,
or
I don't even know if impressive is the word, but it's sort of like it's the most important 4-1 because, first of all, it's littered with division games. 3 of the 4 wins are division games. 2 of them are road division games. Plus, it's a 4-1 that you've amassed largely without very, very important players being available. And maybe you can liken it a little bit to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has 4 wins all at the last second. No Mike Evans. And then last week, no Bucky Irving. They've got a very good RB2. He's worthy of being an RB1 also in Rachaad White. But still, like, I give you kind of extra points for that because in theory, you shouldn't be 4-1. Like, things are happening to you that should lead to losses, and they're not leading to losses. And then you're also doing it within your division multiple times.
Yep.
And so the 49ers are bolstering themselves in a way that other teams haven't even necessarily had the opportunity to. You're already no worse than 500 in the division, no matter what happens from here. And in theory, it's hard to imagine, I don't want to jinx it, but it's hard to imagine that you're not going to be a stronger, more effective football team down the road when you start getting more of your people.
You would hope, and you look at the things you're laying out, and it's a great way to put it because you are one of only, I think it's 2 teams in football who are 3-0 in your division. The Chargers are the other one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Chargers are 3-2.
Yeah, but they're
3-0 in the division.
Huh.
So, I mean, as far as impressiveness goes, the Bucs are 4-1 with a +3 point differential. +3.
Right.
That's almost impossible. And
well, the Niners are only +8.
Well, and Tampa's 3-0 on the road, which is very good. The Niners are the same. And Tampa is 2-1 in the conference, 1-0 in the division. So Tampa still has a couple of Carolina, New Orleans, Atlanta. They got a whole lot of dreck left on their schedule that they can fatten up with. And, you know, the 49ers, by contrast, have a very tough division, and they're already halfway through that slate. So, yeah, the Niners at 4-1 is very impressive, and the Bucs, it's kind of been found money with them, and the injuries that they've had are not dissimilar to the injuries the Niners have had. If you want to look at Tampa and who they've lost, they lost their left tackle, they lost their running back, they lost a couple of wide receivers. They've been pretty banged up as well, and yet they're also 4-1.
Yep. And but Tampa does not have a win by more than 3 points.
Yeah.
Right? Like that point differential is a fun one to play with because you said it's 3, but their loss is only by 6 points. So that means they've found a way to win 4 games by a total of 9 points.
3-1-2, lost by 6, won by 3.
Yeah.
Like they don't even have a 4-point game.
No, and I'm pretty sure they're either tied or losing. I think they were losing at the 2-minute mark of all of them.
Yeah, Guru said earlier today that they were not ahead at the 1-minute mark of any of those games. That's what Goo said today.
With Seattle, they obviously had to be tied because it was 35-35. But I think they were trailing with maybe a few more minutes to go, and then they got 2 scores in the last handful of minutes. But with the Jets, they were trailing at the buzzer. With the Texans, they were trailing at the buzzer. Kicked walk-off field goals on both of these.
Atlanta, they scored with 59 seconds left to beat the Falcons 23-20.
There you go.
So they were trailing in that one. They were trailing 21-6 or 20-16, and they were able to get a touchdown under a minute to go. So, yeah, that's the real Houdini act is what Tampa's been able to do.
Yeah. The only thing about that Atlanta game was they scored that touchdown to take the lead with 1:18 to go, and then the Falcons went all the way down the other way, and they had a field goal to tie it with less than a minute to go, and Younghoe Koo missed the field goal.
Yep.
And he is out of a job, largely because of that.
Yeah.
And others. I mean, he started to struggle about halfway through last year. But yeah, that's what we're looking at with the Tampa Bay Bucs and the 49ers. If there's a Houdini Bowl, this is it.
Totally.
Combined 8-2, and it feels like both teams have been outplayed pretty much most of the time when they're on the field.
Yeah, and that's a great way to put it. And, even Philadelphia, they've had a somewhat of a Houdini act as well. They've, had so many close games. They won by 4, by 3, by 7, by 6, and it finally bit them against Denver. Denver goes for 2, gets the lead, and gets another field goal, and Philly can't recover. But a lot of these teams, the records are very similar in many cases across the league. There's only probably 3 or 4 really bad teams. Even teams like Houston, Houston's up and down, and Minnesota is a team that is a little bit up and down, and they don't have a quarterback, and Washington's quarterback is now healthy, and are they going to start playing better? I would only look at the Jets and the Saints and probably the Panthers and the Titans as the truly bad teams.
Oh, I think there's more than that.
Well, the Giants are to be determined.
The Giants are pretty bad. I think the Raiders, unfortunately, are pretty bad. I think the Bengals in their current state are pretty bad. I think the Browns have a nice defense, but they're bad. The Dolphins
aren't great, yeah.
Yeah, and quite frankly, in this moment, the Ravens are a joke. That'll get better. I don't know if it's going to get better in time.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's
How long's Lamar out?
Probably.
That's a high ankle, right?
No, it was a hamstring.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
It's a hamstring. Now, they've got a bye after this week. So my guess is Lamar misses one more, and then he's ready to rock week 8 at home against the Bears, and the Ravens will try to come back because they're probably going to get their butts kicked this week. They've got the Rams.
Yeah, and coming out of that Bears game, they go to Miami, to Minnesota, to Cleveland. Then they have the Jets and the Bengals, so they could go on a little heater. If Lamar's healthy, find me the tough game in there. At Cleveland is always tough, divisional, and the rest of it. And Cleveland is really good at home, and that defense is nasty, but you've got a nice long stretch, and you've got the Bengals again. You've got the Patriots in there. Baltimore can get 8-9 or 8-10, and
they're not done. Yeah, they're very likely going to be 1-5, and then Lamar comes back, and if he's healthy the rest of the way, they will for sure be favored in all of their games, except for maybe one at Green Bay Week 17.
Yep.
But I could see them being 1-5 and then finishing 10-7 for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Even 11-6 with that schedule.
Yeah, they could. And again, we're projecting, and I have no idea who's healthy, and they've got more injuries than just Lamar. Their whole defense is out or was last week. But boy, it'd be great if they want to. Speaking of pulling rabbits out of the hat, it would really help the Niners if Lamar would like to play this week and they would like to try to beat the Rams.
Yeah, it'd be great. But the Niners are in a spot where they've really helped themselves by winning those 3 divisional games, and you just look at it right now, and as you start to play eliminated, like the Giants and the Saints, you're pretty much already eliminated from the playoffs. And so when you look at the NFC and you need 7 teams who are going to get in, you start to look at, who could be the 3 wild card teams. And I do think that the West is a strong contender to have 2 of those 3.
I mean, I guess you can't overstate what happened last week on Thursday in L.A. because I'm even thinking about the whole first-place schedule, fourth-place schedule thing. For the most part, when people think about fourth-place schedule, they're kind of giving it more credit than it deserves. Some of it is just you ended up matched up with the AFC South. Now, that's actually harder than maybe we thought it was going to be. You've already lost to Jacksonville, and the Colts are threatening to be a really good team. My point is that the Rams, for example, are playing a first-place schedule. You're playing a fourth-place schedule. That is essentially the same schedule outside of basically 3 games.
Yep.
What the Rams need to do that the 49ers do not is they've got to play, as we already saw, at Philly. They lost. Then they've got to go to Baltimore. That's supposed to be one of the really hard games. Turns out it's probably not going to be. So that's an advantage for the Niners that they then lose. You overtake it because you now beat them in their house.
Yep.
Especially.
Whose house?
Our house.
Okay.
Yeah. Niners house.
Thank you.
And then the last one is that the Rams will have.
It was crazy.
It really was. The Rams have to host the Detroit Lions on December 14th. Those are the 3 games that they've got to battle, and you kind of replace those games with Bears, Browns, Giants. So advantage Niners, especially with now a win in the back pocket, but they give a little bit of it back because I think Rams at Baltimore before the season started, you circled that as a game the Rams would probably
no doubt.
lose.
Or just you'd circle it as going to be an amazing game.
A hard one.
Right. A game that could feature 2 teams that are Super Bowl contenders, certainly. And I think Baltimore still can be. They need a healthy quarterback. And the Rams, if you're a Ram fan, you're going to be kicking yourself for that Thursday night short week loss at home against that group of 49ers. But as you look at the schedule, suddenly that Cleveland game, and I know they're 1-4, so it's easy to just flick away Cleveland, but I look at a Browns team, especially in that spot, week 13, your last game before your bye, a late bye against a physical team on the road.
Yep.
So, Schedule Sam looks at that one and says, oh boy, that's not as easy as it would be if it was a week 5 here.
Oh, the 5-0 Niners 2 years ago went in there and got beat.
Yep.
Plus, by the way, who's quarterbacking the Browns week 13? Is that Shador by then? And is he dynamic? Is he like?
I think it's Dylan Gabriel. He looked pretty good over there in London for first ever start.
That's all right. It looked all right. I mean, this is what happened today is some sort of a nod to Shador. They're going to at least have him. They're going to elevate him to be the backup now.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So anyway, hey, tomorrow is shaping up to be an interesting day on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
First of all, we've got Greg Cosell, which is yeah, exactly. That's always kind of a great baseline for us. So Greg Cosell will be on tomorrow at 3:15, like we always do on Wednesdays. And then Tony Dungy is going to be on the morning roast at 8 a.m. So wake up, get coffee, Tony Dungy, right here on 95.7 The Game. We're sponsored by Moderna, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Willard, and when life hits you hard, accident, injury, whatever it may be that knocks you down, you need to hit back even harder. That's how we do it. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down, and that's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. Great team, smart people, kind people. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. They are out there to fight for you. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center.
Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park. Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There's a lot of teams going into the Shanahan tree and the outside zone stuff. Shut up!
On 95.7 The Game.
Notice, she did not shut up.
No.
So, just that's how it works, parents.
Shut up!
Yeah. It didn't. Dude, that's a haunted house level laugh.
No doubt.
Can you imagine going around the corner and then that's just waiting for you?
I can see him like out front of his house in the Grim Reaper costume, 6'5", 320 or whatever.
Better laugh. This one? Or this one?
I mean, they're both Michael Jackson Thriller level laughs. The only reason I give a slight nod to Feliciano is this is going in the right direction. Like, I think an evil laugh goes down. And Nick Friedel was going up. Yeah. Yeah, that's just my taste.
It's a 15-round heavyweight bout.
It's a heavyweight bout.
Because there's something about the tonal quality of the Friedel. And then Feliciano is just the one note. Bop, 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 like when a record skips.
It's long. It's long.
No doubt.
Like his resume.
Yeah. It's like when the record skips, it's the same note over and over.
Shut up!
I got a couple observations. Observations from the locker room.
Okay.
Because that's what I was looking for from John. That's why we have John on. He was in the Niner locker room the last 2 years. Couple observations. First one. And I remember talking about this some when Jake Moody was struggling. And you can think this is mean. You can think that this is not the way it should be. But the bottom line is this is how it is. The locker room does not think the kicker's on the team. The kicker is on the team only when the kicker kicks the ball through the uprights.
He loves Eddie.
Yes.
Because Eddie doesn't miss.
Because Eddie makes field goals.
Right.
You're on the team unless you mess up. If you mess up, like, do you notice the way the Cardinals were putting their arms around Imari DiMercado, who dropped the ball? Because he's on the team. That's a running back. That's a battering ram. That's someone who sticks his head in there. They look at those people differently. It's just the way it is. Every single football team I've ever seen, the dynamic is there. You are considered somebody who doesn't have to make the physical sacrifice that the rest of them do. So do your job or please be gone. That's just how they do it. That's how they do it, which is why I thought it was really like, I'm not saying anyone was asking the question wrong, but it's really hard when Nick Bosa is sitting up there after Seattle and people are like, so tell us about your teammate, Jake Moody. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Like, I guarantee you those guys all went home and they're like, we gotta get rid of this guy. We have to get rid of this guy right now. And they did. And they did. And now Eddie De Niro is a teammate because he came in, he missed an extra point, and then he's been perfect since then, including 59-yarder in L.A.
Yeah, and he is
That's how it works, man.
One made field goal away in one attempt from passing Justin Tucker to be number 2 all-time in field goal percentage.
Well, good luck with his next kick, then.
Yeah, next kick would put him past Justin Tucker. Cameron Dicker right now is your all-time leader, 94%. And this is year 4 for Cameron Dicker, so smaller sample, but that's how good he's been.
Do you know what went through my mind when that kick for Eddie D went through, the 59-yarder? Okay, because the whole concept was super accurate, but does not have a booming leg. And I get that it was a dome and turf and all of those things. But I'm looking at it and I'm going, dude, if you've got that kind of a leg, because that thing was good from another 5 yards at least. If you've got that leg, what the hell were you doing available?
Totally.
With all these people missing kicks?
Was it Carolina who cut him?
Yes.
There you go.
Well, what'd they do that for?
I'll say it again. Carolina. Like, you're not a real organization if you're Carolina You go through coach after coach. You churn out first-round draft pick quarterbacks who don't do well with you, and then, Sam Darnold went elsewhere and did pretty well. That's what you do when you're Carolina. You are a terrible organization. So why would they see a kicker who's really accurate? They probably didn't even go to his Football Reference. They probably thought, you know what, Eddie? We don't like the way you look. You're out of here.
It's so weird.
The guy doesn't miss.
No. He go and in 3 years in Carolina, he went 94%, 86%, 85%. Now, 85 and 86, that's not overwhelmingly great. It's good. It's good. And maybe their thought was the same thing. Like, he's not great from over 50 yards. But last year, he was 1 for 2. Like, they only tried 2. The year before that, he was 5 for 7. What's wrong with that? Like
8 for 11 in Carolina from beyond 50.
Yeah, and my next question is, Niners, what the hell did you wait for week 2? Like, I'm flummoxed that he was available, and it's wonderful that he's on the team. He's accurate. He's got plenty of leg. He's got a little moxie. He's out there, he's screaming at the air when he makes. I love this guy because he makes his kicks. That's it. You know what I mean? And then the other observation, and I know Feliciano was on the team last 2 years, so if that's slanted in Brock's favor, then fine. But you heard it from the horse's mouth. Everybody is thrilled for whenever they get Brock Purdy back. Nobody in there has it twisted over who their quarterback is, no matter 3-game win streak or not, and even if it turns into a 4-game win streak. I believe him. I believe that that's how this team looks at it, because that, as you said, like that, or as he said, the cadence gets totally ingrained into them. They are football players, creatures of habit. That's their leader.
Who bought him a car, bought him a truck.
So you can say that he's.
I mean, Mac, what did you buy me? You buy me a sandwich.
He wasn't on the team.
I know.
I think I think you're messing with everybody if you mess with this.
I think
that's what I think.
That part of the answer was really interesting, the cadence, because we all watch football and remember the Peyton Manning Omaha, and all the rest of it. But every quarterback has their own cadence, and if you're a lineman, and the way he said it, he's like, I still hear that in my head. And Josh Allen, and the other quarterbacks who he's played for as an offensive lineman. That rhythm and routine, the huddle construction, the tempo of the calls, everything, you want it to be like breathing. Like the way we go about breathing, you don't often think, okay, inhale, and now I'm going to exhale.
Oh, Feliciano might, but anyway, go ahead.
I don't think he thinks about it, but it just happens. Yeah.
Anyway, I can't do it.
A little congested. You've got a little congestion in there, but yeah, the cadence and the rhythm for offensive linemen, that is so important.
No, the whole team.